Whisper finds him. He's able to find him off to the side. Shad has to put the BKB in try and fight. They turn towards
They
Pike.
throw everything onto
They
him.
are indeed. They've got him low here with the Doom. Shad will die, but they do kill Pike.
Toss back, but the cogs. Whoopsie.
That kind of worked against itself there. Now Whisper's able to get the arena down. Rolling Thunder comes in. The stun as well. That's going to be the two of them eliminated. 3 of them going down. And 33, his BKB's on cooldown. He's caught by the Supernova stun. Sax is TP'd in there. Back for this. He TP'd in. He brought back. Saxy gets forced to the side. He'll be able to turn and get the Doom down onto the Pango.
Here's the all-in. It's another ult.
Oh, but the stun's in. The arena's down. They're going to fight on and defend this. The Supernova in prime position. They're trying to hit the throne. They're hitting it. The Supernova stun comes in. Hit the throne, Tundra. Hit the throne. It's solo. They've got it.
Rolling Thunder's still available, but lots of ultis used. Pike.
They will make the jump in. They're looking to burst through Amisha. They turn towards Pike. Pike trying to run away, but caught in the Weird Collins command. He'll fall. Whisper tries to TP out, but he cannot escape the damage of mid-1. They get the kickback.
Pike.
Oh, Pike. The arena's going to get laid down. He's trying to get away. The Balance holds him in position. Pike, he cannot survive through this. He's gone. MOUZ to fall. GG is called. Tundra will be moving on as they take the series 2-1. Yuma still in on top of Yuragi, but the Fear will push back. No, the BKB's out from Gunner. He'll connect the spear onto Yuragi. Kompi trying to finish up the job, but Kompi will fall. Yuragi, he's retreating, backing away. He's ticking down low to the vessel. He will fall. The Supernova's going to go successfully off as they catch Zayat Boom underneath him, but BZM on his timber. He's cleaning up. He's going to drop the Echo onto Gunner. They get the Fear follow-up. Gunner, can he survive? Get away? They're going to have the grab here from Boom, slamming Gunner down. The kill off the Pango. Yuma, he's going for Yuragi. Yuragi gets to the BKB off, and he's starting to build up the static link. A lot of damage being stolen here by this Razor.
Yuma's in trouble.
They're going to be able to clean Yuma up.
Boom's in.
He's in. Straight away, looking to make the jump over towards Crystal Maiden. Gunner comes in with a Rolling Thunder. Boom pops the BKB. He grabs Fly, smashes him out of the game. BZM looking to go underneath the tier 4 towers. With the play here from Yuma, but the Echo's out. The second one comes out as he takes out Lelis, locks down Yuma. Yuma to fall. No buyback available on him. A dominant Na'Vi today. Clean up the series 2-0.
Oh, bad spear from Mars, and
immediately dead. Thinking about it, they have Doom ready, refresher back up in 25. Do they go for it immediately onto the Monkey King? Yes, they will. BKB runs away, turns to fight, hits onto Amar. His BKB wearing low. KJ destroyed.
Punch into trouble for Schofield.
Whole lot of trouble, and now Doom onto Gyro. KJ throws out the Maledict, wanting to hit the Witch Doctor ulti going, and Amar low, good arena, but they don't have the damage. They buy back onto Parker, though. He's trying to get back into this fight. Onto Maureen, starting to punch into him, too. They have the refresher out. Analog dodgy damage, trying to lifesteal up through it, but it's not going to be enough. And with Parker dying back, GG is called.
Awesome vision.
On the high ground, finds him. BKB out one time. The Link is already there. Good damage out. Link gets broken. Now pulling in more. Divine Lava RP on the 3. That's the fight they were waiting for. Skinner is gone.
I'm tipping behind.
I'm going on Muerta, guys.
I'll kill the co-op.
I'm killing subs. Muerta no ult, no BKB.
I'm killing Muerta.
Yeah.
Well, good damage out of Mars, dead. Now trying to bring her down, but they can't get the snowball save. Oh, the push into the Ofrenda. The Ofrenda pulls him back in immediately. But now he's got to get away. Maureen's still in the BKB. Sonic Wave completely off the mark. $33. They're going in. Burrow strike. Oh, and that's a trouble. That is a Dark Willow dead. Boom down to half HP already. Yuragi BKB has to run away now. And BZM gets one Conda hit, starts to fall. The Glaives, they are a-flying, and Na'Vi, they are a-dying. Puppey dying while singing. That's not great for them, but they jump in with BZM, get the pull onto 2, the impale afterwards, but there is no damage. Not any little tiny bit of damage. All right, mid one taking a little bit of damage. Now they zip in, that's a lot of damage. They pull in, they stun, they kill. Wait, snowball save onto Shad, never mind. Keeping him alive, but when he comes back out, doesn't have anywhere to go. 33 also going to fall, 3-4 dead.
These are really good shots.
33. They catch them both. Na'Vi, they're just to the north. Jump in, Echo Slam. It's not doing a lot. It's not doing enough. Medusa's still living. Medusa's still alive. Drinking buddies saved with the Bloodstone.
Okay.
And they do not have what it takes.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to the second season of PGL Wallachia. We're in beautiful Bucharest to see who is going to win the trophy. It is finals day, and we're going to see if there is a team here capable of clipping Falcons' wings. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me on the desk to break down all of the action this morning, we have got the dream team, the mean team. It is, of course, Lacoste, an expert, incredible mind for the game. We've got Fear, former TI winner, an absolute legend. And we got Nomad. Anyway.
I thought you were going to go for an actual legend, which I'll be like, well.
No, I'm only kidding, brother. But this is my favorite segment of the show now. It's rapidly becoming that. In the morning, if you're just joining us for the first time for the finals, we like to play games in the morning, and Nomad is the games master. That's his official title. So what have you got for us today?
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, indeed. Well, you know, it's been a pretty long event, actually. We've been here a little while now, and people have been kind of coming out with some banger lines, and I thought, what's the best way to celebrate that? And the best way to celebrate that is a little game of Who Said It. So I'm going to be showing you guys a quote, okay, from this event, from one of our talent, not from you guys, just from one of our other talent, and you have to tell me who you think said that quote. And yeah, that's going to be it, really. And we're not going to do scores or anything for this one. You guys get too competitive when I do that, so just going to keep it open field.
I'm the reigning games champion, that's why. So
that's just not true.
Well, whatever, mate.
We all saw it yesterday.
Okay, well, fine. Listen, we can sort it out in the green room. We'll take that tie off. Right, what have you got for us?
All right, let's bring in the first quote and have a look, and you guys can tell me who said this. So, first quote of the day is from Fun, Stupid, Entertaining.
It's the title of my autobiography. That's what that is.
I think I have a guess.
I think it could apply to any of us. What do you think?
This is something that Synderen would say.
You're going with Synderen?
The game was very fun, stupid, and entertaining at the same time.
I could also
They've had a lot of those games as well.
I could picture Big L saying it as well, Big Lyrical.
Yeah, is that your guess?
Yeah, I'll go with Lyrical. I can hear it in his voice.
I'll change something different from you guys, so I'm going to go OD Pixel, actually.
Going OD Pixel, okay. Interesting. Well, all wrong across the board on this first one.
Really?
Yeah, so the actual answer is actually, I believe we can take a listen.
Fun, stupid, entertaining.
It's the brutal savage wrecked of the new generation of Dota fans. Yeah,
That's pretty much Marana. Her voice line is brave but stupid, or something along those lines.
True. Yeah. Bang a line from Shiva though. I love that one.
All right,
and,
good.
Yeah, strong pickup and rare from Shiva as well to call the game stupid. But you know, that's just sometimes how it's
my bad poisonous influence, like just rubbing off on everyone. The toxicity just exuding.
Are we sure she was not talking about her colleagues?
That was her intro, yeah. All right, let's bring up the next quote and see if we can guess who this one is.
Okay.
So, Skibbity Bliat Riz. Who on earth could have said that?
I mean, but that's so obviously a bait for Lacoste, because that is how he talks normally. But that is
I'm too old for this. Like Skibbity Riz, this is something that Zoomers would say.
That's Yanis. That's fucked.
You think that's fucked?
I'm going to go with Lizard.
You're going to go with Lizard? Okay, all right. What about you, Lacoste?
Yanis would not use word Bliat, so yeah, sounds like Lizard or Crystal May as an interviewer.
Okay. All right.
Interesting. That's a wide angle you're going for there. Once again, incorrect across the board.
Wow.
Let's have a listen.
Skibbity Blat Riz.
Oh, okay.
Black.
Yeah, so that was Action Attacks, I believe.
In retrospect, it was obvious the whole time.
Yeah, and that was Aui's nickname as well, which is what he was referring to in that interview. He wasn't just randomly dropping that one in there.
I knew that one, but I didn't want to guess Aoi because that wasn't an option, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Okay. It was Slacks asking about his nickname. But let's get up the next quote and see if we can get this one right. 0 for 0 at the moment, you guys. Yeah, okay. What are your thoughts on the P. Diddy stuff going on?
Well, that is Sir Action Slack.
Definitely.
There's no one insane enough to say that during a Dota broadcast.
I won't put anyone else's name under that.
And the thing is, I know we had an agreement not to blurt out the answers because, you know, the magic of television for everyone at home, but I just don't want to...
I don't think there was any
I don't want to riff on
here.
that.
Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fair. Let's not
that's dangerous territory.
Let's take a listen at this beautiful moment from Slacks.
What are your thoughts on the P. Diddy stuff going on?
And that's the new voice line in Dota, just announcing that.
Oh my god, I love Slacks so much.
Asked that?
He asked it to BZM, I think.
Yeah, was it BZM? Yeah.
What?
Basically, what had happened was somebody had said they didn't want to do the interview, and they said, if you interview me, I'll just bring up the P. Diddy stuff. So Slacks called their bluff. That was the
nice.
The absolute mad lad.
BZM is just like laughing.
Yep.
He did not expect to be called out like that. Let's take a look at the next quote then and see what we're working with. That's actually very philosophical and sad and true.
That's
Cinderin. I'm going Cinderin.
Yeah, I think it is Cinderin.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah?
All right. That guy was very poetic. He also studied poetry in high school.
Right, since you all took Sund, I'll take Big L.
You're going for Big L? Okay, all right. I think, it sounds like a conversation they'll be having.
I mean, that's just how Cinderin talks all the time.
Yeah.
It's very evocative.
You can hear him saying it. You know what? Let's actually hear him say it.
It was actually very philosophical and very sad and true.
That's great.
Another great line there from Sind. Yeah, big fan of that one. All right, let's throw up our next quote and see this. We'll get back on track, though, guys. We started a bit rocky, but it seems like we've reeled it back in. We're getting some good guesses. Death by 1,000 little pricks.
That's my esports career.
But who said it?
There's a lot of ways to take that.
All right, I'm gonna go OD again.
You're going OD? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Lacoste?
I'm going to go with Moon Meander.
Moon Meander.
Yeah, I think he said something along those lines.
I'll go with Fogged.
You're going with Fogged? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I think it's the OD Fogged you over here. You think it's an interview. Let's take a look and see who said Death by 1,000 little pricks.
Death by 1,000 little pricks.
Wow, Big L.
Lyrical coming in with a beautiful line.
A Rudy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the line is
He
cut,
did a Rudy.
but,
I was going to say, it certainly is. But,
Lyrical riffing on the classics as usual.
Yeah, it works. It works.
Yeah, all right, let's take a look at the final one here. The final quote from our lovely talent here at Wallachia. That was brilliant, and then not so much brilliant.
That's OD Pixel. That's just the way he talks.
You think that's OD Pixel? Okay, all right.
I can hear it in my head already.
I mean, we had so many Big L already that I don't want to say him again, but I kind of do. So yeah, let's go.
It does. It's got that feel to it. I'll pick something different, but I think you've stole the big two there. So,
can you imagine? Can you impression OD Pixel saying that?
That was brilliant, and then not so much brilliant.
That was really good, actually.
Is that you?
He's selling it. He's selling it.
Is he here?
That was brilliant, and then not so much brilliant.
It's the same. It's the same. It's the same.
There you go.
Lacoste, you're absolutely right. Well done, sir, and well done, guys. I think after the first couple, we locked in, and we got quite a lot of those right. So well done.
All right. Well, look, this is the sad part where we have to say goodbye to you.
Yeah, for the final time.
No more games.
Well. No more games.
There'll be no more games at this tournament, so the only games are going to be the matches.
All right, well, it's been a pleasure. Goodbye, Fear.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy the panel. Goodbye, Lacoste.
Goodbye.
Enjoy the panel. And bye, Richard.
All right. Fare thee well.
No, get off my couch.
Yeah, get off. Right, now we can talk serious. Obviously, we'll start by taking a look at yesterday's results. Some great games. We were eagerly watching these ones. Some crazy Dota. I do have to say, just in general, guys, I think the Dota, even though it's been chaotic and wild, I think it's been a lot of fun to watch.
Absolutely. I'm going to say something that these games, some of these games have been more fun than most of the games that we had at TI. Because TI meta was a bit of a boring one. We've seen a lot of stumps, especially from Team Liquid. Here, back and forth games, some mistakes as well. This is what I want to see.
Yeah, and lots of 3 mappers, you know, or 3 games, I have to say, of Teague of his meal.
As expected.
Get me off the top rope.
Seeing the teams here, you know that the games are going to be slightly longer, that they're going to be more entertaining, more mistakes are going to be made, and that's what makes Dota beautiful.
Yeah, I agree. And obviously, it's great that we've been helped by having this new patch, and we're going to be, you know, exploring some of the meta changes for now. We'll show you how the bracket looks like. We'll throw that up now. As you can see, we have the most glorious formats, the double elimination, and what that means ultimately is that Falcons, who overcame Heroic yesterday, they're going to be chilling in the earlier part of today. You can see down there in the lower bracket final is going to be Heroic and Tundra. The winner will go into the grand final, which will be a best of 5, where they will be taking on Falcons. So, I mean, pretty much as expected, I guess, to a certain degree, that we knew Falcons were going to be in the grand final. But ultimately, I think the way Heroic has emerged over the tournament, the way Tundra has managed with stand-ins to kind of power through and persevere, it's very up in the air for me who might actually face Falcons in the final.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to be interesting to see who gets there. I think like 3 or 4 days ago, I did call these are the 3 teams to look out for. And not surprised, these 3 are standing on the last day. Which one is the best? Well, Falcons definitely has the edge. Between this next series, Heroic has definitely had their number, unfortunately for Tundra, but Tundra, they've been getting better. They're trying new strategies, and this is a team that can get incredibly good over time, and I feel like, you know, 33, he has his hero pool, he's expanding upon it, but he's got to find a way to crack the code that is Heroic.
Yeah, well, this is what the schedule looks like. It's pretty... You can deduct it, I would say, with all the information we've given you, but we'll show it to you anyway. There it is, yes. Coming up next is going to be Heroic versus Tundra. And then, obviously, Falcons will be taking on Team TBD, which Lacoste...
One of my favorite teams.
Yeah, you love them. Big fan.
They're always there.
Yeah, always. Always in the mix. So, let's start by talking about the 2 teams in the series we're about to watch. Heroic. Now, as always, I like to kind of watch the tournaments and kind of like get a feel for who has momentum, you know, who's good now, in the here and now, not based on reputations. And Heroic, for me, obviously we knew they were the best South American team. You know, they polish up at all the qualifiers and what have you. But coming here, I know, I feel it's like a real momentum about them now. They look so good. I've really been enjoying watching them.
They do. This is something that we've been talking about Navi as a team, that they're getting better with each series. Heroic, they got stopped by Falcons yesterday, but they are still looking super strong in pretty much every single department. The way they move around the map, Falcons seemed slightly too strong when it comes down to drafting and executing some of their drafts, so this is something they need to shape up coming into this one. But the last 4 series that they played, we can see the win rate, same exact win rate. I'd say Heroic, because they did beat Tundra, they did take a game off Falcons. I'm gonna give them slight edge in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra did lose to Heroic in the Swiss stage, right? And then Heroic also beat them in the upper bracket too, so this is a matchup where it's hard for me to give Tundra the advantage just because they've already lost 2 best of 3s to this team here. So going in for their 3rd rematch here, what's going to be different this time around? Because I feel like one thing that Falcons did that was incredibly good is they found a way to like shut down Parker in some of the games through itemization as well, and that's something that I have yet to see Tundra be able to like figure out. Kind of feels like Parker, as opposed to Shad, has like been unstoppable, and that's kind of been the difference maker in those game number 3s there. That being said, every time they do see each other, it does go to a 3rd map, so it's still very close.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Parker, because look at this.
Yeah, he is by far, by every metric, the best carry player of the tournament. This guy is just on another level. All the first places, kills, GPM, XPM, hero damage as well, gets involved relatively early on as, like, because he plays pretty much anything. He plays all the meta stuff, but he also does have a couple of these niche heroes that he does play. Muerta, we've seen the combo with Pugna that looked really good, but they're also not too afraid to pick Muerta in a lot of different counters, which I'm really happy to see. And something to point out about Parker is that his itemization, this is the guy that in this tournament so far has the best understanding of what needs to be built in certain situations. He's playing Gyrocopter, not building Aghanim Scepter, instead going for different item builds, getting S and Y, if you remember that game where they were playing against Tundra, against the Lifestealer. So he's building into Scotty, he's building into Hurricane Pike, and team is also building around him, which I really like. I think he's the one calling the shot, what needs to be done, whether he needs a Lotus Orb, whether he needs an extra Lincoln Sphere, just to be able to survive through some of that engagements early on.
I also wanted to add one extra stat there that wasn't shown. Like, this guy has had 8 godlike streaks throughout the tournament, and the next player below him is with 4, and that's Pike, who's also from South America. These carries are really good, but he is going godlike, which feels like every single game, especially when they're winning. So this guy knows how to get ahead. His team knows how to play around him. I think Devi Llama is a big reason for why he can shine as a player too, because I think Parker is one of those players that needs all the resources to be dumped on him. I'll say he's the exact opposite of like a Skeeter or something who can kind of like give to the team and everyone can shine. So you need to be more sacrificial in Devi Llama, and he's shown that he can do that as well.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit about that. I mean, you know, Devi probably by his own assessment would say he had a bit of a rough series against Falcons, but that style that you're highlighting of trying to be, you know, a sacrificial initiator so Parker can kind of turn up and clean up, you know, it just wasn't particularly well executed. But I mean, you know, in theory, it's the right way to play.
It is, because I think like the farm distribution wise, Parker takes most of the farm from the teams. There's just not enough farm on the map because he's the one taking the stacks. A lot of other offlaners, for example, Tundra 33, he will get the priority in terms of getting the farm from those stacks, but most of the time for Parker, he will be the one getting those stacks. And Devi Llama, he's been, I would say, most successful with the heroes when he's playing his Mars, when he's playing his Primal Beast. Didn't look too good on Pango, even though this is one of his Siggies, I would say, but also needed to sacrifice his own farm. Itemization, maybe a bit of a questionable in that one, going for like a Blink Dagger, going for Aghanim Scepter instead of being building something more team fight oriented. Lotus Orb, it came slightly too late for my taste, but yeah, I just want to see some adaptation, maybe give him slightly more, give him a better entry to the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how he plays the game. I know his Timbersaw is like Grandmaster, and everyone says it's really good. Yeah, I don't mind his Timber in the right game. It can be one of the few heroes I see him carry with, but I definitely really want to see him play these Mars, Primal Beast, Magnus type heroes, Pango, that just get in there, don't need a lot of net worth, put all your net worth onto Parker. He's going to be the one that is, generally speaking, going to carry the game, and just support him, right? Like, it doesn't have to be 4 Protect 1 necessarily, but you need to make sure that your offlaner specifically is in more of a supportive role, especially a stun.
Yeah. Obviously, we should spend some time talking about Tundra as well. Just in general, obviously, we know the situation with the stand-ins. We know it's very likely this isn't going to be the lineup moving forward. We know 33 and Saxa are going to kind of build they've got their other teammates waiting for them kind of when they get back. So let's just talk a little bit about the stand-ins and what they've done, particularly about mid one, obviously a hugely important role within the game. How do you think he's been getting on?
I think he's been doing really well, to be honest with you. I do think there's some heroes in which I saw him play that didn't look the best for me. And you have to keep in mind, this is a guy who has been switching between mid and carry for some years now, and it kind of shows a little bit in his hero pool as well. Wasn't a big fan of like him picking up the puck in the last couple days, and feel like his itemization was on point. But there's certain heroes that he does pick in the mid lane that really make a lot of sense. So I'm going to show some of his last 4 heroes that he played. It's a Monkey King, it's a Bounty Hunter, it's a Broodmother, it's a Monkey King again. These are very farm heavy and unique type of mid heroes that a lot of people aren't playing, but I think given his situation as an ex-carry player back into the mid lane now, he has a very niche hero pool, and I don't like seeing him play the normal heroes. I want to see him play these strange mid lane heroes, and I think it gives him an advantage.
These are also very difficult heroes to make work from the mid lane. For example, that Bounty Hunter game, you can look very bad if things don't go your way, but you have Tundra, one of the best teams in the world, like when we're talking about Sox at 33 and White One, that they know how to close out early games, that they are going to be grouping around early on, because most of the time their strategy revolves around some Visage from the offlane, getting drums, getting pipes. So having Bounty Hunter with Aghanim Scepter running at people, getting that extra gold, and it's also a flex pick for them because they've been playing it from position 4 role most of the time, paired up with some some Visage. This is the strat that they did invent, the gold strategy or whatever you called it the other day. It looked really good, and I kind of like what Tundra's been doing with their drafts, because they've been also yesterday flexing Doom Visage. They had it in one of their games because they picked both offlaners. It didn't look too good because they did lose that game, but there's a lot of flexibility when we're talking about Tundra.
Yeah, and just as a sort of a quick meta update, you can see these are the offlane combos that are being very popular right now. We've highlighted the Centaur and Hoodwink one. Seems to be very, very strong when it's allowed through. Some of the other classic combos, the Visage and Tusk, it's kind of, 50-50, but still a very strong lane, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, Visage Tusk is a classic. We can see in the Game 3 Beast Coast, they were able to bust that out on 33, and Soxa did absolute work in that game. At the Hoodwink, it's going to be a lot of Falcons playing that one. They like that hero on crit for over the past year and a half now. Don't think that'll change. But I did want to talk a little bit about Shad as well on the carry role.
Yeah, of course.
Because he has had good games, and he's had some pretty bad games as well. And more than anything, he's had some interesting hero picks. Like, he was one of the first people to bring out the Bloodseeker, the only person actually to bring out a Bloodseeker to counter the Pango. So you can't be like so confident if you're Divide Llama to bust out that Pangolier in this particular match. We've seen games where he'd pick Sven, didn't look like it did much at all. He's been very hit or miss for me, but I feel like if he does get his hero pool where he looks pretty good on these Medusas and stuff like that, he has been middle of the pack for me. This would be a good time for him though to really show his worth in this match.
Yeah, well, we can take a look at some of the carries that have been emerging, because obviously we've got this meta shift. These are the safe lane combos. The Drow and the Clockwork has been a particularly strong one when it's let through, although maybe that's situational. You can also see as well the Shadow Fiend Naga. As Clock started having a strong tournament and getting towards that 70% win rate, he started getting banned out. The Naga started to creep through, very strong with the reel in and the raises, obviously, in that matchup.
Yeah.
So these are the combos to watch out for.
Most definitely. I don't think we're going to be seeing Clockwork plus Nagas plus Drow Ranger combo, because Na'Vi are out, and they are the only ones who played this combo, didn't lose a single time. I think Luna got slightly exposed as a hero as well, because you did mention Shad, the way he plays Sven as well. These are the heroes, if you do gank them early on, if you make some twin gate rotations, these heroes are not very good at playing from behind.
Yeah, I will say though, just because Na'Vi is out, it doesn't mean we won't see that combination in, because you can objectively look at this and be like, wow, Na'Vi, they made it this far. They ran this all the time, and I could see other teams just adapting to that and just using that strategy, because it is very strong, and Na'Vi proved it, and it was one of the big reasons they made the run that they did. So I'd like to see some more Drow plus Clock Lane. Just, let Na'Vi live on in spirit, Just pick their strategy and see what you can do with it.
Yeah, and obviously super simple to execute as well. Anybody could do it. So Heroic, we're getting the pictures of the players now, so we need to talk about the strengths of the team. I know you've got something for me.
Do I?
Yes.
Maybe I do.
I hope so.
I mean, I can go if you want to.
I mean, the way they've been playing is, I also like Analog. When he first came into the scene, I didn't really like him as much, but he is one of the most improved players of this year and the last year as well. This guy is just a beast.
So
he's just so good. Like, I came out of nowhere pretty much. He was playing for these tier 2 South American teams, and he has a pretty big hero pool. He's also one of the more cheesier mid laners, because he's playing this Broodmother, he's playing Huskar as well, and he also plays a very mean Earth Spirit. So sometimes you'll see him lose a matchup but do so much on the map, because he understands that, okay, I don't have anything to do in my mid lane, I'm going to be making some rotations to the side lanes and get stuff done, and he's one of the best players in the tournament to do so.
Yeah, and I also want to talk a little bit about King Jungles as well. Like, we barely talk about him just because the spotlight is on Parker. He's the new guy, he's having a good game, but King Jungles, he rarely makes mistakes, and his Shadow Demon in specific, it's like probably the best at this tournament. He's always there with the saves, and for the fun, he'll maybe bring out a Witch Doctor, which maybe they should put back in. However, like, he can play just about everything is my point here. He rarely makes mistakes, and he's just been a great captain for this team.
Yeah, I wonder if that'll factor into the draft. His Shadow Demon is really nasty. Tundra. Obviously, we've got a reigning TI champion in the lineup with a motley crew of stand-ins. Let's talk about their respective strengths and weaknesses. I know it's very hard to ignore 33 and Saxa.
Yeah, these two have been like one of my favorite, if not the favorite duo from the offlane, because these guys always can do something when things are not going correctly. 2 days ago, they were playing some Visage, like starting in a tri-lane, getting a first blood, getting a second blood as well, then dragging a creep wave with the bounty hunter. So they always have a couple of tricks up their sleeves. If you remember the game yesterday when 33 was playing Visage, also he got shut down a little bit, and then he was dragging the creep wave into the enemy base with the birds and farming near the enemy fountain. So this guy, I think, is the best player in the world when it comes down to innovating stuff and trying to find any kind of way to break the game, all these small plays that he can do to make lane come into his favor.
Yeah, I mean, we're still trying to figure out how he did that thing for the buyback, where he just sort of walked into his opponent's mind. I mean, he really is something.
Yeah, he definitely is. So I think like he's worth looking at for sure. But I also think as well that there's other players on this team. But do you want to talk about their previous encounters here?
Yes. So they did meet in the last week 6 times. They did beat them 2-1 twice on Heroic, and there were some like really interesting picks that did come out. I think the Heroic, when they are winning against Tundra, they're winning in a pretty convincing fashion. These are 33, 35-minute games, and you have a 26-minute game as well. But if it goes super late, I think Tundra, they have this mindset, they have slightly more experience when it comes down to doing what's necessary to win the game. So this is going to be very polarizing, I would say, and I would want to see Tundra maybe fighting slightly earlier with the draft. I don't think they're going to be getting their hands on Visage because that hero just looks way too good when 33 plays it, but I want to see something that can punch back earlier. We've seen Bounty Hunter from the mid lane try to keep them. I also don't think that hero is going to be seen in this series because it's just too good the way they play around it.
I mean, I think when we are talking about Tundra in specific, I haven't had much critique about the supports other than that one Doom support game that we did see.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's just kind of like 33, you know what he's going to play. That's a strength and a weakness at the same time. And if you are really good at drafting, which Beast Coast was the other day to almost expose that one, that is something that could be a weakness. But I think mid one's hero pool is something you can exploit as well. You kind of know this Monkey King's coming. This Bounty Hunter was a surprise. It's not a surprise anymore. And I think for Shad, you kind of know what's coming on this one here, but like I said, for him, he's the wild card for me. He really has to step up today. He hasn't played bad necessarily, but he hasn't had many of those, wow, like Shad is owning this game type of situations. I'd like to see that today. Yeah, sure. I think as the opponents have got a little bit tougher, you start to notice a few things about, his game, and it is a big step up in quality once, we start talking about the tier 2s and the tier 1s, the haves and the have-nots. Now, with that said, we are getting into the picks and bans. So I'll come back to you, Dom. Anything to start us off?
I think that Visage has to go. Bounty Hunter, as I said, I also don't think we're going to be seeing Pango. Even though Davai Lama didn't have that good of a game, I feel the hero kind of needs to go because he's doing so much. Even in a bad game, like Pango is still doing a lot of work. The only one... The
Bloodseeker, though.
Bloodseeker, well, maybe. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's the one where I think you are the only team at this tournament who has picked Bloodseeker, and you won with it, right?
Yeah.
So, like, that is definitely, you're thinking about it, like, do we want to play this? This guy can play Bloodseeker. This madman was willing to pick a hero that no one else will. So, I think that is something Heroic is definitely going to think about. However, moving to this one, we see the Respect Parker morph ban. Nobody else does this. They just don't want him to get this hero. He's incredibly good at it. And Tundra, they tried to Brood last pick him into this morph last time. We mentioned he also had to skill stats instead of Insatiable Hunger, which is not really what you want to be doing here. So instead of having to deal with that headache, they're just removing it from the get-go. And I also think the Shadow Demon from King Jungles has to go. He's looked great on Naga too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Most definitely. I'm a little surprised with the Shadowfiend because I've not been really impressed by Shadowfiend performances. A lot of the times you would see him be on the top of the network doing really good, but then again, when he needs to deliver in-game, he fell short. He's one of the most contested heroes in the top 10, 70% contest rate.
Beastmaster in.
Yeah, 50% win rate, but Beastmaster looks really good here.
Yeah, one of those heroes that's just good versus Clockwork all around. And it's something that 33 has proven that he'll just pick on 9 pick there without a problem. They are thinking a little bit about it. I mean, Bristle is banned. And they're going to... Okay, so this is... They seem to be leaning more towards the Sand King as the tournament has been progressing. Against that match versus Na'Vi, they picked that Beastmaster very early on. They lost it. They won both the games. They picked Sand King. So I guess priority-wise, 33 is going for Sand King yet again, something he really loved at TI. But instead of the Dust double facet, he's going for the one that does make you invisible.
Yeah, and obviously as well, you know, the Bloodstone Sand King, very, very strong when you get all your spells off in those big team fights. It's like same build, different
facets, just like ping-ponging between
Exactly, yeah.
They have not played the Sand King from the mid lane yet, but I'm sure that mid one can play it, considering how how strong the hero was in the past 6 months or so. It was pretty much contested at Riyadh Masters, at TI as well, every major tournament, but didn't expect them to go with Sand King straight away. And now Heroic banning out Mirana, which hasn't seen much of a play. They did run it, I believe, once on Saksa, and they did win that game. Because Saksa has a massive hero pool. He played 14 different heroes in their last 21 matches, so he's going to be playing whatever. This guy is just way too chill for Dota.
They did leave the Bounty Hunter, though. This is something we'll have to look out for. But Sand King, Bounty Hunter together, very weird. Like, especially as a lane, you've got like the double invis hero, so everyone and their mother is going to carry dust on them in this particular game if you go that. However, it could be an option for mid one on that mid pick, and Anti-Mage is going at that.
Prepping for Medusa, huh?
That's simple. So Dusa has getting more popular. It looks really strong in some games, but other games I don't know, it does its job. And I think for Shad, this is a hero he's very comfortable on. He also likes Shadow Fiend, Luna. I don't think you can pick Luna that early anymore. Not a big hero to play against Clockwork either. You don't have to get that early pike where on Medusa, you're just chilling, you can Stone Gaze, you're very tanky. Banning out the Anti-Mage makes sure that there is no terrible matchup for you in the game. Only other one I can think of is like Pango used to be pretty decent, but it only hits 3 times now instead of 4, so you're burning
It's still
less
good.
mana.
I wanted to mention either him, I also wanted to mention Monkey King that could come out, not necessarily on this pick, but they could close out on the 18 with some Monkey King. So for now, it's Pango. Like, you want to have as much mana burn as possible. You have Cogs, which is not the greatest one, but you have Pango now being part of it as well with the Diffusal Blade. So I think they are having some good counters. This Anti-Mage has been banned, but you can also build Diffusal Blade from your carries. As we've seen Parker, he's not too afraid to experiment with his item builds.
Definitely not. And I'm just looking at this lineup. All right, so Tundra versus Na'Vi. They did this early pick Medusa as well. They also had a Sand King with it. And then they had a Bounty Hunter too with it later on in the draft. So they're kind of going back to what feels like worked for them in a previous series. And I'm not particularly against that. However, when you do want to do that type of strategy, you have to realize the coach, whoever it might be, who has the stack of papers, they know you're doing this. Like, they know this is coming. They had time to prepare for it. So you're pretty much just saying, like, this strategy is so good that even if you know it's coming, we're still going to beat you.
I'm going to just throw it in there because this is something that 33 did play a lot when Medusa, like a year ago or so, was super popular. He was the one playing Medusa from the off lane, and they could still throw Sand King in the mid lane if there was going to be way too many counters for Medusa.
Yeah, so the reason why I said you about mid one going mid on Sand King is because I feel like this hero is actually kind of hard. Like, sure, it is easy in a way where you just press W, you buy Bloodstone. You kind of have to know your limits. You have to know your timings on this hero. You have to know where to place your Sandstorm as well. It's a little more high skill than it used to be. And mid one has been pretty reckless, I think, and he has a hero pool that complements that with these Bounty Hunters, with these Monkey King especially, and the Brood Mothers, where he is on these pucks and stuff that overextends. I have not been super impressed by it. So yes, Lacoste, you're 100% right. They can do it. I just don't know if it's going to be good if they do go for it on Tundra specifically. They'll go back for the Bounty Hunter regardless here. That is definitely a lane that looks really weak. And when they ran this before, Sand King and the Bounty went mid. I'm just not sure what a Sand Bounty Hunter lane is going to do to stop Parker. I kind of feel like you're giving Parker the dream scenario.
If you want to run this Pango from the mid lane, your itemization is going to be Diffusal. From the off lane, it's slightly harder to do because you want to build different items, you know, some Spirit Vessels and such. But if you're having that good of a game, you can still go for Diffusal. But if you're putting this Pango in the mid lane, you can run Bounty Hunter mid again one more time.
More reason to put it on the off lane, I think, though, because of that. Because, yeah, it's a pretty free lane for Bounty Hunter. And I think that's the one thing you don't want to do versus a core Bounty Hunter is just give him a free lane. Yeah. Because that transitions into like early phase boots. Now he's level 6. He's just running across lanes, getting a bunch of gold. So I want to see something from Analog here that punishes a Bounty Hunter mid potential here.
Monkey. It's another Diffusal Blade carrier. You're playing into melee hero. You're not going to be stealing any gold because you get right in front of him. You're going to get Boundless, couple of Jingu stacks as well. And then you can throw this Pango to the off lane, which is going to be playing with Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty strong lane too. And they're debating now. Do we take in mid now, or are we just going to pick a ranged carry? Because a lot of them are going to get banned out. We have a Clockwork, and we know Clockwork really wants to lane with ranged heroes in particular. So the choice is really up to them. And they're going to go for the Storm Spirit. This is a hero that traditionally does bully these melee type of heroes in the mid lane. So I do like this pick a lot. It's incredibly meta right now too. Your stun, it's pretty bad. You just have like Sand King stun, which is great, but the follow-up is what? A cookie? It's not easy to lock down a storm for a long duration of time, unless you get an Orchid, of course.
I like what Tundra did so far. Like, they did open up basically with 3 potential cores on their side, but there was also some flex to it as well. We've seen Planet play position for Medusa as well. So keeping everything open for them, they do have the overall last pick in the draft, so they will get to choose after seeing all the lanes where they want to place their heroes.
Just a quick thought about Storm. Obviously, one of the reasons I think he's emerging so strong, you saw their 72% win rate. It's about his shard,
It's
right?
shard, yeah. You get it so early on. If you have the money saved up 15 minutes in, just buy that after finishing either your Kaya, Witchblade, whatever you decide to go for, pick it up. And it's especially very good with the heroes that they have on their side because you have Swashbuckle and you have Acorn Shot and Hoodwink.
I wonder what the bans are going to be here. I mean, Parker is going to get last pick, as per usual here. He has been known to have a very diverse hero pool. He can pick a lot of different things. We do know he likes the Gyrocopter a lot, which is a very strong lane with Clockwork, especially versus Sand King. If your focus is to shut down 33, we know he likes playing Morta, but I don't see this as a particularly good Morta game.
No.
He did like it against heroes like Bristleback, which made a lot of sense. Razor could be good this game.
Yes, I wanted to say Razor.
You can drain the Medusa here. You have a good lane against him too. Gyro will be gone. Wouldn't be surprised if the Razor is the next ban because the other options are not bad. Still have the Monkey King too, actually. This is what he does play. But I will say in that Monkey King game, it looked a lot better having a hero like Magnus on your team just to give you that empower to skewer people back into the ring. You don't have as much of that like bring back into the Wukongs and just in case it doesn't hit a lot of heroes' potential.
In that game, even though he had Magnus on his team, he still decided to go for Battle Fury. So knowing that because if you're playing with Magnus, if he's the one always giving you Empower, that also means that your offlaner is not going to be getting much farm. We did talk about offlane being very sacrificial for Heroic, but I also want to see some scaling coming out from the offlane.
Wow, they actually banned the Morta. That's just respect right there. To me, this doesn't seem like a free Morta game. We've got lots to deal with it. I feel like the Razor and Monkey King are looking a lot better, especially if you look at the laning stage, the Sand King here. So they get their choice of either of those for Parker here. What do you think, Monkey King or Razor, or do you have another spicy option?
They could still go for Luna. I would say this one is also fine, which is going to give them good laning stage, but I'm leaning towards Razor. That's my first pick here. Just because you have such a strong lane, you're going to be... They might need to shift things around, play this Bounty maybe as a position 5, then put Snapfire as a 4 so that you can get away from the static link if they decide to go for it. So there are still some options on Tundra, but yeah, Razor just feels really good.
Yeah, whether they go Monkey or Razor, it feels like you just cannot have a Bounty Hunter Sand King lane against either of those.
All right, I have another one from Na'Vi, Drow Ranger, that we talked about.
Yeah. I mean, you've got the clock, so you've got the combo.
You do?
You're not very impressed.
I mean, it's okay. I like the other two options more.
Yeah, I think the Rays is like really, really strong here.
Tundra Esports.
All right. Monkey King.
But I mean, either or. As
Yeah.
you said, an extra diffusal blade carrier as well.
I mean, he probably won't even get it, most likely,
you
unless
don't
he
think
wants to
so?
play really, really fast. At least not his first item.
Yeah,
Maybe
you might get
later.
it as your later item, some like third item that you're going to turn into Disperser to have way of dispelling yourself, and also just having that buff and having, of course, extra mana.
Yeah. I mean, this pretty much puts you in a situation. I'm just looking at this. Like, you quite literally can't do a Bounty Hunter Sand King lane against Monkey King. He can literally 2v1 that lane. It's impossible, where I feel like Sand King has to lane with... All right, so I still stand by that. I think they should put Snap with the Sand King against the Monkey King, and they should do a Bounty Hunter with Medusa lane here. Not sure if they will do it here, or maybe they have something crazy cooking. Last time we saw 33, Soxa dragged the wave all around behind the tower. He ganked the safe lane. Maybe we'll see something similar in this game with the Sand King. But if they just go head-to-head in this lane, 2 versus 2, straight up laning, it's not going to be a competition, and Parker is just going to have complete free farm.
You're playing 2 melee heroes in the Monkey and also into Clockwork. I noticed that Whitemon did pick up a Snapfire. Soxa will be playing Bounty, but as I mentioned, I think they need to put this Snapfire as well as Fear. That otherwise, it just doesn't work unless they have some secret tech that is going to come out, which they've been showing that they can do it throughout the tournament. So maybe there is something to it. But looking at both of these drafts, I do like Heroics. I think Analog on Storm Spirit, he looked really good. There are some stuns, not too many. You have, Snapfire Cookie, but the big stun is going to be your Sanking with the Burrow Strike, and you also have King Jungles on one of his best heroes, that's Clockwork. I'm feeling this is like 65, maybe 35 for me.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think just in general, Heroic have got like just the strong heroes that have got the high win rates at the tournament.
They do, yeah. But can't underestimate Tundra. They do have their Bounty Hunter. They have their Sand King. This is their play style. We'll see if it'll work out, but I'm definitely going with Heroic.
Okay, and any final thoughts from you?
I think Bounty, because they always found something to do with this hero. I feel that if somebody's going to break the game, it's going to be Soxa going in, providing vision for the team, for some like Sunstrike, Burrow Strike as well, initiations, and he's one of the best ones in the game to do so.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. Now, we're off backstage with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Cafs from Heroic. Now, first question, I want to know how badly you guys want to make it back into the grand finals to play off against Falcons again.
Like, as much as you can want, Like, I felt like we didn't have a good day yesterday in general. And if we have a good day today, I think we can beat them.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear, Casper. Of course, first, you got to do with Tundra. What are your thoughts about this team in general, and kind of what's your approach coming into this game with them?
I think they're a really good team. I think the standings are performing better than I expected, and I think than most people expected. I think we all know they're not complete, though. They have like 2 players that are not there, so they're going to be even scarier in the future. They have announced their carry already, right?
Yeah.
And then, and my approach to the series was like, we have these heroes that are really hard to answer, and we just ban what we think we can't,
Yeah.
Because we think those are the best heroes. And just that it's just pretty straightforward.
Just that simple, easy peasy. Well, I want to know who you think is going to be having a really good game here. Who on your team do you think we should be looking at who's going to pop off in this first game?
I think any of them can pop off, honestly. I really believe all of them, and I don't know, just Parker is a beast,
Parker is a beast. He's been showing us exactly that. Cafs, thank you very, very much. Good luck with this first game. We'll send it over to our casters for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, ready to get into the action here at this lower bracket final. Heroic up against Tundra. We're going to find out who's going to get the chance to move on and challenge Falcons in that grand final. Early bit of action here. It should be first blood. It will be Whitemon. Able to find Schofield as he steps up. Over in the river. Look at the jump onto down by Llama. He's got the shield crash. Should be able to walk this one off. So Fogged, coming into this, what do you sort of make of these 2 teams so far in this tournament?
Both have been very impressive. I think Tundra has shown a lot of growth throughout the tournament, especially playing with 2 stand-ins. I think it's really cool when you can see a team make it to top 3 and they're playing with stand-ins. I think it makes a big deal. Overall, though, Heroic, I do love this team. I think they've shown and gotten a lot of fans just with how aggressive they play. And yeah, this team is just good. You know, you can't write off these South American players anymore. Every single one of them is just getting better and better as the days go by. So very exciting team to watch, and I think Schofield in particular, you know, he's always one of mine to watch because he's just an absolute lunatic a lot of times, so I think the team just gets a lot of excitement from that. And speaking of lunatics, right, like Parker too, some of his item builds have been a bit bizarre, but it's his own style, so I love when people just have their unique ideas to the game. And we're seeing that quite a lot, especially, I would say, more so unique ideas this game from Tundra. A little bit of a different draft in comparison to what we've seen every single time with this Bounty Hunter, but they are putting it as a 5 position as they wanted to see it from the panel, and they are having Whitemon lane with that Sand King, so they are getting that lane positioning that they want.
Yeah. And with this lane positioning then, this bottom lane, is this going to be like a struggle for Parker to lane against now that he's got to deal with the snap on top of the Sand King rather than the Bounty Sand King?
Not a struggle, but definitely quite a bit harder. If he was playing versus Bounty Hunter Sand King, it's an absolutely free lane for Parker, so. It's not this Clockwork plus ranged hero, which makes it a little bit weaker in this lane, but overall, it looks like a good monkey. It looks like a pretty good Monkey King game. If he can go down the route of the Defusal if he wants to later on. And also, he's the only one that I've seen do this, but he did go for the Wukong's Faithful again, which is pretty interesting. We saw yesterday when he was paired up with the Magnus, it looked really cool. They had that crazy comeback. But yeah, he's literally the only player that I've seen do it. So I think yesterday I saw 2 players do the facets that I wanted to see the most, just out of curiosity how they would work, is we saw the Storm Shock Collar, which was really cool, and then we got to see this Wukong's Faithful that actually ended up working out nicely.
Looking at the mid lane so far, pretty even start between Analog and Mid 1.
Mid 1 should have a bit of an advantage as the levels progress. I think we've seen this matchup like 100 times now lately, so. And overall in the game, it can be a bit of a risk hero. You know, this Invoker, I've seen it be pretty hit or miss, depending on how many rotations you can get going, depending on how many items can happen. I know Fear was a bit critical about Mid 1's positioning in a lot of these games too, so we'll see if an Invoker can be a bit better for that positioning, because yeah, if you step up too far on this hero, sometimes you can just be very fragile.
It was pretty aggressive there for an attempt onto Shad. Saxa, he's ready to turn it around as he sets up for Shad to be able to take down Davai Lama.
Way too aggressive.
They're even going to be able to chase Schofield a bit. A couple more hits here from Shad, and he may just have this kill as well. Sax is trying to get him the vision around the trees.
They got him.
And they'll be able to pick off the 2 of them. So the safe lane duo getting some sort of surprising kills in a play indeed that Heroic sort of lent themselves into.
Got to be more careful when you're playing this Pango. We've seen this a lot lately. Just overplaying your hand with the Shield Crash, your Swashbuckle, and then immediately they just go on you. Does have to be cautious. Bounty Hunter is scary. This hero dishes out a pretty insane amount of damage, even as this 5 position. Now they're level 3 up top. It's got good kill threat. A lot of slow, a lot of damage, and Medusa nowadays does provide that extra bit of catch too, so a great play top.
Definitely one of the carries that we have been seeing them more and more throughout this event, the Medusa. A lot of teams feeling comfortable to sort of rest on this hero.
It hits some pretty crazy timings, right? If you just get off to a good start, you get this Manta into Scotty or Manta into Disperser, depending on the game, it does feel like it can take over games. Unless you're playing versus multiple Diffusal carriers, which I can look at the side of Heroic, they definitely have that. And they have overwhelming damage. And what I've seen overall from Pango versus Deuce a lot of times, Pango forces Medusa to go for a BKB. If you don't, you just get chain locked down and they just full commit onto you a lot of times. So could see Shad throw that into the build, depending on how the lanes overall go. Devi again.
This time he's still got his Shield Crash and Swashbuckle ready, so.
Bottom 33.
And Parker trying to turn towards him with the help of King Jungles. Blood Grenade down. Jingu Mastery built up.
Analog will take that. He got a Galvanize stack. Just run in as the Storm to get a little bit of extra. That's nice. 33 overplayed his hand. They thought they could get the kill. They get turned on quickly. A dangerous lane for the Sand King in particular once these levels start coming out for Monkey King. He's got Boots, he's got Orb of Venom, and the 2 points in Jingu. Same kind of case that happened top, right? They get a little over-aggressive, a bit overzealous, and get punished for it right away. And mid one, okay, I was gonna wonder if he's gonna do this build. It's either the Mage Slayer or it's an Orchid. And this game, I mean, it's mid one. I feel like he's done this a lot of games. Even on his Monkey King, he went for the super aggressive Orchid when he was playing versus, I believe it was that Storm Spirit as well. He wants that extra catch. 33 again. He just got back here.
He'll be able to get the Burrow Strike off just in time. Oof. Very low though, and in terms of regen, I don't think
they have a couple of Jangos, but just that.
No, that's it.
Saksa.
Hit him with the Bushwhack and the Blood Grenade.
Nice aggressive move. Yeah, this is definitely a game where if Devi gets off to a good start, he can absolutely go for that Diffusal Blade that we've seen played from the offlane sometimes. He can be a bit greedy, but in this type of game, absolutely can go for that. You can have this triple scaling core that can work very well. And Devi, in a lot of the cases, he has played a more sacrificial role. But yeah, this is one of those games that I could absolutely see him go for a bit more of aggressive kind of style if he's off to a good start like he is right now.
Guess it's my shot.
33's already having the jungle.
Definitely getting to the point where, I mean, who do you bring down here to try and put some pressure on the Monkey King? Can you go for like an early move with the Invoker?
Mid lane, they're trying to pressure tower as much as possible. They're tanking waves. It's either the Invoker or the Bounty. Maybe even 4-man rotation could end up happening if you want to try to swing and kill the Monkey, but it's dangerous.
Yeah,
if he gets a Jingu stack,
well,
he just turns it onto you. You probably need the Invoker.
Yeah, very difficult to do as the Bounty.
Yeah, I think the Invoker, just because you have the Dispel, you have the multiple little stuns, you can actually play versus Jingu in a couple different ways. King Jungles is going for a Wisdom Steal. They have a great advantage bottom, so he's trying to play to that advantage right now. Whitemon.
He's going to get caught here by the Burrow Strike. Will not be able to take away their Wisdom as Whitemon secures it.
But he's not really at risk of dying, so it's a nice little play that he can do without having to worry about, unless they rotate an extra hero.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Saksa is looking to play very aggressive on this Bounty. You can see just from the vision that he's placed as well that he wants to look to play aggressive around mid and around that top side. This rotation's coming from Parker first. They're on top of Shad.
He needs help. Rolling Thunder coming in, and there's not going to be any TPs coming over. He'll get the Stone Gaze off. He's gone. I think they can even look to Sax as well. They have got Dust and Sentry, but not completely aware that he's hovering around the area. So Saxon will live. Mid lane.
Off the mark with the
and
tornado.
Trying to punish the fact that Analog was pretty much completely out of mana.
Great move. Parker makes the heads up one first. Does give space to 33 to have a bit of time down bottom, but a very nice aggressive play. They get more than half the tower, and he's still sticking up here. So let's see where Shad wants to go. He's going to just TP to tier 2 to farm since Parker is just positioned up there. But a nice aggressive move from Heroic. This is a lineup that can play super aggressive.
This tower's going down.
And Devi, look at his build. He's already got it queued up. He's having an excellent start. I like it a lot. Even the treads, he's just going for full aggression. He's top 2 net worth right now. And yeah, these diffusals, if they get them off to an early start, it's quite painful for Shad. KJ?
Saxa could be in trouble here.
He's got Whitemon rotating in, and Shad's in the area.
Well, let's see if they can indeed get King Jungles, and yeah, they've got the majority of numbers here. It's just Davai Lama coming to help out. He hasn't quite got the Rolling Thunder back up.
Devi should be fine. Overplaying his hand on King Jungles, trying to go for Saksa when there's creeps there too, just not enough damage. And yeah, 33 just playing recovery mode. Having the hardest time in the game as these cores. He's got phase boots, but yeah, it's going to take quite some time for him to be fully caught up in the game. So they're going to have to make moves around the map like this to make space for him. And I'm waiting to see what build Parker ends up actually fully committing to. You know, we already mentioned multiple times the Diffusal, but it might come later on if he wants to go for some type of fighting or farming item first, depending on the Battle Fury, the Gleipnir. We'll see what route Parker wants to go, because he's a very unique guy. I would say he probably has some of the most unique approaches to some of his item builds on these carries.
Maybe the Midas.
No, definitely not.
I never say never.
Right. And then he buys it right
Never
away.
say never. You got your 1900 gold in the bank. That golden hand's looking pretty tasty.
This smoke was scouted. That ward that Saksa placed from earlier. It's going to watch the rotation coming in. Mid one in a position to counter initiate with Tornado. He scouts Analog. Divide looking to steal this jungle here. They're gonna dive.
Oh, they're gonna go straight for him. They're leading, they get the Vortex, they've got the Rolling Thunder coming and keeping him in the area of the Wukong's command. We get cookied out to the side.
Still
the Rolling
dusted.
Thunder from Davai continues to get a beautiful angle across both Mid-1 and Saxa as Heroic get both kills.
And Parker uses, I think, the tree from the Hoodwink to jump on top of and get an extra bit of damage. That was a cool play.
He's got so much money. Okay, it's just going to be the Battle Fury.
It's just Battle Fury. I assumed it would be.
Disappointment. But it's going to be a very quick Battle Fury.
It will be.
That's for sure. With him getting involved in these kills, I mean, joining these sort of plays, 10 minutes in, whilst you've got 2,000 gold unspent, you don't see a lot of carry players making that sort of move. But Parker, he knows he can do it with the team.
And he snuck in.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Just sneaking in as this little Monkey King as like,
really nice.
I think it was a Tango. Caught them off guard. He got right on top of that Invoker. Saxa trying to get a D-ward. We'll get it. Mid tower. Ultis were used. See if Heroic wants to contest this one. It dies too fast.
Saxa. He's going to end up walking into a sentry. King Jungles, he's got him caught. See Mid-1 try and find something in return. Analog got just enough to jump out with the ball lightning.
Can they finish KJ? I don't think so. They might get turned on themselves. Mid-1.
Kind of the sharpshooter connecting. The cookie should be enough to keep Mid-1 far enough away. Turn with the deafening blast of the Scatter Blast. Pushes them out.
Sentries and Dusts are so valuable this game on the side of Heroic. They're playing versus Ghostwalk, Invis, Bounty Hunter, and versus this Sand Shroud. So just the coverage of having these sentries and just having Dust even on cores, I think is going to be pretty massive this game. I'm even looking at like Parker, any of them, just someone extra carry detection because it really feels.
Dude, Parker's come up top to start messing around with Shad.
Why not?
You know, he wants to show which sort of carry is in charge this game.
It's the Battle Fury carry pressuring a Medusa like this. It's some really good aggressive move that Heroic's been doing, and they're stacking in the meantime. Very good start for them right now. And Analog gets another rune.
King Jungles. He'll be caught, left behind here with the cold snap. They might be able to turn against Saxa. Dust popped, and indeed Analog, he's got enough to take him out. Let's be a little careful. Well, actually, he's playing on aggressive here. They get the pushback in. I mean, Analog really pushing the Dawn Spirit to his limits.
Divide, he's coming in from the side.
They're getting pretty low here. Almost got the one charge. Davai's got the setup. Can he get another angle for the further bounce?
Nice
Good cookie. Gets Mid-1 up the cliff back to safety. 33 was considering trying to get back in onto Davai Lama with the epicenter, but he'll hold back on it. Didn't feel he would have enough damage to do so.
Good trades coming out from Tundra. They got level 6 now in the bounty too, so these next upcoming fights, if they do get these trades, it'll be even better for them because they've got that track online. And Mid-1, he is gonna have this Orchid pretty soon, so we'll have that way to address the Storm Spirit in a lot of occasions, even in versus the Pango. If Divide doesn't go for this Blink, he could have some difficulty approaching fights just versus this Orchid, depending on how Mid-1 finds the angles.
Parker. That's definitely going to be hitting a pretty crazy time here.
But 33 has completely caught up on. He's level 10. After having a very tough lane start, he's top 3 net worth.
It's going to be an exciting one, this one. Both carries, the same sort of position. It's, what, 13.5 minutes in. Parker with the Battle Fury on Monkey King and Shad being a Medusa. Both these heroes are going to farm. We'll see who's able to sort of stay ahead and have the better scaling impact.
Yeah, I mean, both drafts do hit some pretty hard scaling throughout the game. Yes, it's a little bit different, the type of styles. Heroics, you can clearly see their super late game kind of potential with the Storm Spirit and with the Pango and the Monkey. But Tundra has just good team fight because of the Sanking getting this good farm as well. And Sox is going to get the steal.
Easy Wisdom Rune for him. See if he can escape. He's going to have Invis in a second, and he is out. Saxa getting away with that. Same time, though. Mid-1 ends up getting taken down by King Jungles.
Just a connection with the hook shot. Pretty much.
The support combo, hook shot to the sharpshooter.
They don't have to use pretty much any mana on the Storm. They don't have to use Divide ulti. They're going to pressure this tower, and they can look for another fight right afterwards.
Oh, down bottom.
He's just sticking around. He's bringing it to Parker, but he goes down. Mischief dodge. We'll keep him alive. 2K lead now. Are they really hugging for that Sunstrike?
they certainly are. Just. He's fine now. Easy heal off the stack.
Heal. Big stacks for him to farm. They've been prepping them for a while. And he buys the blade.
So he's gonna
that'll probably be the defusal.
Yeah, I think so, right?
It might be accelerated because he's already getting involved with Battle Fury. Maybe he feels like he can get involved more if he goes for it. It can be a bit overzealous. I do think a BKB is excellent this game when you're playing versus Sanking, Snap, and Invoker. So maybe does want to kick up that one into priority, but we'll see. Analog so far yet to die, so 9 Galvanized stacks on him too.
Tundra, they're ready to bring the fight for them. They've got the entire team down here.
They've got the Orchid and they've got the Bloodstone. So they want to try to force something here. A couple timings have been hit.
Unlikely to see Heroic attempt to hold this tier 1 against the full 5-man of Tundra.
Yeah, if Devi shows in lane, they probably know that that defense is not going to be mounted. And Devi did just show himself in mid. So this tower is going to fall. They see Parker up top. He is farming this wave. They could look for a portal play to potentially try to gank him. He should be very aware of it, though.
Schofield over in the mid. Has been caught, tries to bump up to the high ground with a sharpshooter. That doesn't make it, and Saxon mid one can chase him down.
These small pickoffs matter whenever there's a bounty hunter in the game. Track kill goes the way of the two of them, and he's got to go that Diffu, feeling confident to go for it before the BKB. It's going to be very strong, this game. Both of these being picked up this early versus Shad in particular. Shad's going to go standard build. He is going to just go down the Scotty, but I do think BKB has its merits. Maybe after that, as a third item, if they do want to look to play around Roche, because these defusals will be very annoying, and just the Pango roll controls him completely. They're going to smoke up. They still have this crazy timing, the fact that he was able to get a Bloodstone, and level 12 on 33 after that difficult lane. He's feeling strong. And let's see if they get Analog. Saksa.
The Burrow Strike to open. Oh, it's so much damage. Doesn't stand a chance there against the three of them.
What the? Okay. I mean, the Shuriken does an insane amount of damage when you use it like that, and it hits multiple times, but oh my goodness. Didn't even need the Orchid, Owen.
Yeah, Analog's definitely going to be a bit more careful about how he goes out on the lanes now that that's happened the once.
Yeah, and then I think you queue up those BKBs ASAP, right? Like, oh my goodness, they have so much burst. Devi is going to build toward that pipe rather than going for the Blink Dagger. I guess because he has the Clockwork and the Stormer ready for initiation and a Monkey jumping in trees, he feels like he can go more of that route. And they do absolutely need a pipe this game when you're playing versus this much magic. Parker.
33's got the opening. Yeah, Percenta to follow up. Parker, very dead here. They can make these moves on pretty much any of the heroes of Heroic, and they will die. You know, Tundra, they've got an immense amount of damage output at this stage of the game, and easily enough control to get the job done on whoever they jump.
Absolutely. And that's where you can punish. You know, you see him going Battle Fury, Defusal. You're like, okay. Until he's got BKB, he's pretty much a free kill if we set up on him like that.
Heroic, they're going to try and fight without him, though. They get the opening onto mid one. And the cogs and Rolling Thunder over towards him. He's getting pushed all over the place. What? He's kind of stuck on the cliff to the side. But Devi Lama will manage to continue to find him. He's still alive though, mid. When the Bushwhack's going to miss, he tries to walk it off, but Analog will find that final bit of burst to finish him off. Shad turns up with the Stone Gaze. Devi Lama tries for the TP out, but they've got the stun to interrupt from Saxa.
That's what, a 4-man track kill? So you get a bit of a trade onto mid one, but these track kills will start to add up. Solar Crest is finished now for Saxa too. And Shad gets involved.
I mean, Parker.
He really wants to fight.
Yeah,
they did use a bit of their ultis
straight back at them.
They don't have Epi.
Bushwhack's going to miss. 33 quick with a blink. Get the boundless down on towards Whitemon. Whitemon able to cookie away. They're trying to separate the fight and sort of team from one another, pushing Saxa to the side.
Mid one's respawning.
Unable to push him into a position where they can kill him, and now Heroic, I have to be careful. 33's going to get the jump in with the Burrow Strike. King Jungles is gone. Tornado not going to be making a connection. Schofield turns into good.
Nice
Bushwhack into the Wukong's mid one. He just disappears. The sharpshooter hits. Schofield turns the fight around.
What teamwork. Perfectly done from the two of them, just playing behind the tree line. They get the catch beautifully. Mid one just respawned and insta-died. All right, instead of, this is what happens sometimes. If you go for super aggressive items, you can just get these kills if you do find a good connection as well. Beautifully done.
He just died so quickly. I mean, the two of them. Shad didn't even last that long either.
He had the Jingu still built up, right? So that big hit that came in from the side was beautiful. And I think he had Orbit Destruction, so massive amount of damage in an instant. 12 to 11. Very even game so far. Both teams trading nicely. Just mid one now Getting caught back-to-back is going to slow his progression.
And just the fact that once Parker has this BKB, he's going to be incredibly difficult for Tundra to deal with in these skirmishes.
Just that Stone Gaze in particular that we'll have to worry about.
He should be able to play around that.
He's quite close to it, too. Top again. They're going to go
try. See if they're going to get one more kill on him before he gets the BKB done. Parker, can he live through this? He cannot. Perfect time for 33 to strike, but can they get out and get away with this kill? Zaxa's going to get jumped towards double-elimination with the shield crash. Zaxa's gone. They did kill Parker once more before he gets that BKB done, but it's going to cost them both of their lives as Analog gets the cleanup.
Midwin's coming in to try to get a secondary kill, but he's just a bit too late. Won't be able to find, or third kill. They'll get Parker, but instant TP rotations come out, but it does require everybody from Heroic to be able to clear out that Sand King.
Yeah, and next fight, we were just 400 gold away from the BKB, and Davai Lama having the pipe online. Suddenly that sort of period of the game where they've been able to make this sort of move happen, it is going to start slipping away from Tundra. It's going to get harder and harder to get away with this.
Yeah, and Schofield, like, the thing is too, is like Schofield every single time, it does seem like he's prepared for these moves to happen, because he was there with that instant stun almost. It was close to being able to protect him, but yeah, once they've got pipe, BKB, all these extra barriers, it'll help so much versus that magic damage. And overall for Tundra, they need these ultis to be able to burst these targets, so whenever there's the downtime, could definitely see Heroic look to play aggressive on the map. And it might come out, I mean, they've already got the one finished up on the Storm too, so they absolutely can look to fight. This is the first time on the Storm Spirit I don't see them buy the shard at 15 minutes.
Okay.
So, feeling like he does need that BKB priority a bit earlier, I don't blame him.
Yeah, I imagine we'll still get it after the Kaya. Would you, like, that's the point where you'd be pretty surprised if Analog still skips it?
It's been the strength of the hero this entire tournament.
Yeah.
It works well, good synergy with his heroes as well too, so I'd be surprised if he doesn't, but we shall see. Saksa got shard. We'll have to keep eyes on these friendly shadows, how much he can do to set up these ganks around the map. Ulti's coming back up for Tundra, so can fight. They just have to be wary of these BKBs. So for 33 in particular, he might have to just set up with that, you know, Epi Blink Burrow and try to burst them before they can get BKBs off, rather than just a Blink Burrow strike in a lot of situations. Both teams rotating everybody. Roche, it's on the menu. Success starting to get some info. Parker.
To get the jump. It's a good bar strike from 33 to start things. The Sunstrike comes in, but it's not enough burst. Parker's able to get the BKB off, and they're ready to turn. Davai Lama gets the Rolling Thunder off to both 33 and Shad. Hook shot across from King Jungles. Davai Lama finishing off 33. They're controlling the Medusa as they're ready to slowly but surely bring Shad down. He's left behind as the rest of Tundra have to try and bail out. Parker's chasing them down. A buyback coming for 33. They'll kill Parker off. 33 with the buyback. Gets the burrow strike opportunity to catch Davai Lama as well.
This could be, I mean, it's still 40 seconds on the Medusa death, but they could potentially look for Roche if they get a couple more kills here. They'll catch the clock. They really wanted to win this fight. The fact that he buybacks for it on the Sand King ends up making it kind of worth it.
Yeah, I think especially getting that sort of extra kill at the end, I think you're kind of fine with that. And particularly if they do indeed manage to take Roshan, then the buyback from 33 massively worth.
Parker played a bit over-aggressive, but you can't really expect a buyback from a Sand King. Maybe you should, but he dumped in very deep past his team. We'll see it toward the end of the fight. A good chance to go for this, right? Like, that's the way you have to approach it to attempt the burst, but they were prepared.
Yeah, some great rolling thunders this game so far for Davai Lama. Keeping the two of them held in the Wukong's command. 33 trying to escape, and at this point, they just can't save Shad. He's caught in the front of the fight. The rest of the team, Tundra, have to bail, and it's down to 33 to do his best to carry the outcome of the team fight. Trying to mess with them. He was so close to getting the last hit there with that Boundless. Not quite. And they're trying to fight on into this Heroic, even though they didn't get the Roche for the Aegis. Whitemon tries for the TP out. Won't make it. The Remnant explodes. They get the jump on towards mid-one. Schofield's got the catch. Heroic.
And maybe another.
And he with the dust down to Saxa. He's trying to run. See if we can juke him out in the trees. Now rocket flares up. King Jungles is going to find him. Zip across and a swashbuckle from Davai Lama. Heroic might have lost the opportunity to get the Roshan, but straight back in action. They pick up 3 kills.
Massive one. He bought this gem himself, right? I saw he had it queued up on Parker. We were mentioning how good Invis detection is this game versus the side of Tundra. That is very unique, as we've talked about Parker a lot of times with his unique stuff, but buying a gem for himself, that's very cool. And they did get some really big cleanup kills toward the end there. Analog gets the last hit on Whitemon when he was on a 5-kill streak. Huge injection of gold. So they may end up losing that Aegis, or they may end up losing the Roche, but they get some really good cleanup kills to get extra momentum going their way. And that's the Shard as well, too, for Parker. So very aggressive build.
Yeah, they want to keep the action going, I think, straight down the mid, potentially, looking at these tier 2s. Heroic more than happy to stay on Tundra's half of the map.
So far, mid one is having the hardest time. You know, had worries the potential of the Invoker sometimes in this tournament has had difficulties when there's so many ways to get on top of him. He doesn't have BKB. He's getting close, but we've seen him just get sandwiched on a couple times. He's 2-5. He's definitely struggling in this game.
And even then, with the damage output that Heroic's cores are starting to scale up towards with Parker and Analog, if you get caught in one stun as Tundra, they can kill you pretty easily, Heroic.
Absolutely.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They have to go this route, though. The triple BKBs, you know, we were mentioning it. I think we're seeing it every single time now versus Pango. You just have to do this. So we see Shad. He's got it queued up, too. And Saksa is being very pesky.
But immediately, the reaction from Heroic. They're not happy with Saksa taking out that courier. There was no hesitation from them there. They want to make sure that Saksa does not get away with sitting around and going for the courier snipes.
And they give Parker the kill. They'll throw him a tip as well. He did get a couple of these couriers, though. The gold that you get from them does add up if you get enough of them. And he did get a base ward, so could potentially see him run right back toward that area to snipe more couriers. 33 has his BKB, and of course he was the one who had picked up that Aegis since he did use the buyback earlier. He's level 18, so level 3 ulti is online. It's just, yeah, mid one. We'll have to see how much he's going to be able to contribute in these next upcoming fights, because he's just, even with BKB, can be very fragile. And just overall, a tough hero to work into the mix when literally 4 heroes jump on top of you every single one of the fights.
And Analog, seeing if he gets a cheeky opportunity around the mid. Won't find it, just keeping the waves pushed in. They've got the bottom wave pushing in as well here for Heroic.
And he is skipping the Shard. He's just went Kaya Sanj. So he's just building for himself first. But they're in a very good spot right now. It's only a 1k lead though, so things still very even. And the triple BKBs, I believe, are now online for the side of Tundra to look for the fight.
Well, CTP reaction comes in now from
33.
Tundra. He's going to get the jump on towards Schofield. And 33 ready to block off his escape with the Sandstorm. But the Boundless is there to hold back 33. It gives Schofield the chance to continue to run. The Tornado won't quite clip on towards him. Now Heroic, they're thinking about getting in on this. Parker from the side lays down the Wukong's command. Dart Vylama coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Mid-1 pops the BKB, but the hook shot's in upon them. They catch the 3 of them in the cogs. Mid-1 and Saksa go down. They take the Aegis out of the hands of 33. Whitemon has to run. As Heroic, the aggression continues to work out perfectly. 33 on the retreat. The Boundless, though, they're going to be able to catch him as well. Bushwhack to follow up. Heroic just running at Tundra. And I think that's the concern, despite the fact that on the numbers, it was indeed pretty even. This sort of whole last 5 minutes gameplay, that was Tundra having an Aegis. Yep. And they lost a tier 2 mid, they're about to lose a tier 2 bottom, and they lost a fight whilst having that Aegis on them.
And mid one bought BKB, and look at his damage. Look at his contribution. Literally could do nothing. They just got right on top of him. Devi is having an excellent game on this Pango.
These Rolling Thunders are ruining Tundra every single time, and
he's super farmed too. I mean, it's only 13,000. He's overshadowed by some of these other scores, but he's doing so much.
And we'll see, and for Tundra, they got incredibly grouped up at just trying to get it onto Analog to this point where they get stuck in the corner. The supports just can easily lay down their spells and punish this. A hook shot coming in clutch.
They're initiating on great heroes, right? They're actually just ignoring Shad. He BKBs, walks in, and then just like, I can't walk into Wukong's, and just contributes nothing to the fight.
That's true.
They'll see Analog. His BKB is on cooldown for 15 seconds. Can they punish it?
He's tanky.
He's got barriers.
They can barely hurt.
Ready.
And now Rolling Thunder's back up.
Mid one.
His BKB's on cooldown for 5 seconds. He's got no way to protect himself. He's dead again. Davylama also able to cut off the escape of Whitemon.
Heroic are running away with this game
They
now.
really are. You know, the numbers may have stayed pretty close on the gold difference for the majority of the game, but with it going as it is now, you're going to start seeing that lead from Heroic increase massively over the next few minutes if this continues.
Parker, this Monkey King might be something you maybe have to get rid of.
Yeah, he
you
got
can't
it through
give it
as
as
the
a
last pick.
It's just doing too much, and his items are perfect this game. He's got a Scotty. I love his itemization that he's gone for. Even buying the gem, I thought this was super clever.
We'll be able to take away at least Analog's courier.
This is kind of have to play, though, it feels like, for Tundra, is just acquire more gold, but I just don't know how mid one's going to get back into this game. It's like 4 or 5 times I've seen him walk up and just get rolled through. Either a hook shot, a rolling thunder, a pull, or just a
Sax is just trying to steal some ancient stacks here.
It's desperation, it feels like. Trying to find anything they can.
And he's getting them. Slowly but surely. Not a bad bit of gold to take away for himself.
He might just get
He may just die, though. He's very, very low. And yeah, Schofield is going to find him. King Jungle's actually with the rocket flare snipe. But, hey, you know what? He took some of the ancients away.
Sure. Best of a bad situation. Yeah, Tundra, the triple BKB timing, and they get completely wiped with Aegis. So where do you go from here? What's your next progression? Yeah. What's that next timing that you want to play around here for Tundra? It's probably around Shad's, I guess, his level 20 and his small crit, but these last fights have been absolutely devastating for them, and Heroic now have claimed full control of the map, it feels. They even have this ward top that's watching Shad and watching the movement that's coming out from Tundra. Schofield, well, he's got 4 stab. He should be able to play out of this.
Well, the spells completely miss as well. So, yeah, Schofield, he's perfectly fine, and he's ready to turn.
Sure
is.
He's
catch Whitemon with the bushwhack.
25 stacks on the Galvanize.
Uh-oh.
Another tornado to miss.
And look at this King Jungles. He's managed to find Shad to put the BKB in the Stone Gaze.
He's got no TP, though.
Is there any way out for him? Downby Llama continues to control Sax. Shad now with the Stone Gaze and the BKB coming to an end.
He's going to die so fast.
It is falling apart massively here for Tundra.
This ward, it's still there. I mean, Shad's pinging it out. He tried to TP out, but he can't. Get stopped immediately, I believe, by the hook shot. And then he has to stand his ground, and he can't at this point. Very well played from Heroic this morning.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic. And we're seeing as well against some of the heroes on Tundra's lineup that they just haven't been losing with. Right? The Saxa Bounty, yet to lose a game here on this LAN. But this one, Heroic, able to punish these stronger picks that Tundra did get through on some of their individual player-hero combos.
Just love how it's super aggressive plays, and they just have multiple ways to close gap on these heroes, and they're just playing it very nice. And again, I mean, they just can't get involved ever since the early game. He just seems to be too weak.
And they're pushing in 2 lanes. I mean, 30 seconds, no Shad on the Medusa. Heroic forcing out the fortification.
Yeah, mid one's almost one of the lowest damages in the game as this Invoker. It's been struggle city for him. And I don't know what the next item is for them to have that better shot. Defending high ground, they still have a good shot of because they have these big wombo combo ultis, but they've completely lost control of the map, and this Monkey King is out of control. Yeah. He's got Disperser done.
Oh, Sax are doing what he can, still continues to try and snipe all the couriers in the world to stop Heroic getting these items out. But these items are going to come regardless. I mean, Analog walking around, he's got 5,000 gold in the bank ready to spend up towards getting what the Plasma done and plus more.
They've got 2 massive pickups. How many times are we going to see Storm dominate in this tournament too, right?
Well, 72% win rate over a lot
25 games.
Yeah.
So, and this one he didn't even go the Shard. The whole time we were talking about it, it's like, yeah, the Shard's been what's making this hero good. Nope, it just, the hero seems very strong if he's put into this type of position and scales super well. And yeah, we see those win rates right there coming up. Where do you go from here, Tundra?
Parker. He's found Saxa, even put the BKB to commit for the kill. I mean, with this sort of lead, Parker knows he can use the BKB such as this, even if they get the jump on him in this window where he doesn't have it. The chances of them killing him are pretty low.
They haven't gotten a kill in like 10 minutes, I feel like. I see a bunch of courier kills, a couple Obs ward kills, but yeah, the last kill they got was on KJ 10 minutes ago.
Teasing around with the idea of going for the Tormentor, but Tundra are set up around it, so it would be a bit too risky of a move for Heroic to go for straight up.
The BKB is on cooldown in Parker too, so he does have to be a little bit careful.
They'll probably pull back from this.
Yeah.
They know that the setup's going to be there behind Shad.
That's the time. That's why Tundra smoked up. They're trying to take advantage of this cooldown on the Monkey King, because they do have big explosive damage if they catch them without that being up. But there is a lot of ways that they can play around it too at this point on Heroic. Double 4-staffs on supports.
Yep.
They have so many different forms of save.
Well, full halberd farmed up by Schofield.
Wait, really?
On the courier.
He does. Oh my God, that's a good goal.
They've got answers plus more.
Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, we've seen a lot of halberds picked up versus the Medusa. I think it's the only time you want to build halberd. That's really early. especially on a hoodwink.
I mean, look at his farm. Right? He's catching up to mid one's farm.
And he's got headband too, so the cast range, it's not bad at all to be able to get that.
And I think the impressive thing is, wait, this is a hoodwink doing this that's not like Border Maelstrom.
No. And he's only got 1 kill. It's not like Schofield kill stall.
No.
He's just part of almost every single one of the kills. Saksa will be able to steal away the wisdom, so they do get some experience going their way. But yeah, what's that next item? It feels like Shad does have the full data list done. And mid one is queuing Hex. All right, so maybe that's going to be able to have a better effect here. But level 25 has already been hit by Parker. Roche, it's back up.
Yeah, maybe we saw this from Parker's stats before the series. He's like first in everything, and one of those being XPM this tournament. So many times.
Yeah.
Is he just that far ahead in the level department?
And take note, everybody, sometimes even buying gem as a core in some positions can be pretty massive. Everybody is carrying either a dust or or some type of detection. As we said, it was very valuable this game because of playing versus triple invis.
Yeah, they played very well against that.
Yeah, I love the fact that he did do that, because sometimes your supports, they can't just afford that gem at a crucial time, so very cool stuff. Whitemon.
Not gonna work. They've got the hook shot to stop him.
More Galvanize. And items continue to flurry, and the Hex is almost finished also for Analog. Saksa, another courier killed, but that's all they're killing, Owen. They're just killing couriers.
Ooh, Analog, no. Is he going to find him?
That was close.
It nearly does.
Somehow you can farm Shad a butterfly or some type of positioning item. Maybe that would be it, so that he can have a better chance in the fights.
He needs a butterfly and a rapier.
Probably, yeah.
Well, this one's feeling pretty tough for Tundra.
Sure is. And there still is growth for Parker. He still has 2 slots. So still can get quite a bit stronger. Analog as well. He almost has, actually pretty much has the Hex finished up. Mid one is still very far away from having it. 33 will jump.
Straight in onto the clock. King Jungle's gone.
They'll get a 5 position. Can they turn it into another one? They will see Monkey on the high ground. The ward gets taken out. Tundra trying to inch forward with their numbers. Three minutes still on this Aegis. Neutral item picked up. Mindbreaker, the dream for the Monkey King. And that's that Hex finished. Crazy farm.
I mean, what is the play for Tundra?
I think it's what you said. I think play for 25 on Medusa.
Play for the late
game.
Play
for the high ground defense. Hope that they overextend and that you can allow this Medusa to get to that super late game status with alacrity and all these buff ups.
That's going to be it's going to take so much time. Yeah. And Shab wants to get the Hurricane Pike first, and look at his quick bite. Also wants to get the Aghanims. So it's going to take a long time before he has any of those crazy damage items come out online.
Maybe he's confident with just the high ground defense. The Grove Bow plus Dragonlance attack range staying back. As you said, definitely not going to be easy versus this triple scaling cores that all have diffusal, but the only real hope is that he can 1v5 in a way. And now it is starting to feel. His mid one has just completely fallen off, as we mentioned multiple times in this game.
He'll get the feather. That's always a nice one to have when he's trying to survive on these defenses for the Medusa.
With the push, it's going to start coming. That Aghanims, it's been consumed. Parker up on the high ground for the push.
That's the tower gone.
Dies so fast.
Parker's going to be saved as well. They can protect the Aegis. Get more usage out of it for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, spending his gold as well too, as we saw there, pointing out that Aghanims buy, and he still has Aegis, and I mean, this Disperser build is so nice that you're able to get it this point in the game too, versus the Dusa just being able to reset in and out of the fights. It's quite beautiful. And look at the way they're swinging now. Heroic just looking to keep taking out the vision that Tundra places down.
33.
A dangerous
jump.
Tries
for the jump, but he misses. Analog's able to dodge, and now they're going to turn straight over towards him. Shad, the Stone Gauge, but the hook shot from King Jungle's comes straight through the midst of them. Conk's down and trap 33. They'll have to put the BKB to try and fight back. They turn towards King Jungle's. They'll get the kill. The BKB from Shad's about to wear off. They have to pull back Tundra. They'll buy back on Whitemon.
Shad's got to be really careful. As soon as that BKB goes down, has to be in a very careful position. And they can't get advantage of anything there with the buyback from Whitemon. They're gonna smoke to try to find something, but no BKB on Medusa, and no Stone Gaze available.
They saw Analog under the wall, so they know that he's gone out on his own.
Oh, and he does not have his BKB.
See if they get the jump on him. They do this time. Burrow strikes there. Everything thrown down onto the Storm. That's Analog gone.
It's a pretty big pickup. They're starting to queue up these hexes on multiple heroes. Mid one, I think he has his done now. Saksa also getting closer and closer to one. It's the way they got to do it. 100-0 these targets. And play around the vision. A couple of these wards that they've been able to sneak outside, and now that since they have the gem, might be able to control it a bit better here. These friendly shadows, look at, I mean, they're just potentially setting up another gank here if Heroic's not careful. This Aegis is about to get reclaimed.
Yeah, I mean, it would be huge if they find Parker.
They're sneaking out with these friendly shadows. Invis also on Whitemon, so that one's not a friendly shadows, but 25 soon to be hit on the Deuce, and I'm seeing it queued up at the end there. It's at the end of his build that's queued up, but I'm seeing that rapier, it's queued up.
It's there. It's a lot of gold away. I mean, he's going to need, what, like, over 10,000 gold to get everything that he's done in his queued up in a quick buy Shad.
But that was pretty huge. Start pushing them away, not getting too much out of the Aegis on the side of Heroic. Tundra striking back at a very necessary time. And now with the Hex finished up on that Invoker too. And he also got, to point out, the Ascetic Cap. Could survive and could contribute quite a bit more in the fights.
Shard on Analog now. And he's going to be back up in 5 seconds.
He did buy it now.
No, you got Go for and Tormentor.
Oh, you got, oh, sorry.
That was the plan all along, you know. So I'm going to get it free eventually. I don't want to spend money on that.
But it's interesting because we've literally seen it purchased at 15 minutes, like every single one of the times. But as we said, you know, Analog having such a good game, he didn't seem to need it this time around. Mid one, now he also gets his shard, which is a very strong one, as this Invoker getting it for free. Could be pretty nice with that Stone Gaze kind of combo. Parker keeps committing the gold too. He's just full spending. Buys out the Nullifier. Can always be a bit of a risk, but that's the type of player he is.
So far this tournament, the risks have been definitely paying off more than they haven't for Parker.
Almost 25.
Here's the smoke though. Heroic. Ready to go for another fight. Still have the lead.
Schofield finished too. He's continuing to get crazy scaling. It feels like whoever gets the catch wins the fight at this point. In particular, Heroic a bit more than the side of Tundra. Tundra won a fight under very specific conditions.
Shad got out of this area just in time before they started to sweep it.
Saksa continued to be very annoying.
He wants those
scouting things out. Yeah, and look at the he's
got it set up around the shop,
and he's placing very sneaky wards. He's even going to replace this one down.
We were so close to being still in the area when that BKB courier for Davai Lama would have been passing by, but TP's out. BKB gets there safely for Davai.
Getting in preparation for that next Roach potentially. They don't have any wards bottom if it does spawn instantly, but these top wards are set up for that when it does look to spawn these next few moments, if it's going to be a longer one. Heroic, all set up around top.
I'd imagine for Shad as well, he's going to be spending up the same fashion as Parker, or he will hold on to buyback gold as the Medusa.
Shad seems a little bit more careful than Parker. Just as a player, you know, Parker's a bit of a wild card, so I would think that he does save, but we shall see. Maybe just waits for the full blessing and buys it because he doesn't have slots.
Okay,
he actually does.
Okay,
right,
so going all in for the blessing, yep.
Okay. And he has hit 25, so this could be a timing that Tundra uses to look for a fight.
It's a risky timing, though.
It is.
If one of these carries dies,
but
it could be pretty painful.
It's a very, very long respawn on the Roche.
Let's see who finds who first. At the moment, Heroic with the high ground. Tundra stepping out in the mid. There's an amplified damage rune down bottom.
Analog.
The smoke dispelled. They get the jump immediate. Hex thrown out on towards 33. They get the fall over the barrel. They're striking a hook shot missing through the middle of the fight. The Wukong's command gets laid down, but Tundra, they'll try and escape to the side. Looks like it'll just be Saksa caught in it. Saksa He will die to the Wukongs, but the rest of Tundra stays safe.
He's eating a lot of damage here.
33's back in. He's going to try and jump down by Llama, but the BKB's out. They just turn towards the 33. 33 trying to heal up the Bloodstone, but down by Llama stays in on top of him. The Rolling Thunder's out as well. 33's able to survive through this.
Heroic's got to run away from this Medusa right now.
Mid-one's with the catch on the Schofield. Down by Llama's going to swing back across with the Rolling Thunder to try and hold Shab back, and that will get the space for Schofield to live.
As soon as he grabbed the amp damage and they got the high ground, it got scary. Heroic, they kind of blew everything very early in that fight.
Sax is chasing. He's going to find down by Llama.
Does he have the catch? Unlikely.
I should be able to get back to the safety of the high ground Heroic. Tundra just losing Saxa did end up buying back that fight. Nobody else going down, but pretty much every ability and BKB being used, of course.
But you can see the way that they reset the positioning of the fight at Tundra. Heroic have to be a little bit more cautious how they just full commit everything. The Wukongs got dropped, the BKB got dropped, and then the reset onto the high ground. Parker was in a dangerous position. If he did make like one step forward to the right, he probably just ends up dying. Maybe he just need this refresher for the next fight. Maybe he might just need that double Wukongs, double BKB. Tundra now at this point. Getting momentum.
This time they'll get the jump on Schofield. There won't be any saving him here.
85 seconds. Roche is going to be spawning in about 60. Parker is getting a push going.
Okay,
his BKB's cooldown for 5 seconds.
And I've got the fortification. BKB's up now. If he needs it, he'll use the disperser first to keep to the distance. Jump for 33. BKB's going to come out. Parker is going to use this chance to just get away with the boundless strike of the TP. And make it away. Did not succeed in the rack attempt. Just the racks will survive.
What a risk taker, though. He almost ended up finishing it off. But now his BKB is going to be on cooldown for the Roche fight, right? So 30 seconds until it's going to respawn. See what repercussions it has happened. He actually sells his boots, I believe, to be able to have the gold and the slot for that refresher.
Okay.
So this maybe catches them off guard.
Have they got a smoke to make an immediate play?
Oh, they see it. They see the refresher purchase with
that
the
ward's
sword
still
that
there.
Saksa placed. If they scouted it, which they should be aware of that for the next fight.
Oh, Roshan in 10 seconds.
This vision
have position for it.
This vision is very important that Tundra was able to place. They scouted on the left side that Devi was playing on there.
Refresher for 33 done as well.
And he's at 25 on. He's got the 10 pulses.
Oh, it's going to be a lot in this team fights for 33.
The Root Sandstorm is going to get ridiculous. The combo with the 20 talent and the 25, it takes up your whole screen. We'll see those pulses.
So how do you deal with the Sanking? If you see him, do you try and throw everything down on a 33 to eliminate him quickly?
He might be priority target number 1.
Yeah.
And then you reset and look for the Medusa in a way, because his damage is going to get ridiculous if you don't kill him.
Oh, Tundra. This is a pretty good wraparound from this angle. This might just catch them off guard. Full hex stun on Saxa. Multiple ways to start the jump themselves, Tundra.
Multiple ways to chain lock down a target before they can get any type of BKB off too. BKB in 5 seconds on Parker. He's going to have the double.
See how quickly they can do the Roche. It's not going down that far, so Tundra can have plenty of time to try and interrupt this. 33's going to go straight in. Gets the burst strike off onto the 2, and then they get the hex on towards Parker. They've caught him.
He's got
Parker's
no buy.
gone. And now they can turn for more, potentially. The chase down over towards down by Llama. He'll be able to get the Rolling Thunder off. So the rest of Heroic may just be able to split away. King Jungle's hook shot to the side. And just got to try and kite them away from the pit, waste their time a little bit. After Heroic are going to have to survive this next 80 seconds without their carry.
33 just jumps in confidently, and they just delete Parker. He couldn't get a single one of his BKBs off. The double hex is coming into play. KJ will survive, but the Roche, it's Tundra's.
It is indeed, Shad.
He's
going to have this Aegis.
Oh boy.
Who's taking the Aghanims?
Maybe just give it a 33. He's so farmed. Yeah, why not?
Absolutely.
Oh boy.
Alrighty, here comes potentially a big push from Tundra. You see the gold difference now. It's back to dead even. 48 minutes in.
And we're seeing the chain stuns be really important. You know, he has Mindbreaker, he doesn't have a Ascetic Cap, there's no Lincolns, no way to protect. He could not get anything off in the fight. Initiations, as we said, it's all important.
I mean, how sort of solid is the save potential of Heroic if they are in position, if Parker's getting jumped with the instant hex? Can they bail him out long enough to survive and turn?
They have double forces, but oh my goodness, this damage is starting to get just too overwhelming. Even able to throw that one out there for a support. Analog, we'll find a catch on the side. It's tough. They have to be prepared preemptively with the Lotus onto Parker. It's just how fast it happened. 33, rather than revving up this Epi and just going for the stun, ended up being beautiful because his team was close enough to close the gap with the double hex.
I like this as well. Sax has got his Blink Dagger, so even easier for him to find that hex opportunity to start off the fight.
And Mid One almost has a refresher himself, so had some struggles in the mid game. He still is. It still feels like he is struggling. His team is making up for a bit of the deficit from him, but the hex does a lot. 33's
up here. Deep backup coming in for 33. Scofield will be able to get the pushback down onto the two of them as they kill Saxter off. They have to leave 33 alone, though. They can't kill the Sand King.
Maybe they need a Shivas on either Devi or on the Storm Spirit to prevent some of this healing, too. I'm trying to think of what they can itemize to now answer 33, because he's such a problem.
Can you do anything with this if you're Heroic? You know that Saxer brought back in the last fight. He's gone for 80 seconds. You probably want to try and take what you can get this stage when the game's kind of swung back round with Tundra closing back in on you, right? Surely you want to try and do something.
They don't have Obs Wards, though. I don't know if they don't have any up at them or available at the moment, but they have 0 to place down, and Initiation really feels like it's absolutely everything, so they can't actually get that high ground vision to look for that upcoming fight, so it's not easy to take advantage of the bounty being dead.
Sure, they're going to start heading down the mid. Aghanim's on the way out for Analog.
He is 25 too, so never can write off the damage that he can do.
Going for the smoke. They may be ready to just jump the high ground. We'll see how crazy of a jump Heroic look for as they keep the midway pushed in.
This dude does not need Rapier anymore.
Bottom ways pushed pretty far out. Parker's just going to go quickly for the attempt to finish off the barracks. They down the Wukong's command for the BKB off quickly. They turn it on 33, but 33 is able to get the BKB off in response. Backs off. The rolling thunder from down by Llama comes crashing through the back lines, but Analog dies on the front of the fight. He's gone. Yeah, 5 seconds and it would have been back up, but indeed making that play a few seconds too early. They get the rack, so they get the job done, but it does cost them Analog's life.
It's expensive. He just zipped in and got hexed immediately from mid one and then just 100% comboed. No way to dispel it, no teammate in sight to be able to throw a Lotus for him either.
BKB was just cooldown for another 5 seconds in that moment.
Maybe Parker just, maybe then Parker made the call, I'm going in.
I guess so, now like, I guess I gotta go as well.
Too. But yeah,
and then Parker's obviously gonna be like, hey, well look, I got the barracks. And he's not wrong.
And let's be honest here, Owen, there's been some games, I think, in this tournament where barracks has caused some pretty massive things, some repercussions later on. Tundra in particular, that game when they got a free Rax versus Beast Coast, it ended up allowing them to just go for a siege and win the game. It's not a mid-Rax, so it makes it a little harder for them to go for something like that, but could see that potential.
Crazy stuff, though. We keep getting games like this, honestly, as the panel was saying.
Back and forth, baby.
The entertainment value of the games of this tournament, I can't remember the last tournament that sort of matched this kind of through and through. We potentially have another 60-minute game coming up on our hands. I mean, I don't want to say because I've still all the 60-minute ones we do. It gets to 60 minutes, the game ends, so we never get to see the tier 5s in these ones. We'll see if this one's any different. And Tundra, they've only got 50 seconds left on Shad's Aegis, so they'll probably hold back and look to finish up that next round of items as the money continues to fly in. 33, he's sitting on 6k gold unspent. He's got his options open.
Mid one just bought a full refresher too, so he's got double Hex, double Orchid, double BKB. His impact is going to start increasing massively. Shad, 30 seconds still on this Aegis. And Heroic, massive momentum swing, really. Analog has to be very careful. I'm still looking to see maybe if they do queue up any of these Lincolns or anything like that to stop these instant disables, but so far none. It's just going to have to be the Lotus that gets pre-casted from that Hoodwink, and then hope that they don't pop BKB when they throw it and they hex themselves, but...
He's close to the big damage, Scofield.
He's going Daedalus.
He just wants a straight-up Daedalus. You know, he's done his supporting, he's got the Force, the Solar Crest, the Lotus, the Halberd, but now the Daedalus is how he wants to finish this off with that 25.
Does have doubled Acorns. I mean, his damage, it can definitely start increasing, especially also if we do get to 60 minutes, and he's at like a Stygian Desolator.
That's what he's dreaming of.
That's the dream for him.
That is indeed the dream.
He's building for the super late game.
He's not only just dreaming, he's dreaming of getting the Stygian, and he's dreaming of Shad buying a Rapier, and then, you know, he just happens to be the one who picks it up for the team. He's thinking ahead here, Scofield.
Shad knows better, though. I like that he opted away from it.
He's been very sensible.
Yeah, he's been playing this one pretty smart.
Yeah.
He had a couple fights that were difficult for him to approach in because of the angle of it, but yeah, overall, Shad, he is being that main carry.
It's quite an interesting sort of game. See just the matchup between the different styles of carry, right? You got Parker, the full aggressive, crazy carry, and Shad, the very much more calculated, careful one. And we're going to see which approach comes out on top this game.
Smoke on smoke. Top rune. There's an amp damage up there.
Well, Rocket Flare's going to see it.
Jump.
They know it's there. Schofield's... Is there anyone here to save him?
He spent his goal.
He's able to get up to the high ground. They were very careful about how heavily they committed for Schofield, right? They had other backup there, Tundra, but they didn't want to throw everything down on killing a Hoodwink.
You have to be careful how you stack.
Yeah.
When you're playing versus Monkey King and Storm with Aghanims, you could just get pulled in one shot in a second. And
he's going to go straight up to the base. He puts the BKB in the Wukong's gun immediately. He wants to do some damage into the tier 3 during this amplified damage. The Stone Gaze will come out from Shad. double-elimination able to make the connection with the Rolling Thunder. 33 puts the BKB. The Stone Gaze will connect onto the two of them. The stun holding them in position. The second Wukong's command coming out. Boundless on the 33s. Get burst through the shot. From Schofield finishes off the job as 33's gone.
The amp damage, he just gets evaporated from the Wukongs.
So have to be a bit careful there. That was the two BKBs, two Wukong's commands being used by Parker, so he won't quite be able to finish off the barracks yet. Respecting the fact that 33 probably and does indeed have the buyback available, they'll hold back Heroic.
Parker with fast fingers.
Straight in, BKB Wukong.
Refresher, another BKB, another Wukong's. 33 tried to take advantage of the gap that perhaps was there, but there actually was no gap. I think he overlapped the BKBs to not allow them to go for that play.
He's going to spend up as well, get the Moonshard eaten, so progression continues to Parker, but he is playing at this point with enough gold in the bank that he pretty much has buyback. 700 gold short. If he has a kill in a fight, he'll have buyback as a luxury to fall back on. They'll finish the Tormentor, so that will indeed push them towards that next big item where it comes to what the Refresher, the Analog's looking forward to, and yeah, double-elimination at the moment, he's got the Halberg queued up. We'll see if he settles with that.
He could maybe go for a bigger one, but maybe they are starting to feel the fear of that Medusa on the high ground. But I still love the aggression, man, from Parker. I think this might be something he just does every 90 seconds, or every time the Refresher's up.
I think so.
They
He'll
just
do it
BKB
again.
Wukong, BKB Wukong, force the glyphs. They still have glyph available, and they are playing on that high ground, just waiting for the move. Jump in.
See what he can kind of force out of them. Shad immediately BKBs.
Parker.
Stone Gaze is there, but Parker's able to avert his sight, now ready to turn back in.
Stone Gaze hits Analog.
Shad is able to force to the side. Kisses are coming in. Backdoor protection does now go down. Look at the Hex, but the Force is there. Second Force to get him away from 33's Burrow Strike jump. The cogs are down as well. It's to block off Tundra's attempt to chasing Heroic out of the base. Heroic, they'll back off safely.
That was split second. Analog jumps in, gets caught by the Stone Gaze's last second. I think if he gets the pull, they might be able to commit a bit for Shad there. Or maybe this ends up saving them because 33 was respawning and they back up at a good time. Every time he's got Wukongs, just BKB, throw it down, pose the question onto Tundra. How are you going to fight into it?
And next time round, it will be the Refresher off cooldown, so he'll have the 2 rounds of it. Shad's also got his Refresher, so next time he'll be able to protect himself with that double duration of the BKB. Have that second Stone Gaze as well, which could be quite an issue for Parker when he tries to commit for these sort of plays. If he's doing it into 2 Stone Gazes from the Medusa, it's going to get a lot harder for him to find the opportunity to sit and hit the barracks.
And I mean, this is for the most unique thing, but you're getting into 33's brain, how he wants to play around this BKB of Parker. He went Basher on Sand King just to be able to probably hold Parker in place so that he can't actually get these BKBs and just reset out. It's like the weirdest thing you could probably ever see.
Yeah, I mean, I like it.
You can see the concept that he wants to go for.
Yeah, you've got to have some sort of lockdown through that, and he's going to have the full Abyssal by the looks of it. He's sending the courier out.
Oh, this is really interesting.
So prepping to indeed get that picked up, and it could be the difference maker. Obviously on top of the Refresher, just having that double Abyssal Blade active to interrupt these BKB cores could be pretty nasty.
Smoke on smoke. Divide. Super tense moments. One of the first games I feel like I'm seeing like the supports as well, these double 4-steps really coming into play constantly. It's on both sides. We've seen a lot of times the supports building for themselves in this tournament. Now Schofield is, of course, as we mentioned, but it's been very good supporting cast on both sides. Roche.
I think it should be a freebie for Tundra. I don't see it. I mean, Heroic, are they going to get her in time? It depends how much Tundra feels scared of this.
is in position.
I mean, Parker, he don't care about the rush. He's happy to just go for the base race. So just go for the barracks. So they're going to have to TP back for this. As he's looking to finish off the job here on the middle lane. And this time around, he's going to get it. 2 sets of barracks easily taken. I mean, this is the struggle right for Tundra. They try and get the Roshan.
33.
This sort of play will come out. Plus the BKB. Parker seems to stand his ground against 33.
BKB's there. Because command comes out from Parker, but his BKB comes to an end. He's already used the refresher.
From the side.
A second round of spells here with the refresher coming out from mid-one. They'll turn and settle for the King Jungle's clockwork by the looks of it. He's caught by the track. Saxa blocking off his escape. King Jungle's trying to get away with the jetpack. Hook shots up. He's actually going to live. King Jungle's escaped, so now Analog getting ready to turn back in. They get a vortex trap back onto the two of them. So much damage as well with this overload. They kill off 33. Whitemon living on a slither of HP, but Dalai Lama will find him. Heroic, they get the chance to get back in on the action. Now looking towards mid-one. He pops the BKB, but the physical damage from Parker tears him apart.
Tundra's got a buyback.
It's a triple buyback from Tundra to try and make something happen.
They got wrecked in that fight. They couldn't catch targets. Everyone just sneaks away. Even
King
the clockwork.
just jetpacking off into the sunset. They couldn't finish him.
Parker is playing insanely well too. Just the way he's resetting in and out of the fights with his Boundless. Always having his BKB at the right times too. Those are big commitments coming out from Tundra. And big structural damage as we see it. Look what Parker is doing.
He's ready to start working towards that top set.
He can just go for this Rex.
On a catch Schofield.
He did buy back, so if they do finish him up, he's going to be gone for a long time. Parker's in the base. Do they have TPs?
Shad does not have a TP. The Medusa cannot get back to the base vault. I'm not sure, maybe it's on cooldown anyway, but there's no way for Shad to return, so they're going to commit fully to the fight down here. Analog's caught mid-bottom, his two heroes dead without buyback.
Parker's ending.
I think they may have just lost this here, Tundra. I don't think they can turn this now with two heroes dead, no buyback.
They can't get back.
Parker onto the tier 4s over towards the Ancient. They've got to try and hold 3 versus 5, and it says Shad cannot get back in to defend.
He is just killing the Ancient.
It's game over.
It's over.
GG is called. Heroic will take this game 1, and fuck, it's another 60-minute game, and we didn't get
the neutral items again.
What's going on?
You called it. You said it was going to happen.
This happened again.
What shot? I mean, whoever's making those shot calls, maybe Parker just with his crazy aggression, but man, that was crazy. That was super cool approach that they were doing it, because you could see Tundra, they were inching their way back into this game in a couple of these team fights, and then Parker goes, we don't need to win the team fights.
Yeah,
we just need to take the damn buildings, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, really this guy on the carry, it's been his best land by far. This is Parker pushing it to the next level, and he knows how to end the game. Just hit the base, get the racks, get the racks, get the racks, get the Ancient. It's a job well done from Parker and the boys. Here is Heroic. Take game 1.
Yeah, thanks a lot. What a great game to start us off on finals day. Really good stuff. And we're going to try and break it down on the desk. If we can.
Oh, I'm looking at Tundra. They are shocked at just what happened in the game, because I think this is the best. Like, we praised Parker throughout the whole tournament, him being the best carry. We saw the graphics, first place in pretty much every metric, but this time around, he does something that we haven't seen before. Like, we've seen people struggling going for the high ground, and he's using this refresher every single time it's off cooldown, so he's sieging the high ground, getting the barracks done, and he's not too afraid. He's also very quick with using his BKB, even though there is a double hex, there is refresher available, so potentially a triple hex, but he's so good at going for the high ground and getting stuff done, getting in and getting out without dying.
Well, it's like you said at the start of the show, Clinton, it's that he thinks about the game in such a intelligent, cerebral way. You know, you are going to see different things come out from him.
Yeah, he definitely won a very interesting item of this game. I believe he bought his own gym around like 25-30 minutes into this game, which is very unusual, but he did see the fact that we're not going to go high ground yet. We're going to try and kill this bounty hunter who's sniping our couriers. Sand King is invisible too, so we're going to take care of him on the back lines. And this is a very hard game to be a bounty hunter. You are playing versus Clockwork, you are playing versus Monkey King, you're even playing versus Storm Spirit, heroes that have incredible reach on you. So I think the response to this bounty pick was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and Devi as well. Better Pango game today.
Oh, absolutely. He is playing really well on Pango. He was on top of the net worth in the first like 15-ish minutes of the game. Did pick up that Diffusal Blade, was throwing what he wants to buy. He had BKB in his quick buy, ended up going for auras for his team early on, but managed to scale as well. And he was also a big issue for Tundra's backlines, because Snapfire Kisses, they were not hitting. He was always in their faces, locking them down. But I'm really impressed. I'm going to go back to Parker one more time.
This play here is
from KJ as well. Lives, uses jetpack, hook shot as well, has Glimmer Cape available, and then Storm Spirit with Aghanim Scepter pool. So many refreshers, so many clutch plays. Very cool itemization. We saw Sanking as well, trying to go for Basher to lock down this Monkey King when he's sieging the high ground.
Yeah.
This is like only 6 of these Bashers have been purchased in history of Dota on Sanking. So quite a different thinking, and this is what we wanted to see. 2 teams clutching against each other, and this time around, Heroic, they're going to come out victorious. But I got a little worried, you know, when they were getting heads multiple times. I'm like, oh man, it's going to happen again. We saw what happened with the beastcoast, but they were able to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment where it looked like Tundra were very much in the ascendancy. A couple of picks on the Storm, and you were starting to get a little bit worried. You know, they transitioned into, you know, potential Roches and what have you. And we've seen Tundra do that throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think Tundra looked the most scary right when they got that Aegis later on into the game. They managed to kill Parker, didn't get his BKB off, got Aegis after that. But unfortunately, they kind of got picked on the map, didn't group up as a team, and that just shut down that capability of having that farm Medusa with Aegis.
Well, we can do a comparison. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot about the carries. So let's just take a look at that. I believe we've got a graphic here. You can see the hero versus hero. And we're going to talk through, you'll notice there's some letters on. We're going to talk through that in just a moment. But first of all, Lucas, talk us through just the general way that the heroes matched up.
Yeah, I like the itemization a lot from Parker. He bought Battle Fury Treads, pretty standard stuff, Orb of Corrosion to be able to get some early kills. And then he picked up Blades of Alacrity, and he was like, what am I going to do? Is this going to be casual? He had BKB queued up after that, but he also picked up Diffusal Blade. So this is the fight where they have double Diffusal Blade, and keep an eye on Parker, what he's doing with his hero. He's very good at disengaging, understanding, even though he just picked up his stacks on Jingu, he's not going to take the fight. So he's hiding underneath the tree, canceling the ulti once, and now he sees the opportunity, and look how fast Medusa is going to die. That mana burn, big boundless strike, mid one just disappears completely with one boundless. And again, Medusa against mana burn, that's always going to be something to look out for.
Yeah. Now, production, can we get that graphic up again? Is that possible? Can you just put it up for me again? Because it's coming. Because this is a new segment that we've constructed. It's called Grading Items with Professor Fear. And you can see there on your screen, there's a couple of letters. Take it away, Professor.
Absolutely. All right. So we'll start with Shad, for example, right? He went for the Manta style. I'm mainly grading on the early game items because obviously every build's the same once you are 6 slotted. I did not particularly like Shad's itemization in this game. He went for the Manta, which is great. I like that item. But after that, he goes into a Scotty. And I'm wondering, like, what does he have a Scotty for? What is it good against? And it's really not great this game. No. And on top of that, goes straight into the BKB. All defensive capabilities. I would have loved to see something more along the lines of the Butterfly. You are playing versus Storm. You are playing versus Monkey King. This is a hero with the Diffusal Blade and plus the little soldiers. You will be dodging a lot of those attacks. On top of that, the Pango is getting lots of right clicks on you as well. Did not enjoy the build that Shad went on in the early game. Later on, didn't really matter. You build the same items anyway. You get to that level 25. But Parker, he had an A+ build here. I like the fact he did go for the Battle Fury this game. The Mjolnir, or Gleipnir, sorry, is a nerfed item, so not quite as good. Into the BKB straight after, or he went into Diffusal into BKB, so he had that ability to kill the Medusa. And what he bought directly after that was a gem for his team. So that is something you won't see on the screen directly, but that helped him kill the bounty over and over again. Bought the Shard directly after. Into the Scotty, which is great versus Medusa, into that Nullifier. So lots of great itemization coming out from Parker here. And Chad, I wanted to see him step up. He almost did in this particular game, but unfortunately, I think his mid-game is where we really lost this one for Tundra.
Well, there you go. We'll be having more from Professor Fear later. We're going to grade all the pros. We're going to get him to do it. So, look, some thoughts. Obviously, Tundra, you know, they looked shell-shocked. I think you were right, Dom, that they really kind of seemed surprised at what had happened. I think they thought they were going to come back and win. So, I mean, kind of, they've still got the caliber and the capability to turn this series round, but I mean, Heroic just looked so sharp by comparison.
They definitely do. I mean, some of their fights in the mid-game, like post 30 minutes, were really good when they were getting the pick-offs with the double hexes. This is where I thought maybe the game is going to be turned around, but it never happened. And I think we're going to be seeing more of these like big combos from Clockwork, because KJ, he had a pretty damn good game.
Great game.
Yeah, this is one of the, I told you, KJ, he doesn't miss this tournament, like, except for the Witch Doctor maybe, but he didn't bring that one out again. His Clockwork really good, Shadow Demon really good, and this is where I felt like the game was just sealed. Right here, it was done. This hook shot that comes into here, they all group up on the bottom south side of the map, right there, the southeast, and they just get triple cogged in there. Sure, you're not inside the monkey ult. You tried to dodge it, but you were stuck in between a Pangold. You're inside as well with the cogs, and you're just having Parker beat on you. And this is a situation where it just felt like GG. Sure, Tundra made some great plays after this to get back into the game, but this was just such a good play by KJ.
Yeah, I mean, I made a contribution here to the show, guys. I snuck this one in. I hope we can show the clip again. But obviously, we talked a lot about Devi. It wasn't a great Pango game for him the other day. Had some very dubious roles, let's say. This one, it was Dubai, because he managed to somehow fly off the map in the middle of the
the only
team
hero
fight.
I thought that could do it was Phoenix, but somehow he managed to sneak out of the map. There was the interaction between the cogs and him being pushed out of it, but there were so many combos that they executed with Wukong's command, where they executed with power cogs.
There
this
he goes.
combo, I call it Wukong's command, which is very powerful tool. And also Pango did a very good job keeping them inside Wukong's command, just to be able to deal that extra damage from Wukong's.
Yeah, they were really, really clean. Any final thoughts from you, Clinton, before we go to break?
I mean, the game was very entertaining, but I think Heroic as a whole looked a lot better. Signs of life from Tundra, but they need to show a lot more, especially I think from Shad, and making sure his hero can close out the games, and especially their mid early game.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. Always great to get their thoughts. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will get into Game 2 of Heroic versus Tundra. Make sure you join us. Yes, so welcome back to the lower bracket final between Heroic and Tundra, the winner of which will go into the grand final to face Falcons. We could be one game from that inevitability, particularly if Heroic play like they did in that one. Guys, what do you think?
Most likely. I think Parker has been one of the most clutch players I've seen. Super innovative, high risk, high reward, because the plays that he does around the map, like you did mention the gem pickup as well, where he's like just being super active. We also saw a couple of times him playing away from the team, which does result in him being killed, but a lot of stuff is done in the process where they're getting a trade for Parker. They're still getting 3 kills. There was also relatively early on buyback coming out from 33.
Yeah.
That was like 23 minutes in. For the Roche fight, sure, you're going to be securing Roshan, but the trade that you're getting, you're going to be losing multiple heroes. It's also one of the earliest buybacks that I've seen from the cores when it comes down to like whole tournament pretty much, especially from the off lane. Mostly it's between position 4 and 5s. They're not too afraid to use earlier buybacks, but from the core, it's rarely seen.
Yeah, and I'm definitely looking at these two teams, and when it comes to Tundra, as per usual, most of my criticism is unfortunately going to be aimed towards both of the stand-ins, because mid one, he didn't have the best game on this Invoker. I already graded Shad's item build, so you know I'm not a fan of that one. But if I did a segment on mid one, I also have to say, like, this Invoker was not super impressive most of the game. There were moments where it did look good. It's not that he played really horrible, but ending, you know, it's 2-9 as a mid laner, not necessarily something you're looking for. I'm wanting to see mid one play more of these in-your-face type of heroes, something a bit more niche. So far, I have not been super impressed when he plays some meta heroes.
Yeah, and you can see they've took Parker's favorite toy away. There'll be no Monkey King.
Yeah, 3 of them.
Yeah,
pretty much
actually, as it happened, yeah.
And Medusa, and also banning out Storm Spirit, which leaves most of the supports in the pool. So they were debating what they need to ban on the last one. I think Beastmaster is the good one. So this leaves, as we said, a lot of these support options in the pool, and Heroic will pick up Shadow Demon immediately. There is still, you know, if you were talking about the supports, there is still Naga Siren, there is Clockwork. Clockwork looked godlike in the previous game.
Yeah. Well, you already highlighted at the top of the show as well, Clinton. You said, like, KJ's Shadow Demon is ridiculous.
So was his Clockwork, though. So
yeah, true.
I don't know. They left both of them. But yeah, his Shadow Demon, this is probably the hero of the tournament, most likely. Probably the most banned, most picked. I think this hero is incredibly strong in most situations. You can be very aggressive if you want to with the Purge and the Shadow Poison, especially in the laning stage. Pair that with Blood Grenades. Typically, the lanes I see Shadow Demon in are the ones that get first blood at this tournament. And then, of course, later on in the game, the saves with the Disruption, with the Demonic Cleanse have been absolutely phenomenal.
And the stacks as well. Parker, he loves to farm the stacks early on, so that's going to be... Maybe they want to do something about those stacks, because I see Sanking as a response to Shadow Demon. This is one of the better heroes early on who can contest those stacks. We've seen yesterday Earthshaker just popping the Echo Slam to clear them. You can do the same thing with Epicenter. It's not as effective, but if you pair it up with, let's say, 2 other supports, you can invade enemy triangle and try to steal it, because you know the stacks are going to be there.
Yeah, of course.
It's kind of crazy to see like these Clock, Naga, and like Tusk heroes just getting banned in the second phase, or just getting straight through. And there goes the Clock. And if you want, the last melee hero that has had a lot of success is Tusk. You can pick it up for yourself, but it puts you in a kind of strange spot yet again as last game, which they did solve the problem I had where they didn't put the melee with the Sand King. But that didn't really make their lanes good either, right?
No.
Because Medusa, Bounty Hunter, not really a fearsome lane. Snap Sand King could be good, but you're against the Monkey King, so that lane was just too hard. Where... yeah, typically I'd like to see 33 on one of his ranged heroes, or potentially Zoo heroes with the Tusk. But as you can see, Heroic won't allow that to happen with their bans. The Visage, something we definitely would have seen, but banned first phase. And that puts a lot of... it makes it so the Tusk is not as strong. I know a Whitemon can play, and they can throw it in the safe lane. And I do want to see that. I actually want to see them put more priority on trying to shut down Parker's laning stage. You can't give this guy a free farm game. Like, it's not good.
If he's 7-8k net worth, like 10 minutes into the game, this guy is just going to own, period. There is still Pango available for Heroic if they want to pick it up after having a really bad game. Dalai Lama looked pretty damn good in the previous one, but it also comes down to Schofield securing his lane on this position for Hoodwink.
That's pretty much what I think this meta, yet again, is going to boil down to. Like, your offlaners can't look good if they don't have a good laning stage. And that is something Dalai Lama sometimes will struggle with if Schofield is playing a hero that's a bit more greedy, wants to roam around the map. He has been known to do that. He's settled down a little bit in like more modern times and does focus on winning the laning stage. But Hoodwink, that's your whole job as the hero.
Yeah.
You just want to win the lane for your offlaner, get him into the game, and I think that's really good for Dalai Lama in this particular series.
Yeah, my question is what they're going to be picking for Shad in this game. What's going to be the combo with the Tusk most likely? Is it going to be some Razor? Is it going to be Luna? Because Pango, I mean, this is still a flexible pick for them for now. This Pangolier, they don't necessarily need to play it from the offlane. Most likely they will, but also Analog did play it.
I mean, there's still an Alchemist. Teams have absolutely loved that hero this tournament, whether it's in occasionally the mid lane, sometimes a support role, but typically in the carry role. So
it's been interesting watching the carries and how they've kind of adjusted over the course of the tournament. You think back to the first day where Luna was being hotly contested. That seemed to be the pick. And then we've moved into the Alchemist Monkey King phase of the tournament. It's been good to see.
Luna has been slightly exposed. If you play with some like high tempo carry that can make a twin gate rotation, kill her once, then you find another kill on Luna, your carry to carry matchup is going to be so good because you will have an advantage. Shutting down Luna early on does make a lot of difference in a lot of carry to carry matchups. So I'm not sure they also want to pick Luna into Shadow Demon to be fair, but it's just going to be Gyro, which is a better option for sure.
Yeah.
All right, interesting here. We have seen Soxa play this Enchantress, which definitely fits the bill of being more aggressive, securing the laning stage, slowing Parker down, right? So I think with this Gyro pick, they are most likely going to run this Tusk in the safe lane with the Gyrocopter. That's also a deny pick, by the way, too, for just Parker, who absolutely loves that hero. I think there's a segment when he was asked, what's the most OP hero in Dota? And he chose Gyro. And it kind of shows through the earlier parts of this tournament where he prioritized this hero very highly. Yeah. And if you look at the banning phase, some of the heroes that are really good versus Gyro are banned in the first phase. So you have less options to deal with this here. You're deny picking. You do have like overall last pick, which you can give to your mid laner, which I do prefer over the carry role here. So I think this pick is pretty solid overall.
It looks good. Definitely does. There was some Muerta respect ban in the previous game. We always talk about Muerta having a lot of counters. I'm not sure if they want to pick it straight away here. There are some other options for him. I did... no, Medusa's banned, so that's not an option. Well, they banned quite a lot of heroes in the first phase, 3 out of 4, and then Shadow Fiend as well.
All right, they're going to go for the Bristleback, which I cannot see Parker playing this. I don't see it happening, right? He likes the hard carries. Not saying he can't, but this makes me believe that they're likely going to throw this Pango to the mid lane.
Yeah, right.
And then Bristol.
Let's see the ban. Lane. Like, when we see the ban, I mean, they could potentially ruin both Pango and Bristleback by some casual Viper pick.
Yeah.
In the lane and then Bristle throughout the game. And I do agree that, okay, so that's a mid Pango, and they're looking for Parker's hero, which still could be, you know, some casual Alchemist. This hero looked extremely good. You would have a great timing paired up with the Bristleback. Because no matter what, no matter how hard you get shut down in the lane, Alchemist is still going to get like 13, 14-minute radiance.
I think you just have to ban if you're Tundra, the Primal Beast. Like, you have Bristleback and Pango, right? You got the break mechanic for the Bristle, you got the pulverize for the Pango. We'll see if they ended up doing it, but yeah, we'll have to see on that one. But the one thing I do want to say about Heroic's draft, that I personally am not a huge, like, you can call me a hater if you want here, but I don't think Dalai Lama playing a Bristleback is what Heroic needs to win the game. I have been really convinced with his Pango, you know, Centaur, Mars, even Primal Beast, like, just get in there, do the job of initiation, maybe buy an aura or two, and that's it. And that works well for them, and it's succeeding. And I think Bristleback is the complete opposite of that playstyle. You're getting incredibly farmed, you're the star of the show, and that's not something Dalai Lama has really proven to be for this team. So I almost want to see this Bristleback be carry over that alternative.
Yeah.
The thing is, Parker doesn't really play Bristleback. He did
that's
not.
Why it's a weird pick for me.
Okay, but they're still banning out Device heroes, so they think...
They also agree with me. Like, he needs to be this type of style, and they're not really afraid if he plays this Bristleback. I mean, this is a great, like, proving ground. If he does play and crushes the game, that makes Heroic even more scary. But as of now, this is not how Heroic has been winning games. I think Primal has to go here. It just looks way too strong. But then again, it is Tundra. So mid one, I don't know if he plays that hero.
I don't remember him playing Primal Beast. His hero pool has been...
Yeah, they bound Bounty instead.
Mostly these like range heroes from the mid lane. He also does have this Bounty Hunter that he did play, some casual Pango, Monkey Brood. But yeah, let's see what they decide to go with. Whether this Bristleback is going to be played as position 1 or as position 3. If they want to go carry, I'm still fine with Alchemist. I'm fine with Razor as well. If they're looking for an offlaner for Divine Llama,
I mean, he would just be the Pango and they take a mid, right? If that's the case.
Oh, this is his bread and butter, pretty much. Parker, Templar Assassin, Pakaz, Templar Assassin. These South American carries, they've always been playing Templar Assassin, pretty much, and it gives them strong Roche, like Roche number 1, Roche 2, while having Templar Assassin and Bristleback. It gives you a lot of tower damage as well. But we also did see that some Templar Assassins are skipping this. So, but if you are having a good time, you needed to get that advantage, kill tier 2s and maybe threaten tier 3s as well.
And I'm not going to say the flex is dead yet, because I know Analog really likes this hero too. It really does come down to if Parker is willing to play this Bristleback at all. And the reason we don't see a lot of TA is like pretty much just the numbers on this hero have gone down drastically. Meld does less damage, like the talents aren't as good. Overall, like their fraction just doesn't do as much damage as it used to when it was like really good. So we'll see the Ember now. This is a very, very free Ember game. And I do like Ember a lot versus TA. Like the mid lane matchup itself is not particularly easy if they do decide to do that, which they don't. But one way you kill TA is you root her. Like instantly root her. She wants to blink away, but you cannot because you have this long range initiation. I don't think this is a very easy TA game. I think this is a completely free game as well for this Ember Spirit. And like I said, Heroic, they've looked really good with a certain style. I don't think the Divide Bristleback really fits their playstyle here. So I'm like heavily going for Tundra on this one.
Yeah, this lineup from Heroic definitely can work, but this is type of a lineup where you make 1-2 mistakes in the mid game and your whole game is pretty much going to crumble. So I'm going to side with Tundra one more time. I think Shad is going to look much better on Gyrocopter, something that can get involved early on, and mid one on Ember Spirit. He's not playing in pretty much any kind of stuns. You're going to be, you know, caring about Templar Assassin Shard when she picks it up, or Rolling Thunder, which you can definitely dodge. Bushwhack as well, relatively easy to dodge. Plus, you also have a save coming out from your backlines with the Sanking Stun or Tusk with the Snowball. So, yeah, I think we're going to go to game 3.
Based on what you said as well, all eyes on Divine, not playing that Initiator as would be typical. So, a win condition for Heroic if he can pull off the big Bristle game?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if I were to see like Amar playing this, it's completely different, right? Just because the dynamic of the team, because you do have like players like Skeeter who are more sacrificial. He'll play the DK, he'll buy a blink really early on, get aggressive. Not necessarily Parker's style where he wants to sacrifice himself for his offlaner to succeed. They typically want the offlaner to give a little bit of sacrifice so he can succeed. If they can pull this off though, they will look much scarier as a team, because now they're showing a couple different like ways that they can play the game.
Yeah. Anything to add about the Bristle pick there?
He needs to play for himself. Like, this hero is all about, like, maybe throw in one casual aura, but also go for very aggressive, very greedy items.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. We are now going backstage with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, I'm here with Moon Meander. Moon Meander, what's the vibe in the booth right now? How are you feeling about this second game?
Pretty good. I feel like this time our bans are better, like more correct. We tried something with just picking Sanking Dusa and just picking out comfort and then play against whatever they throw at us, and it didn't work. So this game we went for more counter picky style.
Yeah, I noticed that, especially in your bans. I think every single one of your bans was either targeted at Parker or Davai Lama. Do you feel like you've pushed them out of their comfort zone now?
Did we even target Davai Lama? I don't think we even banned a single Davai Lama hero. I mean,
at the end?
Oh, at the end?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just at the end, you know, it's like because you're just 4 heroes. The Lama is like non-factor in this team. It's only Parker 1v9 every game. So when I see the Lama on Bristleback, I'm really happy already.
You're very happy about that. All right, Moon. Nice drafting. We'll see how game number 2 goes for you. Thank you very much as we head into the second match.
Well, there we go. Well, we heard it from the panel. They're a little bit unsure about the dynamic with Davai being forced to be on a Bristle off lane, and we heard it from Moon. He's not impressed either, or scared about what Davai is going to be doing on the Bristle. So we've got to see, you know, if this game Davai can prove the haters wrong.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think the thing that Fear pointed out at the end there is pretty interesting too, is if they can add this to their arsenal, overall as a team, it can make them a lot stronger. Because as far as we've seen from Davai, he pretty much just has to play those team fighters, gets sacrificed a lot of the times. His Pango's been his best hero too, so the fact that they relegated away from him, we'll see how it ends up paying off. And mid one, to point out, he did go for Chain Gang, so a bit of a different approach that we've seen from some of the Ember players, but both have very interesting merits. Being able to catch backline heroes, being able to even throw it onto the TA in particular in a lot of instances, like Fear was mentioning. These chains are very annoying for TA as a hero. Until you've got like level 20 and you've got that Dispel talent, or you've got a defensive item, it can be very annoying. So we shall see how it ends up going down. And overall mid one, he should have an infinitely better game. He struggled quite a bit as that Invoker last time. They set him up for success with this last pick.
Yeah. I mean, because so overall, you're kind of on the vibe as Moon and the panel that this game, Tundra's done a better job of kind of drafting Heroic into a corner that they may not be as comfortable to play in as they were with what they got in game 1.
Yeah, I do still see a lot of things that Heroic has that can get out of control this game. If they do get tempo going, they have insane minus armor. But they are a draft that's pretty reliant on just physical damage, so we'll see what the optimization can come from Tundra to deal with it, because there's like no magic damage on their lineup. It's literally like all physical. It's just that damage that comes up from the 2 supports, which is not like Snapfire ulti, it's, you know, the sharpshooters, the big magic damage in particular.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the adaptations is. And overall for Tundra, I do think their lineup is a little bit more comfortable for Shad to play aggressive. You know, they did pick out the Sanking Dusa, as Moon was mentioning right at the start this last game, and it did get answered. Double defusals. It made the game a bit hard for
Schofield. It's looking like a first blood for Tundra. White Mom, I'm gonna grab that.
In a double melee lane, able to get that, so very nice kill setup. Overextension there coming out. Also interesting to point that they did decide this lane setup, right? Having the Hoodwink top with the TA rather than having the Shadow Demon, having the Shadow Demon with the Bristleback. Bit interesting.
Yeah, why do you think they did do that? What are they looking to avoid, or what do they feel is going to be strong with having one of these setups, do you think?
I think just because they have better like kill threat and stuff top with the Hoodwink plus the TA. If there's an overextension, they have a stun that can also protect the TA.
Okay. So more just about surviving on this bottom lane and trying to find some early kills for Parker in the top lane.
Yeah, and SD overall, Hoodwink's a good stacker, but Shadow Demon is the king of stacking. So if you do play on the bottom side, yes, you're playing 5 from the off lane, but you can just go back, get a million stacks, and you have 3 pretty phenomenal heroes to clear those out. Yeah, Shad definitely getting a very good start here. 17-6, same to be said for Parker. But seeing that mid lane disparity, mid one knew his matchup, and so far playing it very nice.
Yeah, much better beginning to the game this time around on mid one, and yeah, overall the general forecast of what he's going to be able to do on this Ember looks pretty good.
Looks infinitely better. Invoker just is it can be a tough hero. Sometimes like, when you have 3 heroes that are gap closing on you or 4 heroes gap closing on you, you just look very underwhelming.
Yeah. And did you like sort of the way that Tundra started this draft off again? 33. He's going to have the opening on the Schofield. They're going to be able to kill him again, but this time Parker indeed getting the angle there to take the trade, take 33 down.
The sentry battle continues top. Whoever can have that sentry down to be able to go for early aggression. Parker still is farming well, so Schofield is sacrificing himself for the cause. What were you asking? Sorry.
Because yeah, just overall, like going with the Sand King first, it just makes so much sense after just seeing how much. Last game, 33 on his Sand King.
He was carrying.
It was kind of the reason why they had a chance, and he kept it close, right?
Absolutely. If they didn't have him having that type of game, Shad was struggling. Mid one was struggling. They needed him to have that type of pop off. So absolutely understand why he goes for that. Bottom under the tower here, looking to pressure Davai. Saksa has 2 points in enchant now. Top lane, just constant aggression.
Went on to Schofield. This time they get into Parker. They get the big one. They won't get Schofield. He's fine, but kill after kill after kill on this top for this duo. between 33 and Whitemon.
This is a spicy lane. Boots are ready for Whitemon so early. He's got full on too, so very good start here for this Tusk. We've seen this hero kind of dominate in some games too. And so far, yeah, looking good. 33 buys an early chainmail, early stat items too, so he can lane it a lot easier up here versus this high minus armor as mid one.
And he's living on the edge, but he's got the one charges and the fairy fire, and he knows that Analog unlikely to be able to burst in with the spells on cooldown.
I'm looking forward to see what Midwin can do this game, because he has some, you know, we said a lot about him in the last game when he struggled, so
yeah, because I imagine overall, right, that is the expected big difference between last game and this one, right? We expect Midwin to have a much better game, and on the other side of things, Davai Lama,
he should have a harder time.
Just because in terms of his play style, you just don't see him being the kind of guy that's going to be able to get ahead as the Bristle and farm enough for himself to stay and become like that Bristle that will carry the game.
Yeah, and overall I would say for Pango, it's like very natural items that you build that you don't really divert too much in a lot of games. Last one especially supernatural to go Diffusal. Bristle can have some interesting items that you can go for, and I think the biggest thing that I critique from Devi sometimes is his item choices. I think everyone remembers the TI game where he played the Abaddon. We had this other game the other day where he was playing the Pango and he had some bit of stranger items, so we'll see what he does look to build. He is building for himself, so I'm already seeing the Ags queued. I'm happy. But it already is getting slowed down a little bit in this offlane. And we're seeing the rotations. The lanes are broken. Saksa is already starting to make moves around, looking to pressure this Enchantress. And even doing some like lane cutting shenanigans so they can get extra damage onto this mid tower for mid one.
Just maximizing what they can do whilst Analog's pushed out the lane.
Cool approach. So far, Shad doesn't feel any pressure too, so they can do this kind of move. Maybe we'll see a rotation come out soon, but not the easiest ways to set up ganks on the side of Heroic early. Rolling Thunder is online. Analog. See where he looks to hit. Saksa. They don't want to go for that. And Wisdom Runes looks like it's just going to be a fair exchange. There's a whole lot of items. And the stacks are plenty. This is going to be a very stack-oriented game from both sides. Both have great heroes to be able to farm that. And so far, these lanes are seeing a slight advantage here at the moment for the side of Tundra. Again, looking for Parker, but he's 6.
They can look to try and turn to 33. They get the Bushwhack connection.
Nice
Snowball comes in clutch, and the rotations there from mid-one. Make sure that Parker...
Analog!
He's going to try and find something in return, but the Burrow Strike's up. He's trying to get the Rolling Thunder off. It's rather low. Let's see if he's got enough damage to take any of these heroes down. He does not. Has to roll away.
Could be in trouble. Mid-one wanting to chase.
Thinking about chasing.
Schofield.
And he's going to see him mid-one.
Yeah, got him. Saksa will take that one. Thank you very much. Over-aggressive Analog. I'm maybe feeling like he had something else coming into the mix, but rolls into 4 heroes. No way he can get a trade there. Tundra, quick moves this game, and Whitemon so far thriving on this Tusk. He's part of all 5 kills. He's having a spectacular game. Perfect snowball usage.
Yeah, really good early game from Tundra, and indeed already we are seeing Davai Lama starting to fall a little bit behind on the Bristle.
He's got the stacks to farm. But I think it's very different style that he's used to playing. He usually plays these primals, these initiating offlaners that contributes things that aren't just like right click. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do with this hero and how much he's going to get involved, or if he's just going to be farming until he has Aghanims before he looks to get involved. It's going to take some time. And time, Tundra can take advantage of it to look to pressure with these heroes and with this advantage they have right now. Level 7 up on the Sand King. And Parker is just very vulnerable at this point.
It's getting harder and harder for him to really farm in the lane up here. Especially with 3 heroes of Tundra ready to put on the pressure to this top tower.
That's why sometimes you don't see this TA picked up nearly as often anymore. These SA carries do love it, but it can come into a point in a lot of games where you get caught in one disable and you die. Push commencing top. Enchantress creeps are up here. They have the Sand King wrapping around too. Saksa also putting more deep vision to watch versus this TA. And they'll find Schofield again.
That's top lane. Not a place to go now for Heroic. Tundra completely controlling the area.
Whitemon, 100% kill involvement, and he's even joining bottom. He immediately TPs bot, looks for a vision if there's anything here, and might look to even invade and block some camps. Devi is able to finish off the jungle here, but it's taken them a good amount of time. And it's not like he's ahead now. He still is.
Caught him back up.
He still is at the bottom of the course.
But, on the other side of things, 33, he's at the top of the course.
And Sanking overall just has a much easier approach into the game compared to a Bristle. At least with the way that we've seen these two teams play. Mid one. Bringing it to Analog. Schofield
was ready and waiting for him.
We can't. Look at the Arcane. Top tower falls to Creeps. 33 continues to invade jungle. Just faster moves coming out from them, easier aggressive moves that Tundra can set up for. While for Heroic, it feels like the only aggressive moves they can make in this early game is around Rolling Thunder. Because a TA and a Bristle showing up into this lineup that Tundra has right now can be very complicated.
Gonna get the jump here. Tundra under the tier 1, go straight for King Jungles. See Analog thinking about going with the Rolling Thunder, but knows that at this point it's just not going to be enough to allow them to turn. Saxa is bullying around with Davai Lama. TP's come in, so Davai Lama should be fine. He turns over towards Saxa with the help of Analog. Has to use the Rolling Thunder to kill Saxa off, and Saxa nearly gets Davai Lama. And he throws him out of tip. Back in the river, Schofield holds the two of them back.
They're on Shad.
Bushwhack. That Ice Shard's not going to catch him, so Schofield's actually able to get away.
Parker's bottom. 33's in the area down here. Can't commit to the kill. Does get healed up. The Royal Jelly putting the TA back into a safe position. You can see how aggressive Tundra's looking to play. I think they're recognizing as well that it's just limited moves that Heroic can make. Rolling Thunder being on cooldown feels like the map just opens up completely for you to play however you want.
Yeah. Maybe around Analog's Diffusal. Heroic.
That's going to be the one that it does accelerate a little bit more. I'm checking to see what Parker wants to do with this build too. Does he go standard? Does he look to put a shard earlier into the mix? Feels like the shard is going to be necessary versus this Ember.
I feel like he wants to go Dragonlance Deso.
I feel like he does too.
This game.
I mean, it is Parker, so we could see some strange builds, but I think maybe he does just do standard.
With the punch up on him, 33 with a follow-up Burrow Strike. Backup coming in. The swing across here with the chains connecting in onto Parker. He's gone. He's gone. 33 will die under the tower. See if Analog could chase down anything more. No Rolling Thunder for 15 seconds though.
They throw the Purge out. Was a bit overzealous. Davai is chasing out Chad. He's got backup coming in.
Yeah, won't be able to finish up the kill. Davai Lama. It's going to get forced back away by Whitemon. Could try and turn and fight Whitemon.
They found mid one. He's out of mana. The Diffusal's kicking in.
I mean, Whitemon and Shadow still trying to finish off Davai Lama, but Whitemon may just die for this. Indeed, he will. The Quill sprays from Davai Lama. He might be able to turn and kill Shad as well. Yeah, Shad's got to be careful. He can't finish off the job as Davai Lama stays strong.
Whitemon trying to bail out his buddy. Maybe miscommunication becoming between the two of them. Shad running away and Whitemon running in to try to force pressure. Davai sticking around top. 33's here. Can he close the gap? Maybe on this next camp, they do have that ward to scout him for a second here.
How deep do they want to go?
Davai, double stacking.
Oh, he's not going to expect this. Davai gets jumped by the Burrow Strike. Won't be able to survive through that amount of damage to 33 and Shad.
But they found a huge kill. They found mid one, slowing down his progression massively. This last big Ember is now bottom net worth himself, just from that Diffusal pickup that they were able to burn his man and catch him. Mid one.
That's got to be playing careful around that mana burn threat.
I'm surprised how poor mid one is.
He had a hot start in the mid as well, right?
That death really hurt him. He just
also, well, they took the they've taken 2 tier 1 towers as well. So this is taking into account that bonus gold bounty from the objectives they've taken, and still indeed not zooming ahead on farm mid one.
No, not at all. And going Mage Slayer, it's going to reduce the damage from Quills and from the Bristle, but as we mentioned earlier, it's not that much magic damage that's coming out. It'll do some as well from the Pango, but in terms of his magic resistance,
and they try for Analog. See if they can burst through him. Snowball and Burrow Strike interrupting it, but they have the save indeed. 33's going to get the chance to get the epicenter off. That's a big pushback into the road, onto the 3 of them. It will be enough to allow the space for Analog to escape. They don't have enough damage themselves to Heroic to get any kills with that sort of setup, but they do indeed keep the Pango alive.
Bloodstone's finished. And also, I don't know if you can go any other build on the Ember. I just wanted to point out about the fact that he's just going to go Mage Slayer up. But it's going to be slowed down.
It's just the timing right. It's not quite as fast as you would have expected with the start.
Nice bushwhacks. Schofield finding some beautiful ones in these last few moments. And Parker, he is just going Deso. So
Yeah, I think it's overall.
Deso then Shard, I think.
I feel like Parker, other than the pressure that was put on him top, I don't think he's going to be too concerned with how the start of this game's gone. You know, I think he probably expected to sort of have that top tower taken away as quickly as he did, and overall the timings are still being hit by this TA.
No, absolutely. And he does have a great draft that synergizes really nicely with him, right? From the lucky shot, from the bristleback, when the minus armor starts all kicking out as well, too. So, yeah, he definitely is set up for success here. Shad as well is going to be strong, but it is not also, I do have to point this out, it's not a drinking buddies one, as we saw from Whitemon in the laning phase. They're not going to have that extra amp damage for the gyro that we would see in a lot of situations where it's drinking buddies and he's just flacking with that extra plus damage.
I mean, what sort of situations and drafts do you feel that we're seeing that cause some of the Tusks to still stick with the tag team rather than the drinking buddies?
I mean, tag team overall is just stronger in lane now. Because the nerfs that have come out, at least in my opinion. I could be wrong about it.
But those cool saves and moves with drinking buddies, we've seen, I feel like, so many highlights where teams have made some magic happen with them.
I think drinking buddies overall is a way better one, in particular for the grand scheme of the game, but I think Whitemon wanted to be able to dominate the lane, and he did.
And yeah, that is true. He certainly did. 3-1 and 5 Whitemon.
Analog. Parker has shown up. He's got that Deso. There's big hits.
Analog's going to look to try and turn. The snowball's there from Whitemon. Keeps him safe for now for the Rolling Thunder, but it's going to cause him to be dragged in a little bit. 33. He's going to get the chance to rev up the epicenter. Turns with the power strike. Onwards Analog as the Rolling Thunder comes to an end. They'll kill off the Pango. A trade that Tundra will once again be happy with.
Committed quite a lot, though. Do have to split back up after this. Who got the last hit? It was Saksa. Okay. Does mean he has a Solar Crest. Does take away that gold that would have been nice there for Shad, but having the Solar very early on this Enchantress is also very nice. Yeah, Parker. He's top net worth. After what started as a bit of a tough lane, he's able to just get back.
Yeah, he's dealt with it.
Yeah, and overall too, it's not like it's a game where he can just always just go to the jungle, because he does have another hero that wants to always farm there. He still is having good timings, and Device timings are actually pretty good. 7,500 net worth. He's got his Aghanims already finished, and as we have to mention it, he does have good synergy with his draft as well too. These quills will hurt with all this minus armor.
.33, about a couple of creep waves away from having the blink.
He was switching up the build. We'll see if he does commit. I think he does want this build,
Yeah,
they don't have another way to commit. Yeah, I know another way to start fights. This is perfect. Because he had the Shivas queued up. I can understand why he wants it for the extra armor and just how much he can amp up everything, but the blink just feels too good. Blink, now for Parker.
Radiant are scanning.
So many pings coming out. Parker especially. Looks like he maybe wants to join fights with this.
Yeah, Analog baiting the aggression.
Mid one. Careful.
The bushwhack.
Big damage here.
And they've got easily the burst. Caught by surprise there by Schofield.
Top rune as well. It's an amp damage. Saksa will be able to deny that one away, but Parker with this blink, he's looking to fight. He's found Chad too.
Chad's going to get the cooldown out.
Parker.
He's going to get punched up as well by Whitemon.
Maybe a bit too deep.
Does die. We'll see if Heroic as a team can clean up anything in return for this, but I don't think so. Analog's got to roll out with the rest of that ultimate. As he went
pretty
for
YOLO.
He went for it.
He had no backup. He literally just blinked into high ground versus Gyro with no vision of other heroes. That was a bit crazy. And he didn't have backup anywhere near.
And now they get the jump onto Analog. Analog should be fine with Davalama TPing over to provide backup.
Device got Shard. He's got a pretty big timing now too, how strong he's become.
And they get forced out of the triangle area here, Heroic.
Schofield.
Whitemon seeing if he can get the catch. Has got Davalama by his side. Schofield ready to turn the on. Davalama heads in. Huge damage there. Down onto the Tusk. Whitemon disappears.
33's here.
He's in with a burrow strike happy onto the both of them. Can Schofield and Davalama get out? Schofield will fall. Davalama surviving through the brunt of the damage that's been thrown down upon him. And now is Shad and mid one ready to turn towards him. He should fall. King Jungle's taken out the disruption, giving some safety for Davine.
He's still alive.
He gets away.
Not
no,
anymore.
he doesn't. Mid one had the remnant at the red. He swings past and finishes off the job. Analog caught by the chains. Tundra finding 4. A massive fight for them to find. It's Heroic. They tried to battle back, but they fell one by one. And with the homing missile onto Parker, allowing them to set up with the bow track. He will turn. He'll kill one of them, but he will die. An effective team wipe there by Tundra.
Great plays, great epi, good follow-up there from Shad too, in the right place at the right time. They punish Heroic. Kind of a one-by-one that came out from Heroic there. They punish it beautifully. I don't believe there was the blink yet on the Pang. Oh no, he did actually have the blink there, but he got caught anyway without able to get much of anything off on Analog. He only did 200 damage in that fight as this Pango. Completely answered. He has to be more careful with his positioning.
And a whole series of events, yeah, they really did start off the back of Parker getting a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, as we were saying earlier, his aggression, it kind of works out 9 out of 10 times. This was the 1 out of 10 times.
And where was Analog? So Analog came from behind, I believe, but they saw him with the ward and they caught him before he pretty much got anything off. Because he just jumped in and just pretty much died. Like right there, he shield crashes in, but then he puts himself into a very dangerous position and just gets brought down. Nice play from mid one. Do have to point that out, the chain gang in particular. I think I've seen him use it 3 times, where he just throws out a remnant and he's able to play from the back lines rather than committing his hero in. So either he dies at the start of the things in the mid lane, ends up making up for it with these little chain plays, and then he dies again at the end, but it happens.
A sizable lead. Boards out to what was quite a close game on the numbers. 21 minutes in, now getting that 4K advantage, Tundra.
And Shad just having a much better game than that last time, and I like his itemization quite a bit here. This butterfly, it's like all physical damage, as we said on Heroic. So this is going to be a really strong one once he gets this timing.
Yeah, absolutely. Once he's got that, you're not going to see Parker try and make that sort of move where he jumps in and goes for the gyro for quite some time until he has also managed to progress a few items in his build. Tackling the gyro like that with a jump burst, it's just not going to work with that evasion in play.
Yeah, he's going to need MKB ASAP. Level 18 also on Shad, so keeping up that pace and levels, he's going to be pretty huge. Shard is picked up from Parker. But 33, again in position.
Straining on towards him. The refraction off, and the move with the defensive disruption. Scofield trying to help him, but he's dying to the Sandstorm and the Epicenter. Is so low. Will get the chance to turn with the ultimate, but he's gone. And Parker trying to sneak away.
Blinking one.
It's back up. He should be able to jump just in time before the Sleight of Fist caught him, and he's out.
Oh, Whiteman almost got the prediction play.
Oh, that was so close. The Sleight of Fist nearly stopped him from getting the blink off. And then, yeah, the punch could have potentially stopped that TP, but Parker, he escapes this time.
They only get one, but it ends up being a pretty big swing. It's 2K swing just from that.
They can get Roche now.
Yeah, and they've got a good position for Roche. 33 is just getting pretty massive epis in these last few fights.
Yeah, both games so far on his Sand King, his impact's been massive.
Can absolutely see why it's just that first pick. Might see if it gets banned out just to make him uncomfortable if we do go to this game 3, of course. But right now, Tundra having a very good advantage into these upcoming fights. At 33, yeah, his itemization's great. All physical damage he's playing versus. He has 26 armor, but it's an Iron Talon for more armor too. And yeah, perfect setup so far. And there's that butterfly for Shad.
I'll check it again on the replay. 33, just the one to start off this action time and time again. And just not a whole lot they could do fighting into that. They're trying their best to try and bail Parker out of the action, and he does get away, but they lose Schofield and they can't do anything in terms of killing anyone on Tundra.
And it's at this point now for Parker, because he is quite far behind, the itemization for him is very complicated. Where do you want to go? Do you want to have positioning? Do you want to have BKB? Do you want to go for the MKB rush? You probably need to go BKB at this point versus the massive magic damage and control that we've seen coming out. But that is going to hurt. A BKB Deso versus a Gyrocopter with Butterfly, it's going to take time for Parker to have a way to come back versus him. At least him in particular. And his other 2 cores have gotten massively slowed down now at this point.
That's a heavy game for him to carry.
Sure is. Tundra in a very good position, especially these 2 supports too. Whitemon is massive, but Saksa is even bigger. He's actually going to start catching up to these other cores on the side of Heroic very soon. He's got the Grove Bow. He's got the Dragon Lance. You can definitely see him start kicking out that damage too in fights. Devi.
He's on his own. I get the opening. And he dies very easily.
That's where the Mage Slayer does feel very nice, of course, too, to reduce any of the damage from the Bristle. Schofield caught as well. Getting out of control.
It certainly is. Heroic slipping further and further behind.
Parker tries to go for the kill, but might have put himself into a danger. Oh, okay, just kidding. She just gets the 33 was coming in. It's very close for them to be able to close that gap.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Analog nearly dying to Saksa.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Starting to look rougher and rougher for Heroic.
And mid one now has BKB. Parker. They've got the chain gang on him.
They're looking to dive in. So mid-one popping the BKB. They really want to go into this tier 2 for Parker, but Parker will be able to back off far enough. Analog laying down the Rolling Thunder across the three of them. 33 getting tripped up multiple times. It's a big kill to find as they take out 33. Heroic, they're definitely going to try and push on for more with the Sand King out of the equation. Sharpshoots over towards mid-one. They've got the trap silence as well. Can they get him with the physical to take him out? The side blades! Oh, Parker, he does it! Off the siege creep there, the side blades to finish off. Mid-one jumps in a position. They're going to be able to get Shad at least at once. And they should be able to set up a second time. I mean, Whitemon, can he do anything to help him out of this situation? He cannot.
He cannot,
Shad also to fall.
What a fight from Heroic.
What a play.
And KJ does the start of it because of a shard on Shadow Demon. Demonic Cleanse dispelling off the chain off of the TA to reset position. And then Sand King 33 is put in a very dangerous spot next to the wall. Pango can chain stun him. That was pretty much perfectly executed there from Heroic. All off the back of just an SD cleanse. Very cool stuff. And KJ now buying a gem. Momentum swing back. Can Heroic get anything else out of that? Not really. They just have to deal with their lanes. But big momentum for Parker at a time that was necessary. He's got BKB and now perhaps going to be able to itemize versus that gyrocopter. And he's hit 20. So he has, let's see which one he does go for.
They're going straight for him. Might get caught by surprise here unless he's quick with the BKB.
The meld armor, okay.
I've seen him coming for him. Oh, he's going to hide, but they've got him with the dust. Spiral Strike as well. He's going to try and stand his ground here with the BKB. He'll opt to TP out with the rest of it, but there's a punch ready from the toss, so Whitemon able to stop that one. He has to continue to try and fight back here. Parker, can he find 33? No, 33 gets away with the Burrow Strike. Parker goes down for 70 seconds.
A nice try there from him. Doesn't have any buddies to protect him. Schofield, can he get away? Midwell's got the slide chains. Yeah, interesting. I've seen a couple. I mean, I know how it works with your Void Blaze and all that, but I've seen this a couple of times from the TAs. They go for the max damage. They go for the meld armor reduction at 20 rather than their fraction dispel. So maybe he's just completely relying on his SD to have the cleanse, but definitely can be problematic when you're playing versus Ember Spirit to not have that extra bit of dispel versus the chains. See if it causes any type of extra repercussions. Taking a look at some of these neutrals. Defiant Shell, 33, more armor. Devi Llama, he's got Paladin Sword, so he's getting quite a bit stronger as well too, but still bottom of those cores. And it is mostly just going to be reliant on how is Parker going to get that MKB for the next upcoming fights. Because they were able to isolate Shad, but it did take quite a bit to be able to isolate.
See over in the mid here, coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Analog trying to keep King Jungle safe and set something up on the mid-one, forces mid-one to have to use
Shad
the BKB. The Rolling Thunder continues to control the backlines as Whitemon is taken out here. Analog handles him with the Rolling Thunder.
Devi is doing quite a bit here. Shad has to be more careful with his position. He almost just died to the Bristleback. This game feels quite a bit closer than it was anticipated with the start, with how big the gyrocopter was. They're still showing that they can bring him down even versus the Butter.
Very close farm, really, amongst the cores outside of the two carries, right?
Yeah.
You know, both teams having their sort of mids and off lanes in a very similar position.
And Analog now does have Aghanims too, and a Nemesis Curse, so their damage, it's increasing rapidly. Skullfield also now has Solar Crest to buff up Parker more in the fights, and Parker is 2,000 gold away from having that big item that will potentially just let him full focus fire Shad. Tundra want to look for a fight with this advantage that they do have in timings, though. Level 18 as well on 33.
I mean, Heroic are pretty ready for this, I feel. Unless they get caught completely by surprise. And down by Llama.
No save.
Yeah, King Jungle's not able to get in range.
He threw the cleanse out, but it was not enough. He needed to get that disruption faster. Quick jump from Tundra.
And maybe Heroic not ready for it at all.
The damage is quite explosive.
Yeah, they just have to avoid this completely.
they didn't really commit much for that kill either, right? They have Epi, they have everything for the upcoming fight if it does go down, so Heroic smartly back away. Tundra looking to get as much as they can out of that kill. Taking away Ancients, looking to pressure tier 2.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
That is the last wave. They are cutting the creep waves.
Dire's bottom tower
Arcane Rune bottom. Mid one will take that. And they will be able to finish off the tower before.
And Parker desperately wants to have this full MKB before he's forced to turn up to the fight. And he's very close to it.
He is going to hit hard, because he did go for that Meld Talent as well, too. So it is going to be that extra damage that is provided. Parker all-out aggression. To be expected.
Schofield getting some good information here.
They're smoking before he's got the MKB. They're looking to catch Tundra off guard here.
I mean, Tundra's trying to chase down Schofield.
Shad is quite separated.
Schofield! He's going to get caught.
Shad is alone. Has to BKB.
I mean, the rest of Tundra are trying to deal with Schofield, but he's making them really work for this. He's still on the run. I mean, the fight has been massively split up here by Schofield, drawing the attention of Tundra elsewhere. They do finish off the job and kill Schofield, and now they turn, take out Analog. They'll look towards Davai Lama.
That's their gem. Hits the deck. Davai.
See if he can survive through this. With the jump with the Burrow Strike. 33 getting in front. King Jungle's watching from the side, ready to help out, but he's unable to save him.
Too much damage.
Davai Lama dead, and now with Whitemon trapping King Jungles in the shards. Tundra should be able to get a 4th kill out of this play. It works out at the end of the day. Shad gets focused, but he can survive through the attempts of Heroic.
It was a bait. He has the BKB. Analog ends up putting himself into a super dangerous position. They can't finish him off. If they had the MKB, maybe they could actually go for that full commit kill onto him, but it was just a ways away. He was like 300 gold away from it on Parker. Big gain there for Tundra. Up to 11k gold lead, and Roche is now up.
And mid one, he's got the next time done. He's got the Diffusal now on the Ember. Looking to get that Disperser for himself.
That's, I mean, interesting approach.
Now we see again this fight. At this point, is very much over for Heroic. Davai Lama. Still not at a point where he's unkillable.
No.
But they can get the jump. Every time 33 gets the setup, the team can move into position to take this Bristle down. And King Jungles at this point can't quite save him.
That's an interesting build from mid one.
I mean, what do you think is the plan with it? Just the mana burn with the slide? Obviously, Disperser's the end goal,
Disperser's
right?
the goal because he has the Dispel as well, too, versus some of these silences and all that, but... And be able to reinitiate and disengage. I don't know, but it's very different.
You're right, that's probably the big thing about it. It's just having that quick and easy Dispel against the trap silence, right?
Yeah, that's... And then also just the way to disengage and move in with it. Yeah, I mean, there's some strike to it. He's taking a bit of the back foot this game, I would say, but that's fine when you do have a Gyrocopter this farmed. Yeah, and so far the Mage Slayer has been very nice. Not for the magic resistance for him, but for stopping the Quill damage. It's been preventing Davai in a lot of these fights from maybe getting some big extra healing off from his Bloodstone. And KJ, I feel like he needs Blink.
And in the mid, Analog, he gets the opening onto mid one. Mid one is able to put the BKB just in time.
Nearly gets brought down. Gonna look to strike. There's no Rolling Thunder. Whitemon, he's
coming in
KJ.
with a wraparound. And indeed will find the Shadow Demon. Tundra can turn towards him. Get King Jungles out of the question.
It's a really good kill. 45 seconds, they can push forward with that. No save gonna be available for Heroic. And just continue to see Shad grow. Parker is keeping himself neck and neck, but Parker's items just flow in a little more naturally. And just, it really does feel like it's gonna be Parker versus the world.
He's done it before.
He sure has. And he does have all that minus armor, as we were mentioning from earlier with his draft, to benefit him, but he is at a disparity. Because this Enchantress, you know, Saxo, we've mentioned it before, he is literally a core. Level 18, queuing up BKB.
Oh, mid one's ready to dive in. Just the change setup on towards Schofield. Tier 3's gone. Onto the barracks here, Tundra.
What do you do, Heroic? How do you stop this?
I mean, they've got a couple of them wrapping around from the back lines. They're going to try to jump in 33 off the mark with the Burrow Strike. So he get caught by the trap silence, comes to an end, he'll buy time with the self-fuels. Well, towards Davai Lama, but he's got his back turned.
He's kind of stuck here, though. And Shad.
And finishes off the job. The melee race taking a Devi. He's healing up with the Bloodstone. That's going to be the Aegis gone on
33.
Shad.
They found 33 in the back.
They'll hold him back here, but that 33 tried to burst strike away, but Analog continued to do a good job with the Thunder. Now Shad, they jump in from Park. He's trying to get the angle to get some damage in onto them.
They're poking.
Survives here. The snowball. They really want to get back in on this heroic. Whitemon. Couple more hits and they should have him off
the trap again.
Off the trap. He knows how to use those blades, Parker.
This guy's good. Very good poke coming out from Heroic. I'm surprised that Schofield and Divide don't go down. I think he got like a hairball that healed him for like 1,000 health on this Bristleback. Didn't see exactly if it was that or just like a couple quills, but either way, heals up massively. Yeah. And they almost killed 33 as well. He got caught on the back while he was revving the epi. Analog found him.
They're getting this pushback, but of course still losing the barracks.
Still losing the ranks.
Tundra getting the objective. I'll turn to the Tormentor. He's got a use. Happy the
33
shard
would
for
never
him.
die to a Tormentor. Right.
But shard for Schofield.
You can see how Heroic wants to approach these fights, though. It's dangerous for them to just full commit in, but their poke and prod is scary. The way the TA can just play out for the traps, or even with the Enchanted Quiver, that extra attack range I've seen them been using a couple times. They do have approaches into the fight. It just takes time. They have to poke and whittle, wait till they force these BKBs, and then potentially try to go in. It's still difficult for them to fully approach because of how massive Shad is. And his other two cores are quite big as well. But the poking and prodding, you can see the concept of how they're trying to approach the fight.
Big Im's queued up next. Saxa wants to get the AC for the team and the next one for mid one. He wants to get the Octarine, play around the low cooldowns.
I like this AC quite a bit on Saxa. He had the BKB queued, but it feels like, why would he go for this BKB? The AC is going to be so much better versus all that minus armor that we'd mentioned. And he's close to it. Even 33 going for more plus armor. Look at how much armor the Sanking has. 48 on him. All the armor items in the world, as we mentioned, versus this pretty much exclusive physical damage lineup.
Parker getting space up top.
Schofield.
And he's caught outside the base, but the jump back with the sharpshooter, is it enough to keep him safe? A defensive disruption comes out. Schofield living a little bit longer, but will still fall. Analog in with the rolling thunder, but he's going to have to surely roll out. But the five of them still fighting fit on Tundra.
We had the punch interaction again. Did you see that? He punched a tree. It didn't end up mattering, but just a little funny thing to point out.
Parker's got to be a little careful. It doesn't have the TP available.
Parker trying to cut the wave, but 33 was there ready for him. 33 now has Lotus as well.
He's just trying to get this Eagle Song and level 25 Parker so he can get that fully complete Swift Blink ready for the next defense.
His damage will be explosive. And the fun thing as well, to point out, when you get 25, most people are taking the meld hit bash when you have this. You AoE bash. Because everybody that you hit with that meld does get hit by it. So there's some cool little plays that can kind of come out with that there. It gets the Mindbreaker as well, one of the best items he could have probably got on the TA. And he's still matching that farm of the Gyro,
I mean, that's the thing. It's sort of position that he's been farming in has been very smart.
Yeah.
Tundra, they know he's somewhere. They know he's hitting creeps somewhere, but they don't know quite where he is. And,
Axe Tusk online.
Come and fight me.
Yeah, that could be pretty tough to deal with.
He also has Telescope, so does have that extra bit of a cast range. Could even work versus something like Pango. He's got a lot of different things that he can do with this kick. Schofield also will find Telescope on his side. Pretty important for him and KJ, because I was watching KJ, he wants to get this blink, but he had to go for just defensive 4-step, so positioning for him is a little difficult.
Interesting one, he doesn't take the meld hit bash this game, Parker.
Okay.
Wants to stick with the refractions.
Interesting. It's gotten nerfed so much, and I've seen more people take the meld hit bash, but feeling like this is just the better option. Cool.
Smoke time from Heroic. Now that Parker's got the 25 and he's got the Swift Blink.
They can 100 to 0 a target if they find them. Pretty easily in a stun.
Who's the best target to fight? Probably 33 again, right? If you can get a read of where the Sand King is.
Oh, that is...
But you don't think you burst him. He's either one that you can't burst.
He might be a little too tanky. You also have to know where Whitemon is too, because they've got the save. So one of the cores, ideally.
Shad ready with the silver edge to assisting being able to bring down Davai a little bit easier.
33 also gets ninja gear, a little bit more armor, and it's just about playing constantly in the smoke, and that's the AC. So
a whole lot of armor.
A whole lot more armor.
Across the mall here.
Which works versus all three of those cores, we're going to keep reiterating.
And Parker, they're going to get the chance to get this wraparound.
There's no one showing in the base, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit suspicious here.
He's going to walk up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
The longest wraparound in the world.
Smoke up and they get the jump in on Schofield. They just go straight for the hoodwink. Schofield's out.
He doesn't have buy. It's 50 seconds, no hoodwink. Heroic need every little thing they can get for this upcoming fight. That's a pretty good kill. Can they get the wraparound? They spotted Davai.
Davai's leading in. With the Rolling Thunder as well. They get the jump on to 33. They're going to try and burst through the Sand King. It's enough damage. They can kill him off. Even with all that armor, Parker doing enough damage to bring 33 out of the fight. And Schofield, who of course buys back because they want to try and find more from this heroic.
He did get the gold for it at the end there.
So what they can chase on for.
Shad.
It's going to go for the TP out. Have they got anywhere to bash or interrupt? They don't. Shad's away. Now they turn for Whitemon. They'll get the easier kill. But the cores, Mid-1 and Shad will escape. But they can do it even with all that armor.
They get the purge on him.
It's enough damage.
If they don't get the purge on him, he can use and likely get a reset out. But they got the purge, so there's no defensive capability that comes out there. That somebody's not showing it, but they did get the purge onto him. Disseminate also does increase the kill potential quite a bit there.
Massive damage being done. You can see on the Roshan timer as well. It's going to be back up in 10 seconds. See over in the jungle.
Analog.
And they found Mid-1. His BKB's on cooldown for 40 seconds. He's got the disperser to remove the silence. Will be enough to keep his distance, but they can turn out towards Saxa.
It's 3v5.
Who's on his own. The sharpshooter comes in. Saxa cannot survive this. Parker picking up another kill.
He's doing it again.
Making these moves here, Heroic, around Parker.
Look how rich he is, too. He's starting to get that separation between him and the gyro. Heroic identifying the exact tools they need to be able to take these fights.
They can back off for Roche.
It's up. And they've got 50 seconds, no Enchantress.
What does Parker go next? He's got a lot of money. He's already got a Swift Blink right, so he can get those treads swapped out for something big. He wants his Daedalus. And he'll have it.
They're running over as fast as possible.
They've got to run faster. They're not going to make it over here. Parker and Davai Lama taking the Roshan down nice and quickly.
And that's a refresher shard for Analog. That's massive for the upcoming fight, this double form of control. Oh, and they're starting to do it.
They certainly are. I feel like Parker, he's probably felt very cool and chill the whole game. I think he's always known that this would get to this point where he would be an incredible threat in these fights. He's got the farm and he's ready to show it off now.
Initiation again, it comes down to it. Who's going to get the first jump? Is Whitemon going to be there and ready for the save? Is KJ going to be there and ready for the save on the other side?
Yeah.
Both teams having a similar kind of concept that they want to approach now.
And Tundra have to find and control Parker.
Yeah.
If he gets to just be able to freely jump in with a Swift Blink, he'll be able to pick and choose his targets.
His damage is getting pretty crazy. Davai almost has AC too to counteract the AC that's on the opposing side. The important thing to point out too though is he didn't have space for Aegis. So they ended up giving it to Davai. Parker playing without buyback and without Aegis. He's very confident.
Yeah. He just feels that in these fights that he's got a bit of save potential for King Jungles, and outside of that, it's two other cores that are extremely frontline right.
Yes,
it's going to be very unlikely that Tundra find the chance to isolate Parker when there's going to be a Davai Bristle and an Analog Pango going straight for their faces.
And they always do have the bailout, right? The KJ Shadow Demon in good position in most of these situations.
And very close to having the Blink Dagger on King Jungles, so more than likely then to be always able to find and position themselves in a way to get the save off.
And the fear of playing versus this Aegis versus this Refresher Shard, it's being put into Tundra.
Yeah.
You see the way that they're poised on the map. They don't really want to look for a fight, while Heroic, they want this fight bad. This TA's damage is going to be absolutely insane. Davai also now found himself a Rattle Cage, quite a bit tankier for him.
On top of that AC, it's a lot of armor for him. And
he pretty much just gained, what, like more than 40, like, I don't know, 40% damage reduction, it feels like, versus physical, just because of those two pickups.
For Mid-1, yet to see him still
committed.
Still not commit for the item after the disperser. Got the disperser and has just been building up this gold.
And I'm not really feeling that effect of that disperser too much.
I feel like it saved him once.
Maybe once. All right. Fair enough. Jump, Divide, has the Aegis.
Oh, they are heroic. They want them to go on the bristle. And Parker just wants as much information as he can gather.
If they get one stun on a target, they can likely just get 100 to 0'd. Parker.
Risky moves as well, considering he's the one without the Aegis. He has no fear. They get the kickback. Yeah, look at the BKB off. Will get punched up as well. Jump in for the rest of the fight. They'll be able to slide Parker out to safety, out to the side. Shad pulling incredibly low for the BKB. He'll pop the Satanic, but he's not finding anyone to hit as he has to run away.
Back to the high ground.
Jump forward with slight change. Get the jump on Schofield. Up the BKB.
Another kick.
And the kick back onto Davai Lama, but he's got the BKB in because he still has the Aegis. Schofield, he's able to live. Only Jester, he goes in with the quill sprays. Whitemon falls. They haven't even been able to take the Aegis out of Davai Lama. Finally, he falls. That's the Aegis. Gone for 33. He's caught on the high ground. A stun connects on a Parker, but now Parker's able to punch into the Sand King. Bring 33 down. They're having to use 2 buybacks here, Tundra, to try and hold on. They're going to control on towards Parker. Defensive disruptions there.
He's got a blink.
Can he get away from this? He can't. They'll be able to put a stop to Parker.
Device got cheese.
He's healing up. They've got to be careful how they try and commit to finish off this Bristleback.
He was broken for a second. No longer.
And will manage to get in and will finish him off. Cost them the 2 buybacks, the expensive one there being 33s, but they will get the job done. They kill 3 heroes. The big ones there being Davai out without buyback, 350 or so gold short, and Parker gone for 70. He does have the buyback. They're going to go straight down the mid and try and force this TA buyback out.
KJ's pinging the bounties. He's going to pick up one of them. Is that going to be enough for the buyback? Not just yet, but he's drawing straight to the other one. If he can pick up that one, they will have the buyback, I believe, available.
Is it enough for Davai? I don't think it will be.
It's probably not. It's going to be close. It's like what?
And there's 2. Wait, there's 2. Yeah,
oh, there's 2. He will.
If he gets the 2 there, then he'll be fine. But the problem is they're losing the base.
He can't get back, though. He has no TP.
Oh. Well, that's the top rack's gone for sure. So the buyback players of Tundra will secure them a second set of barracks against Heroic and will force out the Parker buyback in return.
And beautiful plays from Whitemon, really being the X factor there. These kickbacks, just repositioning constantly. Parker trying to push the limits of playing on the sidelines in the fights, but then he just gets booted right into the midst of everything 2 or 3 times in a row.
30 seconds, no Davai Lama. They're going to realize now that this Bristol does not have buyback.
58 gold. Chad.
Whitemon, he was looking for the kickback. Jumps in, but they're immediately able to get the silence off. Whitemon tries for the setup.
For a long time.
But he loses his life for that effort. As he's out for 100.
They can't finish off the last racks either.
Schofield steps up, caught by the slight change. Quickly breaks his way out of it with a sharpshooter. And indeed, Heroic will successfully defend. Whitemon takes a risk there, and it does not pay off.
He just got caught by a trap into Mindbreaker. No dispel for him. And now he's important. We just talked about how his kickbacks were the biggest thing,
he was
really,
the key part of that fight and effort to be able to kill off Parker in the mid, and now he's gone.
Quite a bit of time that he's going to be missing. I think also Analog about to hit 25 for this next upcoming fight too. 33 did hit 25, so his damage did ramp up. If he can get the positioning for these epis, and high ground allows you to do that.
See what they can do here. I mean, they know, obviously, with Whitemon using that buyback previously, that he is gone for good for these 50 seconds. Heroic 5 versus 4. What can they achieve against Tundra?
They hit buildings hard.
Divide.
He's broken.
He's so low. I mean, we'll see if he can live through this. The save comes in, he pops the heals, turn it with a bloodstone. He survives through this. The impetus is not enough to kill him off. Davai Lama will get away. And Midone jumps forward, takes out Schofield, cleans up King Jungles. Midone turns towards Analog. Analog holding his position with the roll-up, but the silence and stun coming in afterwards. Analog's gone. Davai Lama won't be able to heal through this as the break hit from Shad Silver Edge comes through. Tundra hold, 4 versus 5.
Too late on the save on Davai. He dropped to like, what? 5% HP before the save comes out. The break just actually almost killed him instantly from the jump, and that's without Whitemon. I don't think Heroic's expected to have that much difficulty going up without the Tusk there.
And here we go now. They're going to look to go again, Tundra down the mid. There are buybacks available, but still indeed Davai Lama a few hundred gold short at the buyback himself.
And there's only one Rax left. There's no glyph available either. They're trying to drag waves as best as possible. Parker's trying to cut waves. But they might just be able to end this.
He's looking for the kickback. It's going to be the mega creeps up. Onto the tier 4s. The buybacks come out. Analog's back in play. King Jungles will respawn. Whitemon.
Another boot.
He's going to get the kickback on Schofield. Schofield, he's out for good. 5 versus 3. Tundra looking to now close this one up. And the tier 4s are gone. It's the final stand-in for Heroic.
They're on 33.
The good rolling Thunder. And Parker's got the damage to bring 33 down. Shad puts the BKB. He's trying to end the game. They get the kickback onto Parker. He'll slide inside with the Hurricane Pipe, but they've caught him with a stun. Parker's out, no buyback. Analog cannot hold this alone as he's out. Tundra turn to the Ancient, and they'll get the victory here in game 2. 1-1 now. We're going to a game 3.
And a world of difference this time around for Shad. I think they really set up this Gyro for success this game. They had good lanes, and he did stay at the top of the net worth. There was a little bit of a comeback swing that did come from Heroic, but Shad overall, I think he only dies the once this game. I loved his itemization too this time around. I know the panel was talking about his items quite a bit in that last one. The Silver Edge, it caught Davai Lama off guard. I think 2-3 fights where the SD save was just way too slow.
Crazy games, though, continuing to come out today. Stepping up to be what could have been one of the most exciting final days of a Dota tournament in a while. This start with the lower bracket, 1-1. Still with no saying how this series is going to go. I don't know who's going to take it. We're going to find out shortly. But as it stands, 1-1 here in this best of 3 with Tundra taking game 2.
Thanks a lot, Owen. Yes, we've got a great series happening right now. So back and forth, 2 great teams, very even in terms of ability. Let's break that down then. So Tundra, as always, we knew there would probably be a way back into the series for them. How did they do it?
Well, last time these two teams met, it always went to a distance, full 3 games. This time around, I would say that they outdrafted them. They also outplayed them, shutting down Parker at the early stages of the game. This is pretty much 4 protect 1 strategy. Bristleback can be annoying. He can be the damage dealer, but also Pangolier as well. He doesn't deal as much damage, and it's very difficult to carry a game as Templar Assassin, considering what he's playing into at the later stages of the game as well. You're playing into this kick, which was very, very bad matchup for Templar Assassin. He tried to itemize. He had some really nice moves. He was staying on the side, playing off of his traps, having that extra range from his Hurricane Pike, also having the neutral item, but it was not enough. He got found multiple times, and I don't know. Shad he also had a pretty good game. Like throughout the whole game, he was wherever the team needed him to be, he was joining. He was very active, and that's exactly what I want to see from a carry Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think right now that Tundra's drafting made so much sense. It was so good. Game number 1, I definitely gave it to Heroic, but I don't even think Heroic had a bad draft, so to speak. But I think Tundra put them in a position where, yeah, you have to give Bristleback Davai when he known is particularly best on initiators, not these just tanky frontliners, and you ban out Parker to the point where he has to go for TA. This is a hero that is just, I don't know, B tier maybe at best as a carry. It's not great. He played it the best he could. Unfortunately, the hero just isn't super strong right now, and that's because you took away that gyrocopter, and then the first phase you banned out Parker's hero, so he felt like kind of forced to go into this direction.
And we heard from Mumiander as well in that spicier interview, one of the spicy ones we had before we went in. They were like, look, we are going to draft around Parker. You know, we see him as the win condition, and, you know, we don't think anyone else is really going to be a factor, and he was right.
A lot of the times you would see Parker solo carry the games, going in pretty ham. First game, he was the one who was sieging the high ground alone, finishing the game, while the rest of the team was canceling the TP. So a lot of the times it does come down to 4 protect 1, but then again, he was playing Templar Assassin, and I think Fear had a great point about Templar Assassin not being the hardest of the carries right now. Plus, also they targeted him heavily in the first round of bans. 3 out of 4 heroes were directly targeted towards him.
Yeah, well, I've made my contribution to this segment as always. I only know one thing to do. It's puns. The why, I have said. And what do I mean by this? I mean, why do you not play to his strengths and put him in a position like this. I understand the need for a flex in a draft. Try to be cute. You're up against Tundra. They're always going to have something up their sleeve. But we know how this guy likes to play. He likes to play on the initiation heroes. That's what he's good at. And when you put him on the Bristleback, a very different type of hero, it just didn't feel good right from the start. So I'll come to you for this one, Clinton, because you highlighted the same thing. Just hard for him to have impact in that game earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy for us to sit here and be like, oh, this is what he's good at. Sometimes it's more difficult, especially for the player, to realize these are my strengths. Sometimes you're like, I feel like I can play all these heroes without understanding why your team functions the way it does. And unfortunately for this team, Divide can't really play these greedy heroes. Like, he's not like having the best laning stage. He's not getting a lot of space. There's a point in this game where Parker came to bot lane, invaded the triangle at like 10 minutes because he got kicked out of his lane. And that's exactly where the Bristleback wanted to go. So Bristleback went top lane and started to farm top, and then he kept getting dove and dying up there. So I just feel like when you move too many pieces around, this team that looks really good all of a sudden won't look as good, and this is a pivot that did not benefit them whatsoever.
Yeah, I think we've got some clips that sort of illustrate the point as well from the game, so we'll take a look at those and just continue to talk me through them.
Sure. I mean, they are going to see like the Bristleback versus Sand King matchup, so I wanted to highlight both of the offlaners here. And you're kind of in a situation where you see the impact of the Sand King in this fight compared to like what the Bristleback's able to pull out. And Bristleback at this stage of the game, he should be more farmed. He only has an Agnum Scepter at about 20 minutes in game time here. The Bloodstone Blink is online from the Sand King here. He's going into the team fight, completely obliterating everyone here. And when you do play this Bristleback hero, you have to play him in a way where you are #1 net worth in the game almost. You're unkillable. You're controlling the flow of the game. But if you look at his net worth down here, it's pretty low. It's down at the bottom with his mid lane Pangolier here. And this is not a spot you want to be on as a Bristleback. Maybe it's acceptable as a Pango, maybe it's acceptable even as a MOUZ, but you cannot do this as a Bristleback. So Divide, we wanted to see him play much more greedy in this game, get the farm rolling, and watch this. Is this Bristleback or is this Paperback here? Because like he just instantly dies immediately.
Yeah, it also comes down to him playing like against Silver Edge later on, but the specific hero that should be highlighted is this Tusk, because with the tag team, it's always been good against Bristleback, Timbersaw, Tidehunter, anything that is super tanky. And one of the reasons why he chose that facet, a lot of the times we would see Gyrocopter at TI as well, playing with the other, the what's it called, the drunken facet, whatever, the drinking buddies. There we go. Yeah. So this time around, even though the facet has been nerfed, tag team in a lot of situations does work better. But I would also say that the big comparison is what they were able to do on 2 carries, because he got shut down on Parker. Parker, when he shines the most is when he's on top of the net worth, and in this game, he really wasn't. Gyro had his number throughout the whole game. And looking at the items, this is where he struggles the most, because if you look at what Gyrocopter has, first of all, he's playing into first Aegis from Gyrocopter, something that Templar Assassin relies on having, while you're also having Bristle on the team, so you can easily, you know, play more aggressive, go for these high ground pushes as well, secure certain parts of the map, but playing into Butterfly as well. He doesn't have, like, he's trying to get a BKB, and this is one of the rare fights where Heroic is going to be able to win the fights, because they are going to be controlling this Sand King. He's their pretty much control. Other than that, they don't have much control, maybe some Ember Spirit chains, but they were ready to get in and get stuff done with this Templar Assassin. If you look at the positioning from Parker, there's going to be some really nice plays coming out from the traps off the this creep wave as well. So they get the kill, the silence from the traps. So this is one of the rare occasions that they were able to kill him. And have in mind, this is Gyro, who's kind of isolated, so they're going to be able to kill him twice. But after that, he needed to itemize, get that MKB, get that BKB online. So Parker always playing from behind, needing at least like 5,000-6,000 gold to be able to fight against them.
Yeah, that was a moment in the game as well where it looked like it could maybe flip around, but you know, they had one person on Tundra that wasn't going to let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think, are we talking about Chad here? Oh, yes, Chad indeed. I was like, came to my mind.
There he is.
That's what he was this game. Let's be real. Like, I've been wanting to see this for a long time from my boy here, and his itemization, this time, I would give him an A+. S isn't a real grade, but he'd be A+. seal of approval.
Yeah, I mean,
Chef's kiss.
one of the better games. I mean, look, obviously it's a
His
weird
best game,
Yeah,
actually.
his best. Yeah, for sure. One of those weird positions, you know, where you're a stand-in, you're in one of those high-profile positions. You know, he's been super humble the entire tournament. Every time he spoke about it, he's like, "This is an opportunity I have to take. I'd never get an opportunity like this again." You know, and yes, he's had mixed games. I think it's fair to say, but that was not one of the worst ones.
Oh, definitely not. We did talk about in the pregame that it's very important to focus on the carries. Like, if he's going to be having a good game in the first game, he really did not have that, especially first 20-25 minutes on Medusa, some itemization problems as well. But in the second game, they heavily targeted Parker, and we've seen the difference as well. So coming into a third game, I think that's going to be super important, like which carry is going to come out of the laning stage on top 15 minutes in, who's going to be controlling the tempo of the game.
Yeah, I think we've got a spicy draft coming up. We are going to take a quick break. We are going to also have a listen into Tundra's comms just before we come back for the decider, so make sure you stick around.
Pango?
Pango here.
There's a SD here. Pango is out though.
Putting bottom, go.
Whistle hill. Yes, shot.
What's the thing, guys? I got
Yeah,
the thing.
I'm watching. I'm trapped. Bit slow.
Almost there. I'm
Yeah, follow a bit.
TPing to the lane.
They here.
Pink
Three
PS
heroes.
I'm coming. Tango is waiting.
I can chain Bristol soon.
Yeah, I come.
I didn't chain him. Any mana for me? Both of me? Both of me?
Yeah, hero.
Bristol
very low. Behind. Look, Pango.
He died on Bristol.
Bristol,
Yeah, he dies. Yeah, he can die.
I have blink and
rocket
plant.
on him, rocket on him.
Yeah.
Are we going?
Yeah,
I think we're going. Yeah.
I'm coming with dust.
Oh, fuck.
Woo, 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 woo. It's the decider in the lower bracket final. We've got Heroic, we've got Tundra. If you get that reference, by the way, I love you. So we're just going to get right into it. Obviously, this has been a super close series. It's super close every time they've met. Is this the time to pull out the wild cards in the picks and bans?
Oh, most definitely. One thing I noticed about Heroic is they have 100% win rate when they're playing first pick. Sorry, when they're playing, first pick Radiant. Ooh. So Tundra, they had priority in the second game, and they chose to get the second pick, which overall means that they have the last pick. And in the previous game, this Ember Spirit was a really good response. So Tundra, they're onto something. They do think that they can still beat it, even though their best strategies were evolved around first pick Radiant for Heroic.
And there on your screen is what they're playing for, the wonderful Wallachia trophy. Expertly crafted.
I want to see the full view.
Yeah, look at it.
Oh, it gets bigger.
Yeah, it just keeps going.
When does it stop?
There it is, you can see.
Ah, okay, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a banger.
I do like that.
Yeah. So what do you think then, Clinton? What's coming up in the draft?
I think there's going to be a lot of Parker bans. I wanted to cheat there and look over there, but I didn't. But I think there's going to be a lot of Parker bans just based off what Moon Meander said, and yeah, it's the same as last game. Exact same bans.
That's why they wanted it.
Yeah, I think on second pick you do get more bans in the first phase, but on first pick you get more bans in the second phase.
Yep.
So same 7 out of 7. Exact same bans, same pick as well. I think they might shift things around because
I mean, it wasn't the Shadow Demon's fault, surely.
Definitely not.
So, like, you could still go for that hero, but if you want to take that Clock or that Tusk away, might be a good opportunity as well.
Yep.
But I think no matter what happens, if you just look at just how this banning phase is going to go, there's still Shadow Demon, there's still Tusk, and okay, they're going to go for the Bristleback right away onto Tundra this time, though. So this is definitely something where I feel more confident seeing the hero into the game. For Heroic, it has to be said, right? Like, Vi doesn't seem like a Bristle player, and of course we wouldn't want to see Parker on it either, right?
No.
And I think there's no scenario I personally want to see support Bristleback, so it didn't seem like a game where at least Heroic looks good with it. But Tundra, this is a hero that 33, it fits the archetype of heroes he likes to play. So yeah, it looks pretty good. And the reason he gets this hero is because you're stealing his Sand away. You identified that's the problem. Yep. Don't give him Sand.
I mean, is there any chance that it could be a flex, given that Saxa is, like, you know, crazy in terms of his hero pool, Dom?
Potentially, yeah. This is a really good question because Saxa has been toying a lot in the last like 15 days. This is the player that I watch on my friend list when I want to learn something new about the position 4, and he's been playing a lot of position 4 Bristleback, so definitely is a flex pick for them.
Okay, interesting. Might have to bring
do some research real quick about if Shad can play this Bristleback too. That's definitely a hero that I would be happy to see him play. Like, he's not the type of player that has to be this standout hard carry. Sure, he can do it, and it looked good on the Gyrocopter. That's why you see Heroic ban it, but I think he could potentially also pick up this Bristleback.
I would also be fine if they like snatch away Tusk one more time, just because they have the first pick in the second phase, which looked extremely good against Bristleback, and we saw that Tundra really loves to play it. Gives you the kill threat, and later on, also, we've removing like this Solar Crest type of a build a lot of times from position 4. Instead, you are going for a rush of a Blink Dagger with the tag team facet, and also going for Aghanim Scepter, because so many times, like even at TI, when Q was playing it, they won a couple of games off of that. It's one of the best Aghanim Scepters upgrades in the game in terms of like the really, because so many times also throughout this tournament we've seen teams sieging the high ground and failing to do so because of the kick, because of them not being fast enough to react to certain things, getting insta-stunned by Pango or whatever, and then just pushing the wave and pushing the game to in a different direction.
All right, and Shad, he does play this Bristleback. It is confirmed. Back when he played on Twisted Minds versus L1, had a good Bristleback, and then he has 17 games on it, 76% win rate. So the man can play a good Bristleback. So that option is available, and that's definitely very scary. And that's when I think Bristleback is the best is when you have two players that can play it on both core positions. So looks good so far. And yeah, you probably mentioned the Shadow Demon already. He does what he does. The Morta ban, obvious ban as well. Parker Hero Plus, we've seen that, you know, Parker loves to pick this up against the Bristle.
Yeah, good matchup for sure.
Also in the previous game, it was very effective to use Cleanse on Bristleback because sometimes it's all it takes. If he can't move, plus also Disruption can be really good against Silver Edge, as we've seen those almost 3 seconds that you can...
Okay, what's going on right now?
They're swapping.
They're just swapping drafts in the decider game. See who truly belongs in the grand finals here.
I like it. Very alpha.
It very much so is.
It's a statement for sure.
By which team? Both?
Whoever wins.
Yeah, they're both making statements here. I mean, the Tusk, not much to say about that. The other choice potentially was the Clockwork, right? But we've seen that oftentimes... Okay.
I mean, the gyro is banned. It can't be identical, so...
Well, I think that changed things up as well, right?
Yeah, sure.
Like the Hoodwink was on the side of the Bristleback Shadow Demon, so... Just popular heroes right now.
And you also have a break mechanic plus tag team. Maybe it's time to put this Bristleback in a different position now. It's not going to be an easy game for Bristle by any means. It's still playable, like there's ways around it. They have triple Shad in the game. Shadow Fiend, Shadow Demon, and Shad.
There's one more. There could be quad.
That's what she Shad. Clockwork Shadow Fiend, we've seen this combo be super popular. Just something against the Sanking in the lane. You have ways to trap him. If he misuses his stun, he's straight up dead. Back to you, Clinton.
Yeah, definitely. I'll take over now as needed. But I think this lineup going forward, what do you want to do with Heroic now? You have that 18 pick. You can hold the Sand King, which I think makes a lot of sense into that overall last phase. Of course, you don't have the last pick overall, but that's fine. You can still make them guess who's going mid, who's going off lane type of situation with that Sand King pick. Pick Parker's hero right now. Before everything gets banned out, take Parker's hero now. I think that is going to be essential here. If they don't go that route, I don't know what they're saving it for. We already have a lot of bans on Parker, and there's going to be +2 bans on him if he doesn't take his hero right now.
Yep.
So what would you like to see?
So I think
some Alchemist or... Okay, we're going to...
I don't dislike this because it looked okay in the last game. I think in this game it's still good. Historically has always been good versus Shadow Fiend. Still is. Versus the Bristleback. I had to talk about this before, as well as like the meld hit on him over and over, and you're going to force him back into the jungle. But guess what? If you invade the jungle with early traps, you don't even feel safe there, and TA can steal your stacks on top of that. So this is, I feel like, a much better game for this TA than the last game. Like versus the Sand King, you have that Sandstorm that's constantly doing damage, taking away your refraction. You much rather take away like the Quill Sprays with their fraction or some big nukes by Shadow Fiend. So I do like this pick a lot more here. And it still gives you that option of you don't have to decide where the Sand King is going quite yet. This could be your offlaner for Devi, or even Analog could take this to the mid lane if necessary.
I mean, seeing this Bounty Hunter as a ban would say to me that this Sand King is maybe going to the mid lane, but I would prefer if they play something crazier slightly from the mid lane. I mean, this Templar Assassin is also a flex pick in the end. They could play it from the mid lane and get a different carry.
Sure.
But like, I don't know if that's. Really
I don't think that's the play. I would love to see some Queen of Pain for Analog, because they have really no lockdown. Like Shadow Fiend goes in with the BKB, you push them back. You don't care about both of the supports. But I also want to see some like other bans to see if it's going to be that good of a co-op game. For now, it looks top tier.
Yeah, they have no stuns at all to really lock them down. Purge and Cogs are your big stuns, and heroes that can just blink away instantly from that are quite good. I'd be very surprised that Tundra do not read this. Puck, Quap, they both should go.
Bristle has been answered in the draft. You're playing into Templar Assassin, you're playing into Break Mechanic from Hoodwink, Tag Team as well, so not going to be an easy game for him by any means. There is a little bit of a save, of course, from Shadow Demon, but other than that, he should play like not as he's the biggest raid boss in the game.
Mm-hmm. 10 seconds remaining.
The only other hero that I'd also be somewhat okay with here is if they do want to put Sand King mid and take Primal for Devi. That's a very good hero for him. You do have the break mechanic, always good versus Shadow Fiend in the laning stage.
Not so much against Clockwork, though.
Very bad versus Clockwork. Also terrible versus Shadow Demon, so probably not.
Take that back. it's one of those. Yeah, it happens to me all the time where I feel like, oh, this hero could be really good. And I think it also happens to the teams where they feel, especially if they don't have enough time, where they are kind of panicking.
Brainstorming outside of the co-op
That's
idea.
fine,
That's
yeah.
pretty much it. It's just JK, bro.
Well, they've got time to play with here. They're definitely talking about it.
Mars, so they actually
Mars
did go for a Devi hero. That does alley-oop the Quap, though. Maybe they have... And they even banned Puck themselves, right?
It's so good. Now, because I wanted to see the bans with Puck being gone, I would definitely go for Quap here. This hero deals insane amount of damage. With this type of a draft, Templar Assassin, Quap, Sanking, like even with the 4 that they have right now, you're never going to lack damage to kill heroes.
Yeah, what are the Quap counters that you could do on last pick? Nothing.
Lina.
Yeah, but then you have Shadow Fiend, Lina, Bristleback cores. I mean, Clock is an initiator, but that puts a lot of... That makes Tundra's draft just have a lot of holes, I think. And Lina isn't particularly good versus TA either, so... Throughout the game, at least. Very low armor hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they do anything but the Quap here, so, but the choice is theirs. They go for the Earth Spirit. Okay, I mean, it's definitely... It's... Alright, I don't really like it. I'm not a big fan of, like, the Sand King Earth Spirits, like, these type of heroes that do the same type of job. You can get exposed very easily in the laning stage by a multitude of things, so... Not the biggest fan of it, and then this is something I do like to see. I'm not entirely sure how this mid matchup goes, but I do like seeing mid one on these non-traditional mid laners. I want him to be more farm heavy, something that scales, something that plays like a pseudo carry in a way, and this kind of does it for me, but it's going to come down to how does this mid lane matchup work? I don't know if it's that bad for Earth Spirit, because he does do bonus damage, probably with the kick, and probably kills the spiders right away. So maybe not the best pick, maybe the greatest pick. I'm honestly clueless on this matchup. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I've not seen this matchup at all for a good reason. We haven't seen too many of the Broodmothers. We've seen them as a response to some Invokers, some Pucks, but you also have Sanking, which can make a transition from the top lane to the mid lane, but other heroes are not that good against the Broodmother. This Templar Assassin, this Hoodwink Tusk as well. If he's off to a good start, if he's picking up some like early Orchid, the supports are going to be punished.
Yeah, so overall, the draft, how does Professor Fear grade it?
It's a hard one because I think it really depends so much on this mid matchup that I don't really know a lot about. If it goes well, so I'm gonna I'll just give it a grade. I think the overall heroic draft is definitely probably like a B.
Okay.
And then the overall draft from Tundra here, as far as cohesion goes, I'll probably give that one a C+.
All right. What do you think about him?
I'm going to lean towards Heroic. I think them going with Templar Assassin one more time, good carry-to-carry matchup, always was against Shadow Fiend. And I think I've said it so many times throughout this tournament that I have not been impressed with Shadow Fiend in most of the like mid-game fights. He dominates his lane, he gets his item timings, but a lot of the times you would see this hero, if he's not getting a big Requiem, that he's just like straight up dying in some of these fights, misuses his BKB. Quite difficult hero to use.
All right, guys, thanks for your thoughts. We're about to get into the action, but first we're checking in with Nomad again.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, I'm here with Cass from Heroic. Pretty intense draft there. We kind of ended up with this Earth Spirit versus the Brood. What was Analog's confidence like taking that to the mid lane versus the Brood?
I don't think Earth Spirit cares about Brood right now. I'm not sure of the details of the matchup, but I would say in general, like Earth Spirit is good against Brood. It's good catch, good lane. And I also felt the Brood pick was a bit awkward because they kind of like stuns, don't they? Like their only like real catch is the Clockwork. So they like have Bristol, Brood, and Shadow Fiend. So who's gonna like stun, you know?
Great question. I guess we'll see how they remedy that. So last game, Moon kind of felt like he'd pushed you guys out of your comfort zone a little bit by targeting Parker very heavily in the draft. Do you think that worked for them?
In some ways, yes, but I felt like we could have won the game, but there's the comfort fade. But we also could have picked a better hero, I think, as well for Parker. We had options. It's not like he's banning all his heroes. The guy's a beast. He has a lot of heroes. So Templar had some good matchups there, but I really felt like we could have gotten something better.
All right, we'll see how this game 3 goes for this one as we throw it over to our caster for this one. It's Odie and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, indeed. First blood going down here as they're able to find Shad. See if in turn they get Parker. They do so. 1 for 1 as both of the carries fall. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting into the action of Game 3. Deciding match here to see which of these two teams is going to go ahead and face up against Team Falcons in that grand finals.
This should be a pretty interesting one. I'm glad that Cass brought it up too, right at the end there, double down his rank. Davai is very confident about typing out that he doubled down. That was pretty funny. Yeah, I'm glad Cass mentioned it at the end there. I was looking at the Tundra cores, and I'm like, these 3 cores are they kind of play for themselves completely. So it definitely looks like they're playing to just win lanes and snowball off of that, because their catch is very limited. And they're playing versus quite a bit of disengage, I would say. Earth Spirit, Sand King, Tusk, a lot of different ways to re-engage the fights. So I think these lanes have to go good for the side of Tundra, and then we'll see what they look to build with that afterwards. That's why they wanted to go for this here for mid one.
Yeah, let's see. And also, in terms of the mid matchup and the lane matchups in general, this is one where the Brood should come ahead, or do you see a chance here for Analog to make some plays happen?
Never seen this matchup. I think mid one should, in paper, get ahead, but Analog maybe can just play around it because he shouldn't, in theory, die. But yeah, we'll have to see. Mid one's also been getting more practice on this hero as he played it already in this tournament, I believe once or twice. But yeah, definitely looking interesting from the side of Tundra. I just wouldn't have predicted these 3 cores to be put together, because when I look at Heroic's draft, you see lots of team fight. You see lots of catch, lots of control, mixed damage. Tundra's is not really much team fight whatsoever. It's completely reliant on just snowballing the lanes, getting a big advantage afterwards. Yeah, we'll see how it ends up going down.
How do you feel this game compares to last in terms of how easy or difficult it is for Parker to carry as a TA?
Looks better. Looks much better for the TA, yeah. I think overall versus the Gyro, it can be a bit of a difficult matchup because Gyro gets timings very quickly, similar to a TA. This one, I feel like he is put in a position for success. He has great buff ups. He has the drinking buddies to save. He's got extra stun and control. But yeah, we'll see. Top, they're being very disruptive, as you saw. Didn't point it out at the start, but level 1, the Tusk actually used shards to force the creep wave under the tower to prevent Shad from getting some last hits, and then they're playing in this weird position here that Whitemon's going to have to try to salvage by dragging waves and attaching, connecting and stuff. So we'll see how Shad's able to recover and get some farm up here, because this is a pretty interesting approach from the side of Heroic. Because usually what we see is the SF Clockwork, they tend to dominate their lane. And that's usually what you need to have happen is SF, because if the hero doesn't have an advantage, it can definitely fall off in the mid game.
Looking back at the mid lane so far,
doing very well.
It's looking pretty brutal. Mid one 18-5 against Analog 6-2.
Analog has missed a bunch of free CS too. I think I just saw him miss, 4 under the tower. The mid one wasn't even contesting, so that was a bit of a slip up there. He does get the kickback onto mid one under tower, but he should be fine.
Oh, this could be pretty rough with the mid going as one-sided as it is.
That's what they want though with this, right? They drafted for lanes mostly here for the side of Tundra, I would say. Courier snipe, boots will be killed from Shad. Definitely harder for him to get aggressive, and if they could even get aggro on him if he's not careful without those boots. Yeah, and let's see what mid one wants to build. Right, he can go that Orchid route if he wants for that extra catch to be able to snowball and take over the map. I'm curious what his build will be. If it's going to be anything out of the norm. Schofield, do they have the catch? The blood grenade, not quite enough. Saksa should be able to play around this bottom too.
Yeah, Parker doesn't want to miss out on the wave under the tower.
Schofield is still getting chased out here. He's going to tank a tower hit. He's going to hit the Cog. I've never seen someone hit the Cog twice. It doesn't hit, but that was pretty funny. Schofield will be able to disengage now.
Yeah, he should be fine. Has the boots coming out. Yep, picked up from the courier.
Yeah, let's see if it gets any better here for Analog.
And top lane, yeah, despite that early sort of play where they forced the wave to meet behind the tower.
Shad's doing great.
Yeah, he's not feeling any of the heat at all, Shad.
It was a cool attempt though, right? I haven't seen people do that too often where you're playing in a weird position to tried to shut down SF's laning a bit, because SF just seems to win almost every single one of these lanes with a clock. Do get a pretty good stun connection onto him, Shad. Taking a beating, but he'll be alright. But 3 lanes going very well. So the Tundra plan so far working nicely. And let's see if Analog, with the max boulder smash, clearing out the spiders, will be able to get himself caught back up a bit here. He's 600 or 650 gold behind mid one, and mid one is very close to hitting that 6. We have seen Earth Spirits lose lane quite a bit this tournament, and then have some type of recovery outlets in the game, so not the worst case in the world for Analog, of course, but mid one definitely going to be very happy. And here come the spiders. Analog's actually leaving the mid lane.
Well, top lane rotations come in. They're going to be able to shut off Shad as the rotation comes through from King Jungles. A save will come into play from Saxtra in the disruption, but they cannot keep Shad alive. Analog takes the kill.
Poison stacking up. They've got battery salt in a second. It was so close. And they'll find KJ instead with the rotation from mid one.
He's got spells. So if they want to do anything with this...
Good disengage.
He's able to get away, King Jungles.
The mid one will do the toy with them with the spiders. Barely getting himself out as this Tusk. Nice play. Parker is getting a very good start. That is one important thing to point out for here for Heroic. With all these movements happening, he's also in a lane versus the Bristle, so they are having difficulty pressuring him. He's got an early level 6 on this TA. See if he gets active or if he looks to just play that farm game. I mean, it's Parker, so he's probably going to get active. He's going to go through the portal to look for a play top while all this is going down in mid. Shad.
Analog tries to set up on the mid. Tundra, they're diving in. Whitemon blocking Analog's escape off with the cogs, but he himself gets caught in the shards by King Jungles.
Up top.
And the rest of the team can't get over to help him. Top lane, at the same time that Tundra make and fail this aggressive play mid, it leaves Shad vulnerable. So Heroic not only being able to deal with the play mid, but making a play themselves top.
KJ, comes in at the perfect time. He had no mana. If Tox is there a second sooner, he might just be able to steal that away. And now Devi should be able to just get this kill on
They might get another. So just like that, Heroic picking up 3 kills across the map.
And beautiful stuff to slow down an SF. TA versus SF matchup hasn't been played so much lately, but in the past, it's a very good, very, very good matchup for TA. Able to slow down Shad's progression after he was re-establishing the mid lane.
And mid one.
Hot start here for Heroic.
Trying to speedrun this tier 1 tower. Nearly going to be able to get it, but the spiders are cleared up, and Heroic, they can go for the deny.
Money. Parker.
It's got TP backup coming in. 33's heading over for him as well. We'll see if Schofield can keep Parker safe. Whitemon trying to push on for the kill. Whitemon should die for this. 33's able to clear up Schofield. See if he can turn and take out Parker as well. Parker, he's got 1 charges and refraction up in a few seconds. There's going to be further backup coming in as well. Parker.
He got the refraction off.
That's a lot of poison, but indeed the refraction's there. And Davai Lama turning up means the Tundra cannot continue to try and finish this TA off. Parker lives.
And this game, he did max the refraction rather than maxing that meld out. Already seeing the effect of it in that move, even though he does have the Void Blades. Didn't want to go for that, so interesting. Ends up saving him. The split second that he gets that refraction up blocks those 5 poison stacks. A 1k lead for Tundra, but Shad has gotten slowed down after that one move. Mid tower dropped, mid one. So as he said, they denied it off. He's going to be looking to play very invasive. And he can be pretty pesky for a TA if he can get this good timing on his Orchid, which he is looking to have. But Parker is keeping neck and neck with the 2 high cores of Tundra. And Davai Lama's lane overall, it's pretty good. Involved in 3 kills as the Sand King in a lane versus SF and Clockwork with 0 deaths. Do think Tundra wanted to come out of these lanes a bit more ahead. They are ahead, but not only slightly. These 6 kills for Heroic, these movements have been very clutch. And Saksa
should be pretty dead here with the Magnetize persisting. 1 more roll forward. Analog finishes the job. Mid-one's going to try and go for Schofield on the back line.
Kept spreading.
And the Bushwhack's there to hold back mid-one, so mid-one can't push into this anymore. Has to run.
Should be alright.
Heroic, making sure that it's not too easy for Tundra to try and build up this presence on the Heroic's half of the map, forcing
it's just easier overall for Heroic to make moves. Their heroes naturally can just make movements. For Tundra, it's really either the Broodmother with a ton of spiders or Clockwork that has to show up to set up for kills. They mentioned it from the interview too. There's just limited form and catch. Analog, Invis top, trying to set up for a play. Yeah, they can pair up. Like, they have so many different little pairings that they can do to look to make aggressive plays. Either the Earth Spirit plus the Hoodwink, the Earth Spirit plus the Sanking. It feels like it's easier for them to make a lot of these moves. For Tundra, it's more about the farm game until they get this first timing, this first item in particular for 33 when he wants to get involved. So this was not a smoke to make a play. This was a smoke to farm. Even Whitemon using battery assault on a creep wave while in the smoke.
No sort of moves to be able to invade the triangle. So Parker should have the space to finish this off.
Way too hard for Tundra's draft to go invade unless they want to use the Brood. And speaking of the Brood, KJ trying to work around here with the drinking buddies.
He's completely on his own though. And just try and make them work for it. Snowballing over to the neutrals. Shards to block them off.
Nice plays at the least. But does go down.
At the same time, we'll find the support trade over in the mid. This tower's gone. The pressure of mid one continuing to open up the map. They've taken 2 towers so far, Tundra. Meanwhile, Heroic yet to be able to take their first.
And even though Shad is struggling, I have my concerns for the SF as the game progresses. The good thing is that he does have 2 very strong scaling cores in the other side. So it's not like it's just going to be this SF versus TA matchup that ends up this, these two, this 4 protect 1. Tundra is getting a lot on the Brood and the Bristleback. And we've seen 33 from offlane play the carry, and he's got that eggs. Very greedy player, but ends up working out for him most times. As Blink is done, I mean, Parker, this time looking to play faster, right? Last game, he went the Dragon Lance into the Deso. This one, he got a Blink Dagger, so he wants to get involved with his team a lot more.
Yeah, no, I like playing against this Brood, right? They know that Tundra's just going to be taking over the map very quickly.
He just wants to fight. Mid one.
With the snowball over. Nothing more, though, from King Jungles. Has backup coming in, but didn't feel like he could completely set up for the turnaround.
Whitemon went a little too early. Mid one was not quite there with the Orchid. If they wait maybe a second or so, they might just get that kill. They're going to smoke again. No hookshot available, so this is just playing around 33 with the Aghanims. Looking to try to invade this triangle. Parker. He scouts it. Besides also being able to play aggressive with the Blink, as we said, the limited catch, he can get out of a lot of the moves that happen just with a Refraction Blink Dagger. They will catch Analog still in here, the Orchid.
He's going to get clipped by it.
Nice stun.
They're going in, they're not going to quite have enough to kill him immediately. Analog's able to get the Magnetize off the snowball. Save buys him a bit of extra time, does still go down. See Parker looking for the supports, jumps in, finds Saxa. Hookshot 4 from Whitemon. Shad's ready to bring in the damage. 33's cleaned up King Jungles. And Mount Parker surrounded by both of them. Can he at least bring Whitemon down with him? He cannot. He falls. Tundra able to take this fight here as they push on. Parker trying to fight back, but the fight already split up in a fashion that the rest of Heroic couldn't really do too much to help Parker out in that position.
And 33 might look to... Is he going to look to steal Wisdom? Maybe not. Maybe a little bit too aggressive for him. But they got the majority of the damage onto Analog before he was able to really get much off. He was, what, 10% HP when he gets magnetized, gets popped. And Parker, just a very over-aggressive Blink. He wanted to kill the 2 supports, but then he puts himself into the river. And Shad, it's an easy turn-up for Shad to just get that cleanup. Whitemon got the last hit. A bit unfortunate for Shad. Since he is 0-3, he would have loved to get that, but his farm is still good. 3K lead now for Tundra. And this Brood, amp damage. Analog will be saved.
And once he's got his BKB, he's going to be pretty unstoppable mid one.
He's pretty darn scary, but once he gets the BKB, that is.
Yeah, up until then, they still can't find the setup. Back
Can he get away?
Shot from Whitemon. The sharp shot comes in from Schofield. Beautiful angle there from the Hoodwink.
Devi turning up to the fight. He's having such a good game on the Sand King. 5-0-2. And mid one, maybe a little too over-aggressive with that amp damage, over-committing to try to go for this kill. Gets punished. But as you mentioned, if he gets BKB, he should be pretty safe.
If he gets the BKB, yeah, that should be the point where he can get away with that sort of play.
But he does sacrifice quite a bit there doing that play. And interesting, Parker is such an interesting player. You know, I always just want to talk about his items because, like, you know, he was playing versus that Ember Spitter in the last game, and he went just straight Deso, waited for the Shard a bit. This game, he goes Blink Shard. Maybe because he sees, like, the Shadow Demon, and the silence is going to be very, very strong to catch these backline heroes. But, yeah, just interesting to point out, because I think he diversifies more than most people. Shad, BKB, of course, going to be the choice for him, too. He's getting to sit back and farm. Nice thing about mid one playing this Brood, it is applying a lot of pressure. So that SF is able to just sit back without any invasive plays that come out. Parker's pinging the Roche. They could do the Roche if they want to with the Tusk plus with Drinking Buddies plus TA. It's not going to be the fastest because no Deso, but if they know where Tundra is positioned, they could go for that. But Tundra right now, very invasive plays with these few timings that they do have right now.
Radiant are scanning.
It's just a question of how much they want to try and push it here up to the tier 2.
They want to take over Triangle in particular. You know that the TA is there, and she is a bit fragile still at this point. See what they can catch. It's eyes on Whitemon.
He's the one that needs to start the fight.
And Heroic, they're about to have Blink on Devi, so they're going to have really good counter initiation. And even initiation once they do get that. Doesn't have to just be Analog putting himself into a dangerous spot. It's coming out. Heroic's got to look to fight.
Man, they've got solid timing here before the BKBs.
Ooh. Tundra's doing the heads-up move themselves. Maybe going to look to take the Roche away from the side of Heroic. The trap's already down, though.
Yep, but Bristle and SF.
He immediately silences them.
Let's see if they care. Well, they don't. They're going to go for it. They don't mind that Heroic know that this is happening.
This is heads up. Stealing this away from the TA draft.
And no chance of getting it in time. The smoke's coming out from Heroic, but getting to the corner of the map in time is pretty impossible with the speed that Tundra will claim this.
They can catch them on the retreat, though. Shad does not have the BKB, and SK has Blink Dagger.
And they've got eyes on Saxa, but there's going to be a jump. Davai Lama once more. He wants to try and find Shad, and he will. Jumps into the backlines, finds the SF. Analog's in upon him. They've got the lockdown to control Saxa on the Shadow Demon. Shad will get the Requiem off, but he falls. And now they can maybe look for more here. And Tundra has got 33 on the front here with the Aegis trying to push over towards Davai Lama. But the Blink Dagger's up. He wants to fight here. As he'll stand his ground, rev up the epicenter and turn towards 33. It's not a lot of damage though. 33 can live through that initial attempt to the ultimate. But Whitemon's in trouble at the side. Davai Lama comes in with another beautiful two-man burrow strike. He will get popped here. Analog has to run. As 33 starting to kick out the damage. He tries to the TP out. Analog, he's not going to make it. 33
the real
holds
carry.
The fight together, gets the cleanup, and keeps the Aegis intact.
That's why you give him the Aegis instead of Shad. Shad dies, but you know what? They're like, 33's the actual carry of this game, not you, Mr. Shadow Fiend. They close the gap on him, but it does take them some time. And Parker, at the end, he couldn't follow up with his team. When Devi got the double stun, he was busy dealing with an SD. Couldn't contribute into that. Maybe could have killed the Bristle if he was able to close that. I didn't see what stopped his Blink Dagger. It might have just been the Shadow Demon.
A great start from Devi to just go straight past Saxa and look for that Shadow Fiend, finding him.
And they were going on Soxa at the same time, too, so Soxa can't get there to go for a disruption play.
And just the difficulties definitely came into play here where Davai Lama sort of makes the call. You know, could have opted for the blink out and escape, but he wants to try and fight 33, just underestimating how much survivability this Bristle has, as the epicenter does barely anything.
Great saves, too, from Soxa. Just little plays. Somehow he ends up surviving with like 1 HP or something on this Shadow Demon. Yeah, Parker couldn't get back in. Would have been close to at least take out that Aegis, but didn't want to commit. And 33, as we said, he is wanting to be that carry. He's got the Bloodstone now finished, too. He is very strong. Shad is very vulnerable at this point. But as we mentioned, they do have these other two cores that are scaling very nice. Mid one has the BKB too.
It's going to be, once again, you know, sort of Parker against the world.
It might just get to that point. Fear had his concern about the Sand King and the Earth Spirit if it does get to these later stages. He is still very farmed on the TA though. He is level 17 as well.
They're going to try and cut him off potentially. I mean, 33 in position. double-elimination going to make the jump onto Whitemon. 33 turns around to help out.
Big damage.
And he's trying to get the heels off. Will get dragged to the side. The snowball will give him a bit of safety.
Nice
He's up to the high ground, but Whitemon chases him with a hook shot. double-elimination burrow strikes away, but still gets taken out by the final right click of Shad.
Beautiful play from Whitemon. He's going to die for it, but either way, a perfect connection. And now, Parker.
They're on top of Parker. He needs help, and he needs it now, Parker. Is anyone able to save him? He's got the melt. They do not have the detection, but it does not matter. Quill sprays and the poison's more than enough to take him out through the invis.
Massive ones for Tundra. That's, like I said, level 17 on the TA, able to isolate her and kill her off. And now the Tormentor, they kill it fast.
Oh, they could go straight for it.
Too. There's 2 stacks.
It's 33. Leading the way. He's had a fantastic series, even in the game that they lost.
Oh yeah,
he did so much, and now these two, the win, and now coming in this game 3, he's the biggest problem right now that Heroic are struggling to deal with.
They even finish off Schofield past the barrier. He is the true carry, 33. Another tower to fall. Tier 2 is dropped a 7,000 gold lead in a few seconds just after those last few moves. Tundra hitting their stride very quickly in this game. And you just give 33 the wisdom as well. Get him level 18. Yeah, they're enabling this monstrosity. He is a big problem. And again, no, I guess we just like, people don't want to buy it, but no Vessel or anything for this Bristleback too with this Bloodstone heal. Not gonna even go for it on one of these supports, just going for these other normal, natural items. Shivas will come, but it's going to come way later on Divine Llama, so that Bloodstone is going to be very effective. And even without the Bloodstone, we saw how much he was able to do in that fight top. Aegis will get reclaimed, but they got so much out of these last moves. Stealing away a Tormentor, getting their own. Huge injection of gold for everybody on their side. These two supports having their shards now, it's going to be very strong. In particular, Demonic Cleanse when you're playing versus some of these trap silences and versus the magnetize and versus the silence that comes out, it's very, very powerful. Because the way you usually want to, as an Earth Spirit, jump on an SD is you try to silence him, but if he just puts the cleanse on himself, he can always save whatever target he wants. Tundra in a comfortable position now, and Shad is starting to catch back up.
Eyes on the mid.
Mid one.
Not going to get the opening. It's super hard to set up upon.
0 Deso stacks so far for Parker. Playing quick. Whitemon hunting again.
So the map's pretty scary. Might have to BKB here.
And he gets hooked. What a shot from
I guess,
Whitemon.
yeah, even if he did, he would have got caught by that. And now the counterplay. Divine Llama's in with the Burrow Epi.
He's in trouble.
It is not enough damage as Divine Llama falls.
Oh, Tundra, they're snowballing.
They certainly are. The draft, the play with the cores. They're hitting all of their timings, and they're taking so much away from Heroic.
33 is just an absolute monster at this point. Doesn't want to full commit onto high ground. They still have a tier 2 to pressure. But big kills back-to-back on 2 of the cores. And they push fast.
Parker's really got his work cut out here.
It feels like he's starting to get to the point where it's like he's the one versus those 3 super carries.
Can he do something incredible to hold on in this tournament?
They're pushing high ground.
Indeed, they're coming in with the pressure.
These towers die so fast to the presence aura with the spiders. Heroic, can they hang on to let Parker get bigger? Can they get a successful fight with this BKB that's been picked up from the Earth Spirit? Tundra just forcing too much.
Having to get the Shadow Blade into the Silver Edge Parker to try and deal with the Bristle.
Yeah. Needs something to deal with him. He's just too big at this point. And he's just always got the save. He's got the backup of Saksa. Analog looking to cut the wave, stop the push a bit. So they'll have to delay for another timing. They're gonna smoke to try to maybe find somebody, but it doesn't feel easy at all. Maybe it was just a smoke to get outside, but it just doesn't feel easy for them to catch any targets, even these two backliners now at this point. And Tundra, they're just knocking on your front door. They're still playing around here. No Epi. It's coming back up in a couple seconds, but they've got these BKBs at the ready. And 33, he's not threatened by it at all. Even dragging the mid wave to bottom. What do you do, Heroic?
You gotta try something. Or at the least they'll be giving up their bottom set of barracks.
That can't feel good. Maybe it's waiting for Divide to have the Shivas so they feel that they can actually deal with this Bristle. They get Silver Edge plus Shivas, and then they look for a fight, but that could be prolonging things too much. Tundra's just getting way too much in these last moments.
Parker, he's got to be careful here. They do have eyes on him. He cuts the wave. Has the jump forward. Blink out in time from Parker. Avoids the efforts, and Saxon nearly got the catch on him.
In this game, he does go for Refraction Dispels. Very interesting stuff. Timings are being hit beautifully. 33. He can just go wherever he pleases. They see Parker. They've got detection. Saksa, he's got the blink.
He's going to try and hunt him down in the trees. He's going to hide with the meld.
He is in a dangerous spot. Do they actually not know?
Oh.
They actually don't know.
Oh, there you go. I mean, as soon as he gets the talent, what that refraction dispels, saving him. Saves him.
I was wondering why he didn't take it last game too, to be real, but ends up
next time around there will be a gem on white one.
Yeah,
so
not again.
Won't be as lucky. And Parker lives to see another day and should be just about able to finish off that money for the completed Silver Edge.
They have to have a successful fight after this. They're pretty much all in on this next one. And it is going to probably be around the Roche. It's 20 seconds till it respawns. If Tundra's able to set up for that.
He's got to be careful with his courier.
Very dangerous for Heroic.
The Demon Edge is on the courier that's passing by.
Parker. They know he's up here now. They're pinging him.
See if they want to sweep back and look for him. He's out. The smoke comes into play. They were going to start checking for him.
They're going to get the Roche. It's going to spawn. Do they have anything to scout it? No spiders in there just yet, but 33 is going to walk in soon, I imagine. Are they going to scout the Roche? They're expecting the fight to come out to them. Let's see if Heroic can catch the opportunity with the Shivas and with that fresh Silver Edge.
They know where they are. They've hit the scan up on this high ground, Heroic.
Oh, Tundra's claiming the high ground.
They're trying to get the wraparound. Heroic.
Cool angle of approach. 33 is going to walk right into them, though.
They're going to get the jump over towards Shout, but the BKB comes out straight away. Turns towards Analog. They get the jump on towards mid-one. They've got the opening, but Analog, indeed, he's out for 50. Now they just have to back off. They tried to make the same time a move on towards mid-one, but they didn't get even close to killing him. Davai Lama, he's got the epicenter trying to get back in on this, but he can't get the jump off.
He gets hit by the hairball. No blink for you. Epi, 100 seconds. It's a free Roche for Tundra. Great angle that they went for there. They didn't scout the Roche, but they claimed the high ground position there and then just backed up kind of perfectly. It's like they read that move.
I'm trying to at least find some trade here. It's Parker.
Ooh, Shad had made a slot for the Aegis, but 33 says, no, it's mine. I don't blame him either. Does feel like he is that true carry.
They found Parker with the dust. He'll be able to force out to the side, but the silence is in. They drag him back. Parker's gone.
He's caught. 79 seconds.
It's a long time now without their main man.
Hey, they've got stacks now with... Wait, did he not get the stack? Oh. Was he broken? Maybe he's broken. So didn't get the present stacks. Either way, can get the push going. They've got this Aegis on their frontliner. And 33, he can bring down buildings so fast too, with that seeing red.
Yeah, they can take so much here, especially with the Aegis.
Yep.
They don't need to hold back here, Tundra. They've got a huge opening.
Parker's the only damage dealer, and there's no epi for 30 seconds. This could be a second set.
How do they stop this? They're going to try. You're all set to dodge the sharpshooter hit coming in. Fortification out. 30 seconds until we're seeing back in. They make the jump. They're bringing pretty low 33, but the disruption comes out. Bushwhack's there as well. 33 survived. They get the hook jump back in. The snowball save coming in clutch from King Jungles. Red Grim comes into play. Then the Fear pushing them back. That's King Jungles gone. Davai Lama scrambling back towards the base. They'll be able to take out the Aegis at 33. They got any way to get him back into the fountain? Not at the moment. So if they can fight him under the tier 4s.
Can they keep kicking him back?
Fire strike as well. It's a lot of control. Under the bushwhack and the break it, they'll be able to punish the bristle, take him out. It's not a bad defense. They have to use just the one buyback on King Jungles, but they keep the mid-tier 3 and the barracks alive. They'll take that.
Absolutely. He got way too deep away from his team. They all got magnetized in the backline too. They're like, we can't connect to you, 33. And Parker respawns. His first Deso stacks are claimed there as well. And did find Nemesis Curse, so extra bit of damage for Parker that feels absolutely necessary at this point.
Yeah, big defense.
As you said, though, did cost a buyback. They're going to look to try to take advantage of the fact that 33 is down. They're smoking out.
They've got eyes on mid one. They get the opening. They've got the follow over the bushwhack. They're going to be able to kill off the spider.
Big kills.
Heroic.
Parker did not get the last hit on this kill, but he did get the last hit on the other one. Another Deso stack acquired.
See if they can do much here. Just 20 seconds where there's no more 33.
Tundra being more careful not to hemorrhage another kill. Good moves at this deficit.
They get a good bit of gold from this. They get the tier 2 top. They can look for the tier 1 bottom as well if they want.
Devi's keeping them in the game a bit here too. These like little blink burrow strikes to be able to position himself nicely. I like his items too. The Shivas is going to be great for that heal reduction. And he got Craggy Code, so it's going to be very nice to tank him up. They still have their work cut out for them. And it still does look very difficult for Parker to do this on his own.
And they're thinking about the Tormentor, but Parker's got to be careful.
This is aggressive.
Can he get away with this? Yeah, no, he's got to back away. Cannot afford to risk his life for the Tormentor.
He has his team next to him, but yeah, mid one's respawning. 33, he'll be able to finish this off.
And especially when Parker's very close to the BKB.
I thought he might go just full damage, but maybe he does feel like it's necessary to have this BKB. Because he's playing versus the SD Purge too, which is going to be very annoying for him, which BKB does not help you for. But maybe it does feel like it's necessary.
Was still the fact that, you know, Tundra, they do still have this lead. They're almost certainly going to be coming in for another push. For King Jungles, on the touch, the big item you're looking towards is the Aghanims. Yeah. Do you have to get the Blink Dagger first before the Ags, or could you see him just going for the Aghanims straight up?
He might just need the Blink first, because I feel like the pressure is going to keep coming in from Tundra. I don't think he can just wait for an Ags play. Unless they get some, like, 2 kills, and he's just pretty much right next to it. I think he does still have to go for the Blink to be the save there for Parker. Because if Parker dies, the game just ends.
Well, I dealt with the push once. See if they can do it again, Hero, because Tundra.
They do have the blink done on the Tusk, so eyes for the saves. 33.
The burrow strike into the break.
Got the
That's a disruption. Analog has to BKB immediately. Hook shot across, not going to get the connection here on towards anyone on Heroic, and they turn their burst through 33, he's dead!
Oh, baby!
Burrow strike from Davai Lama, they're ready to turn this into so much more. They're going to catch on a Saxa. Tundra, they've got to run mid one, try for the TP up, but King Jungles, he's in with the snowball. King Jungles may die for this, but they'll kill mid one. It's absolutely worth it as Parker gets the triple.
Oh, baby, Parker gets the kills. More gold injected into him. SD couldn't get the save off.
Yeah, we're seeing a few times now. They're trying to go all in for these pushes, Tundra, but 33, he's not that hard for Heroic to kill now.
It feels like he needs BKB. Devi is getting a ton of damage onto him as this sanking and just getting the setup as well.
They're getting the follow
immediately.
The break coming in from Schofield and then the break from the Silver Age. They've got the ways to deal with this Bristle.
Oh, this is so impressive.
33
high ground.
Cannot frontline the pushes in the same way that he was trying to earlier. Heroic striking back the gold difference. It's pretty much gone.
It's gone. And Shad can't contribute too much into these fights. I'm seeing him just watching. He can't actually hit targets. This is so impressive here from Heroic, fighting back through the thick and thin of it. A full AC was finished before that fight too from Analog, so the damage was super fast, super high. Tundra. Maybe thinking that they were stronger than they actually were in that high ground push.
With the 2 attempted pushes, I think certainly so. Obviously the one around the Aegis, understandable, but they went straight away for it again without an Aegis. Goes horribly wrong. And now Parker just steaming ahead as this TA.
Swift blink
hook
purchase.
shot onto him. He's able to blink out with the refraction up.
And he can disengage.
And they're trying to get a catch here, Tundra, but won't manage to quite catch the gap and close the gap any further. So Heroic can reset. Nearly 25 on Parker.
33 might need this BKB ASAP for this if he wants to try to go for a push without an Aegis. They are showing that they have answers. They have ways to just detonate him. And they're starting to pick up more and more items on these other cores. Devi, he's having a very good game on this Sand King, as we were saying from before. Just enabling Parker beautifully. And Parker's about to hit 25. And it was all in the backup, too, of, you know, like these small things, like KJ getting the blink right before the fight, too, so they get the chain locked down. All these little things for Heroic adding up. Yeah, Parker, that's pretty much the 25 done.
See if he changes his talent decision this game. Last time went for the refraction instances.
I like the Meld more. Yep. I thought these were the 2 that he was going to take last game as well, to be completely honest.
Yeah, he could switch both of these last 2 talents completely.
And I'll mention it again. Yeah. You know, you can AoE bash.
Yep.
But yeah, there's going to be a lot of different uses that he can use for this, about just bursting these targets through the BKBs even. Catching them when they go for this high ground push. They have completely caught back up in this game. The graph doesn't say 50-50, but it definitely feels like it's 100% back to that 50-50. The game is always right. We'll see this.
And he's still favoring Tundra despite that big turnaround of momentum that Heroic's managed to get in their favor. I feel like Gaben's not taking the Parker carry into the equation there.
It has been Tundra fighting on high ground, though. And that's usually where a team has an advantage, you know, fighting into Heroic's high ground. So Shad, maybe in these next upcoming fights can actually contribute something, because he really hasn't been able to hit too many targets as the Shadow Fiend. But we'll see. Heroic feeling their strengths, playing around this vision. Another smoke. And Hex finished up for mid one. That's the only growth they've really had in these last few moments. Parker has gotten quite a bit stronger, as we mentioned, from the 25. Bristle, 33. We'll scout them out. They won't want to fight there. Around their ward, though, definitely a place that we could see Heroic look for an engagement. 33 will show. He'll take out that vision. Off the mark there from Schofield. Both teams retreating back toward that Roche.
Yeah, Parker's got to be careful. The smoke did come in time here, Parker.
A tease hit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And KJ just went boot sparing, by the way. He's not going. He doesn't feel like they need that Ags yet.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, with the way the last few fights have gone, I can indeed understand why he's like, yeah, we don't need to go for that sort of cheese play around our base. We're playing out on the map.
They've got the wraparound.
They're going to try and get the jump in over towards 33. They get the roll over towards him. Bushwhack will connect on the 2 cores. Schofield getting the catch.
Mid one's gone.
I mean, Matt Parker's ready to start cleaning up more. Turns over towards Shad. See Analog caught in the corner. Will fall. Parker tries to turn towards Saxon, but Saxon's got the Ghost Scepter. Shad in with the burst strike. Puts a stop to Shad being able to get the Requiem off. The Bushwhack comes in from Schofield. Sharp shot as well. They completely control the Shadow Fiend. And now they're ready to clean up more Heroic. Schofield will take out to the Battery Assault. But 33 and Whiteman, they've got to run. But they can't. Damo Lama's in with another burst strike. Gets the catch. They get the meld hit bash over towards Whiteman, who attempts to jetpack away.
He barely does get away, 40 HP, but the rest of his team is dead.
4 dead, 3 without buyback. No buyback on any of the cores. They're all short on the money, Fogged.
Mid one just spent for that Hex. They're not even hitting the Roche. They're just forcing. Do they know?
Let's see how much they stick around for. They're going to figure out pretty quickly. I feel that there's no buybacks coming in.
Tier 4 tower will drop it. They should be fine to be able to keep this push going. Analog gives his life for the squad.
Just goes straight in.
Yep, he catches the whole back line, and mid one gets nothing off. He just gets 100 to 0.
They're going to start hitting the tier 4s themselves. I mean, 33 has got the money for the buyback.
He has to use it.
I think he got it, from the tier 4 dying?
I think so.
So he's back.
Heroic.
First tier 4 gone on to the second.
Parker blink away.
I respect the fact that mid-one's back in the game. They know that they're in a pretty controlling position now. 23-23, even on the kills. 11k lead for Heroic.
Even in the outsides of the fights, when it's not in the enemy base, Shad can't do anything. He's not able to really get too many attacks off. They're getting right on top of him. Mid one, more than anything, died 100-0 without getting BKB off. But Heroic have completely taken control of this game. And we're definitely seeing at least the lack of control for me from Tundra being apparent. There's a ton of control that a Heroic has to be able to pick a target and kill them.
Yeah.
While on for Tundra, it's a Hex and a hook shot. They have to use it pretty much perfectly.
I think we saw, indeed, you say that last fight, Shad spent a lot of time trying to get the Requiem off, but interruption after interruption, just not able to have the impact in the team fights.
Now at this point, look at the disparity between him and the SF. 12,000 gold lead. They have a 12,000 gold lead, and it's Parker. It's literally his net worth.
He's got to get back to the base. He's got a lot of money to spend, Parker. 8,000 gold in the bank.
$8,000 in the bank. 33, Parker.
Just a bit of a tickle. They're looking for him, but double-elimination in with a jump on a Whitemon. They turn towards Whitemon. The Hex is down to Parker. They get the opening on towards him. Bursting low, but he pulled outside for the drinking, but he puts the BKB. He's away. Parker will live. They'll finish off Whitemon, but Davai-Lama will die for this. He'll buy back straight away. They want to put everything into this fight. Heroic, because Parker's ready to get back in. 33 protecting himself for now with the Yules. Shad's had to put the BKB pretty early. It's going to come to an end now, as now they have to run. See if Heroic could chase this down. Analog rolling forward, gets the kick forward slow on towards Shad. 33 turns back with the quills. Analog rolls away just in time. He'll get away from the bristleback. 33 pushes forward, but Davai-Lama in again with another opening burrow strike. Parker's in position to lay down the damage to get the roll forward, but the disruption's there from Saxa. Analog finds him with the opening. As soon as the disruption comes to an end, though, Parker lays down the damage. They've killed off 33. They find mid-one up on the cliff. He's out as well.
100 seconds, no bristle. They're dancing on them in the fights. Davai dies at first, but a beautiful buyback. How many double stuns is he able to get in this game? Davai coming in so clutch when it's needed.
And look at the timing. Roshan, it's up.
Perfect timing.
Into the pit they go. They're going to be able to grab this Aegis, go for a push around it.
Oh, and they are massively leading now at this point. Mid one buys back, but they can't make it there in time.
That's going to have to be a 4 versus 5 hold against the Aegis Refresher cheese push of Heroic.
And the 9,000 gold that we'll see what he wants to spend on.
Well, check this out again. It looked like a rough start, right? Parker was so close to going down, but as a team, they're able to bail him out, allow him to reset. And then the fight, it starts to get a bit messy. They're able to focus Davai-Lama, but he's got that buyback ready. Barely any hesitation in using it, as he knows this is the fight that they can go all in and find this opening to really punish them around this time where Roshan's up. And the team fight win is so crucial.
And they're playing beautifully around the BKB. It gets popped and they just disengage, then re-engage right on top of them. It's difficult for Tundra to take those fights. Davai, another stun.
He's trying to go in with the push here, Shad. I mean, they go for the game.
For the end.
Okay, they're going to try for the base. There's no tier 4, but there's a punch up. I don't know if this is going to work from Shad. I mean, the tier 4's gone.
There's no glyph.
But they're dying.
They're dying.
They went all in for it. It does not work out.
And their base, it's dying as well.
Triple kill for Analog as Heroic defend.
I have Basher chill.
He's trying to go for that BKB, an end game approach, but it doesn't work out.
We saw them do it earlier in this tournament, but this time, Heroic, they are very prepared.
And now, mid-one's out for 90. Sax is out for 70. They don't have the buybacks. Parker looking to close the game up. The fortification will be there. Parker now with a full Divine Rapier.
Shad buys Deso.
I mean, fortification's gone. He can just blink in and end it.
He definitely can.
If he can find a way around them, he can get in and end this game and move forward to the grand finals.
33.
See what Parker wants to do. He could just go and end it. Just sneak up. Just sneak around the back. Just ignore the heroes. Hit the Ancient. Your ticket to the grand finals. It lies right here. He's in. He's ending the game. He's ending the series. They're going to the grand finals. Heroic.
Parker, the objective gamer. That was an insane turnaround that they did in this one. Tundra leading for the majority, especially 33 in particular, saying, move over Shoyad, I'm the carry, but it ends up not working at all. Heroic, just perseverance from them, getting the catches, and these chain stuns. That's the big difference for me. The way that they were able to play around these catches, play around it perfectly, and set up Parker to actually be this super hard carry, even into these later stages versus a potential tricore. That was impressive stuff.
Yeah, a crazy series and some crazy plays. Heroic, they've been looking better and better throughout this tournament, and there's no doubt about it. I think with this win, they are absolutely ready to go forward and challenge Falcons once more in the grand finals.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Dota is so back. We've had a crazy series there, and it really looked like Tundra were going to get it done. Heroic up against the wall. I think at one point it was like a 10% chance or something they were going to win. Turned it around with some incredible play and rightfully take their place in the grand finals with Falcons. Guys, lots to break down. Let's just get your first reactions to that.
Wow.
And absolute cinema.
Yeah.
One more time. They're just doing it. Parker going for the base race one more time. This guy is just too good at what he does. He's one of the players that I would say experiments the most with the item build. He's one of the guys that also want to take a lot of risk, and it pays off for them.
Yep. And I definitely have to say, like, King Jungles as well allowed him to take so many risks with that Tusk, bailing him out of trouble. Did go for the drinking buddies for that extra bit of, like, just keeping him alive type of thing there. And it goes back to this game. The one thing I think about is, like, sometimes high grounds can be a debate. And this is one of those games for sure. They were waiting for the Silver Edge to come online for Parker. When it finally came online, they're able to burst 33. And once you're able to burst this hero, the game doesn't feel as hard, but sometimes you just never get to that point. And unfortunately, in that high ground push, they did not have the Aegis. Unlike this one over here, 33, he controlled most of this game for the large majority of the early game, but feels like once that Silver Edge came online, the game just totally flipped on its head.
And it was Silver Edge plus break from Hoodwink. He tried to itemize against that as well to buy a little bit more time with the Yule Scepter. Those 2.5 seconds can, like, give you some time to not die. Also buying a casual plate mail for now, but it was a difficult game for him. Like, you're still playing into this Tusk, you're still playing into double break mechanic and insane amount of damage coming out from Parker, who also found a really good neutral item. Nemesis Curse, this is what you want to have on Templar Assassin. There are like 3 big items for TA in most of the games where you want to get Grobo, you want to get that Enchanted Quiver as he did in the second game, and in the third game he found Nemesis Curse as a tier 3. That was a bit of a all-in play.
This was definitely the least exciting throne race I've ever seen.
Yeah, the disgrace space race is what we're going to call that. But I mean, they were desperate at that point. It was pretty clear the game was going to get away from them. I almost kind of poorly executed, but I kind of respect the hustle there on that one.
Right.
You've got to do something.
I definitely, for sure, there wasn't much left to do in that one. And I was even debated a little bit in this game, thinking Heroic might lose, but history, yet again, game 3, Heroic wins.
What's up with these Shadow Fiends? Like, we've seen Shadow Fiends, it looks like, oh, he's going to win the game, and if you don't have enough control around him so that he gets the Requiem, if you don't, because the lack of control definitely showed in the game. You have Broodmother, you have Bristleback, sure, you have a lot of physical damage, and it was also very easy to itemize against this, because we talk about, like, 3 cores being heavy physical, plus you have Solar Crest, and this was a 3rd item purchased from Analog, which was AC. Not something you see very in a lot of situations, but I definitely think that was a great pickup, because most of the damage is right-click. It is physical.
Well, look, we'll break it down in more detail in just a moment, but for now, we're going to throw it over to Nomad, who's with Analog.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, I'm here with the spirit from the last game. I mean, we can start anywhere. We can start anywhere you want, because that was an absolute masterclass game. Very, very entertaining. Like, what do you want to talk about, Analog?
We was just warming up, so it was a good screen before the official game, you know, before Falcons. So yeah, pretty tough game. Actually, Tundra played so well. They're very good team. They made it tough for us, but we maintained the calm. Everyone maintained the calm, but Lama. No, just
I'm not surprised.
I'm kidding. Maybe you guys see the reactions in the camera, so it's just fun. We maintained the calm. We knew like we needed more items to win this game, and in the late game we did very good plays together, and it's still like spicy, right? They come in Throne, but at the last time when they BKB and started to hit Throne, I just bought a bash, and I think that paid off, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. So that's just a moment where your TA's called out a base, they're coming for the throne, they're trying to force the end, and you see the only way for you to stop that is to buy the bash it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I got a trauma before because we already lost a tournament because of it, like SF going Throne, you know. And at that point they are like coming the Brood and the SF, and Parker was like, my TP got cancelled, my TP got cancelled. I was like, oh my god, now it's gonna be in the game, you know. And yeah, easy game, easy game.
Easy game, no stress.
Not even so sweet, you know, like all good.
So even in those moments, even when, you know, all this is going on, you know, the comms are still relatively clear, right?
Yeah, relative is like a strong word, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I was like, yeah, it was super clear, honestly. The comms was super clear, all good. We maintained the calm, we knew everything was gonna happen. Our Throne would be with 1 HP, and all good. We would win.
All part of the plan.
Yes.
All right, well, unfortunately, you know, I do want to ask you about the start of that game. Didn't go great in the mid lane against the Brood. Is that kind of how you expected it to go, and you felt like you'd just recover later on, or did you think the lane would be better than that?
The lane is pretty tough, like against the Brood. I like to play Brood as well, and I know like with this new passive, it's like super hard against melees, you know, to trade against this Brood, etc. So yeah, he had like 1 billion ways to win this lane. I still like got the XP, got how much I can, and left the lane because like the strong part, you know, I'm super mobile hero and I can kill inside lanes while he's just farming on mid. So yeah. But I knew like at some point I would start to like clean the spiders and also have a lot of armor to play against the Brood. So I was chilling this matchup. I knew have worse matchups, you know, to play against.
So you're not worried about playing in something unfavorable and coming back later. You're very active, and we love seeing you play that way. And of course, you know, now as we move forward, the rematch against Falcons. I mean, are you looking forward to playing them again after the last time?
Yeah, for sure. Like since the start of the tournament is the team that I most want to play against. They are very good, but today we're gonna beat them because we just are well warmed up. You know, they're not warmed up. They don't play today, and yesterday was like trying things against them to see how the things goes because probably we would play like the 3 games against them yesterday, and now like 5 or 4 or 3, you know. So we knew we had a lot of games to play against them, and the first time you like test some things, you know. And now like we are more aware of their strats and how they're gonna play. So yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Love to hear it, Analog. Best of luck in those grand finals. I can't wait to see it as we throw it back to the panel.
Yes, appreciate that. So 2 Nomads there because they were maintaining the calm. Nomads entered into their comms. Yeah, I'm stretching it now, Lacoste, but it's fine. But look, we've got to just talk about how good Heroic has been overall over the course of the tournament. I think probably in week 1 we identified they were definitely a team to watch, find themselves in the grand finals now, and they've got a super exciting play style, incredibly talented players, and of course Parker, who just feels like a cheat code for Dota, really.
Yeah, I mean, Parker's playing incredibly well right now. I think that's going to continue to be the case. I will say Amar is the one player in the offlane that is known for shutting down carries, and I think that will make this matchup specifically hard. But we have a little more time to talk about the last game as well.
Plenty of time now.
Yeah, so I did want to talk a little bit about the bright sides of Tundra in this game, and one of them was 33. I think his bristleback was looking quite good for a majority of this game. I'm not entirely sure if the AVULUS was the correct choice over like the BKB in hindsight, seeing how the game went, but at this point into the game, look how incredibly farmed he is only at 13 minutes into the game here. And we do have a clip as well to kind of like showcase where this fight kind of went for them as well. Tundra, they're ahead of this game, and at this point you do catch the Earth Spirit. And in the backline, I think 33 does end up catching heroes as well, but this fight goes all the way into the triangle. Brood also look like a complete monster at this stage of the game as well. And yeah, you managed to potentially save this Earth Spirit, but they got him low enough for the snowball save. Just isn't enough on top of it. Of course, Parker in the backline getting some spells off to help him there, but he ends up getting trapped into the cogs here. Shad will clean it up as well. So things are going really good. The last second of that cog tick as well, or sorry, the battery assault kills him there. But 33 on this bristleback, that's how it's supposed to be played at this point of the game. They set themselves up for success, and I even believed at one point that they were just going to take it, but you can't underestimate Parker. He will always shine in the late game, and this Team Heroic, incredibly good in the late game.
Yeah, and we've talked obviously a lot about Parker. We highlighted Shad in the previous game. You know, we went from Shad to Chad. We didn't get a Giga Chad at the end, which would have been ideal, but you want to just compare these two here.
Yeah, because like 29, 30 minutes into the game, there's a big item discrepancy with these two, because Shadow Fiend, he's so ready. At this point of the game, Parker has 0 Deso charges, which means that he's building up for this like potential high ground push that is going to come from Tundra, but Silver Edge is ready, Pyke is ready. He's also playing super aggressive into the enemy jungle because that's what he does the best. He's always trying to find something on the map, which is going to result in him getting killed. He does have amplified damage, which does get purged away. He uses Hurricane Pyke, but the rest of the team from Tundra is ready to kill him. And if we like fast forward to like 33, 34 minutes into the game, there's a big difference at what they're going to be able to do because of that Silver Edge. There's that Yule Scepter that we talked about, but the big reason why he's able to do damage compared to Shadow Fiend is the rest of the team is playing around him. They do have control. You have Sanking Stun, you have Tusk who's going in, so BKB from Shadow Fiend, it's not going to be as effective, and Earth Spirit on very low cooldown, he's ready to roll in and just control one of the heroes so that Parker can go in and right click. And then if we fast forward to 40 minutes into the game, this is where he's not struggling anymore. He's the one who's controlling the tempo. He's staying 10,000 ahead of Shadow Fiend, and we've seen so many times throughout the tournament that Shadow Fiend just fails to deliver at the later stages of the game. Yeah. Templar Assassin basically here is 6 slotted, and big hero damage difference as well, because he's the one dealing the damage while Shadow Fiend does struggle to lock onto a target.
Yeah, do you have any thoughts about that matchup there?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think the later it goes, the better it gets for the TA, because you don't have the ability to really use the Satanic and stuff like that against the TA. And then you get that meld hit bash eventually becomes a very big problem for that Shadow Fiend, and you just kind of like outdistance him and just keep your range, and it looks pretty good. And that was the beginning of the end of that highlight you did show there last.
Yeah, so I picked something out, guys, to talk about. I play a little bit of Clockwork myself, and so I want to talk about CogChamp, which is fair. I think Whitemon had another effective game this tournament. It's pretty much all been about Clockwork. He's kind of emerged as like one of the kind of best support picks you can have, but he also gives you the opportunity to make incredible plays like this one, which again, this was at a point where I kind of felt like, you know, maybe.
Yeah, the break mechanic was the big one from Hoodwink, from Silver Edge, but we're going to see a big Requiem into Cogs combo, something that we've seen, again, Cogs with Wukong's command in the game #1, but Shadow Fiend, he needs any kind of setup he can get. This is one of the few moments where it looks absolutely beautiful, like this is what you're playing him for. A lot of the times you would see Shadow Fiend being paired up with Mars, so that you have that big wombo combo. Even with the small combos, this hero works, it just sometimes feels very difficult to execute.
Yeah, and as I said, I mean, it's been great to watch like all these incredible things you can do with Clockwork. He seems to be very versatile, gives you a lot of options, and obviously pairs really well with a bunch of heroes. So the other hero that's kind of emerged over the course of the tournament is the Sand King.
Yeah, of course, and there's like a two-part to this one. It's definitely the Sand King. Davai Lama played really good on this one. Not only in the early game, had a killing spree. Typically, he has rough laning stages at this tournament, but this is definitely not one of them. Had great laning stage, but later on in the game, we're starting to see all these stuns come into play, and this is what I mean, like what the heroes he plays best at, and this is one of those late-game fights where they just kind of end up sealing the deal here, and I do want to put a lot of attention on Shad in particular here, just watching what he's doing in this game, and you're going to see a really early BKB on here. All right, so he used BKB. Now you just wait it out, tries to do the record, and then bam, Epicenter is used with the stun there. Davai Lama being very patient, and of course on the last second, he wants to try it again, gets punched in the face, he dies. Now they're in a situation where you can end the game, and Shad went to Chad in game #2, but back to Shad in game #3.
And Davai Lama, he did double down at the start of this game. In the old chat, didn't have to
say that.
He did not have the option, but coming into the next series, the BO5, it's going to be the battle pretty much of the offlaners. You're playing against one of the best offlaners in the world in Omar. So Davai Lamar against each other. We're going to see who's going to come victorious.
Well, on that note, we can take a quick look at the bracket. It's pretty simple to figure out, but it looks nice. It's very pretty. There it is. You can see how Heroic have battled through that lower bracket. So many great names have fallen, but it is going to be a run back. Falcons versus Heroic. And you know what I loved about the interview that we heard there with Analog was he said, like, we were just trying things. We weren't really actually
He was
trying.
saving strats.
Yeah, we were saving strats for the grand final. Now, I think probably a little bit of kidology. We know how good Falcons are. I would argue Falcons themselves in that game not really taking it all that seriously. When I tune into a game and I see a refresher Octarine Bristleback running around, like, I'm going to say maybe Falcons were saving a thing or two as well. But this obviously is for all the marbles. It's the grand final. It's a best of 5. It's a very different prospect. Obviously, Falcons are going to want to maintain the great year they've had, and Heroic are going to want to get a statement win for South American Dota. So just a few thoughts about that matchup before we go to break.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the last time I've seen a South American team in a grand finals, and I don't think a South American team has ever won a grand final on LAN.
Yep.
So this could be a historic moment for the region. It already is, actually, but it could be even more so, which is also really cool to see. I'm glad these two teams made it. I mean, no offense to Tundra or anything. I like to see teams with their roster, right?
Yes.
Their full roster, show up, and be the ones that are going to be playing for all the marbles.
Really excited about this one because in 2024, they never managed to beat Falcons. They did drew in Elite League, which was online tournament. But they look good. I think these two teams, they deserve it, but it's going to be a very interesting series because I've been praising Parker throughout the whole tournament and the rest of the squad, and they look amazing. Even when things are not going their way, they're also a comeback team, and they want revenge what happened the other day.
Yeah, well, look, guys, as always, it's been great to get your thoughts. It's totally surreal and awesome that I got to work with both of you. Been fans of you for a long, long time. So thanks for tolerating me and my outrageous dad jokes. I appreciate it. And now, from us, we get to go and be what you all are, which is fans of Dota. We're going to be bringing in Shiva, T-Gov, and Lizard on the desk for the finals. So we'll be watching along with you. Hope you'll stick around. We've got about a 30-minute break now, but don't worry, there's a bunch of awesome content coming from Slacks and Nomad. So get ready, get a drink, get refreshed, get rehydrated. Grand finals are coming. We'll see you soon.
Hey everybody, I am here with Sam Sun from Apex Genesis. Welcome, my friend. It is time for us to play a game. Today we will be playing Spell Untangle. This is the game. I have combined 3 spells from Dota 2 into a new spell. I'm going to describe this new spell. It is your job to figure out what 3 spells I combined. He's already picked it up. He's ready to go.
I'm ready.
Now, we have some AI-generated art to help you in case you get stuck. It is not helpful at all, but it's pretty funny. Let us begin. This spell creates a cloud anywhere on the map which releases a zombie that will chase any hero that casts a spell in the vicinity of the cloud.
Tombstone, Pugnaward, Zeusalt, like...
Slow down.
Okay,
We're
I'm
not
just
ready
saying.
yet.
Okay,
All right,
sorry. I'm ruining your
reading.
game. I'm ruining the game. Okay.
And they will be damaged based on the... What did you just say? Which spells?
Tombstone, Netherward, Zeusalt.
Close. Very close.
Okay.
All right. You're wrong on
I didn't even let
Zeus.
you finish the question, so I gotta guess. Okay.
You're right. It is Pugnaward. It is Tombstone.
Ricky Cloud?
It is... What?
Ricky Cloud, Smokescreen?
No, close. You were right on Zeus, but it wasn't the ultimate.
It's Lightning Bolt?
No, come on now.
Oh, the creates a cloud.
Yes, come on.
The short or the Ags,
Yes,
Ag.
Nimbus.
Okay,
That is correct.
Yeah, Nimbus.
That is the fastest we have had anyone solve it. Oh, hold on. Can I go back to the AI art, please? What is that?
Yeah, what is that?
Thank you.
That looks like the Apex Genesis logo. That's like that's how we got our logo. Like.
Well, there you have it. Yeah, not very helpful, but there you go. Oh, okay. You know a lot about spells, huh? You studied the spell.
I guess I told you I'm getting old. Like,
you are, yeah.
It's happening.
Ancient indeed. All right, next one. Let's have another one. Okay, this one's literally impossible. Okay.
Okay.
For reasons that you'll find out. Slam your fish onto the ground, reducing enemy movement speed by 30%, granting you true sight, and splattering each enemy in a 500 AoE, having them suffer the effects of your fish skin. If trees are in the area, enemies are slowed for 7% and cursed by the old gods.
Okay, so it's Slardar Smash, whatever that spell's called, and then it's the Furion or Nature's Prophet Shard, and then it's.
Well, you have to name it. What is the name of Nature's Prophet
Curse
Shard?
of the Overgrowth. I don't know.
Yeah, very close. That's Curse of the Old Growth. We'll give that one to you.
Overgrowth.
All right,
Overgrowth's a different spell, so obviously
problem.
it wouldn't be Curse of the Overgrowth. Okay, and then Slithering Crush is the Slardar spell, and then splattering each enemy in a And then that's Viper passive. It's corrosive skin.
Close. It is close. Splattering.
Oh, so it's the Q. It's the Q, but it's the splash. It's the facet for Viper that splashes on the Q.
I'm afraid not. No. It is a different spell. That's right.
Splattering HE. I mean, it's just nether toxin?
No. Viper has a different spell.
Viper has a different spell. The Ags. It's the Ags. No one knows what this is called. How am I supposed to nosedive? Nosedive.
I told you this was different.
Nosedive.
Yes, nosedive.
Nice. Okay.
Now, unfortunately, you are incorrect on the Slardar. I'm going to give you a big hint here.
Okay.
Show them the AI art.
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, wait, I see the Curse of the Overgrowth. Okay, we got that one. We got the Viper ult. I mean, this is still like slamming a fish on the ground, man.
Okay.
I don't think I got this one.
All right, I'm going to give you a bigger hint.
Okay, bigger hint. That's
All
good.
right, people tried to make a carry hero into a support with this spell for a short period of time.
Oh, that's a dead giveaway too. I should know this.
And it definitely has fish in the name.
It definitely has fish in the name.
No one has gotten this.
No, I don't think I got this one.
Okay, let's go ahead and show it. My friend, it's fish bait.
Fish bait? What is that? Who even had this spell? Like, what are you talking about?
Fish bait is a Slark ability that used to exist where you throw it and it would...
What patch was this, man?
It was
What patch was this? Like, there's no way. Was I even playing Dota, like, when this was around? Like,
it's very recent. Okay, they removed it when Dawnbreaker came out, which is...
What? Dude, I don't remember this spell at all. What? There's no way they had this in the game,
It's
dude.
real.
I don't remember using this a single time. Like, what?
Well, he did very good. Yes, you got Nosedive, Curse of the Old Growth. But of course, you, as many others, has missed out on the classic
fish bait. The classic fish bait, man.
Thank you so much. You did a fantastic job. I give you an A- for your fish bait
nice,
lack of knowledge, but you did fantastic. So
Thanks,
thank you very much, my friend.
Dota talent, they're always on your screens telling you about the game, but how different are they really? Well, that's what I wanted to find out. So I asked 100 random Dota players across all skill brackets general questions about Dota 2. Then I took those same questions and asked it to the talent to find out just how similar we really are. So without further ado, this is Just Like Us. What rune do you think is the best currently?
I think Arcane Rune's the best. I think it just fits across every hero. I think other ones will have limitations depending on who you're playing, so that'll probably be my answer.
I like Haste Rune. I just feel like that's the best rune to gank, the side lanes. But ever since we changed the Regeneration Rune, I think that's the best one.
Regen Rune.
Excellent. And do you think the public agrees with you?
No, they're going to say amp damage.
You're absolutely right. Number one is amp damage at 37%. Number two is haste at 17%. Regen Rune at 11%. So you are up there.
I told you. I'll know my opinion and I'll know the public's opinion. So technically, we're 1 for 1 right now.
Okay, that's pretty surprising. I wouldn't have put Regen there, but okay.
Number two, who is the most broken hero in Dota right now?
Probably, like, from position 4/5, I would say Shadow Demon. This hero is just too good at what he does.
Luna.
Okay, Luna. And why'd you choose Luna?
She's just busted in the pubs. It's hard to play against her. You see Luna picked against you, you just want to leave the game immediately. Like, not cool.
Shadow Demon is the most broken hero in Dota.
That is a hard question, actually. I would probably be leaning toward Nature's Prophet in pubs just because it's stupid, the nutrient facet and everything, just backdooring and taking buildings. When you look away for like a second, you hit 25, you just lose your base, so probably NP.
Nature's Prophet, okay, interesting. And what do you think the public thinks?
Invoker, probably.
Invoker, interesting, okay. So, number one, Ringmaster. Number two, Lone Druid. And number three, Sand King.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I should have probably predicted Ringmaster. That probably should have been the number one, and I guess Lone after TI. Makes sense.
Ringmaster is 40-ish% win rate, guys. Like, get fresh data. It was broken a month ago, though, I'll give you that.
What's the worst facet in the game? You can have a minute to think about this one, because there's a lot of facets in the game. Over 250.
Man, I feel like I'm getting a little bit biased because I just watched the Huskar go, the Bloodbath one, and it looks pretty miserably bad compared to Incendiary, but
There's a lot of really bad facets. I don't know. I guess I would just choose that one because it's the one in my mind.
Le Shrak's one. But I don't know which one it is. But it's the one that makes it's the one that makes Diabolic Edict no longer hit buildings. I don't like that one.
I got it. Unfortunately, the DK Frost facet. The fact that you have HP regen reduction, but then you have the option of like a free Battle Fury or like free minus armor. Like, why would you ever go for HP reduction?
It's a good point. It's a good point, and I think it's like almost never picked. Very occasionally we see the poison, but it's almost the fire dragon every single time.
Hookup from Clockwork. It doesn't bring you anything good.
Well, not Dragonite, not Wraith King, not Mag. Well, there we go. There he is. It's my boy with the reverse polarity. That's definitely the one.
Yeah, you're absolutely right as well. The public do agree with you.
I would rather not have anything or have something that can ruin my hero in a different way. But this is your ulti we're talking about. Like, this was supposed to be your best spell.
Yeah, absolutely. RRP at number 1 at 11%. Number 2 is Ringmaster because he doesn't have any at 9%. People thought that would be a good answer, I guess. And number 3, interestingly, is Time Zone at 6%.
I disagree with that one. Time Zone's actually pretty good, especially in range carry meta where you're like slowing things down. We've seen a lot of combos during previous TI when we had Mirana with that facet as well, and it's also very good against certain heroes like with the leash mechanic and everything. Too bad the facet is countered by Bongo Boots. Boots of Bearing immediately counters it. You can't be slowed down for a second and a half, you just run away.
And overall, how do you feel like your mind matches up to that of your average pub player?
Pretty good. I'd say like 50-50.
I think it was more than 50-50, dude. I think you're the most in sync we've had so far.
Okay, so I'm like, what's the average Dota MMR average rank? Like 2.5.
2.5.
I'm one of you guys, huh?
He's the same. He's the same
way.
Yeah.
No, I just know my guys. I know my community.
One of the people. Mr. Lacoste. All right, and every man right here. As thank you, Lacoste, for joining us for Just Like Us, and yeah. Dota talent, they're always on your screens telling you about the game, but how different are they really? Well, that's what I wanted to find out. So I asked 100 random Dota players across all skill brackets general questions about Dota 2. Then I took those same questions and asked it to the talent to find out just how similar we really, really are. So without further ado, this is Just Like Us. Who is the most legendary player in Dota history? Going deep into the history books here, T.
So legendary needs to also be maybe still somewhat modern day relevant because they're able to continue the career over many years. So I think it has to be Puppy.
I think I'm gonna go for Puppy.
Is that your answer?
That's my answer because there's been a decade where he was able to lead Dota 2 teams to the top 3 of TI or top 5 of TI consistently. And that, in my book, makes you a legendary Dota 2 player.
Probably Seb or No-Tail. Maybe No-Tail would just go up there.
Ooh, legendary Dota player. It depends like when you started playing Dota, right? Like it depends on how old you are, basically. For me, it would be maybe Dandy even. Like just because Dandy hooks into the fountain is the reason. And the time when I started playing Dota. So yeah, I'm sure someone is gonna say Burning if you bring one of the 40-year-olds in here, but for me it's Dandy.
All right, and do you think the public agrees with you on this one?
Maybe some, because he's got like a big fan base.
Okay, well, you're absolutely right on this one. Dandy is the number 1 at 29%.
That's fair. No, to be fair, iconic, face of Dota, to be, you know. But yeah, okay, you know what? Sure, I'll take it, but I still think Puppy probably is number 1.
Yeah, Puppy is number 2 on my list at 17%, and then Miracle at number 3 at 12%.
Yeah, no, I guess, yeah, Bat Chest should be up there, so yeah, fair play.
Fair enough. I'm surprised Seb and No-Tail aren't in there. I feel like they also got a pretty good legacy. But Dandy in there is I mean, he's been the poster boy for Dota 2 for a very long time, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, we did have some votes for Seb and No-Tail round, but they didn't break the top 3. But yeah, No-Tail was on 10%, and Seb got 2 votes at 2%. So what's the most exciting ultimate in the game?
The most exciting ultimate in the game, without a doubt. Like if I wanted to agree with everyone, I would say Black Hole. Maybe Ravage, but Black Hole for sure. For me, however, it is Mega Meepo. I love it. Like, it made my boy viable again.
So I'm thinking probably Echo Slam.
Black hole. Think everyone agrees?
No, that's a pretty hard one because Echo Slam's also super satisfying, so I think it's a tough one to say. Just one of those big ultis, though. Yeah.
All right, we were absolutely right. Black Hole is the big winner on this one with 44%, our largest majority, followed by Echo Slam on 80%. So yeah, 2 out of 2 on there. And then Spell Steal is the third, which is a bit of an interesting one. There's a bit of a gap between those. That one's only at 5%. But yeah, I guess there's some support players which are looking to... technically, Spell Steal's like every spell in the game, I guess, so...
I think that's like a cheating answer, but sure, we'll take that one. You know, the Rubik Spell Steal, but that's fine.
What hero do you find the most fun to play?
I find the most fun to play right now, Ancient Apparition. Nobody's gonna say that.
No, I doubt that. I mean, there's like a very small amount of Dota people which just love Ancient Apparition and no one understands them. They don't understand anybody else. You're just on an island.
Yeah, I am happy to be on that island. I also do like Lich and Crystal Maiden. At the moment, I have the Ice Hero vibes going on. But Ancient Apparition, that's what I would choose. I think you asked 100 random Dota players.
Yes, of all skill levels.
What hero did they find most fun to play? I think a large portion would have said Pudge. I think that's a very stable, fun hero to play.
Pudge.
That's your personal opinion?
Yeah, Pudge, Pango, all of these new heroes are the best ones. Like, they have slows, stuns, pretty much everything team fight, so definitely those. Maybe public will say Storm Spirit, maybe some Earth Spirit, but yeah, a lot of these new heroes, like Grimstroke as well, not the strongest hero, but very fun to play.
Techies from 2013 until they changed it into Blastoff, 100%.
3 people said that. 3 people said that exact thing.
Me, Slacks, and I don't know.
Some other psychopath.
Yeah. Probably AUI 2000 because he won TI with it. So.
Yeah, true. Yeah, no, there was a couple of people that said specifically old techies, not new techies. So you know, still a few people flying that flag.
I'm simple. I like me ogre, you know. I don't buy Midas though. That's the trap on the hero. You're not meant to buy Midas. You're meant to live in the moment, go for the kills, play the map, feel like you're the big boy who can multicast. You can get there. You can hit the lottery, but don't buy Midas. It makes the hero too obvious. You know, it's like, oh, I'm gonna buy Midas again. No, have fun, play ogre. Try and play like 20 games of no Midas. Sorry, on ogre, and then you'll feel alive. I'm sure no one gave you that answer.
Nope, no ogres in there, but I do agree. I think, well, I agree with her not buying Midas. I think there's so many fun single target items you can just clown around with on that hero, which makes it fun. But what do you think people put?
Most fun, probably like Pangolier or Void Spirit, like a hero that has just good mobility, because like most of the new heroes have great design and it feels quite nice to play. So I'd say maybe Pangolier.
Okay. You're missing a very obvious one. The number 1 answer by quite a mile is Pudge.
Yeah, no, I forgot about that.
That's on you, buddy.
I'm not a Pudge player, you know. I've never really want to play Pudge. I've never thought about if I don't get my role. I'm not like, oh, no role, me Pudge, you know. A lot of Dota players, they go, me no role, me pick Pudge. They're terrible, awful players. So I don't agree with the community on that one. That is a hard L from wherever you did this poll.
You're wrong. You're wrong. No, that's your camera, that's my camera.
Unless you're a good Pudge player, there are some Pudge players that are gods. They can pick it, but the standard boys, no, don't play it, please.
Okay, policeman Bobby T-Gov is on the block. T-Gov, thank you very much for playing just like us.
Thank you, boss.
I have asked 100 random Dota players across the skill brackets what their takes on just normal, everyday Dota questions are. And from that, I have gained an aggregate to know what the general consensus is on these issues. And now, I'm going to compare those answers to one of the most psychotic minds in Dota 2. Sir Action Slacks, hello and welcome to Just Like Us.
Hello, thank you so much for having me, Nomad. No one else said they wanted to do this. Literally no one. So here I am. Good to see you, Nomad.
Okay, are you ready to get into this? Do you understand the concept?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. All right, question number 1. Who do you think the most broken hero in Dota is right now?
What's the MMR of the people we talk to?
All MMRs.
All MMRs. I would have to say... Pugna?
What?
What was the top 3 heroes?
Thanks for asking. Then the top 3 were Ringmaster, Lone Druid, and Sand King. How do you feel about that?
Why did they say Pugna? Next question, please.
What's the worst facet in the game?
Do you remember what Pugna's facets are?
No one picked Pugna, do
I think Pugna's facet where he gets more damage for every tower he destroys is a really terrible one. It is really bad if you ask the pro players. What did the people think?
Do you think the people said that?
Yeah.
I think they did.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, okay. Well, they didn't.
Oh no. What did they say, Nomad?
They said reverse polarity is number 1.
Good. That's a good one.
People don't think so. They think it's bad. That's what they said. Number 2 is actually Ringmaster.
Okay, good. That's this game's busted. Okay. Number 3.
I don't know why they said that. I'm not filtering answers out though. And time zone is number 3.
Time zone is the most picked facet at this event. That is so stupid. That makes me actually so angry.
What do you think about the people that picked that?
I hate them, Nomad. I hate them. I hope nothing. They're insignificant ants to me, and I'd step on them if I could. If one of them came up to me and said, "Oh, Slacks," and I said, "Did you pick the time facet?" I'd step on them like ants.
All right, glad we got that out of the way. Next up.
I actually. Wow, I found a microphone behind
my goodness.
spine this whole time, and perhaps it's time for me to ask you some, Mr.
Oh,
Nomad.
golly. Wow, what a twist. I didn't see that coming.
This was a real event that happened. Nomad, who do you think is the most broken hero in Dota?
You really put me on the spot on this one, Slacks.
Hurry up, Nomad. We don't have time.
Most broken hero in Dota.
Come on.
I'll go with Bristleback.
Bristleback.
Yeah.
You know, close. 7% actually said it was Pugna.
That's just a lie.
That's not a lie. I got it right here. I'm looking at it right
we
there.
just did it. You lied.
7% is Pugna. 7% is Pugna.
That's not.
2 is Lone Druid, and 3 is Ringmaster.
The other. The other.
All right. What hero is the scariest in the late game? Now that is a question. Thank you. Scariest in the late game.
What a great question.
Okay. What do you think?
We'll go with Snapfire.
Snapfire.
Yep, Snapfire.
Not even on the list, my friend.
No, I know. I mean, I didn't write the list. I
You didn't write the list?
I did not like.
Okay.
I interviewed 100 people, and none of them said Snapfire. I didn't
All
think.
right.
And I
Well,
was surprised.
no Snapfire. It was Pugna. It's a faceless void. Last question for you. What hero has the most?
Please.
Who is the most legendary player in Dota history?
Please let me out.
Who is
legendary Dota player?
That's right.
I would go with Sumail. Because he's somehow not on the list.
Unbelievably
I don't know how no one told him.
He's not on the list though. Okay.
Really?
He's not.
That surprises me.
There is 1%. There's a bunch of players in 1%. I challenge you to name one of them. 1% of people thought that these guys were good. One of them is retired.
Anna.
No.
Burning.
No. Oh, that's 2%. Very close.
Okay.
Keep going.
Is Anna not in 1%?
No. There's one from Liquid who's retired.
Matumba Man?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey,
1%
well
is
done.
Matumba, but the top 3 are Dendi, Puppy, and Miracle.
Really? That's so interesting.
That's absolutely
Thank you
true.
for sharing that with me.
That was a great piece, Nomad. I really had a good time with you.
Can I shake your hand?
Hey guys, Slacks and Nomad here, and we have quite a content piece for you. Nomad, please describe it for them.
I certainly will. We've got a game for you guys called Focus Fire, where we are going to be asking professional players Dota trivia really, really quickly.
Yep, in under 90 seconds, or exactly 90 seconds, right? The more they get, the bigger their score, and we will tell you who is the smartest Dota pro around at the end.
Exactly, so let's go take a look and see how they did. Go, how many heroes are in the game?
140.
Wrong. Which hero has the talent +1 252 damage?
Take this.
What did Yutaro change his name to earlier this year?
Rodan.
Weaver's time lapse sends you back in time. How many seconds does it send you back?
5.
What year was Void Spirit added to the game?
2018. No way.
How long does an Observer Ward last?
5 minutes.
Name one item that builds into Oblivion
Support,
staff.
by the way. Huh?
Can you name one item that builds into Oblivion staff?
You mean Sage Mask or one component?
Good. Shadow Shaman and Lion both have a spell of the same name. What is it?
Check.
Yep. What type of damage does Witch Doctor's Death Ward do?
Magical.
Who has the facet Krill Eater?
What?
Who has a facet Krill Eater?
Krill Eater. Sad Demon, no.
No. Which hero has the highest strength gain?
Centaur.
What is the most expensive item to build in the game?
Not Rapier. Revenant's... No.
Nope. Name one of Ringmaster's abilities.
Tame the Beast.
Yep. Who was the last Chinese team to win TI?
Tongfu, no.
No. Whose innate allows them to see Roshan's respawn timer?
See, what?
Sorry.
How many heroes are in the game currently?
126.
Ooh, 125. Sorry. What hero has the talent plus 252 damage?
Takis.
That's right. What hero did Yatoro change his name to earlier this year?
Radar.
Yeah, that's right. Weaver's time lapse sends you back in time for how many seconds?
5 seconds.
That's right. What year was Void Spirit added to the game?
Ooh. 2015?
19, sorry. How long does a OBS ward last?
Observer ward? Mm-hmm. 6 minutes.
That's correct. Name one item that builds into Oblivion Staff.
Sage Mask?
That's right. Shadow Shaman and Lion both share the same spell. What is it?
Hex.
That's right. Name what kind of damage does Witch Doctor's ult do?
Pure.
That's right. Who has the facet Krill Eater?
Tight Hunter.
That's right. Who has the highest strength gain?
Ooh. Doom.
No, Primal Beast. What's the most expensive item to build in the game?
Bloodthorn?
No, I'm afraid it's either Dagon 5 or Wind Waker, technically. Name one Ringmaster ability.
Tame the Beast.
That's right. What was the last team to win TI from China?
Newbie?
Wings, I'm afraid.
Oh, Wings.
Whose innate allows them to see Roshan's respawn timer?
Templar Assassin.
That's right. Go. How many heroes are in the game?
100.
No, wrong, way off. 125. What hero has the talent plus 252 damage?
Tegis.
That's right. What did Yatoro change his name to earlier this year? Correct. Weaver's time lapse sends you back in time. How many seconds does it send you back?
5.
Correct. What year was Void Spirit added to the game?
2000.
2000?
No idea.
No, wrong. Okay, no. How long does an observer ward last? You should get this.
7 minutes. No, 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
I gotta go with the 7. I'm sorry. That's incorrect. What's 6? Name one item that builds into Oblivion Staff.
Mage Layer.
That's incorrect. No. Mantle of Intelligence, Blitz Knuckles, and Sage's Mask.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Shadow Shaman and Lion both have the same spell. What is it called?
Hex.
That's right. What kind of damage does Witch Doctor's Death Ward do?
Physical.
Used to be. It's pure now. Who has the facet Krill Eater?
Krill Eater?
Krill Eater.
Krill Eater?
Yes.
Doom.
Doom? No, it's Tide Hunter. Which hero has the highest strength gain?
Axe.
Axe, no, Primal Beast. What is the most expensive item to build in the game?
Divine Rapier.
No.
I don't remember the name.
Here we go. How many heroes are in the game?
120.
Close, 125, but wrong. Which hero has the talent plus 252 damage?
Techies.
That is correct. What type of damage does Witch Doctor's Death Ward do?
Pure.
That's right. What hero has the highest strength gain?
Primal Beast.
That's right. What's the most expensive item in the game to build?
Dagon 5.
Nope, that would be Wind Waker. Name one of Ringmaster's abilities.
Tame a Beast.
Tame the Beast, that's right. Who is the last Chinese team to win a TI?
Invictus Gaming?
Correct! Whose innate allows them to see Roshan's respawn timer?
Templar Assassin?
That's right! How many regular healing lotuses are required to make a greater healing lotus?
3.
6. Sorry, a greater healing lotus. What's the most represented country at this particular event?
Russia?
No, Peru. Who has the voice line, "You will die in a house fire"?
Oracle.
That's right! From level 25 onwards, how long is the normal respawn timer?
Oh, dude, I have no fucking idea. 130?
100! Very close. It was 100. Name a hero that was unpicked at the last TI.
Unpicked last TI?
Mm-hmm.
Meepo.
Meepo is probably... Yes, it is right!
Whose innate allows them to see Roshan's respawn timer?
Templar.
Correct. How many regular healing lotuses are required to make a greater healing lotus?
6.
Correct. What's the most represented country at this event?
Brazil.
Almost. Peru. Who has the voice line, "You will die in a house fire"?
I don't know this one.
From level 25 onwards, how long is a normal respawn timer?
100 seconds.
Correct. Name a hero that was unpicked at TI 13.
Phantom Assassin.
Incorrect. What is the active of Roshan's cheese called?
Active of what? Roshan cheese?
Yep.
Fondue.
Correct. In lore, what hero oversees the narrow maze?
Razor.
Correct. Who came second at the previous Wallachia event?
Extreme.
Correct. Which hero's arcana is named Compass of the Rising Gale?
Wind Ranger.
Correct. How many range attacks does it take to destroy Roshan's banner?
6.
12. How many players, not including coaches, are at this event?
80.
Correct. The legendary Fountain Hook combo of TI3 involved Pudge and which other hero?
Chen.
Correct. What other Valve video game is referenced by Io's Facets, Crits, Krieg, and Medigun?
Portal.
Oh, so close. 0 seconds. It was Team Fortress 2, but really, really good performance there from Olnit.
What year was Void Spirit added to the game?
2017.
Close, 19. How long does an Observer Ward last? You should know this.
360 seconds.
What the hell is that? Is that 3 minutes? Is that 6 minutes? I don't know. I'm not good enough at math.
minutes.
Wrong. 6 minutes is correct. Name any item that builds into Oblivion Staff.
Cornucopia? Oh, no.
Cornucopia? What the god? Shadow Shaman and Lion both have the same spell. What is it called?
Hex.
Correct. And what type of damage does Witch Doctor's ultimate do?
Pure.
Good. What hero has the Facet Krill Eater?
Tide.
Good. What hero has the highest strength gain?
Centaur.
No, Primal Beast. What's the most expensive item to build in the game?
Dagon 5.
Wind Waker, sorry. Name one of Ringmaster's abilities.
Oh, Wheel of Fortune.
Wheel of Wonder, I'm afraid. Who was the last Chinese team to win a TI?
Wings.
Yeah, I remember that one. Whose innate allows them to see Roshan's respawn timer?
Oh, I don't know. Not Oracle.
No, that's correct. It's Templar Assassin. How many regular healing lotuses are required to make a greater healing lotus?
6.
That's right. What is the active of Roshan's cheese called?
Oh, fuck, I knew this.
90 seconds on the clock. What was the last Chinese team to win a TI?
Wings Gaming.
That's correct. Whose innate allows them to see Roshan's respawn timer?
Templar Assassin.
Correct. How many regular healing lotuses need to combine to make a greater healing lotus?
Greater healing lotus, 6.
That's right. What is the most represented country at the event when it started nationally?
What?
What country most player at event?
Russia?
No, Peru.
Oh.
Who has the voice line, "You will die in a house fire"?
Lina?
No, Oracle, but that would make more sense. From level 25 onwards, how long is the normal respawn timer?
70?
100, sir.
100?
A man who never dies, of course. Name a hero that was unpicked at TI 13.
TI 13?
Mm-hmm. Hero no one picked.
Ricky?
Ricky? Incorrect. I believe they did pick a Ricky. I'm sorry, sir. What was the active of Roshan's cheese called? When you eat cheese, what's the name of the spell?
What?
When you eat cheese, what's the name of the spell?
When you eat cheese, what's the name of the spell?
You're taking way too long. Just say something crazy.
Pass.
Yeah, no, pass. No, it's fondue. All right, in the lore, what hero oversees the narrow maze?
What?
Just say something. Just go. We don't have time. Name a hero.
Oracle.
What?
They did pretty well across the board. Well, some of them did well. Some of them did not so well.
Absolutely. Yes, they did know their trivia, where others really didn't want to. And here are the rankings, Nomad.
Wow.
The best of the best. Who's the top? Who's the lowest?
Unfortunately, MOUZ pretty low down there with only 4, along with Whitemon, unfortunately. But you know, we'll give them a break. You know, the second language, so you know, kind of at a disadvantage.
What can you do? And also, Desire was in 8 is the second lowest, tied with MOUZ if I'm good at math there. So there you have it. But the big question is, who won the contest? Who was the best, Nomad?
Absolutely, and the best players at this game were tied. It is Olnit and it is Nande. Both are scoring 10 correct.
Yay! There you have it. The
Well
confetti
done.
is out. They're the smartest of them all. Nomad, talk about it.
Talk about it. Well, I mean, they were good trivia guys. What do you want from me? They did pretty well. Skir did pretty well as well, but not quite as good as Olnit and Nande. So whilst they might be newcomers to the pro scene, they've had plenty of time to sit around and read the abilities and spells, as Slux is making quite the art piece there.
Absolutely. Keep up with your trivia, guys. Keep up with your lore, your spell timings, because you never know when you might be rapid fired upon.
Focus fired upon. Yeah.
Focus fired.
Focus fired upon. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks for watching.
It is grand finals time here for PGL Wallachia Season 2, and we are getting ready for a best of 5 to decide this season's champion. I'm joined by Lizard, I'm joined by Tigov. Just feeling the vibes here, Lizard, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Like, woke up this morning, watched some lower bracket finals, into the grand finals. Like, it's very reminiscent of when was it? In May, season 1. Falcons, however, they dropped out after some rough games the last time. However, this time around, I feel like they've brought their, perhaps not the A game up to the upper brackets, but in the upper bracket finals, they're looking scary as hell.
Yeah, and Heroic have won in like kind of every single way now. They've had, you know, comeback games, they've had early dominating games. Like, you need to have a little bit of everything in your playbook to even get close to Falcons. And so far, Heroic, they've done a good shot. Like, this is for the first time. It shouldn't be a 3-0 for Falcons. You know, that's a rare thing to say, but maybe you know what? No predictions. That's too early.
Oh yeah, we're not going to do predictions anytime soon. It's all good. What we are going to do is take a look at how the two teams made it to this grand finals, because these two teams have, bar Heroic 1 series, not dropped a single series. The only series Heroic dropped was yesterday to Falcons, but they still were able to take a game, Lizard. These two teams so deserved in this grand finals.
100%, and I'm really glad that, I mean, no shade towards Tundra. They did amazingly in this tournament, considering they came in with 3 stand-ins. At the same time, 2 stand-ins. At the same time, for an SA squad to reach the grand finals, and in fashion in which they have been favorites in most of their series. Even the upper bracket series versus Falcons, they looked pretty damn convincing, and it's all according to plan, because they did say we were gonna lose to them in the upper bracket, and then we were gonna go through the lower to meet them again.
We'll get to that. What we're first gonna do is focus our attention onto the ultimate raid boss. I think going into Wallachia Season 2, a lot of people are already thinking, all right, Falcons, they're going to take this one home. Will they do so this time around? We'll find out, of course, in this best of 5. But let's see how they did it, because we did have some fantastic moments that Falcons brought T, and they did start off a little rocky.
Yeah, no, I think Falcons, they've had to find their form. You know, they come into the tournament, they didn't do much practice. Again, they've done that in previous events where they used the group stage to kind of understand what they want to bring. And I think they've been trying to find, does Mallory want to fight or does he want to farm? A lot of teams in PGL Wallachia has also tried to break their opponents with these big like Huskar picks and whatnot. And even Falcons, they had to go against the Huskar pick and they got the Earth Spirit. But then Maureen put on a masterclass on how to deal with the aggression of the draft.
Yeah, this is probably where they're scariest at. Like when you see a team pick a Huskar into usually last pick, usually you're like, okay, we lost. Instead, what they did is pressed enter, enjoy mid, exclamation mark, and then he just started rotating.
Yep.
He was never laning. Then they put some hoodwink mid lane as well. He's just dominating this offlane visit, who was also considered like a really big deal in almost most of our drafts, like specifically for 33 here for Gunner as well. For Falcons, I feel like they just have solution to everything, and they're scary that way.
They are scary that way. It's scary that they can just adapt on the fly the way they showcase in this particular series. I don't think we've seen this in a very long time, if ever, especially now with someone actually typing, enjoy mid. I won't be going back there anymore and just run the well, it turned out into an aggressive tri-lane T.
Yeah, no, I think that's where Heroic, they need to be careful for some of the strategies that Falcons will have, because even if Heroic come prepared, Falcons have probably thought about that and gone, this is how we'll deal with it. So in the game, there's going to be a lot of, have critical thinking happening and who can really just break their opponent and not allow them to bounce back pretty much.
Yeah, going into this also, we have to highlight a couple of the players of Falcons, and one in particular, I think, especially at the start of Amar's career, there were a lot of highlights about him, mostly about his Timbersaw and about a lot of the heroes that he played. But we're coming back to his signature Doom. It's one of the few teams here for Falcons that they have been able to make the Doom work for them consistently. And Tigaf, I believe you got a masterclass on how Amar does Doom.
Oh, yes, as I nearly fall over. So basically, we need to add already the average net worth of a Doom around 22 minutes into the game is about 11,000 gold. So here we have a timeline, right? The top side, we have the traditional Doom. We want to go for a phase, we want to go for a Midas into a Blink Dagger. So around about 50 minutes into the game, you're creating some economy with the Midas, but you're always looking for that initiation. You want to catch someone with a smoke, you want to play for the quick plays, back into farming. But what Amar showed us was a different variation. You go for the drum into a 15-minute BKB. And that is like, okay, well, there's no initiation. So how's it really going to pay out? And it's because of the Yasha at 18 minutes. And I can show you some clips now. If we look at the, let's start with DPS. We always like damage in the game. Because Amar goes for the Alpha Wolf, and he never changes it, right? So you have the Pack Leader's Aura, which is a buff of 30% damage, and then you have a Critical Strike of 200% that does scale based on the time in the game. And if you look purely at the DPS, right, on the left-hand side, we've got, let's make sure it looks good for the numbers. Here you go. 240 DPS for a traditional Doom, compared to 313 DPS to the Pack Doom. But again, it only really works based on the movement speed. How can you actually utilize the right clicks? And if this were Doom Scorched Earth, here we go. So let's look at traditional Doom. When you press phase boots plus Scorched Earth, we're going to have to accept the fact that I did mess up this clip a little bit. You get 473 move speed. Again, there was a 20 move speed from the drum, so I apologize, but 473. You compare that to a Mars Doom, when you press phase boots with Scorched Earth with the drum, he actually goes to maximum move speed, 550. And then without the drum, he's sitting at 505. So the comparison already is he has a BKB at 15 minutes, he's able to have 500 move speed compared to the 470 of traditional Doom, and he's got the right click, so he's punching the entire time. And that's where then it kind of concludes with the fact that he goes for the resistance talent. He goes for the 15% magic resistance at level 10, but he actually takes at level 15. So now he's got an SMY for status resistance, he's got the 10 talent for 15% magic resistance, and he's running you down with the crit, buffing his team as well. And you compare that, again, to traditional Doom, wait for it, he goes for Scorched Earth damage. So now, kind of the difference is, Scorched Earth, he's going for Midas for gold, damage to farm a little bit, and he's a bit more fragile because he's going for a blink. You compare that again to Amar, where he's flipped back, look at this, clear screen, BKB, strong, 15 minutes, drum, active, sell it with the facet, plus SMY. So he's playing a very different style of Doom, he's walking into the engagements, but because he has the Yasha SMY, he has pretty much max move speed, so he's never in a position where he can't get the right clicks off. So he's tankier a lot earlier, he's present in every fight early on, and he never really needs to scale, because again, the timings, look, 15 minutes BKB. Compare that to a traditional Doom, 22 minutes. There's now a 7-minute window where Amar can be, the playmaker, the showstopper, the guy diving deep in, because you're not ready for this. So if Heroic aren't ready for a 15-minute BKB on Doom, with crit, with right click, they're going to have to ban it out. So cool tech from Amar, but
a little change up to traditional Doom to modern day Doom.
Very cool stuff, T. And especially if you consider, Lizard, the bans that we've been seeing, people are kind of not banning Doom out anymore lately.
Oh, they aren't, but versus Falcons, I feel like he has to be on your mind, especially now after what T-Gav has shown us, because he's, I believe, the record holder for the BKB purchase in this tournament, or maybe the second fastest BKB overall as the Doom. And it reminds me so much of that old school position for Doom, when you would go like Tranquils, Drums, Alpha Wolf, just run people down, maybe even Phases, Drums, Alpha Wolf. It's kind of old new tech that he's bringing into the game, together of course with the choosing of the talents. It looks great.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, no, it's very, very scary. And that's where like there's little things like the Earthsphere against Husker on mid, the Doom with this build, the way that they play around Vision. I think Falcons in the first couple of days, it was pretty awkward. But in the last 2-3 series, there's been a lot of new tech or new ways that Falcons are approaching that you can see that they're really working hard again to be the favorites in any tournament.
Yeah, which is a little bit of a good thing for Heroic, because that means that that Falcons is showing more of their cards, and Heroic has a better chance to prepare for this grand finals and more data to go off of, especially considering the fact that Heroic was the one going up against them in the upper bracket finals yesterday. And that was all part of a greater plan.
I want to see Falcons.
Okay.
I feel like they are the favorites for this tournament, and if we get to play them one time before the final, it's gonna be good, because it's good, you know. Like if you just get to play Falcons in the final, it's gonna be your first big tournament experience with them official, you know. If I play them 2 times, it's better, you know, if I manage to get to the final again and play them again in case we lose. And in case we won and they get there again, we will be super confident to play them again.
Super confident going into this best of 5, Lizard. That must sound good for every Heroic fan out there.
Absolutely, because confidence plays a huge part when you're playing on a LAN, when you're just reaching the grand finals for the first time as a team, and you're also, obviously, you're in the grand finals, so you have to be playing versus the other favorites, right? So versus Falcons, it's also important because Falcons can get in your head. You know, they all chat quite a lot. It has happened in the series where they faced Heroic. There were some chill out, you know, after the Queen of Pain Lina matchup. There was also some enjoy mid versus some other players, of course. So overall, it's really nice to see that KJ and the boys have confidence going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Heroic as well, right? You lost to Falcons in upper bracket, but you didn't respect Nature's Prophet game 1. You lost to it. Game 3, you tried Mortar against Bristleback. That was your winning strategy against Infinity. It didn't work out as well. So at least for Heroic, it's like, well, we tried 2 things that we thought were good. It didn't work out. That's information, push it into that best of 5.
Yeah, and I feel when we were talking about Heroic, we often talk about Parker. I mean, there's no shame in that. He is doing incredibly well. But we wanted to highlight KJ a little bit more, because it seems like he's really become also the cornerstone. Of course, he is the one supporting Parker, so maybe that plays a part as well, Lizard. But KJ overall has had a really good tournament.
He definitely has, and I love the Omni Knight little icon there that we have. It kind of matches their jerseys as well. But yeah, he's been not only the protector. He wasn't only this Omni Knight, this Shadow Demon that catches people, saves people. He's been very active on a couple of other heroes as well. He's been, by the way, you discussed Doom and his tech. I remember maybe 6-7 months ago, they were playing in that interview when they won versus Falcons a long time ago, 1-1. He was also playing Enchantress, and he was doing some interesting tech. Like he would buy drums, use up all the charges, and then sell the drums for a different item. So he's not really scared to innovate as well. And that, of course, innovation comes from the multitude of games that he has played on certain heroes on that position 5. Like he gets to invent new tech.
I mean, without him, then we wouldn't be able to praise Parker so many times, right? Because it's his laning, even if lane doesn't go well, his kind of joining with the team, buying time for Parker to come online. I think, you know, KJ is, you know, an incredibly strong 5 player, and just the depth of his hero pool. We didn't show the heroes there, but it's like we have supporting heroes, aggressive heroes. Like it's not like he's a 4 hero that's it player. You know, he's played 10 plus different heroes. He does exactly what he needs to do for the team. And again, if Heroic, help your Parker get to farm, and KJ, he is step 1 in that process.
I think also before that process gets to fruition, we have to talk about the fact that a best of 5 is a different beast, and South America overall, they have not played a lot of best of 5s because they don't really get to make it to the grand finals. They've done so twice. We looked through every international LAN we could find, We found 2 LAN finals that had South America with a team that represented them. One in 2019, one in 2017. It's been a long time.
Yeah, and I hope for Heroic that pressure isn't really on their minds, because like the fact that an entire region, they've been around for so long, but yet to make it, yet to lift the trophy. Heroic, it is the best showing, right? You've got a blend of South American players from Brazil, Peru, etc. You've got them all together, plus a little bit of Western European influence. Like, it is just a perfect harmony of a team that can go far. And they've had a year last year. They didn't really make it to grand finals, at least. Decent runs, but this is their tournament. They're doing really well. Unfortunately, the raid boss, the Falcons, is there. But again, South America, this is your best shot.
If this is what it takes, I want more South American teams reaching grand finals, because this is probably one of the closest tournaments we've had in a while. Like looking at TI, looking at at all the tournaments leading to TI, we've had a lot of 2-0 series. We checked the stats like yesterday or the day before. The 3 of us, 14 out of 16 series at that day.
You're still in the Synderen stat.
Did you use it?
No, yeah, that's fine.
But, no, I mean, I didn't look it up. Someone wrote it in the chat. So. Yeah, blame Sint for that one. But overall, like, it's been very competitive, and Heroic, they didn't shy away from going the full stretch. Sometimes they couldn't win out the series with a clean 2-0, but they would always make sure to learn from their mistakes and go the full stretch, maybe win it 2-1. So expecting a lot from them, a lot of innovation in this best of 5.
Yeah, and I think this series that they played just now as well, T, it kind of went a lot into Heroic's character, where regardless of how much they look like they're down and out, they will look for openings and they will try to create scenarios where they can have a chance of a comeback, even if the chances are low.
Yeah, and I think that's where we've had interviews with Dalai Lama where he speaks about how, he likes to play with emotion. And to be fair, it's also how Heroic finds success, right? When the game gets tough and you can see the emotions, their reactions, they don't just, they don't play worse. They use that and go, okay, no, we're going to fix it. We're going to try. And then maybe they take another fight. It doesn't work out. But they keep evolving every single fight to a point where they can make that comeback. They can set up an opportunity to break their opponents. So.
Yeah, they fight until the bitter end. Like, you could see it even on spot. They're buying bashers just to defend the throne. So there's no sliver of chance for Tundra to steal that one away from them. And in both games, I felt like Tundra had a pretty good chance, a pretty big opportunity to take it. But the comeback mechanics from these guys are way too strong.
I mean, Heroic, they need to be careful though. They need to make sure that if they are in a down position, Falcons, they're not the team that will squander an advantage, right? They will choke you out and build a 30, 40, 50k gold lead to remind you that you made some early game mistakes.
By the way, I just love this average hero damage. We have this stat. However, when we were coming into this series, we didn't really want to talk too much about Parker. Everyone is doing that,
we've talked a lot about Parker, so we wanted to give some limelight to others too.
Exactly.
But now we can talk about Parker.
But looking at all the other stats as well, like, he's got a lot of records, like not records in general, like in all the tournaments, but at this tournament, he's either first or second with like GPM, XPM, the kills done, the KDA as well, like overall fantastic player.
Yeah, when we talk about both these teams, we know that Falcons has not changed their roster since the international. However, Heroic did. It is Parker that is the new kid on the block there, and he is slotting in so well. But I do also want to focus on the raid bosses of this event so far. We have Falcons as the team that has not dropped a single series. Yes, they've dropped games here and there, and they've been very open about how they've struggled a little bit. We heard Amar say we lost every scrim, so I'm surprised we didn't drop a series,
Yeah, it's kind of hard for them to just recover after a really long TI, right, and go straight into the new season. But it took them a little bit at the beginning, and then they caught up, and now they're looking just as strong, if not even stronger. I loved like this comparison between Falcons and Heroic. For Heroic, you have a star. You have one player, 4 protect 1, more or less. That's why the others aren't even close when it comes to some records. Even that PM is the highest on their side on Schofield. Like, he's keeping that #1 score, just creating so much space. On the other side, on Falcons, I feel like this trio, of course, they share the load. Like, every single one is given the same amount of space and the same amount of farm time. And every single one of them can carry the game for you.
Yeah, and speaking of top 5s, which Parker is in. This is one he's in, but he's not on top.
Oh, he's beaten by Skidder. There we go. But no, yeah, it's of course Skidder sitting here at the top average net worth, but also that's because Falcons, in this tournament at least, like I said earlier, when they get that lead, they hold their opponent in the base.
Yeah,
they really make their opponent just hate playing the game. It's like, think about game 2, mate, because you are not winning this game 1. And for Amar at least, I think he's enjoying this post-TI patch because he's not rushing to buy auras every time, right? We're allowing Amar to go for Sanjin Yashas, earlier BKBs. On some heroes, of course, like Bristle is going Bloodstone. Like, he's not just going,
he wants
I
to
play
entertain.
off.
He's a showman, you know? Like,
And it's working out, right? Like, when you think conceptually, okay, you need to deal with the early game aggression, like a 15-20 minute BKB or Bloodstone timing from Amar, but then also during that, Maureen making moves, Skidder farming up. It's like there's so many, things coming at you that you have to, pick your battles wisely. And
I love these unique heroes, by the way, these unique heroes at least, because one man on the screen obviously has a lot of them, and the other one, I mean, if I'm thinking of Skitter, I'm thinking only about these Nature's Prophet, Dragonites, Razors, like these common semi-cores that he plays and that he excels with. Like, he might not have the highest net worth every single game, even though average is there, in comparison to his teammates.
I mean, it's also a lot of pressure on Parker, right? We just described how Falcons, they have a tri-core that blends the net worth between the 3 of them. Often, Heroic, they can have, Parker up number 1, Analog or Divine Llama filling that second role, and often a third core can fall off a little bit in net worth to be the playmaker, to buy time. Where Falcons, it feels like every single game, no matter what, they're kind of all moving up the net worth relatively evenly. So that is going to be a disparity that we need to look out for in this grand final.
Yeah, and we're talking a lot about these cores. We see the cores usually, and it's easy, right? Like, you see Carry, he has a lot of kills. You see Mid, he's doing flashy things. However, position 4s as well need some love. And they Crit, like, he's been doing God's work this tournament. Like, his Hoodwink got nerfed. I was a bit critical on the hero as well, but he's definitely making it work. Like, they're calling it Hood King, and
or Hood Win or something.
He just doesn't make it bushwhack, right?
And if it's in the game, they pick it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of focus for against Falcons to ban out a lot of their cores, but that does mean, and maybe some of the usual saving supports, like the Naga or the Omni or Shadow Demon or something, but it does mean that Crit just gets to pick whatever he wants.
That's true, but it's also the same argument to Schofield, right? Like, when we're talking about how Parker's forcing out Morphling bans in the first phase, you're respecting certain heroes and Divine Llama forcing him to kind of different routes, then suddenly Schofield gets to see a game where he wants to play Grimstroke. Then he pops on Grimstroke. He gets a bounty or a Nyx game, right? Like, I think the supports at the moment are shining a lot just because the cores are soaking up so many bans.
Yeah, a little bit of a higher variety for Schofield, but we must not forget that Heroic has also just straight up played a lot more games. Yep. And Falcons hasn't needed to change their winning strategy for Crit that many times.
Yeah, which might be a good thing, but also can be a bad thing, right? Because you haven't experimented maybe as much. Like, we heard them talk, I think it was ZTF, about their scrims, like how they're losing all their scrims as well. So some of those ideas that you have you might not feel very comfortable on.
Which best of 3 do you think Falcons enjoyed analyzing most? The first best of 3 Heroic beat Tundra, the second best of 3 Heroic beat Tundra, or the third best of 3 Heroic beat Tundra?
I think one best of 3 that they should definitely have analyzed is the upper bracket, because that one didn't go that easily for them, perhaps not as easily as they expected it to go. Heroic took one game off of them, and guess what? They had a lot of very comfortable heroes on Falcons. Like, they had the Razor, the DK, the Pangolier, and they still lost to Heroic. So gotta think hard about what you're going to ban against Parker and the boys.
Again, just to say Parker again, it's just that he had Morphling in that game and a Medusa. Like, he had if I get to 30 minutes and my game is comfortable, I will win you the game because I am Parker. That's kind of the vibe I get with him on this team. It's just, if he has a clear timing, if Horo can just get there in any way, shape or form, there's a moment they will shine. And that's where Falcons, I think in both draft and play, they're going to have to identify that themselves and just make sure they navigate to that timing in a safe way.
But we saw both Falcons yesterday and also Tundra today have a recipe for success for that. Well, Tundra maybe didn't end up working out in the end, but they did look very good in the game where they just straight up first phase ban heroes that Parker likes to play. Medusa, Morph, out.
But also Falcons, they sometimes do a thing where we're talking about the blend of net worth between a tricore. In some games, they don't have that traditional late game, you are the carry hero, right? They have like a Razor that overlaps with a DK, but the DK is playing a bit more sacrificial compared to, like a TI Heroic of like K1 Hector, where he's like, I've got all the net worth, right? And that's where Heroic, if they can find the Monkey King, the Medusa, that one hero, you already see from
I
the
feel
draft the moment.
We're focusing a lot on his heroes,
Yeah.
but the more we talk about it, the more I believe that the secret lies actually in the two supports on Heroic. Like, if they are able to get a couple of items, to get some heroes that can enable Parker a little bit further, it almost doesn't matter what he plays.
Even enabling the mid and off lane, right?
Of course. I mean, it falls down to him, really, because the way Falcons play and they draft, they want to ruin that one core that is playing against them. They usually have a Doom, they have a Razor, they have these heroes that are just nasty to play against if you're a star position 1. So you need to make sure that you have these tools to perhaps break the static link or negate the Doom that goes your way, or maybe just get you out of Sprout, some Force Staffs, you know, just you need these kind of items on the sports. They can't go greedily into whatever, like just their items, you know, like something that enables Enchanters to right click.
Yeah, so that's where for KJ at least you see his hero pool, that blend of aggression plus defensive capabilities. I think that's going to be a really big debate Heroic are going to have to kind of solve before they enter the drafts, because, you know, Naga Siren, you're unlikely to get it, right? But the Ench, the Tusk, the Omni, like even the common heroes, right? They're the heroes that seem to play any match, any game, and you feel like you can do the same job. The unique heroes, though, is Jakiro really going to be the anti-MR hero in lane? I think it's a little bit too volatile. I think the Witch Doctor as well we saw from KJ, it can work in a snowballing lineup where you just break the game in the first 20, but are you really going to be able to perfectly play a game against Falcons? So I hope for Heroic's sake, KJ kind of shifts more towards the game heroes rather than I just want to have a really fun lane, because that's also what they said in an interview.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about Heroic because I want people to know at home that Heroic is coming in here as the challenger. Falcons has had one of the most successful years in Dota 2 that an organization has seen, with so many first places, 4 first places in top tier tournaments. They didn't start too good, or rather there's top 6 in Kuala Lumpur was still good, but of course this was without AUI 2000. Then AUI joined, and oh my god, platform finishes, top 3 finishes, Lizard, all the way through.
Yeah, they are just too strong of a team, really, and they're having so much fun playing Dotes. This is crazy. I have seen a lot of teams in the past, though, do very nicely and then fall in a TI.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because we didn't put TI on there because it wasn't a top 3 finish.
Yeah, you know? The most important tournament.
No, it was 4th. We was 4th.
Yeah,
we was
sure.
4th, so it didn't look pretty. We went for the aesthetics.
I understand it doesn't look pretty, but you know,
there's a team that came like 4th or 6th at TI after winning everything that year, and then they disbanded. That was Virtus Pro back in the day. Like, not winning TI definitely hurts. However, with the current prize pools and everything, I don't think it stings as much as it used to.
The prestige, that stings. And the fact that we look at that graphic and it's what, seconds, thirds, first, TIs are 4th, they're now in the grand finals again. It's like Falcons, even on an off tournament, they're still finishing by getting to play on the Saturday and the Sunday, right? Some teams would wish they even got this close to it.
Oh, you know what? Shall I just name Heroic's numbers for a little bit? Just in terms of...
Take it away, Shiva.
13, 14s, 15, 16s, top 8, top 16, top 8, top 14, top 12 in a TI. You know, that's just not making it to the last 5 days of an event.
Yeah.
Which also means, I think, that a team has overall more rest, because if we compare that and how much rest both of these two teams have had since the international, just getting eliminated earlier than your opponents means you get just extra days rest. I mean,
that's true. But if we're going to go into the small things and all the details, Falcons, they cruised through the first part of the Swiss stage, right?
True.
And because of that, they had a lot of rest at this tournament.
Heroic was the same. They also had... Heroic and Falcons both were the 2 teams that after 3 wins, they made it through.
Falcons needed only 2 wins.
Got me there. All right, guys. You might have noticed we had a little bit of tiny delay, but we should have the draft on your screen very soon. We should have that one kicking off, which means I want to talk a little bit about that draft that's coming our way, because we said a lot. Oh, you got to ban the heroes for, you know, Parker. Maybe early on, you got to keep in mind. Maybe you want to put Falcons at a disadvantage by not letting Crit have Hoodwink. Where do we go at the moment, considering there are so many heroes that I feel like we should ban out, for example, Nature's Prophet as well.
Yeah, I think Heroic, at least coming into the series, in the first game, they'll consider Sand King, Doom, Nature's Prophet, and then they'll have one flex ban where it could be a Shadow Demon, it could be a Naga, it could be whatever's available. But I think in my mind at least, like Sand Doom, Nature's Prophet are like the big three to respect against Falcons.
No, I absolutely agree. Out of those, I'd say Prophet and Doom 100%. I don't want to agree completely with the Gov. We're agreeing way too much today. This isn't the best panel, but like Nature's Prophet and Doom, definitely they need to get away. Sand King, I'll argue a little bit.
What should they ban against Heroic then?
I feel like Sand
You're
King,
going for the cheap answer.
no. Like Sand King, in my view, like I think that Heroic, they might cook something up. They have some tech that can defeat Sand King on the mid lane. I feel like this is a team that has flex potential with some Monkey King as well. So maybe move that little piece around.
Yeah, I just want to say that I got a little bit of insight in the lobby chat.
Wait, spoilers?
No, not spoilers. There was just friendly banter in the chat. I'm assuming it's friendly, but that might lead into some tipping during the game. So we'll see if that makes it out into the open. For this game, I think we've highlighted a lot with Falcons, especially what they are prioritizing, considering it seems to change a little bit here and there. But this game, it was very simple. The priority was for Heroic, and they chose first pick, meaning Falcons chose Radiant after that, and they get second pick, which is what they like more than anything anyway.
I feel like Falcons are very happy with that, right?
Yes.
Like they're always going to go for that second pick anyway. I feel like the only time they don't is when the enemy team gets that flip coin and wins. But
and also like with the whole idea of Radiant, how many times have we seen Falcons utilize the 20-minute Roshan, the daytime Roshan, so taking that side? If you see the natural optimization that you get from your cores, you want to fight for that Roshan in that minute mark, playing Radiant makes sense.
I love, by the way, how much Storm rised in the stonks this tournament. This Doom, these Sand Kings, of course, they're difficult to deal with, but Storm Spirit, like yesterday, today as well, has looked really damn strong. And he's got like one of the highest win rates in the game, considering that at the beginning and in the group stages, even in the first couple of days of the upper bracket, it was only Copy and Nouns really spamming that hero.
Yeah, and as we can see, 73% win rate. That is absurdly high.
Well, I think Sand King needs to go now. With the Monkey
that's
King
the big
band,
three,
with the Storm band, this is a hero that, yeah, definitely they should get rid of it.
But then you're getting Shadow Demon through the ban phase. You're getting
Pangolier as well. Oh, Razor. Okay, so they grab the Sand King. There you go. That's an approach.
Yeah, I mean Heroic. They just played it in the off lane, right, against Tundra. I'm sure they can put it in any position they want based on 2 or off lane. Just to be clear, when I said any position, I meant between mid and off lane. I don't want to see some puppy Na'Vi support.
And I'm sure Falcons have watched this last game, even though when they were preparing for the drafts for Heroic, they didn't have this Sand King game, right? Like yesterday or last night, they didn't have the Sand King game on Heroic. But let's see, the hero is extremely popular right now.
To be fair, they didn't even play Sand King leading into the tournament.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So on the other side, Falcons have played it a lot. On the other, they haven't. And I'm not the biggest fan of the offlane Sand King, though. I have to say that. Pangolier on the other side, he can go anywhere, and I'm happy.
Yeah, already Falcons respecting Sand King, because no matter what position it's going to be in, when you play in that Sandstorm, you need to find the hero and just pressure him. Right? We saw in the Tundra series, 33 was inside Sandstorm, chilling, waiting, buying his time. So Pangolier in that Rolling Thunder, he can go find the hero, gets Basher, Diffusal, Ags. Like he can constantly remind Sand King, like, hey, if you don't initiate first, I will find you and I will annoy your entry to the fight.
Yeah. I looked up a little bit of heroes and hero combinations and what hero works against which in this tournament, and so far versus Pangolier, interestingly enough, it's not a BKB piercing. Dark Willow has an extremely high win rate against him. Terrorize, Brambles, kind of annoying to shield crash through, to use Swashbuckle. Also really good combo with the Sand King. I'm not sure Heroic are going to go for that, not completely their style, but Dark Willow, I feel like even Heroic, they play it, might be an option for them.
Yeah, it's something to keep in the back of our minds for sure for Schofield.
Yeah, but speaking of supports that are more popular, of course, there's Clockwork still left in the pool, Shadow Demon still left in the pool. For Heroic into Pangolier, Shadow Demon maybe not as high value as some other supports, but still too strong to just skip over.
Yeah, this is the first time Falcons is really ticking into the bonus time. Heroic hasn't used any. I really do like the start of these drafts, especially from game 1 for a series, because most of this can be theory crafted, generally is theory crafted.
Mm-hmm.
So it shows that so far, I feel for Heroic, things are going according to plan, whereas Falcons, now taking this amount of time, is now starting to try to get a more coherent game plan.
Which Parker hero do we ban here? That's
true. I mean, it's the most important ban in the entire draft, I think, for Falcons, right? Like when you only have a single ban into the second phase, if you waste it on a Tusk, for example, then suddenly it breaks you down.
Primal.
But they go for the Primal, and I think that's generally quite honestly not opposed to it. Heroic closed the phase with Deflect for the Sand King. The Vailama likes to play heroes that are constantly in your face. I think I prefer him on the Bristles, the Primals, the Sand Kings compared to the Enigmas and the kind of the more cooldown heroes. And
very interesting. What are they so worried about though? They need to have something, maybe some break or something like that that they're afraid of.
We've seen Primal pick up the Pango, and
I think it's less about that, but more about having constant heroes running at you, right? Like the early timings of Primal and Sand King with two aggressive supports that we're mentioning from KJ and Schofield. That's so much. You need so many resources to deal with them. That Parker will always hit his timings, right? So I think they're respecting more the how does Heroic set up their entire
team. They're too
team.
big. They're too up front, and Parker is gonna get space no matter what. I can see that happening. Yeah. Hoodwink though for Falcons. Wow.
Crazy.
What a surprise!
Very shocked.
Did not see that coming. But look at that stat, 83% for crit win rate.
Yeah, out of the top 11 hero plus player combinations in this tournament, it's only Hoodwink and crit that's repeated like a bazillion times here. That's still in the that's still in the tournament, of course. Like everyone else is already out. He's the only one that doesn't really have a high variety of heroes, but is still around.
Yeah, Falcons play
you
the
don't need
game
variety when you own every game, right?
Yeah, I mean Falcons play the game at their own pace. So heroes like Hoodwink, they always get to dictate, the rune control. They set up for the bushwhacks. Like it's a hero that is perfect when you are in your own kind of control of the game.
Yeah, I feel like going into the upper bracket. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Gyro was banned out versus most SA teams. Like versus Beast Coast, you're banning it out. You don't want Costability to play it. Versus Heroic as well, you're banning out the Gyro. It's just a very highly regarded hero in SA.
Would you like me to correct you if you're wrong? He wasn't banned in the Tundra series against her. Oh, only in one game.
Okay, so banned in one series.
Falcons.
Did Falcons
didn't ban it?
Okay, so they don't respect the Gyro as much as some other teams, but we'll see. Like Gyro, I like it. I don't mind it into the Hoodwink as well. Like you get some vision on her, you get a lot of AoE damage that she can't stand, and then you have the Tusk combo as well. But this is a rough one. Crystal Maiden Alchemist also a very strong lane.
But it also gives Heroic a lease of life if you survive the out timing, right? Because you referenced Costabile. I think he was one of the first few players that showed the SMY build into Skadi, BKB, Daedalus. You just stand your ground. You have the ability to mitigate the healing from Alchemist. It's quite an annoying build. A little bit slower because you don't go Agnims and have that farm speed. But once you get to those items, you easily get to play into Alchemist with strength. Just a lot of economy required. But Parker always does find the farm.
Yeah.
Falcons do. Good lanes, aggression, just break Heroic's farm pattern. Gyro, he needs to farm. Sand King, he has to farm the triangle. If he doesn't get to triangle and like a 12-13 minute Bloodstone...
Are they baiting some Schofield Rubik here? Because it looks like a really solid game. And I know the hero hasn't had... It's a bit volatile, right? Like it's... In some games it can look kind of awkward. In this game, like as a position 4...
I'd prefer Snapfire myself, but...
Okay.
I think any 4 position that can just be a little bit more aggressive early on.
They open up first and foremost with the Nerd Spirit.
Yeah, the old analog,
This kind of sets things in stone, no pun intended. Like you're going to have your Earth Spirit on the mid lane, your Sand King on the off lane. Tusk and Gyro most likely will be your safe lane combination. And the last pick, support for them, huh?
Here we go, the favorite part of the band. Okay, Heroic, you have last pick for Falcons. You have mid-Earth Spirit. Do you ban the Huskar? Do you ban... Like Monkey King, obviously Monkey
King's already out.
It's banned first phase. Yeah,
Huskar
I'm going through the obvious list
are the
of
ones that you gotta be aware of for sure.
They banned the Huskar, but it does mean Sand King's in the off lane, which I think could cause some issues for Heroic because CM Alchemist is a very strong lane.
It's very strong. I feel like maybe there is some outplay potential there. CM Alchemist for me is definitely stronger versus Sand King plus 90% of position 4s. Maybe if you play around that invisibility facet, think you can juke a couple of these. Plus, by the way, you could also move the Tusk in that lane, pick something else for the gyro, use the snowballs into the stun from Alchemist.
Will Falcons respect Grimstroke, right? They have 3 melee initiating heroes. Scofield's played it already.
And the Pangolier as well.
Exactly, yeah. So it's like, this is now where Falcons, it's quite simple for their bans, but it's like, what are the best fours for Schofield? Do they respect Grimstroke and what it can do with Soulbind? Do they care about Dark Willow for the laning phase and the additional teamfight with Terrorize it?
By the way, when you go through all the bans, there's a hero missing that's usually banned, and that's Enchantress. And if you're Falcons, you can afford that. Like, you don't have to ban it. Why? Because you already have a Crystal Maiden on one side and Hoodwink on the other. Your supports are already fine against her.
And Clockwork, of course.
Clockwork as well left in the pool.
This is, for Falcons, hindsight might, hit Aoi once he sits down. He's like, okay, we banned out, Snap or Willow or Grim or whatever, and they don't even do any of that.
Oh, they're doubting the position 1 gyro a little bit, it seems like.
Sure.
That's what they're doing here, because of course we have seen gyro played as a support before. It's not my preferred hero currently in the patch, and I would hate to see them flex that hard, but
and that's still a cool read, right? Because we're sitting here talking about the 4s, and for Falcons, it's like, I don't think they care about maybe any 4, right? If you're banning like this, it doesn't matter if you're against again, insert any hero I just mentioned, right?
They don't care what the 4 is. They just don't want to
they don't want
Parker to be happy.
Exactly.
There's so much respect from Falcons, and that's exactly what you want to see in game 1. And fair play. I think other teams easily would have banned 4 positions, but again, just to really remind Parker, hey, you're the one who's going to win this game.
Another hero that I expected to see here is the high stream rate hero, I believe still, in the tournament, Clockwork. Absolutely untouched. Not banned, not picked. I mean, kind of interesting. These two teams, we're in for a really nice best of 5. I feel like the versatility of them is already showing.
It's refreshing that our first phase bans are so player heavy, right? It opens up.
It opens up the meta completely.
Exactly.
It really does. So for the last ban for Heroic, do we still want to see that Shaker banned, or is there something else that would do well against the Earth Spirit that they should have in the back of their minds? Because it could still be Pango mid, so they might not.
It could be.
They might not need to ban out a different mid laner, but instead you'd then have to think: do you want to ban out something else?
Is there a hero? Yeah, is there a hero that you're that worried for Amar? What else is left in the pool? There's something like a Mars maybe for him, or a Gyro, but all of these heroes playable, but
that also makes a difference. If Heroic is thinking about a hero for Parker, then they have to respect potentially a hero that would do well against it for Amar.
Timbersaw also is a hero that hasn't been mentioned yet. And but they go for Viper for the laning aspect. Now for Heroic, let's see, did Falcons correctly read that Parker still wants a carry, or was it just Falcons, over-respecting it? But what do they go for?
Bloodseeker.
Oh, we have seen one. Yeah. We have seen one game of the Bloodseeker previously, and it was the best Bloodseeker game I've seen in my life, with like Bloodseeker into Pangolier and a Visage on offlane, getting all that data to use his soul assumptions accordingly. Your matchup into Alchemist is really good. You're playing it into Rolling Thunder as well, so you're always going to have an ultimate to use on a very high priority target. I like it a lot.
20 seconds of reserve time. I'm intrigued to know, is Amar just going to accept the Pango to offlane, sacrifice it a bit, do some weird build just to survive, and then you get, Maureen on a big specialty mid, but
go for the Timber.
Again, Timber that we mentioned, but who's going to play it? Okay, good. This is what I like. I think for Falcons to feel best into the Bloodseeker Pango matchup, you want your Pango to shift down in core role, go to offlane. I'm sure Amar can also do some weird build where he's maybe going for status resistance or something with an SMY. He can just be weird in the offlane, and now it's like you've put a Bloodseeker as a carry, you've countered Amar, who cares? There's still an Alk and a Timber in the game, right? But Heroic, they should be very happy with their lineup. It's a lot of early game aggression, right? I think Schofield, we haven't mentioned him much so far for Heroic, but wherever he goes, kills can follow, right? If he goes to Bloodseeker with a Gyro, that's death. He moves to mid with Analog, that's kills. So I think Schofield is my key hero for Heroic, but
watch out for Schofield.
Yeah.
Schofield's Tusk, yeah.
Schofield Tusk, exactly.
And it's also such a comfort pick, by the way. If you think through history of his gameplay, through many different teams, like he was always this brawler type position 4. He has the highest death per minute in this tournament, and he's still at the grand finals. So overall, yeah, I can understand this draft, specifically with the Bloodseeker. There's so many niche things about him. It's very peculiar, like no mana on the first spell, like a Rupture working against all of them. You have so much AoE damage as well, coming from the Gyro support, from the Sand King, from the Earth Spirit, of course, as well. So he should be zooming around really fast in these mid-game fights.
Yeah. So do we? Because we didn't predict, but do we have a favorite now that we've seen the drafts? I just want a game 1. You know, I just want to know who we feel draft. If you remove the team names, who has the upper hand?
Look, right now, I really don't like the Gyro as a support overall.
Okay.
I can see how it fits in, but what did we discuss earlier? We discussed, I want these supports to support Parker in some form, in some fashion. I want these items that actually go and help him out in these team fights. I feel like okay, you're going to get a lot of movement speed, fair enough, from all the damage the Gyro dishes out, but besides that, the utility is almost non-existent.
Okay, well, maybe you're not a fan, but I know someone who is a fan. It is none other than Coach Cavs, who we're going to listen to before we head into game 1.
Absolutely. They said you were a fan of your own team. Is this how you feel? Are you a fanboy or you're their leader?
Both, I guess.
Well, that's good to hear. All right, I've got some bad news for you. I think you might have forgotten that Clockwork exists. Not banned, not picked in this series, if I'm correct. What's up, man? Do you know this hero has the highest win rate here?
Yeah, I know. We and Navi set a trend on the Sway stage, but yeah, we definitely brought up that name in the draft a couple times. Don't worry about it.
All right. You still remember. That's good. The secret weapon comes out, the Bloodseeker. Very excited to see this hero again. What makes this team worthy of you guys bringing out this incredible hero, which is an amazing game that you played last time?
Yeah, like with the new facet on Pango, he just rolls faster, then he bleeds faster.
That's right. Fantastic.
Yeah, it was a good game overall as well, and like we needed a blind pick, a blind hero, so it doesn't have a lot of counters, you know?
Yeah. I was very impressed, by the way, with you guys floating that gyrocopter. I know last time we said that, you guys really like to play that hero, but sometimes he doesn't fit in the draft. So did you purposely pick that a little early so they thought it was a support and all that jazz? Or is that just, what happened?
Yeah, I think you got the right read,
Oh!
I'm not gonna say anything. Slark is a drafting mastermind.
Oh, no. It's all good. I just flip a coin and...
You ever thought of being a coach?
No.
I think we need some more good coaches in this
Yeah,
game,
I'm sure you would love it if I was Falcons coach for this series. I'm sure that would be fantastic for you. Unfortunately, you'll have to keep praying as we will see your team playing right now for our Game 1 of the Grand Finals. Let's get this party started, baby. Woo!
Thank you so much, Slacks. Caps, he's feeling pretty comfortable right now. I feel like they're pretty happy to be in the grand finals. What an awesome way to start it off. We have a Bloodseeker, and when Pango rolls faster, he bleeds faster. Kind of cool idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic counter pick, and I think perhaps also part of the rationale here was the panel we're looking at, and they were like, okay, maybe Timber last pick. You were also suggesting Timber last pick, so you double dip. That's another hero that's good to Rupture, so you have multiple good options here for Parker. Obviously, when you reach level 25, as you see here, pointed out by the observers, you get 2 of them. I'm not sure if that's a thing you game plan for necessarily. Oh, let's just get level 25 on our carry, but I mean, historically in this tournament, Heroic, they get Parker there a lot of the time, so perhaps that is a viable thing to start considering when you're drafting to actually plan for that ultra late game. It does come at the expense of putting King Jungles on the 5 Gyro. This hero can be quite volatile. The lane itself of Gyro Bloodseeker is a little bit of a weird one, because generally what Gyro wants as a support is to play with a carry that has a stun or a slow, so that you can stay on people with Rocket Barrage. So we'll see how that one goes. And yep, I was wondering if this exact thing was going to happen. Caps is like, yeah, Pango roll faster, bleed faster. Well, what if you just don't take that facet then? He took the double jump. So he's expecting that he can't get the maximum value out of Rolling Thunder, so he's just going to focus on the other abilities his hero has instead.
Just don't skill it, man. Go stats. Why not?
Yeah.
Interesting. By the way, there has been a lot of all chat so far in this game. I feel like these teams, you know, very much, they're also not taking the route of like muting each other. They're having back and forths in the game, which I think is pretty interesting. Crit, you saw there at the beginning, was, you know, saying something to the tune of, yeah, you can ban Pango or you can ban Hoodwink if you want. And it was an interesting dynamic.
It seems that
mind games.
the two teams that all chat the most are in the finals, so do with that information what you will. Perhaps if you're winning a lot, you get confident, you talk more, or perhaps talking more makes you play better.
I think that's the one.
Yeah.
Not really.
Absolutely.
Well, KJ gonna spam out some flak. Not always seen, and it's worth noting he did take that afterburner, so we'll just be able to get in on top of these heroes with the rocket barrage, and we'll see how these lanes work out. As you can see already, Timbersaw gonna have a nice time out of that mid lane and trying to put the pressure onto Analog, who already is down a little bit in the CS. Not a huge margin, but just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely free lane for Timbersaw. There's just nothing Earth Spirit can do. The rotation threats aren't that scary either, because you bring in a Tusk here, you bring in a Gyro. I think they genuinely cannot touch Malrine, and that's probably why they just picked this hero, because they feel like, all right, Malrine's going to have a completely free lane. Let's see what he can do in the game with it. Parker actually taking some serious harassment up top.
Schofield down bottom, gonna get hit by this stun. The blood grenade is out. Still has 7 stick charges, trying to get to the far side. Shard's back up soon, but Snake King gonna draw first blood. That's actually pretty nice to get on the CM. As a support player, sometimes I say that, but I'm sure Skinner would have rather had it.
I was just going to say, that sounds very biased, as in you play CM and you like getting some gold, not as in you truly believe what you just said. Oh yeah, very good. The misery build. The player, not the noun itself.
Well, maybe a little bit of column B, but...
let's have a bit more of a look at Parker. You heard from Coach Caps, we needed a blind pick as well. And he said Bloodseeker does well in most lanes. So far, he's doing okay. Breaking even with offlane Pango Hoodwink doesn't sound too great to me, and he is taking some serious pressure here. One of the good changes for Bloodseeker in terms of his laning is that Blood Rage is now free, as of, I believe, was it this letter patch even? I think it is. This is the most recent patch. Blood Rage now costs 0 mana, down from 25. So you can use it whenever you want for free. But you obviously need the thirst points to really stabilize the lane.
Right. And notably, Crit actually is not starting... Hoodwink now brings out the magic stick. But with so much spam in this lane between KJ and Parker, I feel like it's just free stick charges all day. They're going to have a pretty hard time bringing down these heroes.
Yeah, how do you... I've seen so little Bloodseeker. I'm just looking through it right now. How do you skill this hero as a carry?
Yeah, I don't know.
So the heal you get from creep kills is your innate, the Sanguivore, right? So it's not tied to Thirst anymore. Thirst just gives move speed and visibility threshold. So I'm just trying to think as a character, you go 4-1-4 still, or is there a different way to do it? We'll see what Parker does. I'm guessing it's just 4-1-4 either way. Because you want that max level Blood Rage. Now that it's free to cast as well, you're just going to spam this and farm the jungle with a Maelstrom, right? Just go camp to camp.
I mean, there have been times where we've seen Blood Right do a lot of damage as well, but it's changed over to magical instead of pure damage over the last patches too.
Yeah.
So a little bit less valuable, that one, compared to what it used to be. And meanwhile, up top, going in on KJ, almost enough for the kill. Afterburner, not going to get him out of there.
And Parker has to get out now too. 5 seconds, Crit has his spells again, and he would just die on the spot. These lanes are going extremely well for Falcons, and they do have the Alchemist too. Oh, he might be in trouble though. Nice, you're very welcome, Falcons. I did mention you were doing great and Alk was having a good game, so he will of course die 3 seconds later.
Very good.
As we check down there. All right, take your pick. Who do you want to have a good game here?
How about CM?
Bad game, sorry.
Yeah, CM, Snake King.
You want CM to have a bad game?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, Snake King's been playing really well so far. He got the first blood, which is very good.
Yeah.
That's probably going to keep him safe for the rest of the game.
Okay. I like it.
Yep. I feel like I'm doing some sort of death note here. I need to give him a timer as well. Say let's give him 1 minute 20, and he will die of ice shards. How about
but
that?
now you're blocking it out. You're doing the counter thing.
That's
the
true.
problem.
Maybe it's not going to work then.
You know who might be getting in some work here is
Power
Malrine gets an Arcane Rune, and now starting to make the move up top, but KJ, they see him. And Malrine, well, he does a double back. Maybe they will make a move up here. All right, he's unsure too. Does not want to go to the lane. He just wants to walk in the river.
It's going to be interesting to see how Amar itemizes this game as well. Since he's off to a good start on the Pango, if he was having a bad lane and countered by Rupture, I think sometimes you just go like whatever you can do for your team. Some sort of team item like Greaves, Pipe, or
Parker?
Oh my God, he's almost killing him alone. But it does look like the idea for Amar for now is treads into Pipe. So no defusal lined up. I guess his mindset is if I'm going to get ruptured, I'll just survive as long as I can and make my team stronger.
Okay.
But so again, the ultimate build is the same as if he was having a bad lane, but getting it this much earlier actually might make your hero very useful despite having that bad matchup. See you later, Analog. Arcane Rune, Timber Saw spells 3-second cooldown on the chain. Runs him down in the jungle, and I guess Malrine tipping him for 2 reasons. First of all, he killed him, but secondly, why on earth did you roll into the area with the most trees instead of straight down the lane?
Yeah,
perhaps you could have lived then. So a little bit of a misstep there.
Come back to lane, shove it out. They will be able to hold on to this for a moment with the Tusk, but this was a last pick overall Timber Saw. Now, there is a TP back up top. I was wondering if we were going to see any type of a move eventually from the Bloodseeker through the gate, but instead it's going to be a move up top where they find Amar, now trying to get him, immediately breaking that TP. Crit goes down too, and just like that, Falcons, they're going to lose 2 heroes as Heroic try and break down this laning stage.
Yeah, they bring all 3 cores top, but 2 kills, probably worth it. This does free up Skitter to have completely free time with the TP from Divine Llama, but he's gonna gate. Rupture.
What damage can they do? Schofield just goes down. Malrine trying to stand his ground after Burner. Moving in, and Malrine gets away on such low HP. He played that perfectly. They will kick back the CM. So your curse came a little late.
It lived a little longer than expected, but we got him. Yeah, nice play from Malrine, as you said, to outlast the Rupture. It's a 9-second duration level 1, so it's just a matter of finding that right balance of how much do I actually get to move. Because he had to, in that situation, he needed to balance between tanking the Rocket Barrage or taking the Rupture.
Yeah.
And he chose to run into his wave to mitigate the Rocket Barrage damage, and then he stood still. So, made a good call. Still, Heroic with a couple of good moves are keeping the game relatively even.
Amar gets the far side of the shards. Divine Llama is taking out stacks, but they can get this kill onto Amar before his 6. He's just 1 creep away, and he could have maybe rolled out of there, but it is not looking like that's going to happen. Maybe. Need to kill a creep. You need to kill a creep. He gets it. There's 6, but it's too late.
Yeah, Rupture was ready again as well. So he was very dead. Divine.
Wow.
Yep, this mid Timber, we talked about it. It's really good this game. The only thing you're really worried about is that Rupture, and Parker is not going to be playing all 3 lanes at once, so somebody's going to suffer.
Wise
TP out from
decision.
King Jungles, but they see the stacks. Will Malrine do something about this? No. He'll immediately TP to mid.
I mean, the bigger stack issue is going to be over here, and Heroic need to identify this. Otherwise, somebody's going to get a massive acceleration of gold. And I'm not sure if anybody on Heroic is going on up to check, but Crit has built quite the large stacks at the moment. And Malrine's coming to clear them out. Yeah, watch the net worth 5,000 at the start of this. And we'll just keep on scooting on up the levels here.
Yeah, so he gets about 500. And by extension, Crit gets, like, what's that, about 150, 200, I guess?
Oh my goodness.
Another big stack here. It's going to propel the Hoodwink up nicely.
Yeah, that's about, well, now it's a 3,000 gold lead, a giant influx of cash. Yeah. And Malrine going to go straight into the Aghanim Scepter after finishing the Kaya. But maybe this gank is what they need. Analog, they break the smoke. Amar spots him. Gonna try and roll away from this one. There's the roll up, and now the rupture. Amar in trouble. They drop it down, can kick him to death if they want. Analog comes in for the last touch. And now, finding more. Malrine shows up, tries to kill off the gyrocopter. King Jungles is dead. Analog does manage to make a rollout play happen. Trying to dodge somehow. Doesn't get hit by that infinity sign chakram. And now they all back away. Epicenter, channeled. Bro, off the mark for Devi. Wanted that kill, but that stops any counter pressure they could have played.
Yeah, you can tell Malrine's mindset. Uh-oh.
Going in,
oh
Devi.
Oh, he missed that.
Wow. Now Snowball onto CM. Snaking has the ulti at the ready. Schofield is just obliterated by Malrine, who is just a whirling cacophony
That's a
of
really
damage.
short blink.
Yeah, he just was blinking on his screen. Burrow strike to try and get away. Does Malrine have enough to chase him out? Going all the way in, looking for it, trying to finish. No, can't get him yet. Dodge away, but there he is in. And Malrine gets the kill.
He is doing whatever he wants when Rupture is on cooldown in this game. Couldn't give less of a crap about who's alive. As long as the Rupture isn't there, he will dive you all the way to your basement at 12.
Oh.
You can see that Burrow Strike narrowly missing. Honestly, I don't really know if it would have mattered. Like, what were they going to do to him anyway?
It's fair enough. I mean, I will say that, like, slightly less tanky at this point on Timbersaw, no magic resist item, but you need to bring a lot of heroes to kill him.
Yeah. And you see he's rushing Ags, and once he gets this barrier, until they have a Dispel,
And this is a nice bring down if they can get it, and they will.
They'll get Snay too.
Snowball ready if they need it, but also can just go for the roll in. Now Malrine shows up, and
They will not
suddenly
get
Schofield is dead.
They absolutely could have killed Snaking there, but perhaps it would have cost them an additional hero.
And now Parker in trouble. This kill cannot afford to happen, but it's going to.
Nice kill by Snaking. Just came in and stole it as Skitter's attack was midair.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, but as you said, kills on Crystal Maiden very good, so
true,
well worth it. All right, 13-minute Radiance now complete, and that's what's happening in this game while we're watching Malrine just terrorize the entire map with the Rupture on cooldown is Skitter has absolutely no pressure on him. The Alk is just farming away, and on the flip side, the Bloodseeker can't keep up with this pace. The hero just can't farm that fast.
Yeah.
So have to wait and see if Heroic can somehow structure themselves a good team fight a bit later.
I mean, definitely has the feeling that every minute that goes by, Falcons are just getting more out of the map.
Yep.
And it does also beg the question for Heroic, what's your answer to this? Like, you've seen this happen time and again with Falcons where they'll just stack up that triangle, and it feels that for Heroic, they're just trying to sort of play it a little bit slower, get to their item timings, and then take a fight. But, I mean, they're punishing Amar. They're making him feel bad. No doubt about that. 0-4-2 on the Pango.
But I think that's a really good point, though, right? They keep targeting the lowest value hero in the game. I don't think Amar cares, honestly. If they're gonna keep ganking him like this with 3 heroes, their team comms are probably, you know, keep it up.
Yeah.
If he's on the receiving end of all of these heroic plays, the true carries of the game that have a better matchup are the ones that are getting the gold.
You know what's funny? In the player cams, I just saw Devi like look up because they can see each other on land. So he's like looking at Amar to see what his reaction was, I think, when he killed him.
And then Amar flipped him off, but we cut away from that one.
So 15 and a half minutes. It's a 5,000 gold lead for Falcons.
Yep.
And we have seen the bullying of Amar continue here as they're trying to take this Pango completely out of the game. Will it matter, though? As we'll see this replay here of what just went down.
Rupture. And this is a bigger one.
Yeah,
they
he's
finally
looking. Look
get
at him. He's
Malrine.
looking as they go in and kill Malrine.
Yep, they got him. They ruptured him. They silenced him. They stunned him. The whole package, and he had no counterplay. Next time around, there will be that Ags. So curious to see what Heroic are going to do about that.
Moves in, Skitter tries to find it, stuns, Schofield dead. Now Analog also in trouble. A little bit of retribution, they get the silence onto the Pango, not onto Snake King. So Falcons fight back after losing their Timber Saw. And Snake King again with the kill steal.
Do you buy... So Bloodseeker is now going Ags to get that Blood Mist up and running, which will give him a barrier. There's a lot of barriers in this game. He's going to get Blood Mist, you've got the Pipe on Pango, you've got the Ags on Timber, you've got the double jump Shield Crash. There's a ton of barriers, and I'm not seeing anybody currently planning for Dispels.
Right.
What you can do is you can buy a Yule against Timber. We've seen teams do that earlier on in the tournament, so as soon as he pops that reactive armor, you just immediately remove it so you get a chance to kill him in the fight. I'm a little bit concerned for Heroic about whether the damage is going to be there when he pops that Ags. Ultimately, when Malrine has BKB, it won't matter, because then you can't Yule him anymore, and he's just going to go in and activate both at the same time and be a monster, but for the time being, that could be a potential solution.
Making another move now onto Analog. Will not be able to connect in there for a kill. I mean, again, like, these net worths, a lot of that gold lead right now is by virtue of like 1,000 or so gold on the supports and then the Alchemist.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, within the realm of like, okay, I guess Devi also is a little bit lower there on the cores, but I guess it's mainly Analog that's a little bit behind his mid counterpart.
Well, it's definitely not an insurmountable lead.
Sure.
Especially when you go late enough in the game, Bloodseeker is actually very good against Alchemist, because this hero starts hitting like an absolute truck against single targets. You're going to get the shard at some point. It used to be better. It used to be percentage-based damage, but it's still going to be 35 pure, and Al can't, you know, prevent that extra damage from coming his way. Whether Parker's going to buy it or get it from the Tormentor, it will happen eventually. And Bloodseeker reaches a late game point where he runs and attacks extremely fast and just will overpower the Alk. So the question is for Falcons if they feel comfortable with... Many of their games have gone to 50 minutes, right?
Yeah.
I can't say with confidence that this isn't a game that Bloodseeker can truly hard carry. I kind of can't believe I'm saying that out loud. That I have not said that in feels like 4 years, but the game develops. Things change. Heroes get better. Heroes get worse. The facet that he has, the Blood Rush, allows him to activate his Thirst for 50 mana and then move faster at whenever he wants.
It is kind of cool just getting like that active movement speed bonus. We haven't seen him activate it or use it all that much, but it does have a feeling like...
the other option Bloodseeker even has is...
It was... Oh, I don't remember. It's the punching them and they move.
Oh yeah, when you hit ruptured units, they get pushed 50 range.
Yeah.
That's so random.
It's pretty weird.
Yeah, you can take the Ballista out of the game, but we'll put it on Bloodseeker as a facet.
It's been a while. By the way, Bloodseeker is queuing up the BKB and has that in his quick buy before the Ags now. So we might see him go for that just to try and sort of survive through this period of the game when Falcons do start to hit rather hard. BKB almost done for Alk on top of the Blink Dagger. They have that Ags on Timber now, and Pango Pipe done going for a Blink.
Skitter, he finds Parker. This would be a big one.
Mjolnir out. Oh, the Drinking Buddies dodge! And then he TP's out. Oh, what a play!
So clutch!
Yo, Schofield, God! And Parker heads up play to recognize his safety there. That was really cool.
That is such a sick save, my God.
KJ not going to be so lucky, I don't think, unless... Well, actually, all the cores went down to kill Parker.
Malrine's on the way, but he doesn't have Blink, so he's not going to get there in time. Well, I take it back. Another great combination.
Ooh, KJ goes down.
Crit will just kill him alone. He had Arcane Rune. I didn't realize. He was just running him down with the Hoodwink. Spell cooldown's very low, so... Yep. All right. Something you... Once again, this hero hasn't been picked very much, the Bloodseeker, but what you're often looking for in your lineup when you're playing BS is you want to play with teammates that do a lot of just random AoE damage so that your Thirst can get up and running. In this case, he's playing with both the Earth Spirit and the Sand King.
Right.
So the classic #1 combination for Bloodseeker is always going to be Zeus. You ult the enemy team, you cast a couple of spells, they're all down to like 60% or whatever, and Bloodseeker becomes a Ferrari. In this case, the damage buildup is going to be a little bit slower, but ultimately, if you do get there, you can imagine, you can start picturing the type of fight that Parker could find later on, where they get in there, they do some good damage on some of the Falcons heroes, and he just becomes overwhelming with Blood Mist and with the Mjolnir on himself. He just full-on charges into them and just goes to town. In that sense, there is something to be said about the fact that Falcons have a couple of heroes that regenerate health naturally.
Yeah.
Timbersaw as well as Alk will be harder to keep down on low health for the Earth Spirit and the Sand King, and you combine that with the Pipe of the Pango, will make it a little trickier for Heroic to find that exact type of fight that they want, but ultimately it is the way their lineup works, so they're going to be looking for it without a doubt.
Yeah. Well, this is the BKB completed, and now it seems both teams looking for a bit of a battle.
This is a big moment for Heroic. They'll break them. Good
stun. Bloodstone done. Stun onto both of them. Epicenter out. The hits, they keep on coming. Skinner is gone. Snaking out of there as well. They have the Ags on Malrine, which is going to pop, but everybody from Heroic is very, very tanky right now. Crit getting ran down by KJ and by Parker, and they're just all gone. I mean, the only one that gets away is Malrine. What a great fight for Heroic.
It's such a good initiation. They just find their smoke breaks and Divide. He's just in there. He just blinks in, finds a double stun, and they pile all their spells on top of them. That's the exact thing Bloodseeker wanted. They got fast burst damage out. I mean, as much as they have.
Right.
They got a lot of damage out pretty quickly in the first 5 seconds. And Parker just got to go in completely freely. Malrine
going in for Parker, but the TP's now coming in. Does he have a way to get out of here? It looks like it, knowing his limits.
He has a shield rune and reactive armor.
Yeah, he's very big.
I don't know if they're cutting through this, but that was already an awesome fight for the side of Heroic. And it's so important, too, because this is the phase of the game where you're going to see the replay there. Very nice stun. They get the snowball in on Skitter. And he's punched during his BKB, and Parker is he's just spam clicking him, you know?
Yeah.
Alchemist did not get to play at all, not tanky enough yet to survive through this.
And the trees were down up there, so Malrine couldn't even get away for a moment. As soon as, I mean, this is the other thing. Like, if Bloodseeker's on you as Hoodwink, you know, or as CM in this game, what do you do? Like, you really don't have an option, it feels like.
The classic item against Bloodseeker is just Ghost Scepter.
Right.
At some point, Parker is probably going to buy a Nullifier to deal with that if there's going to be multiple of them coming out, but you want to force him to do that.
Right.
Bloodseeker doesn't really kill heroes very well with anything else than Rupture, and he's absolutely not going to use it on the supports because he needs to reserve it for the Pango or for the Timber. So you can trust that your Ghost Scepter will keep you safe and you can just stay mobile in the fight. With the same logic, you can also buy a Force Staff because he's not rupturing you, so you can buy some distance. And you need to outlast the BKB. At that point, Bloodseeker is controllable. You can solve him that way. As let's see, what's Parker cooking here? Schofield will die.
I think that he's going back for the Ags now. He
was just queuing up Radiance, and now he bought the Blade
Shard.
Alacrity.
Yeah.
Blade Alacrity and Shard, so it is Ags. Okay. I was questioning the Radiance, so I'm happy he swapped away from it. It was the next thing I was going to bring up was I don't know if that's equally good. I think the Blood Mist should just be better, especially when he has his Shard up and running as well. And this Shard, you farm too.
Yeah.
It's 35 damage, right? On everything you hit. Well, as long as you're Blood Raged, and you're going to use that non-stop, it's a 8-second cooldown, 8-second duration, so you can just spam farm with this.
You know, I'm wondering, like, because one thing that I'm thinking about that would really destroy this game for Heroic is a Diffusal Blade on Pango and then like losing all your mana on these heroes. There's a couple of heroes that really hate that. And I wonder if so much of the pressure that they put on Amar early was to force him into this more utility type of build where he doesn't manage to get into a couple of those key items early. Because he's not going for it and is having to go for more of this like support the team style.
You could make the case that Diffusal was actually an option this game because his lane went as well as it did, but it's... if even Amar doesn't do it, nobody would have done it here, right?
That's fair.
He's going to go for Lotus next. That is the best protection that he has. He can't really rely on Lincolns to deal with the Bloodseeker, but if he at least Lotuses himself when he goes in.
They find him caught.
He's just dead.
And killed, and now CM going for more. It will reveal the ward that they have, but That's the type of reveal you want to get.
Well worth it. Every Alk kill is a couple of percentage points higher win chance for your line.
Amar in trouble. They get the stun out, tries to roll away, but the silence is there. And another death for the Pango, likely. They're all melee though. Amar?
TP?
He's gonna go for it now. And the Burrow Strike not gonna happen. He gets away. They did not have the chain stun.
Devi didn't think he needed to epi. He canceled it. That would have been the kill. I feel like it's hard to fault him for it because that looked quite... It looked like a reliable kill, but I guess he didn't account for the fact that Amar has roll up.
Yeah.
So that shard saving him there. He'll still get the grand prize as it looks heroic.
I mean,
worth a Roshan.
Into the pit they go.
Bloodseeker's top net worth over Alk.
Like, this is what I'm saying. It's still a 5,000 gold lead for Falcons, but, I mean, am I wrong in assuming that this is great for Heroic here?
Oh, this is great for sure. Especially considering you think back 10 minutes in this game and Falcons had a 7k lead. So that's why these Alchemist kills are so impactful. It's not just that you slow him down, but the bounty you get for these kills is absolutely massive. And it's been Parker involved in the multiple of the kills on the Alk, so he just gets so much his way. And we're gonna reach the point here where it starts. Hang on. Well, Schofield should be dead here.
Just the classic for him.
Yep. Lightning Rod. I wonder if Skitter on this Alk, these couple of deaths, he only has 3 deaths in this game. It's not like it's completely tragic, but I wonder how impactful his hero is going to be in general at this point.
Right.
It feels like this was the time of the game that he was meant to be the big boss and kind of run the map together with Timber. And since Heroic have already shown a pretty clear path to solving the hero at this stage, just imagine when Bloodseeker starts really getting there. He has the Ags now, the big barrier that he's running around with on Parker. It's going to be hard for them to cut through.
Yeah, and notably, unlike the Aghanims for Timbersaw, not dispellable on the Blood Mist.
Yeah.
So just kind of a thorn in the side trying to deal with this, and he is immediately queuing up the Nullifier. So he will have the way to break through their barriers, and they cannot do the same for him.
Yeah, and he can just pick a target and kill it. They can't Force Staff them, they can't Solar them, they can't Glimmer them.
And took the 20 Rupture cast range instead of the Spell Life Steal on Parker.
Yeah, makes sense to me. He's planning for level 25.
Yeah.
He wants to have the 2 Rupture charges and just be able to freely pick his targets in the fights from a long distance. It makes his fights and his games so much easier. So definitely agree with these choices. And in the same vein, he chose the Rupture initial damage over the Bloodright damage on 15 as well. It's very much focus on that Rupture aspect of the hero.
Well, Falcons, even though they're holding on to the gold lead, buildings might start to fall soon. They are going to TP in and try and take this fight. He gets Eul Scepter up right at the beginning. And actually did get Dispel, went away there. Not sure if I saw that wrong or not, or if it just went away. But the damage out from Parker pops the BKB. Blood Mist on, time to fight. The chase down is there onto CM, slowly whittling her down. Analog rolls out and damage out gone. He's already dead. Divine Llama in on top of Malrine. Skinner is there too. Amar rolling back and forth, trying to kill off this Bloodseeker, but the Force Staff gets him away. He's away for a moment. Now the epicenter out. Do they have enough damage to kill him? Yes, they do. This is the fight that they were waiting for on Falcons. And will KJ will throw out the missile and try and kill off Amar. They actually get him. A double kill for KJ in the midst of all of this.
Malrine's out of mana.
He's in some trouble there. They won't be able to run all these heroes down, and KJ just going to try and escape as Divine Llama is left behind. But no, there is nowhere for this gyrocopter to go. Snaking will throw out a slow, and 4 are going to die. It does cost them a buyback or 2.
Yeah, 2 support buybacks for that for Falcons. It's the Aegis fight, so it will be very long. And I guess we got our answer about Blood Mist there. So the barrier you have can be dispelled, but I guess the running effect of Blood Mist being activated cannot be dispelled.
Interesting.
That's how I'm interpreting it, because I saw the same as you. I think they just Euled off his barrier when they went on him. Which seems like
maybe it's like once it's active, it's not dispellable, because you have like that passive stuff and then you can turn it on. Yeah, I don't know. It's a very strange one. But it says cannot be dispelled, and it definitely did.
You see there, the barrier's just gone, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think the thing you can't dispel is when he activates it and he's running around bleeding in the fight.
Okay.
That is running constantly.
Got it.
Seemingly can remove the barrier. And that's quite important because otherwise I think Amar would not have bought this Euls. We already saw him looking at the Lotus. He sees the axe come out, he buys Euls. So he knows. He knows this interaction. I think it's the only real reason to buy Euls over Lotus here, so that has to be just flat out knowledge of the hero. And can't say I'm surprised, because guess what? Amar actually loves playing Bloodseeker, so he would know. And the Blood Mist is a very logical build to go if you're playing offlane Bloodseeker, which he has in the past. Very close game, though, so far. Still feels like if Heroic find another fight where they kill the supports early, then next time it's not going to be a 5-on-7. It'll be a 5-on-5.
Well, and worth noting, too, that you get more and more answers as this game goes later. Are you still feeling, based upon what we've seen so far, that the Bloodseeker can carry this in the late game?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. He's not there yet. I think part of the reason this hero is so unpopular is it needs a lot of stuff. Many of the other carries that you're seeing be successful, let's say Gyro, Alk, whatever, they can have major impact around the minute 25 to 30 and do so much with 3 or 4 items. Bloodseeker himself can't really do that. He's reliant on the team setting him up and then being the cleanup crew. So he's a lot less independent than most of the popular carries. But when you do get there in the late game with this Bloodseeker, it can be one of the strongest carries in Dota when you have the right cast for it.
I guess the other thing to think about with that last fight and how it went down was that it was Bloodseeker getting gone on at the beginning, and then the rest of Heroic had to catch up and get there in order to join in the fight.
So they did not get the initial damage off that makes Parker strong.
Yeah.
And in this situation as well, this is what is going to be essential in this game, is outlast the BKB of the Bloodseeker.
Right.
Knowing Parker and how he's played in this tournament, he'll get 6 slotted and he'll get a refresher, so you'll have to outlast 12 eventually. But yeah, that's going to be the name of the game, is can you kite the Bloodseeker? Can you survive the first salvo of spells so that you can turn it around and kind of just control them with all your stuns?
Dude, the alt chat in this is very strange. Apparently they have slippery fingers now, so that's fine. Gonna go on in and take down the Tormentor now. There'll be a free giveaway there to Devi. We already saw the Bloodseeker buy his own shard.
Yep.
So a little bit of an injection of gold, as Falcons had already taken theirs. And now Scan connects. KJ gonna lay down a ward. Malrine zipping in, spots the gyro.
Bottles of haste here as well.
Yeah, just gonna get hit by a missile. Yeah, seems to be a bit of a reset while they wait for the next set of items, and that is the nullifier completed for Parker now.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see his target prioritization. Parker has had an insane tournament. I think a lot of people agree that he's maybe been the MVP of the whole event so far. This nullifier isn't particularly good at killing the Alk or the Timber. So it leads me to believe that what Parker wants to do when the fights break out is actually not go on the course, but just very quickly clean up the supports and build the fight that way. Take advantage of the initial damage his teammates do to be fast, activate his Thirst with that Blood Rush facet, and just go straight into the Hoodwink. She's going to have a hard time protecting herself with just the Glimmer Cape because it doesn't work.
They also give the gem to Parker. So he's
okay,
like...
we'll definitely find the Hoodwink then.
Yeah, they're going all in, I think, on killing both the CM and the Hoodwink. Like, there's nothing that they can do to protect themselves. If he goes on him. Malrine in on him at the beginning. Still waiting.
Okay.
Not the perfect fight for him so far, holding on to the BKB. Eul Scepter lift up Skinner. He's caught in no man's land. Amar rolls forward. Eul Scepter lift up onto the Bloodseeker. Still fine, pops the BKB. Now Malrine is taking down KJ, but look at the supports going down dead. Defy Llama waited for the moment, finds it. Now Schofield is going to fall, so no supports left in this engagement. Burrow Strike connection onto 2. Do they have enough to go back in for Parker? It doesn't look like it. He's got to be careful here. Now starting to hit onto Malrine, but the BKB turnaround takedown. They get that kill. Analog is able to secure the gem, but one bash comes in and finds Divine Llama.
He might still get out, though.
Held that BKB for so long, but in the end is going to be chased down here and killed. So the fight, it started okay, but these big tanky cores hard to deal with.
Ironically, this fight went the directly opposite way of what I thought it would from Parker.
Yeah.
So he runs in front, ruptures the Alk, who's caught in the shards. Then he runs toward him, gets yuled by the Pango to remove the Blood Mist barrier. And then Parker pops BKB and he's just standing there hitting the Alk. He can't kill him. He doesn't have significant single target damage just yet against this tanky core, so he wastes his entire BKB. In the meantime, the Sand King kills both supports, which I thought Parker was meant to be doing. And you get into this really awkward position where you've used Rupture, you've used Epicenter, you killed the 2 supports, but you traded away 2 heroes for it as well, and then what does Bloodseeker really do afterwards? He's out of juice. They just run him down and kill him, and he's not strong enough to fight back. The fights have to go better than that for Parker, and I just don't agree with using BKB and hitting the Alk. You're the only right-click damage your team has. You cannot kill him when he's BKB'd and standing still.
Right. And I think that maybe even just waiting on that Rupture. Yeah, exactly.
He's losing the fight. He had to run away from Skitter.
I think that using the Rupture on the Alk too, I mean, again, there's arguments about where you want to place it. Obviously, when he gets 25, that's when things start to feel a lot better, and he can rupture 2 targets, but I feel like waiting on Pango is just priority number 1. But regardless, it does not work as well, and Parker not happy with how that went either. Oh, man. He's going to be scratching his head.
I thought I would hit for 700 per attack, but it's only 200.
Yeah, not great.
Guess I need more last hits. It's going to go far.
Whoa, Aghanim Scepter bought by Alk.
Okay. Let's see who's giving it to.
Very interesting.
Is he going to give it to Malrine?
Maybe he just wants the stats.
I think he's going to give it to Malrine, and Malrine will become a boss, right? Yep.
Okay.
Malrine gets the refund, so that's a Hex. So Skitter just bought Malrine a Hex, essentially.
Now,
and Malrine's level 25, so can't blame him. He's the real carry of the game. Malrine is enormous now. He just got this flat-out 4.2k gold injection onto the Timber. And I guess what Falcons are seeing unfold here is that Heroic just can't deal with the Timber at all.
Yeah.
Malrine has completely free reign in the fight, so they're going to make him the true carry of the game. I like this. I think it's a good choice. He has shown that, I mean, he's 14-1 for a reason. The total damage there, look how much pure damage this Timber has done in the game.
I mean, and this is always a bit of a meme, but I do think eventually it might be where you need to go for Heroic, thinking about some of these like Rupture kicks type situations.
Oh, I definitely agree. I don't think that's a meme. I think the Tusk needs to get eggs, but hasn't really been a plan for Schofield so far. He's gone Yule, Solar, and now he's going Blink. But yeah, rupturing a core and then Walrus kicking them and then Boulder Smashing them is a ton of damage and a way to get Bloodseeker into the fight. For now, you're going to have to contend with a Falcon side, now with an Aegis as well. Wonder who they're putting it on. Seems to be Skitter that has a slot ready instead of his BKB.
Just a little bit late to this area. Heroic now realizing that they are not going to be able to take that fight at all. Malrine can brazenly run up in front. No real worry from him. But yeah, still waiting on what they go for here. I mean, this really feels like it's just all on 25. You know, 2 Rupture charges, going Refresher.
But, okay, I'm not sold that's enough. And the reason is, what if they just stand still?
I know. I know what you mean. I hear ya.
The Alk is farmed and really... the Timber, you rupture Malrine, he stands still and he's going to high-five you. And pop his Shiva. He has 28 armor. He has reactive armor that he can activate. He has BKB Hex, Octarine Core. He is massive. So who do you rupture? I agree, you definitely rupture Pango. Be careful of the Lotus, though. But get a rupture on him. But who's your second target that feels really good?
I mean, yeah, it's Alk. Some amount of damage onto Malrine. Maybe he just kills himself. Who knows? Like, he can. You do also have like the less good version of the kick, which is going to be the Boulder Smash that you can use to try and push people around. Some Force Staffs, like. we're reaching here, but it feels like that's the goal.
I would really like to see Schofield buy Axe over Blink. I feel like it's the winning strategy here because that's how you make the second Rupture good. Schofield won't get either item right now.
Instantly dead as they run in to take this fight. Is this really the fight you want to take?
This is into Aegis and you have to buy back a hero and you're losing your tower, so now, yeah.
They roll in, they don't find him. Analog hits nobody, no stun, no silence, no nothing.
Schofield?
The buyback, Schofield is gone. Now you have Ruptures. Divine Llama goes out with the epicenter. Actually got interrupted though, it looks like. And now Parker trying to do what damage he can. He actually brings them somewhat low. The second round of Rupture, Malrine running. Malrine killed himself. It was the plan all along. Oh my God, they got him. Cinderin, don't you have egg on your face now?
He didn't stand still.
He didn't stand still. Look at it.
Wow, just so much random residual damage over time there. They cut through him. And they made the perfect call here to just, this time, I feel like Parker learned his lesson from the previous fight. He ignored Alec.
Exactly.
He's just like, whatever, dude. Do what you want. I'm killing the other heroes. And this is the #1 difference maker. Imagine that. Schofield buys back TPs in and casts nothing. He's instantly dead. This is a 4v5. But Parker gets to do whatever he wants, and this time around, not going on Skitter. Who knows? Maybe if you had the Aegis on the Timbersaw, that would have been amazing. But they wanted to have the Kaya instead here. And you're seeing the fight, Malrine. He's standing still now. Pops BKB. But yeah, Parker's just doing so much damage.
It is kind of crazy. And then this Rupture gets off right as he goes for the Timber Chain
That was nice timing, yeah.
Very well played. And so much gold. He got 2,500 gold for that?
Yep. That was a fat streak on someone. Who was it? It was Malrine had a 10 kill streak. Parker got 1,200 bounty plus a shared bounty for it.
Insane.
Skitter.
Malrine's still dead for a little bit. The Rupture, the long-range connection. Skitter trying to stand still. Are they going to go all in for him? I mean, this is the counter.
Yeah, they need to get out. This is a really good call to back. See if they do manage to find the escape.
Oh, good Yules. Schofield precast there on Skitter to get him away.
Okay.
Whew.
He has a lot of Ruptures on Parker. He has potential of 4 with the Refresher Orb and the 2 Talent. You do refresh both, right?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure you do.
Yeah.
So he has 4 Ruptures at his disposal. Let's see how Falcons solve this problem now.
I mean, the Blood Rage amplification with this is pretty sick.
Yeah.
Like you've talked about. And then on top of that, he's going in for a Scotty now on the Bloodseeker. You can see still very even between these two squads. 60-40 is what they're giving us at the moment. But this heal reduction will be very valuable.
Divide.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Analog.
Abyssal, this is bad. They don't have buyback.
Gotta roll, gotta get out. It's not gonna happen. Both dead.
Just catch them in a moment of... I want to call that just lapse of focus there. They're standing in the middle of the map with 2 cores just showing and nobody nearby to protect them. Just get jumped and killed off. Very nice and easy for Falcons. No buyback on the Sand King. They do have it on Earth Spirit, but... wonder how much Falcons can really get out of this.
This is, I think, the real problem with Falcons is that you need to play almost perfect against them at all times. And if you're not, the game really can turn on its head. They hit so many of these opportunities when they shouldn't be able to otherwise. Malrine goes in, kills Schofield. And a BKB TP out from Parker.
Uh-oh. 2 heroes without buybacks. Falcons... well, they don't have their entire team there, so they might be a little bit cautious, worried about the buybacks, but here comes Skitter. Skitter, by the way, has a nullifier now.
4 Ruptures.
Yep.
But what if he just stands still and hits your base?
I mean, at this point, you're not worried at all. If the heroes aren't buying back, it's not like Parker's going to kill Skitter.
Yeah.
So, go to work. That's an interesting banner. I don't know if that was really necessary, but it looks cool, and it's a statement banner. Let's call it that.
Flamethrower takes down the buildings, and just like that, it's a full set of racks. What a couple of mistakes can do.
You know, we're talking about these late game builds. Snaking, 225 attack speed. Never say never. Gonna go for that Abyssal Blade. No, he's not. This game BKB. Don't get ahead of yourself. Okay. So they get a lane of Rex. That's a big mistake from Heroic. Their first true blunder of the game, it feels like, but that's a costly one. Loses them 2 cores in the lane of Barracks for nothing. Just as the game was starting to look really promising for them, they lose 10,000 gold.
And in to farm a little bit more. So Schofield does have 3,300 gold in his inventory right now and could be looking towards that Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, he's getting BKB?
He has it queued up right now. I feel like he's willing himself, like changing the item slowly over. Maybe eventually he gets the Ags. We'll see.
I don't know. Maybe based on these previous fights, he's like, I can't play my hero. Like every time I go in, I just get hexed and killed by Timber. But there is a solution to that in being a bit more patient, perhaps. Having somebody else go in first. Your Sandkin can lead the charge. Devi is super tanky, and he has Bloodstone, Refresher, BKB Yules. So maybe you can structure the fight slightly differently so that Tusk can wait. Well, he has committed now. It is that BKB, so Ags for Schofield very, very far away. He's going Lotus Orb next.
Maybe if they win this Roche fight, though.
Yeah, he wants to get it from Roche.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants Alchemist to buy him one.
Maybe. A bit of a battle about to ensue. Malrine, they ping in this area. They saw that ward get picked up.
Malrine also has Refresher. He
Analog.
is filthy.
Smoke immediately broken. Hex, can they get him out alive? They pull him in. Drinking Buddies. BKB gets off. And now controlled for the moment. He's already taking a ton of damage. Parker running in, killing off Skitter. Killing off Skitter. He does go down. Malrine, second salvo now of Ruptures, but they've already lost the Gyrocopter. Blinks off to the side. Parker taking down and killing Amar. They buy back on Skitter, gets back into this fight, and the rest of Heroic are going to TP away. Oh, they got him. Parker gets caught. In trouble, going to die.
He doesn't have buy.
Oh, that's crazy.
Uh-oh. If Falcons know the buyback status, the game is over. Amar would buy back in a heartbeat right now and they would push down mid and finish, but they don't know for a fact. They aren't sure how much gold Parker really has in the bank after the fight they just took, so they might just settle for... Well, they're definitely still going to push and try to find out.
And Parker also has bought 4 mangoes apparently somehow in his inventory. He's missing buyback by 350 gold. With a bounty rune, he actually might have been there. Tier 3 tower goes down, and Falcons maybe sensing the moment. Do they go all the way in for this now? They're thinking about it. Still 50 seconds without the Bloodseeker. There's still a tier 2 tower bottom, so they're either going tier 4s or they're going Roche. Which call are they going to go for? Falcons, ever the ones to be it safe. They're going to back away.
Yeah. There is no Roche yet, though, so this becomes contestable for the side of Heroic.
Interesting.
But man, in that fight, did you notice how fast Skitter actually died?
It was very quick.
So these Ruptures are doing quite a lot of just initial damage when he casts them. He used it as a dagger against the Alk. I think he ruptured him twice back-to-back and just ran in and killed him. So we're going to see the replay here. Let's see how this breaks out. How the hell did Skitter die so fast? He's going in here, punched up. He's... Look at that Rupture.
Yeah, he's down to a 3rd HP with 2 Ruptures.
Did he use both of them? Yeah, he did, right? He used them back
and then
to back.
Refresher and use the next ones onto Amar here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's showing how strong this build can be if you get everything working in concert. But of course, the big pick-off here being really rough. I wonder if he maybe could have just ran away. He took a little while to TP there, but regardless, does not end up mattering. Analog also has a Dagon now.
Running away from Malrine is very difficult.
Fair.
He is very mobile with Dagger and Timber Chain. Also level 28, so we're approaching that 30 point for him as well, where the Timber Chain will have longer range and fly out faster. And then he'll be able to chase even easier.
Analog comes in with a shield rune. Now Roche is up.
25 on Analog is big. Now Magnetize cannot be dispelled. Falcons have had a lot of dispels in this game. Through the Yules, Lotus, etc. Analog can now reliably get some damage going and set Parker up for success.
Skitter starts to hit Roche.
Contest this, don't
it's
they?
going to roar, and they are coming back to deal with the creeps. It roars now. Do they go?
Uh-oh.
They got to get here fast.
This is going to be kind of close, actually. This is a pretty slow Roche, but now Marine's going to help.
Now they move in. Now they want to take it. Still an opportunity for Heroic to take a fight after the fact if they want. And Schofield up front and center. Malrine spots him. The Hex! Another time where Malrine is the first point of contact. Snowball backs away. KJ gets hit by the sharpshooter. Now roll in, comes out from Amar. Blink in, Bro Strike doesn't hit onto anybody. They will kill off the CM very rapidly. Dude, Snaking is doing so much. How is this happening? They catch him and kill Snaking. Amar, Lotus Orb is on him, waiting, hoping for a rupture, but it doesn't end up coming, and now the Hex, it gets onto Parker, gonna get destroyed, but BKB, he heals up from it, and now hits onto Skinner. Do they have enough to kill him? Yes, they do! That's a full heal! Malrine in trouble. Parker wants to chase down Crit, finds him off in the tree, Snaking bump back for this one too. Divine Llama Epicenter doing good work, but with this Magnetize, look at all the hits. Malrine is dying to it over and over. The missile is coming out, and somehow, some way, Heroic pull out this fight.
My God, was Parker low, but gets the first kill for a 20% heal, and then he kills the Alk and gets a full heal, and you just see the damage. Look how pitiful they are for Falcons. Just nobody dealing any damage with the exception of the Timber doing a measly 4K. How did they do 3 times the damage of Falcons in that fight? I mean, Amar got off his first roll, and then he refreshers, but he's getting isolated off to the side, getting stunned up, and can't finish the job. As you pointed out, I think Snaking, you can't expect more out of your 5 Maiden than buying this much time. And they do kill him. It costs them their 3 BKBs. Amar connects here onto Parker, refreshes, but then he's chain stunned until he dies.
And this right here, I mean, down 43 HP and then a burst heal of 400. And this series that has been so back and forth, we're now with Heroic up on the high ground starting to take racks. I mean, what a swing we've seen. As back in the world here, Schofield sticks around a bit longer. The respawns are about to finish.
It's honestly, it's so insane sometimes in Dota how it's like he's on literal 1% health, right?
Yeah.
And if he dies there, they lose the fight horribly, and instead they crush them. That's just Bloodseeker in a nutshell late game. It's like Huskar on steroids, you know?
Yeah.
You get him low, you just need that last little bit, but with Bloodseeker it's even worse, because if you don't kill him off, he heals to full, whereas the Huskar might still like coast on 10%. My goodness. All right, now he has an Abyssal on the Bloodseeker, so able to way easier stick on his target, and a good way for him to potentially contest Malrine.
You know what's crazy though, is they, like, now that they have the damage on Bloodseeker, they've got the damage out from Earth Spirit with the Undispellable Magnetize, it does feel like they kind of don't need the kick from Tusk anymore. Yeah. Like, it's still very good. It would be solid for them, but they don't have to have it. They can win fights without it.
He's queuing up Crimson Guard over. This is the ultimate, I don't care about Ags.
Yeah.
I don't care about you rupturing 4 times. I will not kick anyone.
Yeah.
Well, he wants it for free, maybe. The good old copium strategy. Don't worry, we will get next Roche.
Surely.
Let's see. This game is still on a knife's edge. It's really good news for Heroic that they managed to win that fight. Without it, we might just be looking at a GG, but now...
Well, and I don't know if the next fight goes as well for them, because that was also a bottled shield rune, and Analog took basically no damage the entire fight.
That is true. And perhaps in the next fight, Amar will get off 2 rolls with his refresher. This time he didn't get to do the chain.
Yeah.
So there are definitely things that can go better for Falcons than that fight. Skitter now looking at a Lincoln's. Maybe they're going to get multiple of them.
Oh, and I hope I don't jinx this here, but to anybody that thought this was going to be a cakewalk series, I feel like we're seeing now that this is going to be, it has the potential at least to go the distance. So Heroic take over the outpost up on the hill. And just claiming this area of the map. KJ has BKB and is queuing up a Sheepstick next.
Yeah, he's also getting there. These are some rich supports this game. Easily the richest, though, is Crit on the Hoodwink, because he got a free Ags from the previous Roche, so has the decoy.
Oh, yeah.
But a very unreliable spell, especially against heroes that are running as fast as Bloodseeker and rolling all over the place with the Earth Spirit and the Sand King. It's kind of hard to reliably use the decoy. Unless if he ends up getting impact out of it as a decoy.
Right.
Where they go on the decoy instead and that somehow sets up a bait or whatever.
I mean, it'll be something to watch for sure.
Okay, big moment. Full smoke off from Falcons. Only 2 heroes smoked on the side of Heroic. There's Invis Rune just waiting.
Divine Llama, they go in and they hex him, but the help is there. Yule Scepter already out. KJ pops the BKB, still damages onto him, and now Analog finding the backlines. Malrine doing what he can. Do they have enough damage to kill off KJ? They do. In the meantime, Parker shows up and look at him destroy Skinner again. They find another Rupture now onto Malrine. He tries to run away, but he's dying to the Rupture. The damage, it's just too much. It's overwhelming. Malrine is going to die. Parker claims another life. We're in Wallachia, and there's a vampire on the map ripping them apart.
They just ruptured Dagon 5. They just killed the elk. Skinner, what item can you possibly buy to solve this problem? And the Sand King also, you see the fight recap, they're doing a ton of damage, but Parker, my god, he's doing 10k plus damage every fight.
Bloodseeker, 4,700 damage to Timbersaw. Like, what is this? They have buybacks on all these heroes. Again, it's a lot of fun seeing things go crazy, but it could all end in a moment if this buyback happens. In a bad way, Amar goes for the roll.
Oh,
no!
sure.
The Sheriff's block up, but he's hexed still on Parker. Yule Scepter lifting him up there, needing to get away. He doesn't have BKB. He's dead.
That's 3 buybacks, though, and they do get everybody else out, and Parker has his, so you might try for an aggressive play now on Falcons, but the risk-reward here is pretty bad. If you mess up, you lose.
And the other thing is that you don't think, like, Parker makes that play if he doesn't have buyback.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
They know he has it. I'm sure. I'm sure they know. Now another big item alert, refresher completed for Analog, so now 2 magnetizes, 2 Dagon 5s, lest we forget, also quite nasty in these fights.
Whew. 56 minutes. Are we going to get to the fabled tier 5 neutrals? Can it happen? I mean, let's be real. I think if you're Heroic, you probably don't want to get to tier 5 neutrals. Mirror Shield is like a nightmare.
Oh, that is a very good point. And also Book of Shadows.
Yeah.
Just reliable ways of saving people getting ruptured is going to be the name of the game. And Timbersaw loves to be Book of Shadowed because he doesn't need to hit anything.
It'll be an interesting one, what happens over the next couple of minutes here, and if Heroic are even thinking about that as a potential worry, because I don't think they're in a position to end the game right now, barring some like really great fight, and they're waiting for Roche.
Honestly, it's such an interesting thing to look at because the primary problem that Falcons have, I feel like neutral tier 5s helps them so much. Whereas the primary problem Heroic have is if they don't kill the enemy heroes during their BKBs and they expire, they're going to lose.
Right.
But the fights that they're taking, they're finding the kills quickly enough and getting ahead in the fight so they can snowball it. But imagine 2 Mirror Shields and a Book of Shadows. All of a sudden, Rupture gets difficult to cast. You're delaying deaths. Effectively, you just need heroes to survive while BKBs run out. And the tier 5 items are really good for that if you find the right ones. So definitely something to keep an eye out for. Is there anything else that could be valuable in that regard for Falcons? I think those are the ones, right?
Yeah.
It has to be.
A 2.5-minute Roche respawn, which means it will be just about 60 minutes when it comes up. That being on daytime side also lends itself to some strange interactions, I think, because for Falcons, they're going to be trying to hold this position. Maybe Heroic can still farm when they come out. It's going to be tough to see.
Definitely feels like advantage Heroic right now, though, because of the buyback status. Oh, yeah. They get it on Amar.
This is a big kill. Amar in trouble and going to be brought down. He was one of the heroes that still had buyback, though.
And they are trying to force Heroic to come back to base with a little bit of a push bot, but they can't truly commit. So just going to have to settle for the Tormentor steal. And, well, fortunately for Falcons, Roche will respawn simultaneously with Amar, so perhaps they can protect that. And I guess also, in reality, how big is the Roche?
Yeah.
At this point. Oh, they're trying to force them back again, Malrine. Really poking and prodding here, but can't fully commit. And you can tell Skitter is terrified.
And I mean, as Heroic, you've got to be so pissed about this. I mean, you think that Roche is up. It's one of the longest spawns you can get. They are not going to get it.
And there come the TPs.
Yeah.
So they give up their position on the map, but they're still keeping King Jungles up there. Unable to scout it, though.
I mean, the ironic thing is that now if Falcons go up there, Roche is going to end up down bottom because it's such a long spawn.
That's actually true. I guess if Heroic were 5 heroes in the pit when he spawns, I'm not even sure they'd kill him in time. So yeah, this will be a bottom Roche, which is good news for Falcons because they have the outpost advantage. And especially this late in the game, having buyback TP to a Roche fight is enormous. And they have it on a couple.
They're going over there right now. I mean, it will be a couple of seconds before it goes.
Only Pango with buyback on the Radiant.
I mean, can they actually do this in time, though? Like, they're waiting right up here. They're going to try and kill it before it gets through the gate.
They have 14 seconds. They have ice shards. They can actually block him from running out.
They've got to wait for this one, because the problem is if they go too soon...
this is so awkward. They're going to see it now.
Really,
okay,
really weird. And now Roche spawns. They're immediately going to try and take it down.
10 seconds. They have ice shards
They popped
if needed.
Pressure, actually. That was not what he meant to do.
5.
A little bit of extra time.
Schofield.
Can they get it? They gotta kill it. Roche stunned. The shards is there. And the damage is out. It's enough. Oh my god, Falcons. They were
just
waiting.
Standing down there looking like fools. All of them just waiting for the Roche. Nobody picks up the Aegis. Nobody has space. They're taking a long time. Imagine if Falcons came through the gate right now.
There's no way they
They're
would.
juggling inventories for how long?
All right, Divide.
Oh,
he gets
Aegis.
it. There it
Nice.
is.
Okay.
So 5-minute duration from then, and
Yeah,
now
from picking it
60-minute
up.
items. So you
Okay.
get the Aegis, but you don't get to end the game before the 60-minute items.
It's time to count mirror shields. Force boots on Snaking.
Not good. Actually, it's still probably pretty good.
They're pretty
It's
good.
Still pretty good.
He's not getting ruptured, probably.
I mean, how much damage do you think Blood Mist has been doing in these fights? Because that doesn't have as much of an issue with the mirror shield.
Wait, one more time?
The Blood Mist, as opposed to like the damage that you're going to be doing.
Oh, how his damage breakdown looks?
Yeah.
I feel like it's... Dude, I have no idea. I mean, you barely get to see this hero play. I feel like the Rupture is doing so much damage when he casts it, though.
He's Giant Ring now.
Okay, Malrine is thinking about it.
Arcanist armor for Alk. I can't help but feel like this is just them not getting Mirror Shield. I can't imagine anything else.
The
All right,
damage
they got one on
reflection,
Pango.
the damage reflection aura on Mega Shield is actually pretty strong against the Bloodseeker here, potentially.
Dude, they only got one mirror shield.
Yeah, Amar has one.
That's it. He's the only one. All the rest of them have other items. They have Stygian on crit, which is pretty huge.
Yeah, he'll do a lot of damage. The Force Boots from Snaking, if he casts it on an ally, it's a Dispel. Obviously not going to remove Rupture. Is there anything worth dispelling here? He can't Dispel Magnetize either. So I guess it's literally just a second Force Staff. And then an ultimate inventory slot if he ends up not needing to have boots anymore.
This is Team Giants Ring. They got it on Gyro, Earth Spirit, and Bloodseeker.
This Gyro's so big.
All right, and then Mirror Shield for Sand King, and then a Book of the Dead for Tusk.
Okay.
So they're fully kitted out. Is it enough for Heroic to walk on up here and try and end this game? Amar, keep in mind, has that Mirror Shield. Mirror Shield on Divide, forces abilities back at him. Also, Parker does have a Lincoln Sphere. They're sending in those Books of the Dead. Nothing doing yet, though. Rupture out onto Crit. Crit not feeling great. Second Rupture now into Malrine. Burrow Strike, Epicenter out, hitting. They need to be okay. They have the Nullifier there, but the buildings start to fall. Parker punching, killing, taking it down.
That's 2 Ruptures down, though.
Does have Refresher, still has BKB, jump in, stun. Snowball not able to save him. Parker, where's the help? They got him down to low HP. He's done. The chainsaw is dead. Chain stun completely taken out of the fight. Analog, though, this Magnetize is gonna hurt. They're hitting a lot of these heroes, but it's not quite enough. They need that damage, and Parker did buy back now. If you kill Parker again, this game could be over. He's going in, trying to take out Rax, will fully commit for bottom. And now you got to be careful. I mean, it's so hard to step up when you know Llama's going to move up and try and hit it. He has the Aegis for a little bit longer. Let the Sand King punch the racks, and it looks like Heroic now not feeling fully confident with the movement, but now Malrine moves out. Then they have it, the Rupture, it's onto him. Dagon, big hits, damage out onto Malrine. He's only half HP. Can they do more? BKB broken, damage out onto the side. Snake King hit, Malrine low, Malrine dead. Buyback. 2 minutes on the sidelines. Snake King. He's starting to get punched, but Skidder is there. Parker, he cannot afford to die. A million silences and too much damage coming out onto the side of Heroic. Skidder, he gets the kill onto Divine Llama. Divine Llama will try and burrow strike away, does manage to get out of this base. But now the Nullifier is there, and Analog hits now onto Amar. How much more damage they have in the take? Parker thinking about going back in. The Blood Right is out. Sand King pulled into the Snowball to save him for the moment. Burrow strike to get away on Divide, but Divide, he's going to be hexed. He's going to be killed.
And this is a dieback on Schofield.
No Tusk in the next fight.
Okay.
It did cost buybacks for Falcons.
Was it only Malrine they bought back?
I think so.
So Malrine and Schofield both buy back when Schofield dies.
And so does Parker.
Yeah, the Parker one is the really big one. If they can somehow find him, they're going to end the game, as you said. But my goodness. Again, another fight with Parker over 10k damage. We've got to see the total hero damage when this is all said and done. It's got to be completely ridiculous. The amount of... the numbers he's been able to output in this game.
Oh, and
currently 67k against the 59 of Malrine.
I mean, it's
this
so
is the
much.
Pure damage.
Yeah.
There's more pure damage than other damage sources in this game almost. It's like completely unheard of.
Level 30 on Bloodseeker. He doesn't have BKB for 15 seconds.
Skitter's in. They know this is at worst a 5-on-4.
They'll throw it out. Analog, does he want to get frisky here? I mean, it's really hard to go for this, but the buyback's there, immediately brought down to low HP. Skidder controlled by Divine Llama. Parker on top of him. He pops his BKB. He only has one in the fight. They used it to kill Skidder. Can they get any more? Analog running in, trying to find Snake King, get that kill. Parker needs to keep his distance. Amar has him controlled for the moment, but there's no follow-up. Malrine taking more damage now. Analog living through this, but look at the big hit that he takes there. Analog might need to buy back, and will indeed do that right now. Parker adding the extra movement speed, the rundown, but they get away with Amar.
They get a clean disengage in that?
They won't get anything.
They force Sand King and Earth Spirit buyback, and they hold their Alk buyback the whole time. The temptation from Skidder, it must have been almost impossible to resist buyback traveling in there and try to win the game, but they're just showing so much composure under pressure there. And I really feel like the big difference maker in that fight, Amar with 2 full rolls.
Yeah.
So much space created in that fight, despite Skidder getting isolated. And we saw the combo finally of Rupture into a full-on kickback into Dagon 5. They almost killed him instantly, but regardless of that, Falcons could actually still stand their ground and fight there because Tusk wasn't a part of the play.
Buyback status. It's only the gyrocopter right now on the side of Heroic.
If Heroic push here, this is an all-in. Maybe they think Skidder doesn't have buyback because he didn't use it and return to the fight, but they would be wrong.
They only, I mean, the BKB is still 20 seconds on the cooldown for Parker. They're
Falcons
trying to...
have 4 buybacks. You have 0.
This is a crazy
now
play by Heroic.
You have the gyro.
You can't take this fight.
King Junkles has Rapier queued up on his 5 gyro.
He can buy it, too.
I love it.
Honestly,
he's holding on to his buyback for now, though.
I mean,
could you imagine?
They're trying to get the buyback out of Alk, but if he buys back, I feel like you just lose.
This 5 gyro pushing the rack. He's hitting for 150.
It's doing nothing.
Maybe they're going for the intimidation play. He's so big.
Oh, the catapult. Dude, Cardi's doing the heavy lifting. And the banner. No, the Dagon!
Oh my god.
They thought they could do it with Cardi, but to no avail. And now Snake King can move on in and take down the banner. All right, when's that patch coming? What the hell? Why can you Dagon creeps like that when they're invulnerable?
I think it's fine. Dagon needs some love.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
What a banger of a game. Holy moly. So the other thing that now you have access to on Heroic is Refresher's back off cooldown for Parker. And that feels like it's everything in these fights.
It is. This is flat out a game where team fights are decided by who gets their spells off twice. And that's why I have so much focus on Amar, because I feel like these Pango rolls are really the The big difference maker we've seen in the last couple of fights that didn't used to happen in this game was that he couldn't get off 2 ults. But I guess because of the mirror shield, he just has so much freedom. He just Lotuses himself, goes in there. He has mirror shield, Lincolns, and Lotus.
Yeah, I feel like you need to just, I mean, I don't know, do you just drop all of your ruptures onto a Mar?
I mean, you need to do some serious mental gymnastics to even figure out how to cast spells on the hero.
Yeah.
It's not obvious. When there's these, I mean, you tell me, what order do these things happen?
Skitter?
Okay, gets the range tracks.
Punched by Schofield, BKB. Skitter, he's back in the base. Needs to be careful. Analog is there. They do have some more kicks for them if they want. Silence out. Divine Llama still living through it. Analog going for the backline. Malrine hitting, Parker punching, Skitter dead. Can they go for any more now? Divine Llama living. The BKB is out now. Snaking, running forward, trying to do what damage he can, and it's actually enough to take down Analog. He's dead. Does not have buyback. Oh, Malrine did so much in that fight. And another fight won. Schofield has to back away. He shards himself
Let's
off.
go, Crystal Maiden, hit him!
But they pull him to the other side, and that might actually keep him alive.
Hit him, Snaking, get him!
No, Drinking Buddies, they actually kept him alive.
No
Crit
damage.
did. Oh my god, and now Crit's dead. Crit saved Schofield.
Oh, they'll both my back. They're in.
They're going for it. Divine Llama, he's got to get away. Does have Burrow Strike back up now. Tries to get to the far side, but it's not going to happen, and no buyback for him. Gyro Rapier.
But it's a 3-on-5, and he doesn't have it yet.
It's coming back to base. He needs to get it there as quickly as possible. In the meantime, they're trying to kill creep waves. They're not going to be expecting the position 5 gyrocopter to have a Rapier. They just need to make sure that they don't lose it on its way back to the base. But backdoor protection, they're battling through it, and they're taking it down. They need to get here for help on the Ancient. Ancient starts to fall through backdoor protection, but they run out of, well, it's not going to matter. They have too much damage. The Stygian, you need to deal with this. It's still falling. The Ancient is dying. It doesn't matter if you have creeps. They're taking you down. Heroic, get in there and battle. They pop it. The Glyph trying to stay alive. Parker up forward. He's getting controlled. 8 seconds until he has BKB back up. And now KJ walks in. The Rapier's there. The Rapier's there. The damage is out. Do they have enough? They got to keep him alive. They take him down. Skitter's going to fall. And now Crit in trouble too. Heroic. Somehow they managed to hold. No buybacks on these heroes. Amar gets home. But what a freaking hold.
Oh my god. If Parker doesn't cut that mid-wave, this game was over already. But the backdoor protection and the fact that they get in with the Gyro Rapier and get the chain stuns enough to defend. If Falcons can somehow get back into the base, it should just be a formality to pop all your BKBs and get it done with the Hoodwink.
90 seconds with no buybacks.
90 seconds of 5v.
Go.
This could be a flat-out 5v3 the other way.
You gotta go for this. Heroic. Malrine trying to kill the waves as they get to the base. Heroic are bringing them down. I mean, they don't feel confident going. They don't have Glyph for the second salvo. You have to go with these waves. They have a minute to end the game. Otherwise, Falcons just feel like they'll be able to take this.
Yeah, the Megas advantage is a big problem that Parker has to take care of. He has Travels too, though, and now he bought a Rapier.
Rapier.
What's he going to swap out? He's swapping out both his Lincolns and his Sanjin Yasha and his Refresher right now. Inventory management in itself is going to be a bit of a tricky thing here for Parker to take care of.
They're going down. The Ancient is full. The creeps are there. Bots 2 immediately in.
They kick in the mid.
Trying to kill her. Do they have enough? They got to start hitting buildings soon. You've got 30 seconds. The creep wave is already dead. I'm wondering if they bought too much time. Parker is still not able to join in on these fights. Shards is out, and now the control. KJ in with the Rapier. Starts to hit. Damage low. Amar is in trouble. Amar is dead. Malrine trying to find a creep wave. Will he be able to do it? Parker is there. Parker says no. They move in and try and kill him. Malrine is dead. One creep alive.
It's
that
alive.
One creep.
Deny it.
Oh, it's there. They have 2 more. They have 2 more. Off screen. They still need to deal with the creeps. Divine Llama is sprinting back to the base.
Both heroes have buyback. They might not expect that.
You got to be careful about this movement. Walking forward, Parker tries to take it. All 5 are back up from Falcons. Stuns out. Amar there, kicking Parker away and now rolling out. But I wonder, Heroic, can you get out? They're already onto the throne. Skinner is there, starts to hit him. They break in TPs. Parker's back though in time. But Crit on the hoodwink and Skinner together. They go in, take down the Ancient. GG is called. Somehow Falcons managed to close that game out.
Holy shit. All right, that's game number 1. Yeah, okay. Where to even start with that? What an insane game and what an insane... I mean, all these late game decisions, I think the most impressive thing for me in all of this is the way Falcons used buybacks. I think it's crazy to think that you're playing this 70-minute game and your heroes are just so patient and have such an insane read on whether or not to use this key cooldown. It's the biggest cooldown of the game, right? And they're just holding on to them in these extremely tense moments. Crazy stuff.
A brilliant display from Falcons as they close out game number 1. We have potentially 4 more of those. We'll see if it ends up happening or not. But for now, we're going to head back to the panel.
Whew, that game 1 is quite the promise for this best of 5 grand finals. Such madness, such back and forth, and oh my God, the clutch moments, T. This was, I think, better than anyone could have expected from this game 1.
That was a game 1 of a grand finals. It felt like it was meant to be a game 5. That was longer than game 1 and 3 combined of TI. You have backdooring Ancients and they didn't succeed. You have 43 HP Bloodseekers who turn it around.
Position 5 buying Rapier.
And then
I was doubting him. I'm like, these gyrocopters, they tend to be a bit too selfish. The man buys a Rapier. He almost carries the game, defends that Ancients for the side of Heroic. Just an insane game. Like a display of skill from both sides, really.
Yeah, it really is a display of skill, and we're going to do our best breaking it down, but there's so much happening in games like that, and I do want to start with what our commentary team said at the very end there. The reason this game lasted for as long as it did, T-Gov, clever use of buybacks coming out from Heroic. When to buyback, but also when not to buyback.
Yeah, I mean, the entire game was just Falcons. They had an early game advantage and it slipped away just a little bit. And then it become, like you said, it's just this full-out aggression. Like Malrine, he's popping off, right? 25-6, incredible scoreline Timber. But one misplay, one misstep, then Parker's going to hit you with a Rupture. He's going to turn it around with an Aghanims. And if that doesn't happen, then you have the Vailama or Analog or someone else just brunting the aggression to give Parker better entry. I don't know, it's like against Heroic, there's so many lines of fight, and thank God we get a replay of this. Like for Falcons to even try and go for the Ancients through backdoor, their creep wave. Look at the minimap, right? Radiant side mid lane, Radiant side bot lane, top it's coming in, and Heroic clutch up with the late fortification to buy as much time as possible. Like this is happening in a game 1. Like we pray for this at like game 3, 4 when the teams really understand each other. But this is game 1 of a grand finals.
Just continued yesterday's series, and this is just the accumulation of the 3 games they had yesterday, Lizard.
It certainly is. This is basically now 2 wins on one side and 3 wins on one side and 1 win on the other.
Come on,
like just looking at that, that's a win for Heroic as well. But goddamn, this game was just absolutely insane. 2 Rapiers did I see in the end? I'm not even sure. But like you said, clever use of buybacks. I really think it comes down to that. Yeah, he tried to creep skip a little bit here and there. The Vailama was up to this point, I believe, also defending the base, but then he kind of all-in as well together with his team. And sometimes you can't do that, especially when you're playing versus Vegas. Just clever use of buybacks instantly into those boots of travel, right?
Yeah.
Like BOTs straight into the base. And another base race. What's up with Heroic and defending the base?
Don't complain. We want more.
It literally happened in the last series as well. They had to defend versus Tundra.
Okay, but this game got to this point, this crazy point, because the game dragged on after Falcons had a lead for a large portion of this game. And I do want to address that. And before the series started, we said, you know, we don't want to talk too much about Parker because there's a lot of talks already about Parker. I think to dissect what happened, we have to once again focus on Parker, though, Lizard.
Yeah, we definitely have to. His laning stage perhaps wasn't that great. Like the lanes in general weren't that great for them. Why? Because Malrine was absolutely popping off from that mid lane. He's been given the best possible position to bring the game to this state in which they're like what, 13k ahead, right, Tigav? And what happens here? There's some really nice roll happening from the Pangolier. However, I feel like Parker is about to do some magic.
Yeah, some low HP
We've seen it before. I mean, every single game, Parker finds his opportunity to do it, right? He's hexed up, he's by himself, he's on a sliver of HP, 43. And then the kill again. It's the kill of people around him with the blood mist, they're able to get another, and then he gets another kill, boom, 4 HP. So, yeah, it's just being present, and also as much as we praise Parker, I feel like we're saying Parker so many times, but in this fight, of course, is the symphony of all of Heroic fighting throughout, dragging Falcons to different positions, and then through that, Parker is able to find his entry or re-entry to the fight. But again, we cannot, discredit what Heroic was able to do with, Schofield and KJ and Llama. You know the names, but you get the point.
Of course, because if we talk about them, it's not only the Rapier on Gyro that made everything possible, right? Like he was going for some very team-oriented items earlier, like you bought a 4-staff and a Glimmer Cape. Like on position 5 or 4 Gyro, you can basically buy anything that you want to, and this was everything that they needed. Of course, Schofield as well didn't get an Aghanims like early enough, for my taste, but the Yules was also very needed for them versus the Timbersaw.
I love how it's like Falcons win the game, yet we're still here.
Yes,
so
but I do want to focus on Falcons because
we need to.
This is a team that wins a lot. So there's a reason we talk a lot about Heroic, because it's not frequent that Falcons in a grand finals loses a game. They had a lot of 3-0s this year in grand finals, and even when they lost a game, it didn't look like this. So this is a great start for Heroic to have a good shot at taking down Falcons, but Falcons still did win. This is still an incredibly strong team, because the whole time Heroic is making a comeback, because Falcons just started off so strong, so dominant-y, and they're still dominant. They still made the right calls to the very end, but it got clutch.
They're too disciplined. I don't mean in a bad way, but it's just like in any type of game, you can already see they're trying to work out the solution to the problem. Some teams, they crumble under the pressure, like Parker and the gang returning into this game with like, I don't know, the tenacity they had. Teams crumble. There's the reason why Heroic are hit. Like they find ways to just break their opponent, but like, Falcons on the other side, they understand, okay, it doesn't matter if they sneak a Roshan top with a Tusk Shards and whatever, like, they always have like a bigger picture idea in a winning game, in a losing game, and it's going to be a very difficult series for Heroic to try and beat that, especially because this game, it feels like Heroic should have won it, right? They'd overcome the early game aggression of the Alchemist, the Timbersaw. They'd brought the Bloodseeker into the game. After it was like top 3 net worth, it's just...
I'm sorry, I love how you segued this into, let's talk a bit more about
honestly, man, it's just so hard.
And then it ends up just praising Heroic in the end anyway.
Okay, come on, this is like a once-in-a-tournament game, all right? I don't know, I'm lost.
To speak at least a little bit about them, of course, Skitter on the Alchemist, I feel like he got caught off guard a couple of times by a multitude of Dagons coming from...
It sounds like you're also about to praise Heroic too.
Yeah, but he was always on point. Like he wasn't afraid to throw his life away for a barracks or a range Rax or a melee Rax as well.
Or a throne in the end. Yeah.
Or a throne in the end as well, of course. That throne, however, unfortunately didn't work out for them the first time. The second time, of course, it did.
Yeah, it did. There's also a lot to say about support duo. I know we basically meme a little bit about Crit always playing the same hero time and time again. At the end of the tier 5 items, he gets a Stygian Desolator as well. He did turn into that true core as well.
Yeah, it helps, hit the Ancient and whatnot, so not opposed to it. And yeah, again, Falcons just clean as ever. That was meant to be a really bad joke. Sorry, moving back to you, Shiva.
No, it's all good. I think everybody is a little bit high in adrenaline over here in Bucharest. I think the players probably same story there. So, we give everybody a little bit of a break to get back, settle back in for game number 2. We're going to give you that break as well. We'll be right back with game 2. We're heading into game number 2 soon for the grand finals of PGL Wallachia Season 2. And I think everybody is hoping that game 2 will live up to game number 1. And while we're not at game 2 yet, we do want to talk a little bit more about that game number 1 because it was spectacular. And there were a couple of moments we wanted to give a little bit of extra attention. So Tigov has prepared for you a piece. It was called Misplaced Trust.
Yes. Technically, it could evolve based on how the series went, but I think it's really a product of, again, discipline, execution, everything that we're praising Falcons for in a game like that. Okay, so give a little bit of context. Let's look at the minimap, right? This is with an Aegis on the Bloodseeker, right? Heroic are positioned in the Radiant jungle. We have 2 Falcons heroes not really ready to TP. 1 will teleport to the outpost and 1 will teleport to the tier 2. We have to remember though, look at the vision. Let me go back in real quick. Counter, okay. Falcons, they've used 3 wards on the top side of the map. They have a single ward to play on in the bottom side, and this is going to be critical for the fight, right? Amar, he knows that people aren't ready, so he makes a move into the Bloodseeker and then retreats straight away back to Division, hiding himself away from the Rupture. Skitter goes in as well, and then we pause. This is where they are so disciplined in what they need to do. Look at the minimap once again. They know their teammates are not in position, right? So Skitter walks down. Schofield, unfortunately, throws his Bloodseeker deep into where Falcons are retreating. And then if I go to the battle view, this gives a lot more context to the fight. So we're going to see a little bit more of the same thing. Amar retreats to the south. Again, buying time, poking Heroic. This is meant to be a time where Heroic, they have level 18 on the Sand King. This is the moment Heroic could win it. We're not going to get to 70 minutes in a game. This is their moment to stamp their authority in the game. Take the first one against them. But look at this acid spray from the Alchemist. Unfortunately for the Sand King, he's actually behind the Team Falcons icon here. Look at the zoom. Look what happens. His Blink Dagger gets cancelled from the acid spray. And this is a moment where I think actually if I rewind, look, Alchemist is stunned. Schofield and Parker, they're ready to fight. They're in the middle of the entire enemy team. But because of the acid spray, because Divine Llama gets hit by it and it cancels his Blink Dagger, they're unable to capitalize on a moment where Skitter tried to hold his BKB as long as possible. And then Falcons, again, that ward, number 4 ward I mentioned, they're kiting their way back to it. They're walking to the right-hand side. And the vision that they have, the fact that
Snaking.
Parker, boom, doesn't have the BKB. And the detection. This is where, behind here, we have 2 supports. And this detection, it doesn't work anymore, it doesn't matter. But the detection from the 2 supports was unavailable as they kept diving deeper. So this is an example of Falcons utilizing the vision, knowing their place on the map, baiting Heroic in, and then counterplaying very small mistakes from Heroic. And they do this at 29 minutes into the game. If they do it at 60 minutes into the game, 70 minutes in the game, that's when they win it as well. But they're doing it the entire time. That's why Falcons is an incredibly strong team.
Yeah, and that's how they won that first game. It's all the little things that make a big difference. Just imagine if indeed that Sand King, if the Vi was a little bit differently positioned.
Everything
we would have been telling a very different story, and we would already have been live with game number 2. We'd probably already be 30 minutes in.
Yes.
Game 1 might have been a lot shorter.
I'd be having dinner by now, yeah.
Game 1 wasn't only long, it gave us so much fun, so many little details that it feels like 3 games have passed already. But I love your point, because teams, one of the biggest improvements that you can make as a pro team is to pick your fights and also pick where you fight. And the way they baited them completely into that observer on that little cliff around the Radiant Tier 2, it's masterclass.
That was a masterclass, very well orchestrated by Team Falcons. Now, I don't think it's anybody's plan to go 70 minutes into a Dota game, because that is when chaos happens, and that is generally a little bit less controllable than anything else in the Dota game. So I'm thinking both teams learned probably a lot on where to focus on for game number 2, as we are shortly heading into that second game, where we will have Heroic this time around on the Radiant side, Falcons on the Dire side, with second pick this time for Heroic.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned that no one is planning for the 70-minute game, right? One thing from Heroic, one thing from Parker that he doesn't really, his records aren't there only in one aspect of this game. That's tower damage. Like taking towers, taking buildings, that's where both Malrine and Skitter are on top in this tournament. And unfortunately for Heroic, he was the only one able to take objectives, right? Like when you look at their draft in game number 1, it's all skirmishy, all brawly, and that's great. It looked amazing. It was fun for us viewers. However, for them, they definitely struggle at taking these big buildings. Look, you could even see down bottom, position 5 Gyro is hitting the Raxes because no one else can. So maybe something they can improve in that aspect at least.
Yeah, we'll see how they start the draft off, because we have got the change of the Sand King first phase banned on the Heroic side. So let me just recap what we saw in game 1 and what points rather we saw. We needed the Nature's Prophet banned by Heroic because we've seen Falcons pick it up first phase so many times, and they didn't ban it this time around. So keep in mind that Nature's Prophet is still in. We also have seen from Falcons them having to first phase ban Morphling, because Parker will take that Morphling and will win the game with it. The same thing goes for Storm Spirit that we've seen banned.
But Heroic is banning Husker now in the first phase. We don't really see that before. Now suddenly in a first phase ban, which is going to open up, like you mentioned, the Nature's Prophet, even again like Storm Spirit as well. So pretty cool to see Heroic have the confidence to change up the bans in game 2.
Yeah, Storm is true, at least for now. And one of these has to be, right? Like, or if you go ban Storm and pick Nature's Prophet, there's also that option, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's a pretty good hero into the Nature's Prophet as well, because you want to be ratting, you want to be hiding behind your trees. Storm does not allow that, and they ban out the Storm. Let's see if this is a Prophet pick, of course.
Yeah, what a surprise. But this is, I would imagine, very prepared from Heroic.
A lot of teams have prepared for this Nature's Prophet, and a lot of teams failed at defending their throne, not to the hero itself, but to the Ironwood Treants. So good luck to Heroic. Let's see what they cooked. Right now, Earth Spirit first pick. I don't mind it. Analog looked very comfortable in game number 1.
Yeah, every time Analog gets to play the Earth Spirit, you know he's going to make rotations, he's going to be able to open up the game. As the game goes later, we had an incredible impact as the game got to that stage, so not opposed to it, and that's probably a reason why they have banned Husker early on, so they don't have to waste a Husker ban in that second phase.
Yeah.
But again, Heroic yesterday, they didn't really respect and or rate Nature's Prophet. They lost the game very quickly and quickly gained that respect. So
yeah, they quickly gained it and banned it afterwards.
If they're giving Nature's Prophet away in this capacity, then they've clearly, cooked up the plan to beat it. So I am intrigued to know what that plan would be.
Yeah, one thing that I'm wondering is if Falcons will ban out the Morphling right now. Why I like the ban on Morphling is not only because Parker is insane on the hero, but because it shuts down 2 heroes that aren't banned for Falcons. It kind of shuts down the Bristleback, and it most certainly shuts down the Razor. Like 2 picks that they tend to enjoy playing together with the Nature's Prophet. So let's see, Enchantress, that's the one that you have to kind of ban out because of the Treant. She counters you softly in the laning stage later on. It's, of course, a problem if you're giving away the big trees to her.
It takes the fun away from Skitter, let's be honest. That's all it is.
In the same vein, would you not be also worried about a Chen, or is that just not the case? Because both of these teams are not maybe the biggest Chen teams. We have seen Chen picked up a couple times this week, but...
It'll probably be ignored. If they do pick it up, it's a surprise we're now doing it, but at the moment, based on history, it probably will be let through.
Well, let's see, because we have a lot of usual saving supports still in that pool as well.
We have a lot of usual supports that are considered kind of the strongest in the meta left in the pool, but we also have a lot of ATF heroes still there remaining.
True. Oh, it's a Magnus ban.
That's, you know what?
They did win yesterday with it, right?
Yeah, that's the reason why Falcons lost their game yesterday.
It's because also Heroic would happily put like Monkey King +1 at this point in the draft, or even just use that as a flex. So the Magnus is like, hey, if you want to try and do a Parker Monkey King or
Monkey
this type
King
of skill,
is out. Monkey
where is it?
Banned. First phase.
First phase.
This type of hero. I was covering myself.
He used Mischief. We couldn't see him. But keep in mind, to that point, 2 games that they've lost so far, recently at least on Falcons, they lost to a Monkey King. So they ban it out instantly, and it does make a lot of sense. Pangolier picked up by Falcons. Once again, this will be that mid laner or the offlane, most likely the offlane.
I want to draw attention for a second to the fact that Team Falcons has 38 seconds left in their reserve time, whereas Heroic has not used a single second.
Yeah, I think the Mag ban took a little bit of thinking, especially because it's not a go-to for Heroic, but it's something that they've been trying to push a little bit more in draft. So I think based on your prep, it's like MAG's probably like the 5th or 6th ban that you'd think about. And
yeah, one of the really nice things about the Pangolier is that you don't truly care too much about Mars as a hero, and it kind of breaks apart the way Mars likes to play teamfights. And when you look at Heroic and when you look at how they got here, it was one of the most impactful offlaners that they had so far.
yeah. And they promoted Crit from Hoodwink to Batrider because, you know, Hoodwink can pressure in laning phase, but then falls off in the kind of core control, right? Batrider, it scales into the game. You get Blink, BKB, you can go like Ags if you really want to. Like, you always find that one player and you stop them from, you know, entering the fight.
And a lot of flex potential on the side of Falcons. In theory, all 3 heroes could be almost anywhere.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, there's
Sure,
no point.
there's a most likely
there's
for
no
every
point actually.
position,
It's the
but
most likely scenario, but
it's just, you got to keep it in the back of your mind if you're heroic, always. All right, so they are ticking into their bonus time now for the first time.
They banned out the Timbersaw with their last ban, and it makes sense, right? Like Malrine, what he did to that poor Earth Spirit last game, that shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't be illegal, so yeah, they banned it out instead.
Yeah, and based on previous drafts, normally here it's like the Vailama +4 position picked up, or even another support to give Parker the information required for him to lock it in. So they go for Beastmaster, but no snap pick, buying a little bit more time. Again, Beastmaster, you know, perfectly fine in the game. So far in the tournament, it's done relatively well. There's some variations where they go for Dominator into Pipe, or they go Ags Pipe, or they go full Overlord and they ignore the Pipe. So far, I think it's a bit up in the air exactly what he wants to go for.
Yeah.
But
I still wouldn't mind the Tusk to be played by Schofield once again.
Yeah.
Some position 4 Tusk with the Beastmaster. Follow that up with the position 5 right now and save that last pick for Parker, of course.
I would even say pick a hero that could be both 4 and 5 so that Parker has full freedom and that supports can support whatever
I look
he
at
wants.
KJ, you're
Shadow
playing
Demon
it,
probably
of
then.
course, yeah. You look at KJ, you're playing into a Batrider. I feel like Shadow Demon is a no-brainer, not only because of that, but because if you leave it in the pool, Falcons are going to get it, most likely. They don't have to, but into a Beastmaster, into a Tusk, it looks like a pretty good pick.
yeah, Shadow Demon also will prevent Falcons closing the phase like with an Omni Knight as well. Like Omni Knight against Beastmaster and Earth Spirit, 1 repel gives them confidence. Sure, you can brawl through repel, but if you know, it's like who jumps who first, right? And yeah, I think Shadow Demon feels like the easy pick, but again, Heroic.
Like one problem that I would maybe for Heroic have with Omni Knight is like he doesn't have.
I mean, they go
like,
Shadow Demon.
Oh yeah, that for sure. That's for sure.
Falcons then go Omni. Well, I wouldn't go Omni. Sorry, there you go. Just to correct myself.
No, I do want to point out that we see Parker not talk at all at this point, so it was support talk. It will be the Disruptor.
Wow,
a little bit.
I mean, that's
Not a
just because
little
of Panda, right? That is.
Yeah, like taking away one of his heroes, but this is way more aggressive. And this is way more doubling down on we're going to have a good laning stage. We're going to come out on top with our Beastmaster and Earth Spirit, and we'll run you down, chase you around with the glimpses, which, like, it is possible with this kind of lineup so far.
Do you prefer in that scenario for Parker to be able to join the runaround crew, or do you want Parker to be off somewhere farming so that just in case the running around doesn't pay off as well?
I feel like he does both, right? Like even when they give him the ultimate late game carries such as Morphling, they still make him join fights, and he is eager to join them, right? Like we've seen in the last couple of series, level 5 Morphling just ganking the enemy safe laner, so...
Yeah, I think I'd like to see Falcons go for like an anti-Beastmaster laning carry, like a Gyrocopter or something. They go for, Bristle.
Now the Morphling is banned, right?
Yeah, you need to ban Morphling, 100%. Like when you're describing, like, do you want Parker to be able to fight or not? Of course, Morphling is that perfect hero of both fight and farm. You get to choose exactly what you want to do. Utilize Twin Gates.
Would you say that this Bristle pick would also kind of lock in Nature's Prophet for Skeeter and the Bristle for Amar? And therefore Pango mid?
Most likely, yes. It's the only one that makes sense, right? Like with these 3 cores.
Well, because it does mean that they are saving Snaking's hero for last, which is kind of unusual. So I'm wondering what kind of
let's see the
flex
bans.
potential there might still be.
Yeah,
Yes.
let's see the bans from Heroic, because that will reveal how they are feeling about the current draft of Falcons as well.
Right.
Like because Falcons read very nicely that Gyro will be a support last game.
I think even if, I was going to say, even if you're not sure, you ban out Shadow Demon still because it's just too good.
Absolutely. Like another hero that you talked about that Like he's still left in the pool. I mean, that Omni Knight into all of this.
Yeah, no, I think Falcons will take it if they can.
You could as well go for what they had in the last game with the good old Crystal Maiden, like versus the boars and stuff. Like you can deal with the summons as well. So the Helm of Dominator isn't as great. It has like a little.
And Clock's still available
Clock
as well, right?
of
Like
course.
you have, I think a lot of the tournament supports are available. So it's more on Falcons. Like what type of game plan do they want? You know, Profit, relatively greedy in that farm. They do ban the Omni Knight and.
Clock plus Pango, by the way, 80% win rate so far in the tournament, like
That's
a duo.
mad.
And also Clock versus Tusk has 70% win rate in this tournament.
I mean, Tusk wants to go in. Clock always wants to reinitiate. Melee heroes, it feels good. So I would be. I think Clock feels the nicest for Falcons based on, again, the Omni ban. And yeah, if you're heroic, you need to just be prepared for kind of that 15-20 minute timing of Bloodstone on the Bristleback plus Profit with Mjolnir and one item, Pangolier ready to make fight. Like Falcons are ready to fight this time around, and they.
And is this, by the way, like looking at they take the Chen, they want to mess with the Beastmaster instead. Is this Muerta for heroic? Like yesterday, it was the only thing keeping them in the game versus the Bristleback. There's also the Morphling. That's the other option.
Yeah.
I think this is, whatever Parker thinks is my 1v9 hero, you give it to him. Because with a tricore of Pango, Bristle, Profit, they can be susceptible to potentially falling off. Like again, especially against like the Medusa, right? Like Medusa was a great ban. That would have put Falcons on a timer.
I think this is a morph. Like Muerta, to some Chen rotations, can fall a bit flat. They go for morph. Yeah. It was one or the other. Morphling made absolute sense.
And I think the reason why Falcons aren't too afraid of Morphling is if they execute correctly, then they can break the map, right? Beast, Earth Spirit, and Morphling all need farm. Earth Spirit can make some moves, but Disruptor doesn't provide damage from the support role. It's more setup. Tusk as well is relative setup. So there is a bit of a damage issue for heroic before the items kick in. So for Falcons, like the Chen feels good to try and punish that, to break the map before heroic.
Yeah, they have to, however, break the map really damn quickly. The way I see it is Falcons are on a pretty close timer. This time around, this is, like in the first game, I felt encouraged by the draft of Falcons. Heroic didn't really strike me as the favorites. However, this time around, I really like what Heroic have drafted. I have a lot of faith in them. I hope I don't jinx them.
It's the Morphling, the Parker Morphling versus the Skeeter Nature's Prophet, T-Gov. Signatures all around.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, they had the early game advantage, right? Before there was a really nice smoke from Heroic. I think it is, again, same thing. I would be surprised if Falcons don't build up a big lead in the early game.
Yeah, they did build up a lead in the first game as well.
Then they got,
then they got kind of countered, which is what I'm worried in this game. I feel like Morphling eventually he pops off and takes over the game.
So who's gonna set the tempo then for Falcons, you think?
It's the combination of Bristle and Pango and Chen running around to even, it's just everyone. Every hero on Falcons will want to make a move. There's
like
no point.
You look at this Prophet, the way they're playing the game very selflessly. Everyone is making moves.
I think it's on, if Beastmaster doesn't have a game, then Heroic will have to make a much longer comeback.
Okay, well, let's find out what's going to happen. Game number 2 of this grand finals with our commentary team of Lyrical and Cinderin. But first, we're going to hear AY 2000. Coach.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Yes, AY 2000 here. We have some iconic heroes here today. The Skeet God with the Nature's Prophet, with the little Skeet boys, as they called them. And we have the Morphling as well coming out. You worried here? Who do you think has the better iconic hero of the tournament?
I mean, maybe Bristleback?
Yeah, well, your Bristle is 4-0. Yeah, you think...
Furion or Morphling?
Yeah, between Fury and
Morphling's probably more iconic than Skitter Furion, because Parker's been playing this hero for longer than Skitter's been playing Furion, but
I find it fascinating that your mind instantly went to that Bristleback, because again, we have seen, despite a lot of you guys have been watching ATF dive fountains with the Bristle, so you figure they must have lost at least a few of those matches, but no, not really. 4-0 still. So you think that's the biggest factor of this game, the Bristle?
I mean, I think the hero's good, and we also thought like it would sort of match up well because we thought they could pick Morphling, but we wanted to try to beat it into best of 5. You don't want best of 5s are different, best of 3. You can't just be scared of some hero. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Now, you are a very meta coach as well. I know you talk to them a lot about their feelings and emotions and loves and dreams. In that last game, I'm sure you're happy you won, but were you a little upset with how that game went in the manner that you won? What did you say to the boys after that one?
I mean, for us, it's mostly about resetting the game because we're still in the finals. Like, that game was epic, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But if you're thinking about this game, you're not thinking about the next one. So basically, we just talked about some stuff in the early game and like maybe post lane that's a bit more easy to digest in a moment. And then we just like see how we can reset from it, hopefully better than them.
All right, and you and I are both avid Disruptor players. I've seen it a million times, of course, from you. Now, Disruptor, great hero if you're ahead, but kind of a shaky hero if you're behind. Do you think that it was a good pick for them, and do you think you guys might be on the back foot this game?
I mean, the hero's not picked that much right now because he's very weak in lane. I think it'll depend like on our early game how much we can punish it, like maybe through some gate or something and just in lane itself, but we'll see. Like, maybe they just feel like they need some catch or like it gives them more team fight or something. I'm honestly not too sure about this hero because just no one really plays it so much anymore.
All right, well, either way, win or lose, it should be a learning experience then. So thank you so much, Howie. We'll head into this game two and we'll see that exciting grand final action brought to you by our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks. He says our casters. Like, you know who we are, man. I don't know.
I don't know who he is.
That's fair. We're into the game, though, already, and I liked what Aoi was talking about there. You know, you've got this situation where you need to reset your mental after a crazy game like that, and it feels like the right mentality.
Yeah, it's very different how the teams reset, but they always have the same amount of time in between these games, so we'll see who got the most out of it. Like he said, he hopes that their reset was better than that of Heroic. One thing, I don't know how much that's going to come into play here, but there is the potential consideration of fatigue.
Right.
Heroic already had to play 3 games earlier. That was quite the marathon in itself, and now here we are with first game 75 minutes or whatever it was. It's, you know, it's a lot to play, but these players are also, I guess adrenaline just overpowers all of it. Like, you're super hyped. This is the 3rd international tournament grand finals for a South American team in general, and you know, there's nothing they would love more than to be able to beat out one of the best teams in the world to become the champions. So yeah, a lot on the line here. I do think one interesting thing, since they were in the interview talking about the Disruptor, I think that's kind of the least common pick for these two teams in this draft in general, I would say. The fact that King Jungles is playing this. I wonder how big a part of their mindset about picking this is to counter Nature's Prophet.
Right.
Like, just, okay, you're going to TP into place. This is how you guys usually break the map open with Prophet. Every time you show up, I'm just reserving Glimpse for you. If that's it, because aside from that, I don't see like the really obvious reason for picking it. Disruptor historically pretty bad against Pango. He's just rolling in. You can't really do anything about it. You can catch him on his way out as he's rolling away, but not really when he's initiating.
We did just see one cool use of it, which came out, which was using the Glimpse to ensure the small camp was open down bottom. Analog now is going to be forced to TP away. They take a lot of damage onto him first, and he actually went all the way back home. So he needed the full refill.
I guess Earth Spirit is one of the heroes that's fastest to get back to lane.
True.
But it still definitely does suck to lose these couple of creeps, and Malrine, as a result, should be pulling ahead quite a bit here in the mid lane.
Only 2v1s. Yeah, there've been a lot of all chatting going on. We mentioned that in game number 1, but they also have affectionate nicknames for each other, like Feo, which it translates from Spanish to nice man. That's the translation.
Yep.
Don't look it up. Skitter is going to hold on to this creep wave here as the Treant will give him a nice little hug all the way back underneath the tower.
Man, imagine you're laning as Beastmaster against Chen Prophet. There's a Treant fighting you all the time, and if you summon a boar, you just lose that too.
Yeah.
Then you're fighting all of the jungle. Skitter himself is going to cut this wave in half with a little bit of an uncharacteristic half pull. I don't know if this was on purpose, actually. Sometimes when you pull the small camp, a lot of the time at a pro level, you pull half the creeps, because then the 2 creeps die to the small camp, and then afterwards you can get an equilibrium advantage. This time around, not really sure if that was what he was going for there, but well, he'll pull these 3 to the next wave. Let's see if he... Okay, this one combines fully. So it seems like it just wasn't on purpose before.
Well, and they're doing some weird things too. Divide pulled the other wave back underneath his tower so that it would take extra damage, and now this eventually is going to push out too. So all in all, it does look like this is going to end up meeting with the lane shoving out into Heroic, as they were able to bully Schofield all the way back underneath his own tower. And now a glimpse pulls Amar back. A couple more hits, Amar in trouble, but the flame break, is it enough to keep him alive? No. KJ will draw first blood, but it is on the other side, Crit getting the secondary kill.
Overall, laning stage looking quite good for Falcons once again. This was what the panel was talking about. This was the expectation that Falcons would be pulling out ahead. I guess not so much in the mid lane, but that's where the biggest advantage is right now. We'll see if they can do something about this. King Jungles coming in.
Kicking away, trying to do what they can, dodges some of it, but not enough, but slowed down enough to get the kill.
He have to go for that?
I mean, worth.
I'm a little bit confused. I think he could have started walking away, and then if he gets glimpsed, he can swash after, and probably get out of that, but was going for the hero play of killing the Earth Spirit instead. Didn't work out. I mean, King Jungle's rotation very useful there.
I do feel like even for these pro players, you need, you know, 1 or 2 glimpses to sort of get back to equilibrium in a ways. You know what I'm talking about there a little bit? TP. And he's fine underneath his own tower.
I'm not sure I get it.
Okay. Like, I feel like there's almost always at some point, like, you TP back to lane or something, you get glimpsed back, or...
Oh, you mean like that? Yeah.
And so a similar type of thing with maybe playing a little bit aggressive and then a disruptor TPs in and you die, and then it doesn't happen again for the rest of the game.
Mars gonna lose his courier. They high five. They both think that was great.
Yeah. Glyphing the wave so that way you can get the flower on the morph lane, and the roll over analog kicks away the creep so you can get full bottle refill on mana before taking that rune. But how do you see this game playing out in terms of timings for these two teams? Is there a pretty clear like window where you know, Heroic are stronger than Falcons, or Falcons really want to try and put the pressure on?
I think when Parker gets 3 items, this could get really scary for Falcons if they're not ahead by a decent amount, I would say. I don't think they have the best solutions to morph in this game.
Oh my god, he chain lightninged him as soon as he came through. Snaking is the greatest. Holy crap, that's sick. He chain lightninged him and mana burned him. Oh, that's so sick.
Okay, so what happened there was Parker was going, okay, hang on, Snaking might be in trouble. Oh, he might actually be fine as well. Well, Analog's here, never mind, he's not fine.
All right, they're going to try and get some retribution, and they will kill Snaking. Malrine is going to have to be content with this as the snowball comes in, but, well, going to use this to ensure the kill onto Schofield.
Okay, so Parker was morphing or shifting all the way down into Agi as he was going through the gate, and then he was going to shift back up when he came out on the other side. He did not anticipate that anyone would be on the other side of that gate.
Right.
And just instantly got killed by Chen, and that's, I mean, that's pretty crucial now. Analog finding some nice moves is probably going to come at the expense of King Jungles, and it will.
Glimpse is out. Can reapply Magnetize if they feel so inclined. And the wave form in means Crit is dead. Malrine now hitting onto Parker. The couple creeps nearby, they do some damage. Not really enough to make a real show of it, though. God, and Snaking is now level 5 off of that kill on Parker.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a strong Chen in this game. Has the Arcane Boots. He's working toward Mech. And I mean, it's a funny situation, right? And fortunately for Parker, he hadn't TP'd before he did that, so he could TP back to bottom. We're seeing the replay here, so he's coming out. Oh my god.
Sorry guys, my bad.
But he's taking it like a champ, I gotta say.
Yeah.
This guy, he's still top net worth, despite that happening on the morph. Yeah, a little bit of a blunder. But this is the question. With Chen being level 5 already, what pace are Falcons going to be able to play on here? Schofield dead. This bot tower is probably gone. I don't know if Heroic are interested in trying to defend this, knowing there's also a profit play, potentially. They do have the level 3 glimpse, but yeah.
They've also already used the nice whiz or bounty rune take. They've also already used the Wrath of Nature, but I don't think that's enough to make them feel comfortable going through with it. So yeah, leaving that one alone.
So first tower of the game, unsurprisingly for the team with Chen Prophet. Prophet wasn't involved though, but wasn't needed.
Sometimes the threat of the Prophet is enough.
It's the new black hole.
Yes. And ATF, as has become customary, going immediately into that Aghanim Scepter. Now, KJ is on to him. They're bringing in Analog. Is this just going to be another game of trying to bully Amar here?
He's hard to kill. He has stick charges, he has raindrops, he just got 10 armor from Chen.
Yeah.
And he'll back off, so that's a magnetized down. And you can tell what the mindset is of Falcons, right? They're playing as aggressively as they can get away with a couple of their heroes. The Chen and the Bristle being this deep into enemy territory, in return gives completely free space to Skitter and Malrine. And Malrine is approaching a big item timing here. The Diffusal Blade only 200 away. Now I will say Davai has recovered quite well in this game from what was a very tough lane matchup. He's currently on par with Amar's Bristle.
Yeah, highest level in the game just about.
But Amar will farm up some nice ancient stacks. He'll get Hand of God to not die to the creeps.
Very good, very good.
And that should do it.
And halfway to Axe.
And now he's top net worth, like every Bristle game we've seen from him.
There is another stack that Davai is working on, actually, though. So it looks like they are trying to sort of propel both of these offlaners forward and then play around them and their Ags timing. Schofield will soak up some of this experience here.
Oh, he needs it.
Yeah, he's level 4 right now. Not feeling great on this Tusk.
6 on Disruptor, though, is very nice. I wonder if they're going to try to look for a play with that. No point in Kinetic Field, though, for King Jungles. He went 2-3-0 instead of 1-3-1. So won't have the easy combo with the Lockdown himself just yet. Very curious to see what he does in level 7. If he goes for a point in Field or the 4th point in Glimpse.
So NP up top, maybe trying to bait this out here. Schofield is still nearby as Malrine will see the stacks are taken. They could go for a kill onto this Tusk, who is almost level 6. And with the Diffusal Blade there, it should be an easy one. Although Drinking Buddies, never mind. They walk away. And now trying to set up to stack again for him. So yeah, a much slower paced game that we're going on to here in game number 2. But I imagine that all that's going to start ramping up pretty soon here.
It feels like Falcons are just waiting on a specific timing. The Diffusal Blade was item number 1. Now they want the Ags on Bristle. And then I feel like they're going to put some more pressure. Perhaps Crit's Blink will overlap quite well with the Ags. Obviously, Bristle, if you're a Bat Rider, you love playing with someone who has Burst, so somebody dies in your lasso. And Bristleback, if you haven't played Dota for 3 years, this hero is not the way you remember it. With Aghanim, you actually have the one thing this hero never used to have, which is Burst. So you can kill someone in lasso pretty easily. These two heroes will play together very nicely once that comes out. For the side of Heroic, I think it's just a matter of, you know, get Parker farmed. It really is the name of the game here. Get Parker farmed. Beastmaster, is that a full Axe coming out? It is, so... Yep. Davai is looking very strong too. If you set up a fight on your terms with the Beastmaster morph and some sort of connection from the Earth Spirit, I think it's going to be kind of difficult for Falcons to fight into them right now.
Well, and that is the one thing that, again, we need to be keeping our eyes out for. Until you get BKB on Nature's Prophet, if it is like a full 5-on-5, it'll be a 4-on-5, because Skitter is not showing up first to these fights. There's no way that happens.
And he needs to always be careful about TPing in against Glimpse. So he has to be clever about maybe porting into the trees and waiting a few seconds with showing his hero so he doesn't get glimpsed out, or make sure that Disruptors glimpse somebody else, or go on... If his team goes on the Disruptor first, he's probably going to glimpse somebody else to save his life, and that could be an opening, but see what is going to transpire here. Davai with the Ags is the call to go for Heroic. They have 4 points in Glimpse, so no kinetic field, but can obviously just static storm on top of a Roar Or on top of an ice shards, perhaps?
Oh, and Bristle is just getting out right now as they make this smoke move. There's nobody behind the mid-tier 1 tower. They might just take this tower and call it good, although again, Chen creeps are killing this off, so there's no easy move here for Heroic. Falcons doing a very good job of splitting up this map when they are not wanting to fight and they're waiting for their items to start moving objectives.
Yeah, they're just going to glyph the mid tower for now. Will be a takedown for Heroic eventually, but it is, as you said, taking them quite a while. And all of Falcon's heroes just out there farming in the meantime.
Yeah.
So let's see what's coming out now. Batrider Blink, 350 gold away. Bristle Ags complete.
And a bottled Haystern for Analog. So, Falcons, I mean, you look at the minimap, they're spread out everywhere. They can get together around this Bristleback Ags if they feel so inclined. And Heroic are also fairly spread across the map as well. But 15-minute mark, Snaking. They see that he took the bounty rune there. But no, they're not trying to do anything.
A funny little detail about these teams, by the way, now that not too much is happening right now. If you look at the sticky bio of every player, everybody has a TP with exception of one. Who do you think that is?
Amar.
What do you think he has?
Refresher.
Oh, you know. Not boring.
Every time he has it.
I think it's so telling about him as a player that his sticky pie is Refresher Orb.
Going in for the kill on
and
Malrine.
Static Storm. Nice catch from Devi.
Heroic finding some moves in this early game. Making space for Parker. Most farmed hero in it.
See if they can turn this into more. Top lane. Morphling already reaching a very, very nice amount of farm.
Manta's there, crit. Oh, the Manta comes out just in time! And a tip from Parker as they find Crit, gonna glimpse him back in. He is dead.
Really fast reactions from Parker. He was anticipating that. I'm actually not sure how Falcons were planning on killing him. I guess it was just the Wrath of Nature, Lasso, and maybe a couple of attacks from Prophet, because Bristle was not there for this play.
Yeah.
And now...
Oh, Parker's at no HP. Oh, if they had Wrath of Nature.
Yeah, they do have vision, but no Wrath. I mean, they're going to take Roche. This is what Beastmaster Ags can do.
This is good.
Crazy good at this.
No Glads, because Morphling is out on the map, but yeah, taking down an early Aegis on Heroic. Devi Llama, I mean, he has not had a super stellar day today, but if he can sort of run the table here, this would be huge. And the shards blocking off the Malrine roll. They are going to snowball over to this creep, and that means that Schofield will be left for dead. But they get out with Devi.
That's a very small penalty for Heroic to just only lose the Tusk in that situation.
Are they looking for more?
Devi, some of his best performances this tournament, I think he might only have played Beastmaster once, but this is a hero that he's very, very comfortable on. And if I had to name one hero that he takes over the games the most on, it would be this.
Right.
And with this kind of a start, it's definitely a possibility that he can just get in there, have massive output in team fights, and kind of lead the charge, which is good news for Analog. Earth Spirit, in my opinion, it's really nice for this hero when you have another clear initiate in your team so you can play follow-up instead of having to set up the majority of the plays. And that's definitely the case in this game where the Beastmaster this farmed with Blink Ags minute 17. Looking for trouble, but not going to find any just yet. They might cut down to Snaking.
Analog is up on the high ground in the meantime, but yeah, Snaking farming this up. And gonna reconnect together. Try and pressure this tower, it looks like. Snaking will TP out. Bringing his little creeps along, and Devi hits them all. Will move on forward and try and kill these guys off. But that should be a tier 1 tower taken.
Just the nature of this game is so different from the previous one. But it begs the question, has this Chen actually worked?
Yeah.
So Snaking, I think a big part of the pick was to try to shut down Beastmaster, but Devi's having a great game. However, Snake King does have 105 CS on the Chen. So he's getting very, very farmed. He's able to buy items that usually the offlaner for your team might want to buy in the potential Greaves, in the pipe that he's getting here. So that means that Amar doesn't have to go for any of those, and he can go for his greedier Bristleback build with the Ags Bloodstone immediately, probably BKB as his third. I still can't help but wonder, is this going to work against the Parker Morph, who is getting obscenely farmed? He's so far ahead of everybody else, sitting on 252 CS. They don't have the, on paper, best heroes against this, but they did let it through in the draft.
Right. No, it's a bit of a strange one. There's no doubt about it. And now, rolling through, finding Snake King here. Holds on to that roar. So they keep the roar as they're going to kill the Chen. In the meantime, you're also seeing the tier 2 tower go down bottom. And Schofield somehow finds himself in a very precarious spot with Amar right nearby. And they'll take this Tormentor now. But yeah, I mean, kill onto both of the supports.
This is the most uninteresting Tormentor kill ever. Bristleback is just so dumb. Okay.
He's waiting. He's
waiting for the explosion here.
Does Crit die? Get the hell out of there, sir. Does a lot to you. And Amar will get it. So Crit gifted with the shard.
Yeah, I think they would have much rather had the Chen one. The Batrider one, I would say, one of the weaker shards in the game if you're playing it support, because all it does is that your every second attack puts a napalm stack and you're not disarmed during ult. But support Batrider isn't really attacking heroes very much.
Right.
He's playing outskirts of the fights, he's applying napalm, he's throwing out a flame break here and there and then going for the lasso pick, but this shard is effectively kind of a nothing burger, whereas the Chen one would have been really nice to just get free Ancients.
Oh man, and double Wisdom Rune. They also managed to find the Sentry, or rather the Observer Ward that was on Radiant Ancients. Heroic, I mean, despite them being down a little bit in terms of gold, they're looking really good, and I just haven't seen Falcons make a move.
Yeah, I think this game is going to be fundamentally very interesting when fights break out because of the way gold is distributed. The teams have very different net worths across the supports in particular. Falcons are miles ahead on their supports, but the trade-off is that there's this huge morph. So can your support itemization cover that gap? Is it going to work out when Crit gets farmed enough, when the Chen gets enough, that they can use that gold to protect their cores from the Morphling, that they can maybe use it to kill the Morphling? Or is it all for naught, that they have these couple of thousand extra gold on each support and Morph's just going to eat them alive anyway? I think this is... It's quite unusual to see a game like this, actually, in this patch, so... I'm excited to see how Falcons and Heroic respectively use
damage. BKB reaction, glimpse onto Crit. They get away.
Fight is over. They get nothing done with the lasso. The BKB's popped, and they'll call it off. But this is absolutely not how I expected Falcons to play this game.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it's how Falcons expected Falcons to play this game, or if something went wrong, and now this is just how we're... This is plan B? I don't know. Like, I'm looking at their heroes and it doesn't feel like the obvious thing that you take the tier 1s and then you just farm, but obviously you look at the total gold and it looks quite healthy. I'm still just, you know, can they deal with Parker? Can they deal with Davai?
Yeah.
It's going to be the story of this. There goes the Tormentor now for the Radiant.
I think the other thing that's going to be
Heroic.
Interesting to watch is, like, how much are Falcons looking to fight this game in total? You know, like, I could see a world where we go mass split push and really Skitter tries to hammer this idea home.
Imagine they're 10 minutes into the game and their comms are, let's play for Fury on 25. Just wait to get the big trans up and running.
Like, I don't know. It's a bizarre one. There's no doubt about it. And, you know, they're up a game. They can take a chill.
I guess. I would like to see them do something, but if this is what they think is the best strategy, then by all means.
Morphling is very farmed. He is 5,000 gold ahead of Skitter.
It's of a profit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He's going to have Lincolns pretty soon. Like, this is this is going to be an explosion of a team fight. They've got Conda almost Lincolns. Jumps in, finds him. They pop the glimpse, and Analog gets BKB off. And now, Amar caught here in the shards. They start to beat down and destroy Malrine. Amar, where is he going to go? Still has that Bloodstone working, and they're looking for the back line. Analog, seeing if they can find him. Snake King got to back away. Does have a pipe completed. They bought back on Schofield.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just a missed buyback here, unless they can really set something up. Okay, they're chasing.
Trying to. They've got Amar completely out of the fight. He's in the kinetic field. KJ is just pulling him around the map, and now glimpses him back to the rest of the team. Is going to get that kill. But now, do they have enough to bring off Amar? Parker, in the meantime, has killed Snake King. Divine Llama going toe-to-toe with the big bristleback. They missed the silence.
Oh, they were TPing out. Snowball.
Maybe they can still find a way to kill this guy. Parker in on him, doing a ton of damage. The Bloodstone is out, healing back up through this, but Parker is strong. Is he strong enough? They get the slowdown. Analog dies, but finally, Parker should be able to kill him off. 3-for-3 exchange. It was a buyback on Schofield, but the cores go down.
Tower?
What?
There's a huge rally. They're taking the base tower. In the meantime,
they took the tier 2. Dude, they did split pushing. No!
Snaking almost got half a lane while this was happening on the Chen. So it was all a diversion. What an insane fight from Amar. And I feel like Parker did what he was supposed to there on the Morph. Just really got in there, got the Prophet killed, kept going from target to target, but the Bristle is obscenely strong with just these 2 items, and it makes you wonder, once Amar gets 1 or 2 more, can they deal with him with anything else than the Morph? We're going to see the replay here as they get this jump. So they don't get the perfect chain stun as the lasso is ended by the glimpse, and then this roar, very nice. I'm guessing eventually Malrine will consider... I don't even know if Lincoln's makes that much sense. Oh, they're in on him again. Kick him out of the Static Storm.
Glimpse him back in, but not going to happen.
He might live.
They chase, they want to get this kill, but Malrine gets the blink away. And yeah, that is not what you anticipate seeing at this level.
Yeah, considering how clutch both teams have been and how few, just flat-out miscommunications we've seen in fights, that one really stands out. And that sucks for Heroic. That was a guaranteed Pango kill. They could have kept Malrine down, but now he gets to reset it at least a little bit. Working on his Ags currently. Still, I don't know how much this Ags matters. If they get Roar on him and Morph is free, he's going to die.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter that they hand off God. It doesn't matter that they make. I think Parker is just easily strong enough to kill him off. And I wonder how Malrine is going to approach that with itemization, because you could argue for a Lincoln's against the Roar, but the problem is that can get glimpsed from 1800 range away, or you just get poked by a little Adaptive Strike, whatever it is, and then it's open. So, and you can of course just glimpse him whenever you want. You can glimpse him during the roll just to break Lincolns.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a big one.
This
Falcons
Roche.
get the second Roche.
And I think Heroic are going to be kicking themselves not coming in to check this. They see now that the boar is taken over and Roche is going to go down.
Amar going for Sanjin Yasha by the looks of it. He's probably been buying this item more than any hero this tournament, including the carry players. Just loves it on his Doom, loves it on his Bristle.
4 heroes smoked up. They do not have their Morphling with them, can TP into this if they want. Amar walks up the hill. Parker, in the meantime, is taking a tier 3 tower, no reaction. And that is actually almost dead.
Oh, he did a Chen.
Yeah. Crit. Wants to TP out. They see him. Glimpse.
Good glimpse.
He's coming on back.
He did get the wisdom that he set out for, though, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade with Parker taking the dire one.
Crit. Nowhere left to go
making
here.
them work for it a bit. He's even going to stick here just to be annoying, but...
Parker now 6,000 gold ahead of the next highest on the enemy team. Has Lincoln's completed and a good portion of the way to Silver Edge.
This gold breakdown. I mean, look at it. Parker's 6,000 ahead, and the dire supports are 6,000 ahead combined. So the gold is just there, right? That's the discrepancy, and then the rest of the field are pretty close together. Bristle is 500 ahead of Beastmaster, and then Earth Spirit is 1,000 ahead of the Pangos. They're kind of put together in this like weird sets. Amar hasn't used his gold yet. Let's see if it is okay. BKB first.
I
thought it might be
like
the SNY.
I mean, the things that was controlling him in the last fight was kinetic field. They have 4 points in it for KJ now. Like, I think it does probably mean that now you just roar Amar. There's a decent chance that you could go that route if you want, but obviously not going to do that until the Aegis is gone.
Yeah, and it's all, I don't know. It feels like such a high-risk play. If you roar him and don't kill him 100-0, he's going to pop BKB Bloodstone, heal up, and now suddenly your Pango has a free fight.
That's fair.
So I would rather reserve the roar as much as possible from Malrine just to prevent him from playing fights. But look at Amar. He's really just playing with them right now. Classic Amar fashion on this Bristle. When he has Aegis, he plays like he's genuinely invincible. Just going to run at them.
Pushing
They're
the
just
limits.
cutting the wave now. They're trying to avoid him.
Yeah.
He'll come at them, though. Schofield blink.
Gotta get out of there. Waveform back away. Parker not scouted by Amar, or they were going for Schofield, and now Schofield gonna get lassoed, gonna be brought down. They find the backline, though. Pango. Static Storm is there. Do they have enough heal to keep him alive? No.
And that was without Morph.
1 for 1, and Parker finds another.
He just soloed Skitter.
One shot, basically.
Silver Edge Conda.
Wow.
Blew him up. Skitter used his BKB and still died, so that's even worse. Now he has a Lincoln's.
That
so it'll
was
be harder.
insane.
I think it's a very healthy sign for Heroic that they can kill the Pango there without Morph.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Mar trying to stand his ground.
OS Frog versus OS Frog, the classic Morph versus Bristle. Morph damages him, Bristle turns his back, and Morph stops hitting him. But he'll try to go through the back door here. Parker,
and he's gonna do it.
Okay.
Tier 3 tower gone while Amar finds the kill onto KJ.
He didn't have to BKB for it, though, against the Glimpse. So.
Still an Aegis.
Yeah, with the Silver Edge, I wonder if Parker is gonna try to kill him here.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he was indeed thinking about it, but the assistance of all of Falcons' heroes were arriving, so probably wisely not trying it. Another shard. This time it is for snaking, so now they can take the Ancient Creeps. What are the best ones they can get? Definitely Granite Golem. You just want raw health against the Morph to try to keep your heroes alive. Aside from that, I don't know what snaking really wants here.
I mean, this is a problem. If you are losing your Nature's Prophet like this, and like we might just see right now, a chance, waveform, no, backs away, and instead, it's Parker that's caught. Doesn't have Manta for a second. Lasso is there. He's over in his strength form. Does have Manta when he comes out of this. Tries to back away. Invis, drinking buddies. Parker, waveform, caught. Snowball save. Can waveform when he gets out of this. And I think Schofield is going to die. Can they get the break on Parker TP? No. So went in a little bit deep, and Falcons were able to read that movement and come in and help out their Nature's Prophet.
That sequence is the perfect illustration of why Parker hasn't bought BKB this game.
Yeah.
They were on him with all 5 for like 15 seconds, and they couldn't kill him. He's going to buy it next in the anticipation that Falcons will start counter-itemizing him with hexes, etc. But for the time being, his build has worked perfectly. He didn't kill the Prophet there. I think he wasn't anticipating the Lincolns on Skitter.
Had just been finished, yeah.
And if he was, he could cast more first and then maybe kill him.
Right.
But that time around didn't work.
Almost 25 on the Morph lane. At 32 minutes.
Ridiculous numbers Parker's putting up in this tournament.
They get a Yule Scepter now, too, for the Bat Rider, so he can have a way to break Lincolns. I mean, it's feeling very much like, can Amar kill all of Heroic before Parker kills all of Falcons?
So you mean 1v1?
Yeah.
The ultimate 1v9, where it's 1v9 versus 1v9. That
a little
doesn't
bit.
make sense, but that's basically what you're saying. Yeah. Don't count Skitter out.
Okay.
He hasn't done that much just yet on the Prophet, but eventually this hero, when it gets a bigger inventory, and especially when it gets level 25, gets ridiculous damage from those treants. Because we're focusing a lot in our commentary on how the treants are able to push. But if you have 2 of those treants next to you with your innate, they give you a ton of damage.
Yeah.
And you start becoming a right-clicking powerhouse in the fights when the treants don't get killed. And trust me, when those treants are have the 25 talent, they don't die in fights. You genuinely need to focus fire them with Daggons or Midases or whatever.
We might see also, it's a Parasma that Nature's Prophet is going for. I wonder if we end up seeing like a Revenant's Brooch eventually as a way to like...
That is a potential solution to Morph.
Yeah,
for sure.
Have the magic damage mixed in there.
Yeah. Morph currently playing on 52 armor, so magic damage probably preferable. He has more armor than he has percentage magic resist.
That's crazy.
Skitter. Gonna TP bottom and plant a Mjolnir Treant to push out the wave.
Heroic are actually not in a position where they're dealing with this, which is a little bit of a concern. Because if that wave gets there, they will kill the tier 3 tower.
I'm impressed with you, Gabe.
What?
You called the Revenant's Brooch. Bristle is buying it next.
Let's go!
Would you look at that?
That is super weird.
Damn. Call our commentator of the year.
What a guy.
Crit will escape. Parker now 25, so waveform cooldown is down to 7.2. Snaking might... Okay. Parker barely... They barely avoid...
I see him.
Ward into Glimpse.
Unfortunately, Chen is not rich enough to have a BKB yet.
Yeah.
So that kill hurts. No buyback. Don't think you would want to anyways, but
Skitter's just cutting mid with another Mjolnir Greater Treant.
Dude, they need to deal with this bottom wave. These Treants are going to take racks.
At the same time, though, Parker's illusions are also about to take racks, so do you want the trade?
I mean, maybe.
Parker with BKB could just go in for it, honestly. I don't think they can stop him.
He's looking about it. We've seen him do this with his Monkey King before. It's Schofield out, start to hit the racks immediately onto it. They take him down. Get the strength form off. Now the switch over, and my God, look at him die. But you know what might end up happening? Catapults down bottom. They haven't sent in the Treants yet from Skitter. Skitter is still in this fight. Analog has to back away. Parker throws out the damage of more. Almost goes down. They pop the BKB, leashed up dead Earth Spirit. And just like that, they're going to need to get the hell out of here on Morph because they're going to lose rack soon, and there's the TP's out.
Not the worst result, though, for Heroic.
Yeah.
They do get the first melee barracks. They only lose the tier 3 bot. They kill Malrine as the trade-off for Analog, and Schofield can't say I agree with his blink punch on Amar. I'm not really sure what the plan was there. Maybe he was trying to communicate to Parker, let's just go for the burst, but once again, if you go for this Bristle, you better not miss, because if he gets his stuff off after you initiate on him first, the fight can just turn into a disaster.
And a really quick Roche respawn. It's instantly there. It will yell at him when it ends up starting to get hit.
It'll be 5-on-4 though. No Analog, no buyback. He has nothing to TP on.
Oh,
this is just a dire. I mean, they kill it so fast.
They're running up here. It's
they're too late.
They're not going to be able to get it in time. And that is it. My goodness, Aghanim Scepter now passed over to Crit.
Let's see if he wants it himself. Hasn't committed for it just yet. Now he will.
Yeah.
Okay, so have the double lasso possibility. We did see in that previous fight in the base that Malrine was able to find the 2-hero connection on the Rolling Thunder.
Whoa.
So perhaps that could set up for the double lasso as now. Beastmaster with a refresher. I mean, Devi is up there.
Yeah.
He's ready to do work with his Shiva as well. Let's see what tier 4 token item he's going to get.
You know, I'm wondering if they're like...
a hammer. Not bad.
Yeah. I'm wondering if, like, at the beginning of this game in the lobby, Parker sent out a message to the thing that said, like, Amar, switch sides, please. I need you. And ever since then, Devi's been playing very well.
He's been taking it personally.
Like, Devi is owning this game.
Yeah. Another, maybe Parker's most influential play of the tournament. The lobby chat to motivate Devi to step up his game.
Dude, they're going double Revenant's Brooch. They're doing it.
Yep.
Holy moly. I mean, how much does this solve the problem? Wait, they're not going Revenant's Brooch anymore on Bristle. He's going back for Wind Waker.
So they're going to get it on Prophet and just play the 1. I think it's probably the best solution they have, but they still need the lockdown.
Right.
In order for Prophet to kill the Morph, he has to be chain stunned. He can't just kill him head on, and that means you need to get through the BKB, the Lincolns, and the Manta. Those defensive layers you have to avoid. And also on top of it, Prophet has to be able to hit, and there's a snowball save. So it's never going to be easy.
He obviously, you can't crit anymore on the Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah.
But he does have just a lot of damage that's built into it, and with the Trance, it's going to be even more. Illusions spammed out. The range Rax is going to go down, but look at this. Mid lane 2, Parker shows his real hero. Does have a shield rune right now. Will waveform away. They roll in. Immediately clips it, but they have the damage out. And Parker, he's still surviving through it. BKB out. Now the roar one time onto Malrine. Malrine in trouble, but gets away. Pops the refresher. Can reset if they want. Schofield buys back again. And it looks like that's going to be the extent of it.
Parenthesis.
Cool item.
Yep. He had the Ascetics cap. So the roar wasn't so long this time around.
Hope Ice Frog is watching.
Got some news for you there, Devilama. He's probably busy with Deadlock, but it's okay. There's a chance.
Heresy.
It's the finals. He's probably awake. What time is it in California right now? 10 a.m.?
There you go.
Yeah. All right.
Do you use Doc's Ice Frog?
No.
Okay. Cool.
Yes, maybe.
5,000 gold lead, 17-17. Skidder cliff jungling.
Yeah, I don't know why I said California. That doesn't really make sense, does it?
No. It's okay, though.
It's fine. Valve have multiple offices, ladies and gentlemen.
You never know where they might be.
They could be anywhere. They're hiding in the bushes. Okay, so yeah, they get the buyback out of Schofield. But at the same time, that fight did show that even with a double lasso from Crit, where they do connect on the Morph, they still do not have enough in the tank to kill him yet.
Yeah.
At least not with that setup. Perhaps... Okay, now he has Satanics. I just don't think that's happening right now.
It's really hard
Falcons are confident, though. They want to use their Aegis.
Tavai does not have Refresher with his Roar, but Skidder shows up. Treant there. They immediately pop the Glyph, but they need to deal with this. They're not dealing with it. Roar the Treant, do what you have to do, but you got to stop this pressure. Jump in, Walrus Punch, Analog, backline, finds a Mar, broken, right-clicks in, Malrine doing good work, Schofield dead again, that's a dieback. They kill one time onto the Nature's Prophet. Roared up a Mar, still healing up with that Bloodstone. Now waveform through, Parker trying to kill Skidder, doesn't quite have the damage yet. They managed to back away, KJ is there. This is 2 heroes dead without buyback, and Parker had to go away. Oh my god, Analog though! Manages to take down a couple with Magnetize. So a 2-for-4 exchange and the racks. Oh, Falcons starting to turn up here.
Amar is just I don't know. He's just a monster. I understand the temptation there for the Beastmaster to roar him, but they did not have enough to kill Amar. So the roar is just not really finding enough impact in the fight, and Amar just turns it around on them, kills the Beastmaster, and ignores the Morphling, just pretends he isn't there.
The Sprout leashing is a problem, but the Static Storm down to get out.
Not great.
How did he get out?
Glimpse.
Pulls him back in. Now trying to kill him off. Skidder in, far dead. Some retribution out of the buyback from Analog.
Yeah, it is expensive though, these
Glimpse?
2 buys.
Oh, he's too far away right now to find it.
Yeah, he'll get out. So Disruptor and the Earth Spirit buybacks. And Falcon still disengaged with everybody else in the Furion. And yeah, he was quick to pike out of the Static Storm combo, but Glimpse, of course, will bring him back. They broke the Lincolns to get the Glimpse in. And still do find at the very least that kill, but I don't know if it's enough. So you're seeing it here. Very quick reaction here from Skidder during the formation of that kinetic field, but his Linkage is broken by, I believe, the Thunderstrike of King Jungles, just himself. So. Okay, what can Parker get out of this?
He's trying. Range racks. Melee racks. Getting vision out there. Drinking buddies, and the damage, it starts coming in. Amar TP's in, but he's going to be back too late, so that's a full set of racks taken.
Yep, they value the Prophet buyback more than the Barracks. Can't blame them. the way this game has gone so far, it feels like now it's going to come down to one final fight. Malrine trying to set something up, not really very successful though. That kind of did nothing.
I think what happened there was his smoke broke, and that meant that he knew that it was Invis Morphlane, and so just didn't want to explode, I guess.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
Analog is close to 25.
The buybacks
would be very big. The Magnetize Undispellable again.
It was a lot of buybacks expended on the side of Heroic, and you mentioned at the end of the last game that buybacks were how Falcons were able to win it. I'm wondering if there's going to be a similar fashion here.
It definitely is possible. I think they have all 5 of those currently, right? They didn't use any. There's 3 buybacks down on the Radiant, and 1 hero can't afford it, so effectively only the Morph is able to buy back, which means if Falcons find a good moment of opportunity, they can capitalize in a big way, probably by just ending. Not so much about getting a second lane of barracks.
Right.
We talked about the Earth Spirit being close to 25. Guess who else is close to 25?
He's really close.
It's everybody's favorite, Nature's Prophet late game.
Yeah.
With the big Treant.
And he also just now gets the Revenant's Brooch.
Now he doesn't have buyback though. This is a commitment from Skitter.
If he dies again, it's a really bad situation for him, but I mean, it's sort of weird because Skitter's kind of, you know, this late game threat of buildings, but now also he's sort of focused on being the person that wants to kill the Morphlane.
Yeah, I guess he's just covering his bases. He has options now.
Right.
With this, it feels like an actual possibility to kill Parker. It's definitely not going to be easy, but now it's within the realm of possibility instead of the previous fights. They weren't even close, right?
Right.
Now you can try for it, but as you said, you can also try to avoid the fight entirely and be clever about it. Some good split push could do it.
A very quick Roche. If Heroic were over in that area just checking, they would see it and probably be able to take it immediately before a Falcons response. It was 10 seconds, and not being up on that side of the map might come back to hurt them a little bit here. It is up with an Aghanim Scepter. Think about how much that would change with the Disruptor in the game.
Yep.
Instead, Heroic, do they play for a fight or do they play for the objective? Amar, they run in, they see this Bristleback.
He has Wind Waker, so
yeah. Jump in, roar
confident.
Onto the Batrider, trying to kill him, and they will get him.
He has buy.
Shards, looking for more. Ugh. The Glimpse kind of in a weird spot. Now under control, they buy back on the Batrider. Analog rolls in, finds Snake King, kicks him a little bit closer, but there's the lasso, and now the Nature's Prophet immediately onto him. They're going for Megas on Parker. He's gonna pop the BKB, take him out. That's full Megas. Oh, Invis in trouble.
No escape plan
trying to
for
kill him. Crit, he's dying too, but they're leashed up in the damage. It's coming through fast and furious. Parker waveforms in, but nowhere left to go. He is going to try and get out of there. No TP in the leash, but they have Megas.
Okay. It's gonna... What do Falcons do?
Guys, or what? Oh.
Okay.
Jeez.
Yesterday we made this joke when somebody said lag. That they were just pretending, but it was actually lagging. This might be the case again. There might be a little bit of a game breaking here, but okay. This feels like an all-in from Falcons. They're mega'd up. There's no buyback on the Earth Spirit though, so it's a 5-on-4. Can Heroic hold? They will have to buy back their Morph.
They buy Refresher also on Morphlane right at the start of this.
There's absolutely no way that Falcons can't force this buyback out in 50 seconds. They push so stupidly fast when they reach the base with this Prophet 25 and the Bristle. Look at this tower.
Oh, they're dropping.
Amara isn't hitting it currently, but you'll see in a moment. Here come the Treants.
They are dropping. They're going to need to buy back. Megas, tier 4 towers. They do not have it on Analog.
Holy shit,
Can
this
they
is
stop
so
this?
fast.
You've got to buy back soon. Parker, they will just kill your base. They both the buyback, and now they try and get out, but there's the glimpse. Round one, can they find more? Onto him, Static Storm, it's not good enough, but Malrine rolling through them. Schofield is dead. The roar is out, the right clicks come in, but Malrine, the Wind Waker saved by Amar. Wait for it, tries to kill him. They don't have enough, Malrine. He's going down low, but not dead. The shield crash surviving, no! They managed to get the control from Crypt, but the right clicks are not there. Skinner wasn't hitting him. Waveform, Parker, how much do you have left in the tank? There's the Satanic, the turnaround, 1v5. It's real when they get a little bit of help. Parker moves in, kills off Skinner, and now they win the fight. There are creeps on the tier 4 towers. You got to get the hell out of here, Falcons.
And they have 2 heroes without buyback. Heroic have to be able to just finish the game now in this 4v3 situation with a naked throne. I say that. There is 1 tier 4 tower. Okay, well, I guess Skitter is alive.
I mean, the safe
Amar
play
has
is
buyback.
Roche.
He's going to just run at them immediately when they reach the base. They can't let them hit the tower.
Can't you just go Roche? Oh, this is scary.
Amar's going to go in.
He bought a rapier. All right, Parker's not messing around. They jump in with Analog. Starting to hit the tier 4 towers. Analog under control. BKB is there. Parker hits. What's the answer? Waveform away. Amar down to half HP. They still do not have Malrine or the Bat Rider. They pull him back in with the glimpse. Parker under vision. The sentries see him. They're still playing footsie around here. Will finally pop out, and there's the Wind Waker to interrupt. Waveform forward, tries to take it down. Tier 4s are gone. Manta out, Static Storm down. Parker, eyes on the prize, trying to take down heroes, take down thrones, even up this game. 1 series apiece, and they will get the glyph out, but Amar, nothing left in the tank. With that, it is going to be Heroic taking it. Best of 5 like this, they are feeling it.
Oh dear. Whew! Man, every game so far of this grand finals is delivering. This one was 50 minutes, but it felt equally close to the previous one. It felt like just at any moment Falcons could have done it again, but this time Heroic stands strong, especially the Morphling pick of this game. Just Falcons tried to get creative with their item builds. They just couldn't stop Parker. He was way too strong.
We've got the makings of a classic here. 1 game apiece. We'll see if we can go the full distance for now. Heroic tie it up 1-1 as we head back to the panel.
This game was so different from game 1, but also so similar in certain aspects as well. We started off so quiet. You know, we just came off the most hyped game 1 of a grand finals I remember. And we went into game 2, and I think also the players take off, they were like, okay. Okay, you know, let's see how this goes, and we're taking it slow.
Yeah, I mean, the drafts, you know, they're chilling. You know, got to farm a bit. Who wants to break first? And maybe that was Falcon's biggest problem, right? When you let Parker get to, what, 8K, 9K net worth very early in the game, and it's like, oh, wait a second, that Parker guy, he'd be farming. And here, I think we're already starting post-third Aegis, right? Yeah. Falcons, they feel like they got a good grasp on the game. They walk up to the high ground, they take this frax, but once they move to mid, then they lose Skitter, and Heroic run down mid, taking the mid racks. And this is where Parker goes, you know what, lads, all I need to do is get me to the base, I'll get us Megas. And you know, the entire game felt like Heroic, even though they lost second and third Aegis, they had the confidence to keep playing in the face of the Falcons, never really allowing them to get to the base. And the one time they did, they were able to punish Falcons and send it right back at them.
Yeah, slow burner, slow start. The first like 70% of the game, I would say. Both teams very confident in their own ideas.
Yeah.
You farm your side of the map, we farm our side of the map, and we'll see who's stronger in the end, right? But from the get-go, from the pick phase, really, like you see this Morphling and you think they have no burst damage, they have no really great item picks for him, and they try to itemize, like Lyrical Cinderin, they were talking about that. Almost said Sunspan. We were talking about that, like they went for this Revenant's Brooch, like they had some ingenuity with their approach to the game, but that doesn't help when this man is just a maniac on the Morphling. He's way too good.
Yeah, I'm not one to harp on draft normally after a game, but the fact that you're first phase banning Morphling in other series against Heroic, but then for him to get it in the final phase, like you ban Shadowfiend, you ban Medusa, like of course hindsight is in play, but like to play against Heroic, to give him a Morphling in a good Morphling game, like you're basically asking for Heroic to take it to another game.
This was the Nature's Prophet first phase. We've seen Skeeter and Falcons, even in the hands of Maureen, the Nature's Prophet, we've seen them be very, very successful with this strategy, especially when it comes to late game with the backdooring, with the Ironwood Treant. Why didn't that work out for Falcons?
They play the map very well when they have this tricore on Falcons, where everyone can chip in a little bit. Everyone can take a tower, everyone can team fight, everyone is there ready to fight later in the game, because they have a very good take on the game when it comes to sharing farm. Even their supports in this game, like everyone had farm, everyone had items. Snake King was having a really good time from the get-go, from killing off the Morphling. However, that's it. It's the Morphling, really. Like this time around, the difference is Parker can take objectives. Like they gave him the hero that scales well, is good in all of these one-on-one matchups with the Prophet, with the Bristleback, and with the Pangolier, and then on top of that, he just takes objectives very nicely.
What are these numbers?
They're ludicrously high, but they're high because when you think about the draft from Heroic, at any point, if Beastmaster gets a Roar, if Earth Spirit hits a Roar, you know, even a Static Storm from Disruptor, a Punch from Tusk, like every hero has a way to control someone long enough for the shotgun of Morphling to connect, to then, you know, break it open. And Pangolier, Marine, he didn't have that strong of a game. We saw the stat on the previous time. It was like, what, 1-7 scoreline from Marine, 13 assists. Every time he comes in, there's a Roar. Parker instantly waveforms over, right click. Pango's now out of the fight or dead. So
and we spoke about all these numbers, all these record-breaking performances on both sides. Parker having like always the highest KDA and whatnot, but his team enables him. Yeah. And Schofield this time around, and in the first series, in the first game, that is, like this Tusk. Look at that. This is from the last game.
This is from game 1. Yeah.
He has to die here. Like Parker has to die, but Schofield saving Private Ryan mode right there, jumps in, uses Ice Shards, saves him. Second game. Basically, more or less the same. It was, of course, a little bit harder to kill off the Morphling here, but once again, who's coming to help? That's it. That's all he needed. Yeah, he just befriends him, takes him in, sends him away, and then Morphling can wave for him. Look at this. That's a high. Schofield brothers, the two of them.
Yeah, and that's why you should never look at just a scoreline based on a support performance, right? Like Schofield, he's 0-12 in that game, right? He has
12-11 even, I believe.
Yeah, he has 11 assists, but it's like, it's still moments like that, like just saving Private Parker every single time. Just help the lad out, don't let him die, and then they have, again, insane stuff, honestly. Every game, so impressed by
I'm not sure
Parker.
if it's saving Private Parker or is it Prison Break with Schofield here, but in
it's
either
one of them.
case, it's really damn good performance by him.
It really is. And games like these do make me wonder, why are the games like this so back and forth? You know, we've come off a season of Dota 2 where, well, it was very different. Let me go there. It was a very different style of Dota we watched. What's the big change?
I think there's something in the air in Romania.
Yeah?
I think that's it. Because if you remember Wallachia Season 1, we had exactly the same thing. A lot of all chatting happening versus Falcons in the lower bracket.
We had the best grand finals in the year.
Yeah, we had the best. Like, this is... okay, this now has to be the best grand finals, but before this one, it was Wallachia 1 as well, with XG and Team Spirit.
Technically, there's only one tournament so far in the Dota year, so it has to be the best grand finals.
That's going to be a hard one to top for sure already. All right, guys, we're 1-1 in this best of 5 grand finals. We're going to have a game number 3 very soon, so get ready for that one. We'll see you soon. think it is very safe to say that from this moment onward, PGL Wallachia is the event with the best grand finals. Literally, you cannot say anything else about it. And, you know, we're getting treated to some top-tier Dota 2 here. And I'm going to treat you even more, or rather, PGL is going to treat you even more, because it's time to get your agendas ready. PGL Wallachia, the upcoming 3 seasons can be written down. We got Season 3 in March, Season 4 in April, and Season 5 in November, T-Gov. A lot of it. Like, if you can imagine, with these grand finals, like, I don't know how it happens twice in a row, because we've not seen good grand finals in a long, long time.
It's 2 for 2 right now. You know, Season 1, Season 2.
100% T-Gov.
Stats don't lie, you know, it's there, it's a fact. It's simple, and we must accept it. So therefore, we're going to have 3 more excellent grand finals, if not tournaments, next year. So, yeah. What was I to say? You took all the good points. It's good. It's great.
There are a lot of good points.
I mean, let's be real. It's not only the grand finals. Like, so far, the tournament has been very spicy from the beginning up to this point. Spicy in every sort of way. Like, you just wanted to watch. You wanted to tune in. Of course, we're hired by PGL.
No. Let me be very real. We know that there's some of the top dogs teams missing that we saw at the top of TI, and they're not here.
For the best.
I think that it's such a breath of fresh air, you guys. Some of the games we've seen have been like, oh, they're so good.
You know what you should do? You power seed the teams, right? You then take the top teams.
Yeah.
You shuffle up. You pick 2. You put them in the tournament. The other 4, sorry mate, you watch from home, and then you switch them out each time. So then you have 2 at the top every time. And then it's like the contenders, like who can beat the top teams. And now, like Heroic v Falcons, if there was that one Liquid here, if there was that one Gaming, you could argue that maybe Heroic would have fallen short. We wouldn't have been able to see, you know, the magic of the Dota that they're providing right now. So yeah, I like it. Honestly, refreshing.
You know what actually a big factor might be as well, to see the glow up of Heroic in not just the series but over the entire tournament? It is because they were able to play as many games as they did, especially against consistently better teams. I mean, that's the way that the Swiss format works, right, Lizard? It's you start off against a team, and then you go up against teams that have the same record as you, so you go up against teams that are from your own skill, and you constantly get that little bit better.
I would say that's probably one of my favorite things in this tournament, that we are using this format, because just like you said, you're constantly having some really nice matchups. We had Alliance Navi as well. And
even that one delivered as well.
Yeah. And even that series delivered, right? It was a fun series. It went
really
to full stretch. So overall, I don't know. I'm really enjoying this kind of a system. At the same time, I have to say, for Heroic, I don't think we should take. We should have that take that if better teams were here, maybe they wouldn't have went as far. I feel like the potential in this team is really there for a tier 1, and if they're definitely a tier 1 team after playing like this in grand finals versus Falcons that were owning the full year.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? Because they are able to reach their potential because they are slowly climbing together with all the other teams, and they're just having that better shot at getting that potential that you talk about.
I mean, also, when was the last time, like, again, on social media, where you actually loaded up and everyone from any region is hyping a single player? Like, I'm looking at Twitter, I'm looking at, you know, Reddit, whatever, and it's like, Parker here, Parker there.
Yep.
You know, I felt kind of bad on the panel. Like, we're talking about Parker quite a lot. Of course, you know, Morphling moments, Bloodseeker moments. You know, he's got 4 teammates around him, but the fact that everyone is just unifying around Parker being like, this guy, he is just insanely good. And Falcons, they're going to have to, you know, they're going to have to deal with him. They're going to have to find a way, craft a strategy.
They tried. In the game number 1, they banned him out a little bit. In game number 2...
They gave him the Morphling.
They did? Exactly. Team Falcons, this time around, the opener.
We're going to talk about that in a second, but mentioning social media, I do want to point out that if that graph with all the dates was too fast for you and you were still running to get your agenda out, make sure to keep an eye on the PGL social media channels, because all the dates will be visible there as well, so you can make sure to mark it properly in your calendar as we head into game number 3. For the third game, Falcons will be Radiant side, Heroic will be Dire side. Heroic also second pick, and therefore overall literal last pick, which is potentially important for Parker. Well, that depends if he's going to get his hands on the Morphling that late. I would imagine Falcons is going to address it earlier than that, but we're here for that draft. We got ourselves the Doom and Sand King band out on Heroic. No surprises there. Falcons, Storm Monkey, no surprises there.
Yeah, a little bit different, right? With Heroic having the ultimate last pick. Falcons, obviously, they are second pick enjoyers. But I wonder if Morphling will be considered for that first stage of bans now. I know he can be answered. I know there are heroes that are good against him if he's picked first. However, at the same time, Storm was also that hero. Storm was considered, yeah, you can't first phase this, there's no way to first phase that. And then suddenly he just slowly rose in stonks from the last pick material to the second phase, and we've seen today even first pick, first phase.
And again,
every time.
Another Huskar ban from Heroic. Like, they really just want Analog to play Earth Spirit. Sure, Falcons, I think, have dabbled maybe with it on Malrine, I think once, but it's like...
the one thing that I've noticed from Falcons so far, they always, like, look at the last game. Malrine, he wasn't really on a winning matchup. And they struggled throughout the game, right? Every other game that I've seen, so recently at least, he's always this dominator. He's always, because they have second pick, it's natural that he has a good matchup. And we've seen even versus Heroic, he had that Lina into the Queen of Pain, and now they snatch the Earth Spirit.
This is cool.
Stolen!
But it's also a statement, right? Like, you ban the Invoker as well, another mid hero that can deal with the Earth Spirit. But Heroic's like, okay, you're the Earth Spirit specialist team. Are there only 2 counters to Earth Spirit? Analog, I'm sure he's cooked up some additional ideas that maybe he hasn't shown yet that can play into the Earth Spirit. We saw Timbersaw shut down the mid Earth Spirit in the first game.
Yeah.
Needs to be said though, even though Earth Spirit is played mid in almost every single game right now.
You're going to hit us with a throwback?
It's a throwback, but there is a certain person on that team that would definitely enjoy to play anything else but a Hoodwink. Maybe some old school Earth Spirit crit.
Yeah, potentially. It is something that, even though you hardly see it, you have to take that into account. As Primal Beast is the answer for Heroic.
It's the same like we've seen today and yesterday. Like mid one, he plays the Bounty Hunter. Like maybe it's a mid lane hero, right? Even though it's mostly played on 4, it can be flexed. And yeah, first time they got their hands on the Primal Beast.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Of course, Primal Beast was banned out by Falcons in the first phase. Heavily respected as well in second phase ban in game 1. Yeah, I think for Heroic, it's one of their strongest strategies, right?
And there he goes.
Farewell, Morphling.
It was fun. No, we needed the one game we got from it. It's nice.
One Parker Morphling Grand Final. That was like minimum requirement for a good Grand Finals. We got it. And
the question that still remains is, there is another hero that right now, for me at least, is the most impactful for both of these teams, and that's the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, still in the pool. Heroic will get 1 ban before the next phase begins, so perhaps they want to prioritize that. It's Alchemist that gets removed by Falcons, so another carry getting targeted.
I feel like Heroic yet to play Nature's Prophet themselves. So I think it's more on Falcons. If they want to play it, they'll pick it, but I'd be surprised if Heroic...
I feel like I didn't mean it in a way that Heroic would pick it. I feel like no matter what gets picked here, if Prophet is for Falcons, that's the most impactful.
Yeah.
Like, however, do you think that maybe because they have Primal Beast, they'll opt to not ban it out? Because I kind of feel
Heroic
nice
is
about
fine
that
against
matchup.
it.
Yeah.
I think if anything, Falcons have shown a similar playstyle in game 1 and 2, where they have high pacing semi-cores, right? Like Alchemist is of course strong, but he falls off as the late game goes later, right? And in game 2, they had a Prophet, but they're pairing it with Pangos, Bristle, Timber. Like, it's a lot of early aggression, take over the map. But if the game gets difficult and you're against a scaling core, you're playing on individual, map like positioning and outplay, and that's where Heroic have looked really strong, right? Parker often is playing the scaling core, so I'm hoping maybe for Falcons coming to game 3, they change up that playstyle to ensure they have at least a scale versus scaling option in the lineup.
Still, I mean, if there is no Morphling, I feel like Bristleback still outscales most heroes, even though he's played on offlane. Keep in mind that Primal is picked, Clockwork is still left in the pool as well, like one of those heroes that you really enjoy playing into him. But Omni Knight kind of throws a wrench in all of your plans. I'm not sure which hero besides the Shadow Demon can single-handedly deal with Omni and everything that he brings to fights. They go with the Clock. Clock Snap, standard combo, very easy to execute, and it's basically Clock into the Primal Beast. I feel like this is mostly the reason why they picked it.
Yeah, I mean, again, like for Heroic, if Divine Lumber gets shut down in the offlane and Parker is pressured early on, you can already see the motions of Heroic having to mount a comeback, right? Therefore, Clockwork, like Lizard mentioned, is going to set it up. These 3 heroes with Smoke's early game, if you have a core you don't want to play Dota, these 3 heroes will kill that hero.
And just make sure to remind people, we did check if Parker played Nature's Prophet, but he's only played it once in the past 8 days in a pub, and he lost. So I don't think they'll pull this one out in the grand finals. But hey, there's no need for Nature's Prophet if you can get your hands on the Parker Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, Parker Shadow Fiend, and it's not like a standalone SF. Like you already see that there's a lot of crowd control coming from the Primal Beast, and you have an Omni Knight with you. Like this is my favorite duo with the SF is still the Clockwork, but now you have a Tusk SF and you have an Omni SF. Like he should have a good time, even though he's playing into Clockwork, which isn't really the best matchup, at least when it comes to core to support.
I also don't feel bad now hyping Parker so much for Heroic when they literally draft for Parker, right? It's my Omni for you, Mr. Parker. My Tusk for you, Mr. Parker. Primal, I will tank everything for you, you know, Mr. Parker. Like everything is for Parker in this draft on Heroic. And Falcons, they have a mid and a carry to try and prevent the positioning of supports and to threaten Shadow Fiend's ability just to stand and right-click in the fight.
Yeah, do you need to do something armor-wise in order to deal with that?
You can buy some barriers as well. Some armor too is obviously nice. You can't pick certain heroes into him, but maybe Bristleback isn't the best option any longer. Like when you look at these heroes, like you have the Primal Beast, you have the SF in the lane itself. I know Amar is very capable coming from that offlane with the Bristle, even when he's playing into a rough matchup, but maybe there is something a bit easier to execute with.
I wouldn't be opposed for the return of the MOUZ, right? I think anytime we talk about range...
I love it.
But he's fallen off in favor, I think.
I love it. My only problem here is there's a lot of save from the Omni. But if you can layer that Mars with something extra, like have a couple of these big ultimates, these big circles, then perhaps Omni Knight is going to get caught in one of those and he won't be able to reach the SF and save him.
Yeah. That's why Heroic is so annoying to play against, because we're talking about that one jump, that one find. It's always then layered with, there's a Tusk as well and a Primal, and it's really hard just to get to the key target you want to get. And we kind of forgot about Medusa a little bit, but it is the outscaling core. It's what I kind of asked for Falcons coming into Game 3. They've gone for, you know, layering aggression, not with the late game really in mind. And this time, late game, boom, secured. SFE Medusa will win.
I love the anti-mage respect still coming out. You can always have the Shadow Fiend mid coming out and Parker still taking that anti-mage.
Good old Arcane Blink Yules from the mid lane. I mean, why not? But
why not if you can fit the anti-mage in?
Exactly. Like some matchups, of course, break the game completely, and Parker has played that anti-mage before into a position for Medusa, but still. I'm not sure. Like I still like that they went for Medusa, because this is the first time in this series and in the previous one where Falcon met Heroic, where we will see position 1 for the late game on both sides, not something that Falcons are playing like kind of sharing the load between the 3 of them. No. This time around, let's see if Skitter can actually out carry Parker.
And Heroic, they have ultimate last pick, so if they want Analog to play a team fighting hero, then they can go for like a Pangolier. If they want a hero to just break the map and be annoying, then like a Broodmother mid can also be fine. Earthspirit, yes, you play into it well in the mid to late game, but still laning, you will concede your tower, you'll draw heals to you.
I really don't mind the Pango idea, but there are some problems, right? Like the heroes that he's playing into. However, he could build, they ban it. Because of him building Diffusal, he's so valuable, so they ban it out.
So what's the Amar hero now? Again, the Mars was banned, Beast was banned.
Something maybe simple like a Centaur also comes into my mind.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
If this was 33, it would be an instant Visage pick. But unfortunately, they aren't playing it that much, or at all.
It's a big contrast again in regards to how much bonus time the teams have left.
Oh, the Brood on the other side.
The Brood coming out.
Hold for it for Heroic, but Team Falcons, they have played the Brood before. They played it on offlane, right? And they had a pretty good time with ATF Brooding.
I'm not opposed to it, because I think the Brood now complicates Heroic a little bit. Laning phase, Tusk Shadow Fiend, if that is the lane, sure, Omni Shadow Fiend as well, is very strong, right? But as soon as you hit ultimate on Brood, you get the spiders. That's when Shadow Fiend needs help. And now you're dragging Divine Llama from the offlane into where Brood's playing. And often the Primal or Divine Llama wants to be off on the map doing his own thing, running around. But now he's forced to, where Amar goes, he must go. If not, you will lose that area.
It's just that now you have two problems. Like, these heroes are basically problematic heroes. Like you have to deal with them in your draft. You can't just draft for yourself. It's not only the Medusa, now you have the Brood problem as well.
Yeah.
Primal Beast, at least is a hero that can lane against her a little bit later on. Like, he can show up to the lane, trample some spiders, run away, sure, but it's not a great team when it comes to defeating the Medusa.
And this is where now a lot of the analog heroes would have been pretty good here. Like the Alchemist mid would have secured the late game for Heroic. You don't really care too much because Falcons, it's a lot of farm and then playing behind Brood.
What are your ideas? Like, I'm seeing the Alchemist that's banned, maybe a Timber that is still in the pool, right?
Yeah, again, they could do Timber. Timber
good versus
well.
Earth Spirit, good versus Medusa. Like, overall, it looks like a really good game, unless they don't feel comfortable on him.
Lockdown would then be a problem. You'd have fun for 15, 20 minutes, and then once items kick in for Falcons, you're like, I wish I had that extra stun for that Medusa.
You know, we've gone a long way from the beginning of the tournament when people weren't drafting stuns at all.
Yeah.
We were actually considering this. Lockdown, guys, lockdown.
Again, stun-wise, then like Void Spirit and these heroes would rise up again for Heroic, if that's what they want, because you can go well against Earth Spirit, you mirror his rotations, you can hunt the Brood early.
What is it gonna be? It's gonna be Darkseer coming out. And that would mean the Primal goes to that
Primal
mid lane?
mid, yeah.
Okay, sure. I mean, that's quite a nice switch up, right? Like, we're talking about mid laners that maybe could do it, maybe couldn't. We were kind of struggling to find it, but just put the Primal mid and allow for the Darkseer Medusa matchup, and it complicates the build a little bit for Medusa. She can't just go, I'm always going Butterfly, right? But yeah, no, I like it. It's a nice change up from Heroic.
I love it. I mean, it throws another problem now towards Team Falcons. However, there are some solutions. I feel like for this Darkseer, I want to see one of the supports on Team Falcons. I know it's silly, just buy a Dagon. Make sure that the Medusa isn't their strongest carry. Like, this is something that's very easy to fix if you saw it before, or if you come up on the spot to that solution. Because Dagon just completely negates the fact that Darkseer, vacuum wall Medusa kills everyone. No. You just kill that illusion and you run away.
We'll see if they'll go for that route. I also want to point out that for the third time in a row, Schofield gets his hands on his tusk. Saves are incoming. We've seen a very big shift from the beginning of game 1 and the beginning of game 2. I know they both ended crazy, but just focus on the beginning because that's what the teams generally are focusing on. What type of beginning to the game will we have for this? Like, will the teams both be once again just happy on their side of the map for the first 20 minutes, or is there a team that you feel like should be taking a lead at that point?
When I look at Heroic, I feel like they have a lot of potential to be aggressive. You have Darkseer Tusk. At the same time, on the other side, you have this Clock Snap. All they need is level 6 and they can hunt for kills across the map. The mid laners are also very active. I expect an action-packed game.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic have the 4 Protect Parker strategy once again, and Falcons, you got a Broodmother, right? You want to take the early game, you want to have an Orchid to find the Omni, to Orchid him, to stop saving the Shadow Fiend. So I think Falcons have a bit more tempo to dictate early on before Heroic just clump up and become that ball that we have known to become to love.
Okay, well, I can't wait for the later stages of the game for obvious reasons. We'll see in what kind of shape or form we'll get there. Before we head to that third game, we're going to head over to Slacks, who is with Coach Caps.
Go ahead, you're live. He said he wanted to ask the question. Go ahead.
I'm live?
Yeah.
Okay, so Slacks, I want to ask you one question.
Sure.
Why I didn't ban Nature's Prophet and they didn't pick it?
Oh my goodness, I believe that is because you broke the Prophet. You defeated Falcon's Prophet. You're pretty proud of yourself, huh?
That's crazy, isn't it?
All right.
Where are all those haters? I want them in line to apologize.
Okay, we'll line them up outside because there was a big line of them. You dunked on them pretty hard. Congratulations. Big game for you guys being able to take out that Prophet finally. You know, they're scared to pick their hoodwink, too. No, it feels like you're in their head, bud.
Maybe a little bit. Let's say.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about this draft. This is a sick Omni draft. If Omni Knight wants some people, he wants some melee cores, and you have really gone above and beyond the melee cores. Do you think Shadow Fiend is good enough as your solo ranged hero this game?
Yeah, I think so. I think he doesn't need to carry the game alone. I think the Darkseer does a lot as well. And also the Primal. I think we have some good heroes against Medusa. I didn't quite understand the Medusa pick there.
Okay.
I think the hero is strong, but maybe not that strong, you know.
Were you offended when they took your Earth Spirit? Were you like, oh, no, how could you do this?
I mean, the opposite, right?
Yeah?
If they took it, they think they can't answer it.
Oh, there we go. Man, you are just exuding confidence.
Analog should be the one that's proud for that.
Damn. All right. Well, this is going to be a spicy match indeed. I'm excited to see you guys take that last game. I have to know, looking at this draft, do you think you'll be taking this one?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I always think.
You always think. That's a good thing for a coach, always be thinking. Thank you, my friend. Well, this is a badass right here. Do not be confused. This guy talks shit, and he is ready to hit these guys up. Thank you very much. I'll see you for the next winner's interview, my friend. Let's head over to that game and see this action for Game 3.
Thank you so much. Oh, that was beautiful. I love to see that because Cass, he always comes across as like a mild-mannered kind of guy. He comes on, give me the microphone. I'm talking here. That was sick.
It's kind of like the players all chatting in the game when they're winning. He's like, we're all the haters now that said we can't give them profit, you know? Beat it one time, that's when you talk shit immediately.
You gotta love it.
Well, I was surprised, genuinely, in this draft that Falcons didn't pick it.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a team that isn't known to just give up on their ideas and their identity after a singular loss. But they feel like there's a different approach to this game that's going to work better than the Prophet. So that's very interesting to see. And there is a possibility now that this hero does come back later. This is something... Oh, hang on.
Oh, living.
I think they'll be okay. So I just quickly want to mention this because this is a theme that happens a lot in BO5s. Wait, Malrine, what's going on? They're diving him mid with Omni and the Primal?
I mean, this is what you do. You come and take our Darkseer, we'll run at you, KJ.
That is the weirdest first blood I've seen all tournament. They just ran him down with 2 melee heroes mid.
Are they going to full-on tri-lane this? Down here bottom, by the way? I mean, I'm not sure. This is a very strange start. Schofield, not really sure where he wants to go. Crit can probably come close to killing him now.
So you and I have talked about this a couple of times with Darkseer because we're both, you know, Darkseer enjoyers. We've played the hero a ton. This hero is all about getting level 3 and level 5.
Yes.
And if he gets tri-laned early on, the hero kind of just sucks. So at the same time, there's a limit to how many resources you can put down there. So eventually they will move Crit top here to play with Amar. As Davai Lama will get his first experience point minute 130 here.
I mean, this is the other thing that's really tough is it's not just getting to level 3, but it's also your level 1 engagement that sometimes happens.
Yeah.
You can ruin your own game, and I think that's what just happened. Like, all of those heroes running at him, even if you get tri-laned, it sometimes can be better than this, because he came to lane with no resources, basically, too. And now Schofield dragging the waves around. This is what they need to do to try and salvage this lane. Davai is going to pull the next one, and hopefully then they can get up the levels.
Now, the other thing I wanted to mention quickly, just to finish off on the Prophet story, is a lot of the time what ends up happening in final BO5s when they're very close is that one team has an idea, it gets countered, it's down prioritized, and then now both teams, or especially Heroic, I think, are kind of going to forget about Nature's Prophet later down in the series. And this means that there's a possibility in Game 4 that Falcons pick it like 4th.
Right.
That's something that could end up happening. We've seen that plenty of times where the priorities shift around, but still, you see, Prophet will be better when he has better information about what the enemy team is throwing at him. In this game, that was not the case for Falcons. They didn't opt to go for it later in the draft, as they saw a potentially insane Medusa game, which I would definitely agree with. This should be a very good Medusa game. The counter pick of Darkseer as the last solution here from Heroic can play a big role, but it very much comes down to Davai getting any sort of game to begin with. Now, the good news for Heroic is their mid and their top lane are going great.
Yeah.
Primal is doing awesome against Malrine, and of course the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane. 16 for 4 against Amar, 6 and 2 on the Brood. Looking good so far for Parker.
I think this bottom lane should start to stabilize pretty soon, and as long as you can get to level 3 and maybe Schofield can make some stacks, he should be okay. But yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing, as you mentioned, is that these other lanes going quite well puts you in a situation where you'll have time to catch up on Darkseer, and Primal can maybe even make some rotations and gank your lane, because a surged up Primal Beast will absolutely destroy.
That's definitely a very nasty combo. Those two heroes together are a classic. Analog, good damage onto Malrine. We'll back off, though, as the creep wave dies and he starts taking tower shots. And this is something about Heroic picking this hero as well. I think the majority of their games this tournament, this has been played by Devi.
Yeah.
So probably Falcons were already anticipating this would be an offlaner, and it kind of threw them off that they changed the priority around here. May have even been part of their conversation about picking Dusa, that they were like, well, they can't really pick Darkseer because they're going to put the Primal off. And then they maybe came to the conclusion that, all right, well, if they do put the Primal mid, because they know Analog does play it, he just hasn't played it much this event, then they feel like the overall trade-off is still good enough. And yeah, as you talked about, they're going to pull the creeps around.
This is the thing he needs to be careful of. Devi didn't kill the small creep, so it purged him and got rid of his Ion Shell. It's so annoying.
Yeah, that particular camp is annoying for Darkseer for sure, but they get it done. Snaking gonna walk over, find Schofield. Anything to snowball, only the clock.
Devi, in the meantime, trying to play this one cool. Is he gonna go for it? Has not skilled yet. Can throw them up on the cliff, but they're not biting. Falcons understand the cliffing option is there, and so they're gonna step away from that. Now Schofield onto Snake King, still hitting with the Ion Shell, clicking him down. Devi connects it up with another Ion Shell. Vacuum back in. Is it enough damage? The snowball forward, and that should not quite enough. Oh, the raindrop! You can't get him.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's so painful. What a terrible hero, Darkseer. Please buff him, Ice Frog.
Yeah. Only getting last picked, and what's the win rate? Is it any good? Eh.
Unreal.
That hero feels like a lot of the time it's kind of polarizing. We've had patches where Darkseer was just busted.
Yeah.
Just a first pick in Pro Dota. And then you have patches where he's completely ignored even when the conditions for the hero in theory are amazing. I guess he's in an overall pretty good spot right now where he's like a situational choice. But maybe a little bit too situational.
Oh, and in the meantime also, we will see probably pretty soon the Broodmother try and have some Spiderling build-up once she gets to 6.
Snaking on Analog mid.
This would be a nice kill if they can get it in time, and in fact, it looks like they might Analog down. They bring numbers, bring them down.
Great rotation. He did not expect that one. And obviously, you can't onslaught out with Clockwork on top of you. As long as he isolates you in the cogs with no creeps nearby, you're staying there. And that brings back Malrine in the game. He was losing that lane quite hard, but now it's looking stable again.
Devi in trouble. Goes down.
Malrine will pay it back immediately. And now Schofield, no TP. Kick's gonna miss though. He'll probably make it out.
This is the other thing about Medusa is if you get a level advantage, all of a sudden you have to do these weird lane pull shenanigans. Because if you Ion Shell your own wave, Medusa just kills it with Snake. And now you also have this Gorgon Grasp, which is a problem. They're going to need to make some type of a move to help out here. But as they get to the 7-minute mark, Devi gets dove. The vacuum pullback, they should be able to secure the Wisdom with Schofield. They do manage to do just that.
Devi had less experience than Omni, so he got half of the Wisdom.
It's a really rough lane right now for
I don't know if you want to look at that the positive or the negative way. That really depends what kind of person you are.
He got the XP,
but yeah, you got half the XP from the Wisdom. That's great.
Really good catch up there. They also have no stacks.
Top tower's gone.
That's something. I mean, how good of a Shadow Fiend game is it? Because Parker has so often been the win condition for this team. Can he eventually just completely take over this game? Or does he need the sort of the Darkseer to have a good one as well?
I think Repel is a bit of an X factor in that regard because it potentially allows Parker to go for a slightly different build path. Nice damage there onto Amar, triple raise combo.
Kick back.
Okay, though they find Analog
Catch him again. Where's the help? Nobody nearby trying to get in time, and the Purification Repel.
Oh, now
it's
King Jungle is probably dead
enough
too.
to save a life.
They hit a roll.
KJ in, kicked back if they need it, or just kicked to death.
Snaking is owning this game. He is really the MVP for now on that clock. Part of 6 out of 7 kills. He's killed mid twice. He's killed bottom. And now he's looking for his next victim in the top lane. This will be spotted by a nicely placed aggressive ward, though, from the side of Heroic. So Snay probably not getting in on this unless Parker wants him to. Oh, baiting it out.
Oh, buddy.
But Snay not walking into that. But yeah, it is potentially a good Shadow Fiend game. I think the Medusa matchup is kind of bad, but Omni Knight can swing things. You have the drinking buddies that amplify you. So I think it can be good. My bigger question is what happens now? Because Amara has been very quiet this game compared to most of the games he's had. This is one of his worst starts of the entire tournament. But now he's 6.
Right.
This is the kind of hero that can solo Shadow Fiend. If you get the right angle with the Spiderlings and he doesn't kill them off with raises, you can at the very least force a Requiem or a TP out and start taking control of the area. So Heroic kind of need to plan how they want to solve this. The panel was talking about moving Primal up there, and then maybe you put the SF mid, but he's super vulnerable there. So I guess the SF kind of wants to play top plus jungle rather than the mid area.
This is big, though.
Pulverize.
Oh, a little bit of a pause. There was some lag there. Nonetheless, they were able to grab it. Why you pick Brood, bro? That's pretty sick. I like that. Ready to go again.
He is maybe alive?
Purification. Slowed. Pummeled. Degen Aura.
Yeah.
Hunting. I think he gets out. Man. Just barely able to get away from that one. So they will spot the Clockwork coming over this direction. Cannot do anything to cut him off at this point. Snake King gonna have to traverse back towards mid. Feels like the first movement that we've seen from Snake King that hasn't resulted in a kill. Alreen gets the invis up top. Now, a chance to go for more. Drinking Buddies chase down, snowball there. Pulls them back in closer. They do have the Pulverize slowed down by the wall, but still Analog not able to make it work. Purification is out. They still, well, they don't have Repel anymore, actually, so Analog's just got to run. Magnetized damage coming in clutch, and the roll in looking for more. Alreen can reapply if he wants again, throws out the rock, but they're able to dodge.
Analog had insane movement in the river there. He got hit by, I think, 1 kiss from the Snapfire.
Wow.
So credit where credit's due. Crit's accuracy, not the best there, but I feel like that was more about the Primal than the Snap. Just very good sidestepping with the phase boots and the Wind Lace. As you said, there was no Repel to protect him, but didn't need it. And that's quite some time wasted for some of Falcon's heroes. However, the Medusa and the Brood are happily parked in their respective side lanes, getting the farm.
Well, another round of smoke ups. KJ and Analog hunting for this Brood. Crit is nearby, able to interrupt this if the Pulverize play comes out. They'll spot KJ, no sight yet onto Analog, but ready to see a PC crash again in a moment. They run on in, try and get him. Can they get in range to grab? No. It doesn't look like it. Got Amar very quick to get out of there. And it is one of the downsides.
They've brought Skitter up here as well. They want to contest the tower. Snaking, hiding in the trees. Not level 6 though. But Malrine from the side.
Finds him, Drinking Buddies pullback. Holding on to Purification, holding on to Repel. They back away. They start to move in with the Darkseer. A Surge play here could be okay, but he only has level 1. It's on cooldown. Finding a way into this fight is just kind of tough. They'll go for the Onslaught, immediately cancels the charge forward from Analog, throws an Ion Shell, but again, no real chance for a Surge here. Snaking control, but immediately they're gonna break the Pulverize. Now they run forward for Parker. KJ is nearby, can provide some assistance, but he gets stunned. Silenced, able to dodge away for a moment. There it is, Purification, Repel, available. Amar hit, one more punch is enough. Just barely enough damage to take him out. Schofield starting to fall. They get away again. Parker's still standing tall in this one. KJ's there with the GA. The Purification lets him live. Repel at the last second. They played this fight perfectly. Schofield kills Malrine too. They have the wall out now, so the Illusions starting to beat into Skitter. They're taking out the mana. Oh man, Skitter has to run away from this one, although now completely out of mana. Divide burning through her, and they come back in at the end with Analog.
What an I can't believe it.
That team fighting was so good.
I can't believe it. Everything from Heroic there was so clutch. From the save on the Shadow Fiend on super low health to the turnaround on the Medusa. The snowball kill on the Earth Spirit mid-roll as he would have killed Schofield and survived. Instead, it turns around the other way. And they get a nice teamfight victory there for Heroic. It did cost them their tower, but well worth it. That was bound to happen. And all of this was despite Amara finding a good angle in the beginning and finding a kill. Wait, hang on. Devi, no surge.
Oh,
it's close.
Run away. The hook shot. Snaking takes him down. The problem of having, you know, this Darkseer that's been so hampered. Surge only level 2. Shards block off. Nice play. KJ comes in to get the rune.
Now, can they get Snay? Yeah, they can. No escape path for him. A couple hits from Shadow Fiend will do it, and Parker. Can you believe it? Parker top net worth, just like every other game. And here, 14 minutes in. He's got a very healthy lead on the SF. Has the Omni to back him up, and that's what's going to be interesting for me to see about his item build this game. This is pretty standard for him to go the Dragon Lance and Falcon Blade into Manta. But what's he getting after? Does he feel like he can get away with not buying BKB? And he can get just really, really strong. We've seen Parker not shy away from going like Shadowfiend, Sanjanyasha Scotty builds or Daedaluses. He could finish his Pike if he wants against the Dusa. A nice way to create distance and not get petrified. Plenty of options.
Parker obviously has been known as a carry player for a long time, played at TIs, had some good success, but I feel like this tournament has been just his show from the outset, basically. Player of the tournament so far, the only thing that could cap it off would be a victory here. Falcons have put together solid team effort after solid team effort. We'll see if they can manage to pull a lead here in the grand finals, but off the back of this Shadow Fiend, I'm worried about the way that this game is going for Falcons. I don't know if they have the tools to deal with all this defensive heroes, and Omni feels like the biggest one.
I think some of the questions will be answered when Amar becomes more impactful in the game. He's closing in on an Orchid.
Okay.
Which does give them an angle to target the Omni. If he can flank in, we've seen a couple of games of mid-brutes in particular with an Orchid finding a pathway across trees and just killing supports with the Orchid. Being able to do that on the Omni is probably the highest percentage play, but there's still a snowball save. So there's 2 defensive supports. One of them now, Schofield already with the Solar Crest, is definitely going to be something to overcome as the win expectancy here is dead even. Parker walking past Skitter, and you see Parker's quick buy. There is no BKB in sight.
He is walking straight into 4 heroes, and they are running away from him. Devi Lama is off to the side. Maureen trying to roll to get away.
He doesn't have a TP, so this is a bit awkward, but I guess he'll just roll in toward mid.
I mean, this shows how Falcons feel about the game state, right? They do not want to go into a straight-up fight. They are trying to wait for their items to get online before they have any type of a fight happen. And as you said, the most important one is going to be this Brood Orchid.
The Shadow Fiend is just too beefy.
Yeah.
He's got 2,000 health, Repel in his back, Solar Crest, you know, he gets Drinking Buddies.
That's a monster.
Snowball save. And yeah, Falcons probably not even going to try to defend this tier 2. They'll just concede that area entirely.
And one thing I am a little bit concerned about for Falcons too is at this point they don't have a Dagon. They don't have like an answer for the Medusa illusion. She's building Scotty next. These like, you know, stat-based Medusa builds, she will start killing her own team. With all of the stats here, I'm a little bit concerned that when the timing comes that Heroic want to like fight and try and really control the game, they're not going to have an answer for this.
That's a good point. I wonder if we're going to see a Dagon come out from perhaps the Earth Spirit after his BKB. We did see Analog buy it in his Earth Spirit game as they go in.
Maureen there, trying to run away now. Completely out of mana, does have a roll, but it's not going to happen. They kill this Earth Spirit. And Heroic starting to run wild in this game 3.
Solar Crest now completed for Snaking, so equalizing that item for both teams. But yeah, when the Heroic ball is running together, I think these fights are just very difficult for Falcons. And it means that what they need to accomplish is setting up skirmishes effectively, which is what they're trying to do here. But I think Devi is out of here.
Yeah,
and maybe a counterplay.
A chance to turn this back around. Do they want to drop it?
They're not.
Surge forward, no.
But yeah, if you can't break the fight apart, if Heroic get to maintain formation in their team and get to protect their heroes with the defensive supports, it's hard to see an avenue for Falcons to really kill off the targets. And so much of it comes back to what happened in the first 10 minutes of the game, where the Brutes lane got shut down really hard. So Amar is playing catch-up, which is quite unfamiliar for him in this tournament. And they'll just keep the ball rolling. 3,000 gold lead now for Heroic. See if they can get something more done here in the mid area, if they will back off. I mean, their lineup isn't half bad at killing Roche either, by the way.
Yeah, this is pre-Aegis, right? Yeah. They got Pipe now on Darkseer. This game is really starting to get into a dangerous position for Falcons. And I mean, does just farming up solve this? Like, they're looking for BKBs, Force Staffs, all the rest of it. They're going to roll in now on Parker. KJ tries to get their Repel out. Can they keep him alive? Yes. Immediately, they drop down that wall. It connects onto Skeeter. They get the GA out. Everything for Parker as he backs away, manages to survive the onslaught. The rest of Heroic very, very low. They try and run away. Analog will get dropped by Amar. Still in some trouble, Parker. They don't quite have enough to kill him as Devi Lama is going to surge, run away, TP out. Can they break it? No!
Clutch.
Gets away.
Just barely. Yeah, they had to do a pretty pristine setup there from the side of Falcons. So they roll in, they kick Shadow Fiend into their team, they immediately cookie him. But despite all of that, he still lived. They just get the Repel and the GA off. They Requiem because they have no BKB piercing stuns except the Petrify and the hookshot, but I think the hookshot was already used. So fears all of them out, gets back, but still a pretty good result in that fight, all things considered, for the side of Falcons.
Snowball in.
Amar.
It's getting careful about this. They think that he's away, but he is not. Amar just drops.
He might have thought Parker went back to base.
Yeah.
Actually.
And the Shards, Snaking forced to use the hookshot just to get away. That is Shadow Blade done, and now Maureen tries to roll out. Not gonna happen. They got him caught again. Heroic are just completely inside the brain of Falcons.
Damn. Analog's going in game and chat.
First timer Spirit.
All right, they get the Tormentor for Schofield, so that's going to be the better shards. So we'll be able to farm a bit faster, do some more damage in team fights. Crit will try to take away the Heroic Wisdom Rune and will be successful, so it's a 1-for-1 steal.
Divide, does he guess the right way? He will see him there.
Well, see if he can keep him in place. He does have the vacuum in a second. That's a good wall. Can he pull him back up? Yes.
TP out
no
now
TP.
On Crit? Oh, yeah.
Snaking gets killed by Parker.
And Crit is just going to get run down and punched to death by the purple-headed man.
For Staff. He has a Scatter Blast and a Cookie. He might actually be fine. This could be a disaster for Devi if he goes too far.
If he goes in too far, okay. It's also wall down, long cooldown there.
Yep. Still a very healthy lead now for Heroic. 7,000 gold. Parker, an absolute monster. How is he 5,000 ahead of the Dusa with similar CS?
That's crazy.
Just ridiculous output from these team fights.
And now,
I assume he must have been farming higher quality creeps too, like more lane creeps and less jungle than the Dusa, because otherwise I can't see this amounting to 4.5k. Parker just getting more gold out of the map. He will now get the Roche. He will now lag.
There is a little bit of lag. It's for everyone. Please stop. Okay. All right. Okay. There is a lot of all chatting going on.
I wonder if it's this. So if they're saying it's the Brood causing it, I wonder if it's the Spiderling cosmetic that's causing it.
Next time, not pick. Parker's having a laugh. Trying to keep a hold of your carry player in the midst of this. It's a tough
I wonder if reconnecting fixes the issue temporarily at least, but sometimes in the past when we've had these like FPS drop issues with cosmetics, it's specifically been, a lot of the time it's been heroes with a lot of units. Like Phantom Lancer, Monkey King ult, Brood, Spiderlings, Nature's Prophet Treants. And I think there was one time as well where it might have been with one version of Ion Shell as well as causing some whatever, because it was animating a lot.
Yeah.
Just constantly casting. But Either way, I'm up for a truce of not picking Brood for the rest of the finals. That's okay with me. I feel like this hero, I don't like representation for it because I hate it.
It's gotten better though. Come on, surely.
Okay. I agree with that.
Dude, you're trying so hard to remain professional right now.
But
Cinder is just like blistering with rage.
And you coat it in 24 karat gold, it's still a turd. Okay. It's just gold coated. That's Brood. Okay. All right. Here we go. Aegis for Parker. Somehow this felt like it was the second Roche of the game, but just the first one, so no banner. All right, we're pausing.
Nice. When I said Brood's
it will not fix.
when does DC help? Okay, how about you try it and find out?
The likes will stay. I'm Brood.
Oh man.
I was gonna say, what an X factor to a pick, but it's lagging his own team.
Listen, they're trying so many different ways to get inside each other's heads. When I said Brood's gotten better, I could see like your body have a physical reaction when I looked over.
No, so
like,
in all honesty, it used to be worse. I think the worst version of Brood, not in terms of win rate or whatever, but in terms of design, was the one you go back to like 2012, 13, 14, where you last picked Brood, the enemy team didn't have wave clear, and you just won.
Yeah.
It was very uninteresting, very, very polarizing, and it felt like the ultimate cheese. People nowadays complain about Huskar being a cheese hero.
Right.
If you started playing in 2020 and you're like, wow, Huskar is so stupid. Back in my day, we had Huskar v whatever as Broodmother. Well, they force out the glyph here on the side of Heroic, and they will take the mid-tier 2.
Feeling like they don't want to play this game anymore. They are just running at towers aggressively. Take down that tier 2 tower in the mid. A smoke up though from Falcons, who they find Devi is a good target. They hook shot in, connect onto him. Pike is out immediately, and now the turnaround. Analog manages to find the Broodmother. Can Devi live through it? Yes, but didn't get the call off in time.
Uh-oh, Analog. BKB expiring, they have repel.
They chase, they want to get after him. In the meantime, Parker finds the kill onto Crit. So, Parker moving in onto Skidder, continuing to throw him out. Has the Manta there as well. A couple more punches, the break, the right click. That's another dead clockwork. They roll in, find KJ. Snaking buys back into this fight. They have to be careful now. With Omni Knight dead and also Darkseer, they don't have a lot of ways to fight left.
Yeah, Falcons feeling the heat a little bit. I've been praising them this series in the tournament for how they use buybacks. That was such a reckless buyback from Snaking. He didn't have T. At least I think he didn't have TP because he didn't use it. He just bought back, started running down mid. He didn't have hookshot, nothing to connect on, and that's effectively just a wasted buyback unless it dissuaded Heroic from chasing, but I don't think so.
I wonder if they forgot they had Aegis.
That GA is a problem for Falcons that they have to deal with. And you know what item is good against it?
What's that?
Armlet Brood, apparently, because that's what Amar has in his quick buy.
I was thinking Nullifier. But
yeah, I was also thinking Nullifier. So I was like, I wonder if Brood has Nullifier in his quick buy. Nope.
Dude, these spiders.
He has Armlet, and then he has Refresher in his sticky buy. I really hope he doesn't buy Armlet. Or I really hope I'm going to learn something.
You know,
one or the other.
Universal hero, it's pretty cool, you know?
Why is that cool on Universal?
Because
it doesn't
like
give any
stats.
stats.
You like stats, man. I mean, what do you mean?
I mean, yeah, it gives strength when you activate it.
He's so strong when he activates it.
But
look, he can activate that.
Is he actually coming?
Hunger?
Okay, he probably put it in his quick buy to buy the Helm of Iron Will.
Well,
and then he's turning it around, I'm guessing.
We will see. They find Amar. He starts to die. Imagine if he had an armlet to toggle right now. In the meantime, Parker is dying to Blade Mail and Kisses. That's Aegis down. There are a lot of heroes around him. Can they keep Parker alive?
Nice
Parker,
cogs.
The cogs break it off. Schofield tries to get there for the save. It's not going to happen. Parker, you went in too far. And with no help nearby, he does go down. That is not a hero you can afford to lose.
Snaking coming up big. That's just perfect cogs. They create so much separation between the Omni and the Shadow Fiend that they actually couldn't reach each other to get him repelled, to get him GA'd. And they find 2 kills on Parker. The big boss of the game finally goes down. First death, he was 8-0.
Analog.
Snaking just can't stop hitting.
Still finds it. There's the turnaround, though, with the repel. They have the wall down, too. It's more than enough.
Okay, maybe you should have missed that one.
I mean, you forced out wall. Maybe it's not the biggest deal in the world.
I don't think that's what he was going for.
That's fair.
Amar.
TP.
Trying to get out of trouble. Will.
Yeah, can't get that back.
So he still has the armlet in his quick buy, and like I was saying, I think he genuinely just put it there to buy Helm of Iron Will, and then he will turn this into a nullifier, and he's probably just memeing, as he likes to do. But we'll see.
What if he accidentally buys it, though?
Now he's queuing up. Nullifier.
Okay, interesting.
Who would have thought? But yeah, this previous fight is extremely important for this game. The position that Heroic were in was starting to look very, very solid, but one misstep, the kill on the SF is worth so much. And it also is a proof of concept for Falcons for how to approach the fights.
Right.
I think if Clockwork can reliably get Omni Knight just separated from the fight in any possible way, they definitely have enough damage on the rest of their heroes to kill off the SF, considering he doesn't have the BKB. Now, Parker will buy it now, out of necessity.
Yeah.
He learned very quickly from his one death, and this is what separates him from all the viewers, is that after his death to not having BKB, he will actually buy one.
I like that.
Instead of being like, I don't need BKB ever.
Very good.
Probably not a good line of thought in this video game. But some people stick to their beliefs forever and don't improve, and in a way you can respect
Who
it.
hurt you? What's going on? What is happening?
We've all been there. I'm pretty sure everybody watching has had a game where they were like, please just buy BKBs. And nobody wants to do it. You know, it happens. It's not a very fun item.
That's true.
I think in the survey, what's the most fun item? I think BKB got 0 of the 100 votes.
That's pretty messed up.
Snaking, trying to get out of there. Malrine will roll. This is an awkward snowball now, but they're not going to turn it into anything.
Connects on the
Falcons
Snake.
are not ready.
That forced staff away. They're still controlling the map a lot, but you can see these little cracks in the way that Heroic are playing the game. But yeah, he does not buy Armlet, buys the Nullifier.
Now, this isn't going to be reliable for killing the Shadow Fiend now that he has BKB, but it's going to be very helpful against everybody else.
Devi buys a Blink Dagger. After the Crimson Pipe, a lot of good auras here on the side of Heroic. Roche a minute before it's capable of respawning, while Falcons looking to try and take the fight first. If they can find somebody here on this ward, it'd be really good. Analog is a target. Can they bring him down in time, though? Devi is there. Aura's out immediately. Now the turn on to Malrine. They still have more that they can go for if they want. Throws out the Requiem, pulls back in Amar, pops his BKB. And now they back away. Goes for the Invis. Looking for a chase down on these creeps, Parker. Back to farming.
Yeah, not too much coming from that, but at the very least, Heroic maintain formation, and okay.
Have to be careful. Vacuum back up in 10 seconds. Falcons, they're all in the river together, but they've already killed off the Tusk.
Needs to be careful of his positioning now. He cannot be silenced or nullified out and just killed.
Looking for more. They're off to the side. Skinner is there, still hanging onto this wall. Devi Llama can drop it down now. Pulls it back in. No, he missed. Oh, he missed the vacuum. Skinner just immediately left to his own devices. KJ is there. He's going to go for the TP out on the Shadow Fiend, but a clutch miss for
I don't know if those
Llama.
two words go together, but...
Well, it was really important that he missed. It was really clutch that happened.
I wonder how much in the Heroic team comms are like, Devi, that was so clutch, bro. It happens. Sometimes you miss, and sometimes it costs you dearly. They do get Parker out, though. And that really is the focal point of this game, is can you protect the Shadow Fiend? Can you let him play his type of fights? And while Parker did do some good damage, he got forced out by Skitter. They had to GA and just TP him out. And this is the problem. This is what we were talking about in terms of formation. Schofield goes in a little bit too far, gets caught, and look at Amar. He's immediately identifying, if I start running around the outskirts of this area while my teammates are fighting in the center, he's just looking for King Jungles.
Yeah.
And for the Darks here. They're doing a pretty good job navigating around the left side. So credit to KJ here for getting his spells off. But yeah, with that repel onto the Primal, Parker just has to get out of there. And they GA him for good measure to make sure he makes it out.
It might have actually been a silence and not a miss on that one, but regardless, whatever the case was, he got caught out and killed. And now
tower down.
Parker takes down that tower, or excuse me, Skitter does. Parker is up top though. Trying to bait out some type of a move. They roll onto him. KJ's still nearby.
Okay. He's slowed by the Scotty, has to BKB.
Divide kills Amar, he pops it! Oh, the turnaround! He TPs away. All right, that is a very, very, very smart TP. I would have turned and tried and killed Skitter and died. KJ is going to TP out as well. Both managed to escape while...
When all's said and done, they just kill the Brood.
Yeah.
So, good outcome for Heroic. I really thought this top play was going to cost them something, but... With SF covering his own bases, that means Omni can just protect himself and get out. There was no hookshot nearby to stop the TPs. And we continue like nothing happened. Now, it is worth noting, as you pointed out, it was a fat Requiem. Medusa lost all her mana. But we're starting to reach a point now where I think it starts getting problematic for Heroic to deal with Skitter if they don't get him walled. Once he gets this Butterfly, I don't know if the Shadow Fiend can really stand up to him. He's going to go for Daedalus. No, not going to have any True Strike.
And still no way at the moment to deal with that illusion. So if they get it down, if they get it created, it's solid. You literally have one job as Devi, and that's to get a wall on Medusa. And if they can manage to make that happen, it will do massive damage.
King Jungles.
KJ face checking the ward.
That was not the target they went for.
Repel is already out. That's one time down. Are they going to go for this fight or not? Jumps in, back wall onto 4. The right clicks are going to start to come out. They also catch them in the shard. Skitter in no man's land here, forced to pop it out. The shards and the wall are perfect. They're going to run away on Skitter, on the rest of them. Analog, Onslaught forward, beginning interrupted by Snake King. They manage to find the slowdown, and now the snowball forward. Requiem out. Skitter, you're done. Can they get any more now? Divine Llama chasing, finding crit. A couple more hits are there. They buy back on Skitter. Now the big magnetize is there. KJ able to dodge away again, but Amar in some trouble as they hit them down, find the kill. Not to back out now, though. Parker, nowhere left to go. It's a rampage for him as the frames are dying. So, too, are the Radiant Heroes.
Oh, my God, if he lives here!
On 27 HP is just going to walk away. That shard is so good, it slows and she can't chase. Unreal.
Holy, he actually got out of that?
Rocket Flare, Rocket Flare. Oh, hunting, but not finding. Oh, my God.
Wow. Okay. So they do get the GA off, and they immediately get nullified by the Brute who kills the Omni, but job well done, right? It's okay for the Omni to die as long as he's protected his team and got his spells off. This is a bit too late from Amar.
Look at that damage.
Yeah, what a crazy fight. Again, this Parker guy, they're setting him up for success, and they have all the trust in the world in him to deliver in every fight. And it's paid off. That was a great fight, but the thing that set the whole thing up was this vac wall from Divine Llama, right? Like getting the 4-man vac wall, and then they get the nice shards as well. You're going to see it here. It's just a beauty. This catch, sharding off the Medusa. And this is a very different story if Skitter has Pike.
Yes.
But he only has the Manta, so he kind of has to stand here and lose 1,500 mana. With a Pike, he loses basically nothing there and just gets out. And you could argue perhaps in his item build that that's a little bit of a mistake here, to not cover himself against this potential threat of the vac wall into shards to get that distance. And you see here King Jungles, he will get nullified up, but he gets GA off on his teammates. He's already cast the repel on Amar. He's doing his damnedest to stand strong here, but when the BKB expires, he just pumps.
And now looking for more. A break and a hit, did not get a crit. Now the smoke up. Smoke on smoke. Skitter, Parker, they're out of it.
10K lead. They're in on Parker, they kick him in.
Jumping again. Divine Llama, back wall, another great one. Parker pops the BKB. Requiem out, already dead on 2. Where's the rest of the help? Skinner is still off to the side, and the Medusa illusion was still doing massive damage to her. Snowball's there. If you fight around this wall, there's going to be a second salvo of vacuums. Skinner finds him, surge away. The other thing that is a problem in this is this Darkseer shard, Medusa can't chase in it. Like, if they want to disengage, she cannot run through it.
I was going to say another problem is, will the server crash?
Yeah, I know.
Because with every team fight, I'm losing more and more frames over here. The vac wall, the spiders.
It reminds me
It's a new game. It's understandable it hasn't been optimized just yet, but we'll get there. A couple of patches to go.
Surely.
We'll find the root cause.
It reminds me of watching China Dota from back in like 2015.
Oh.
Like lines of marching machines.
Casting Chinese games online on the Perfect World servers was an experience that I have had.
Yeah. Yes.
Roche goes to Heroic. This one is Aegis and Banner, Roche number 2.
They get the Feather also on the Shadow Fiend. And dropping his boots onto his courier. Not even opting to throw it into his backpack. So many stacks right now, and a 15-1-3.
He's a beast.
He's a monster. I feel like at this point, you just, I mean, the problem is like they have the perfect answer for trying to all-in him, right? You just repel and GA. And it can't really do much against it. On top of that, he's got his own BKB to survive.
He's hitting the tower.
Tier 3 tower.
Falcons are not ready. That tower's gone. Parker? Okay.
There it is.
We'll finish it off with the illusions. Progress being made here, and this fight is extremely difficult for Falcons. Parker has the Satanic, he has the Aegis. And Divine Llama getting even more his way. Now a 9-second BKB on the Darkseers can very reliably get in there. Not have to worry about getting Orchided, not have to worry about getting stunned. Just needs to deliver one more of those big back walls and it could just win them the game. Falcons very much cornered in their own base.
Still
have
no
Heroic cracked the code about this team. Most people going into this finals were saying not necessarily that it was a formality, but that Falcons definitely were the heavy favorites based on the tournament and them leveling up. But Heroic have really risen to the occasion and learned from their previous loss against this team what to do. The game is still absolutely not even close to over, but still, arguably already Heroic have shown more promise in this series than a lot of people were expecting them to.
A little trample action. And, I mean, realistically, were it not for a couple of choices and various moves in game number 1, we might be staring at a 3-0 into favor of Heroic.
Yeah, that was a possible outcome for sure.
Drinking buddies walk up.
Parker's in.
This tower is dropping so quickly. As they roll forward, try and find that snowball to disengage.
But
Repel is there. Damage out, feared. Now the wall.
He didn't get BKB or Ghost Scepter off. He just gets changed on the dice. No buyback.
And Skinner completely out of mana because of her own illusion. That's going to be a full set of racks. Easy peasy for Heroic. It could not have come simpler. As they will take down that range racks, move in towards mid.
It could be Megas.
Off the back of Parker here.
How do you fight without the Malrine Earth Spirit?
They chase.
Got nothing off.
The damage is there. They break, they back away.
I think Parker's going to go and hit top.
Why not?
Well, maybe not.
Oh,
they find the
Brood just dies like this. They hook shot in, but they don't break it. The Pulverize still going. Parker kind of isolated, but it's not going to matter. He has Satanic. A turn, they hit. Staking is gone. Now Skinner trying to run away, but you're caught in the shards. He's on the high ground, but they can't get him out. The cookie to get him away. Skinner trying to solve this problem. The biggest, baddest Shadow Fiend in front of you. As they take it down, another rack.
Skinner's out of mana.
They are just right-clicking away. He still has the Aegis. They finally bring him down. floating above the haters. Parker comes back to life, takes down that range Rax, and they can go top.
Falcons cannot afford another mistake like that from Malrine. When he's rolling in, the BKB needs to be instantaneous. You cannot get stunned on this hero.
Parker's been so much of the damage, and they do it again. The back wall pullback. They're going to take him. Malrine's so low, and Skinner completely out of mana now. Died to his own illusions. How much more damage can they really hang on to here? Amar is just tickling them out on the side, but it's not enough. Analog off to the side as well. They'll throw out the Requiem. Parker, in celebration, takes Mega Creeps. They go for a hook shot. Can you really stop this? Divine Llama is TPing out. And Parker decides to back away. The roll in, try and kill him. Wait a minute, they actually have it. They take down the Shadow Fiend.
The damage is done though. These two team fights in a row in the base, very uncharacteristic from Malrine, but both times he does not get the BKB off when he rolls in, gets immediately chain stunned. This second fight, sure, he lives, but he had to get out of the fight immediately on like 400 health. So he couldn't have the impact in the fight that they needed him to. You see those damage numbers, insane damage from the Dusa, but it doesn't cut it. They're just too tanky on Heroic.
Can we just look at the damage numbers as a whole too? Like, not just in this fight, but I feel like in this game, it has just all been the Shadow Fiend pretty much. 47,000 damage done, more than basically the next two heroes on his team.
It's crazy to me that Medusa has the same damage as the SF when you think about it.
That's true.
He's playing against GA, and the SF has been so far ahead on Network and really been in there, but Skitter is doing his damnedest in these fights, just running in and popping all his stuff, but really feels like they're missing a little bit of extra damage in the tank. And a lot of it comes down to whether Malrine gets to play his hero in the fights.
Right.
It's if he goes in there, insta BKBs, pops all his stuff, gets to reset out, keep the Magnetize rolling, you're starting to look at the structure of a team fight that you could win, but just hasn't been the case the last two times.
Orchid has BKB,
Repel.
they repel instead.
Uh-oh.
And Amar, this is not what you wanted to have happen.
Shot.
They force out, actually the hook shot.
Okay, they also got the wall, and this was not on Dusa this time.
Needs to run away. Analog, does he get stunned? Yes. He's caught and actually gonna die. Oh, hold on.
Off on the side, they're killing Schofield.
Is this a chance for a comeback here? I mean, they don't have buyback on Primal. Also, Medusa now has MKB, so she can kill her own illusion.
These Megas, though.
It's really hard.
It's... If they had even one barracks left, I would be much more of a believer, but this one is going to be a true challenge no matter what. It is the makings of something that they find that kill. And Medusa, yes, she is one of the best heroes against Mega Creeps. It's giving them 24%.
I mean, it's not a good one-to-one matchup. The Shadow Fiend against the Medusa. Falcons.
I have not seen that this game.
Well, okay, that's fair.
But theoretically, yes. I guess it helps when your Shadow Fiend is like 5,000 to 10,000 gold ahead the whole game.
Yes.
That'll offset some potential issues. But now that both heroes are starting to max out, that is a potential concern. Shadow Fiend doesn't really have much more room to grow. The Medusa can still get the Ags. I guess Shadow Fiend can also still get Ags. But yeah, ultimately, you would imagine Medusa will pull ahead. But there's just so many X factors. Omni Knight offsets the matchup quite a bit. The fact that there's more auras on the Dire also helps. With the Darkseid having both Crimson and Pipe.
He has the wall cooldown too, so can throw that out much more often.
Every minute now instead of every 100 seconds.
Can grab allies with the Earth Spirit. So a way that Malrine can maybe keep this Medusa out of the wall.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually very useful here, using it to reposition the Medusa, but it obviously is only going to work in those situations where he's not in the middle of the fight himself.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time that feels like what needs to happen. I think Malrine's job in this game on his hero is to get the fight started. Just go in there, pop your stuff, become the center of attention, find a way of navigating the fight and getting out again, resetting, and then Clockwork can come in. You need to keep the heroes isolated so Medusa can hit.
Another thing here is they don't have any more racks to lose.
Amar.
So that's helpful as well.
Yep. Eternal Envy. He's a big enjoyer of that.
Yeah.
He's watching this game. He's like, this is over. Falcons won. They got Mega.
Now is your time to shine. 45 minutes in and only an 8,000 gold lead. You can see Heroic in terms of their change in demeanor and how they're playing. Never mind, Parker's hitting buildings from the low ground, okay? They're still very confident.
Well, he is taking them from the low ground.
That's true, yeah.
You're not wrong.
A Blink Dagger done for Snapfire.
What is the idea? Just blink Cookie out Dusa, play far behind the fight with your kisses, I guess?
It is a little bit of a different look than I was anticipating.
I mean, in the past when Snapfire support went blink, it was because of the Scatterblast stun.
Right.
But Dusa, or Snapfire doesn't have that anymore. So,
I mean, it's been a while.
I guess just overall mobility and being able to save people with the Cookie has to be it. There is a world where you could have bought Ags for the same purpose, but...
Also, another time now where Heroic have the option to go back and hit Roche, but trying to control this side of the map instead.
Yeah.
They are not smoked, and Falcons up on a high ground.
Parker's silver edging in. He has a moon shard as well. Okay, let's just hit the building, shall we?
Okay. Sure.
Well, now they could Roche.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, they're going to pulverize Malrine.
Find him. Oh,
back misses.
Not where they wanted it. Now the Walrus Punch. Now Schofield is dead. Is going to fall.
Just barely. Parker.
Going in to hit the tier 4s again. A very weird series of events, and that's Aghanim's delivered. Enchant Remnant tries to force away. Immediately going to go for the Requiem run out. TP out. Can they get there in time to break it? No. And, I mean, Hookshot used bottom, so fair enough. But it does beg the question, do they need to do this?
No. But it sure as hell is fun.
That's true. You're not wrong. All right. Shirley Roche. It does not feel like in this series Heroic have valued it that highly.
No.
Because now they're taking a fight here.
Okay. They are getting out, though, so this Medusa illusion actually getting mana burned by the cogs. That's one way to kill it.
Sure.
It's gone. It's not that big of a deal, though, to throw out a casual wall like this now that it's a 60-second cooldown, though. So
true enough.
Not really a big deal here.
And at the end of the day, Falcons are still mega'd. It's crazy to me that somehow in this time period, though, Falcons have been able to, like, lower the gap.
Yeah. Well, Heroic have run at them and died a couple.
That's fair.
So that's...
So this will go down, an Aghanim Scepter in hand. It feels like Tusk would be pretty good for this one. The other option, of course, is KJ getting it and having global GA, but they're going to go for Analog. Or I'm not sure who has it, actually. They're still passing it around.
They gave it to Darkseer, right?
Interesting.
Normal punch. Get a reliable Medusa illusion.
Yeah.
Not bad. Oh, they find Malrine.
Tries to go in for the punch. TP out. Did not save the Walrus Punch.
What? Didn't you have it the whole time?
Ghost Scepter. Just wearing
Oh, he was Ghost. Okay, okay. Yeah, I got confused. I was like, what the hell? There's no way he messes that up. All right.
So
he gets out.
We'll have the Medusa illusion with the punch. The one thing that does sometimes happen, I feel like, is that you end up putting yourself in a bad position as Darkseer to get the punch, and then you just die.
That's where his BKB is quite handy, though.
Yeah.
I think you can pretty confidently get it. Malrine. This time he won't have BKB.
Very slowed by, and they drop the wall. Already down. Parker looking for more. Walks up high ground. Vacuum back. Jump in. Pulverize there. Immediately broken. Snaking in. Skinner doing good damage. Trying to onslaught to get away. Schofield still playing around with them a little bit. And now Parker walking into Falcon's base. They're still kind of chasing them and zoning them out as Parker hits the tier 4 towers. Nullifier down, Schofield in trouble, Repel is there. still waiting for an opportunity. They break and hit, and Shadow Fiend forces them back, but that's a BKB from Medusa. Will back away, though.
Malrine!
Damage down, Malrine is dead! Skinner was battling Parker. In the meantime, they don't get what they need. Disarm now onto Medusa. Analog tries to back away. Amar looking for a target. Immediately out. They find him again. Parker is down low. He's dead once. They get the punch now onto Amar, but look at him. KJ is getting destroyed. Needs to go for the surge away. Able to get a little bit of separation, and the slow keeps him alive. Barely walking away from that one. A buyback from Schofield. And
Falcons hold.
Yeah, they're still hanging on.
They didn't really lose much on that. Their tier 4s are still alive. I mean, Parker did some damage to the bottom one, but they didn't really progress the game. And that's their Aegis down. Clockwork has a Hex?
Oh my god. Another way to deal with the illusions.
Yep. It'll help.
Oh man. Oh, Skitter.
They're in there.
Shards.
Good shards.
Runaway Gorgon Grasp. Still hits him. Now
Nullifier.
Nullifier has BKB, might need to pop it, hanging on to it for the moment. They throw it out once and now trying to walk away. They will manage to get the Shadow Fiend out without popping BKB. Dude, I don't know if I can handle these games. This is so stressful. What the hell? How are these players playing this?
It's only Falcons' 3rd game of the day.
That's true.
It is Heroic's 6th, but you could argue that they've gotten used to it already. Although their series against Tundra was not... Every game was not like this.
No.
So...
52 minutes in, and we have come to expect from these two teams. Mega creeps, looking for comebacks, getting to 60-minute items. Parker now has bottled an amplified damage rune. And we have seen him be willing to just pop BKB and hit buildings. I don't know if he wants to do it here.
The other thing is we're reaching a point in the game where we should start theorizing some rapiers, right? Because Medusa is going Swift Blink over it. Shadow Fiend is... I mean, it's Parker. He buys a rapier every game, so he's probably getting it eventually.
True.
Basher on Brood. Big item here, actually.
Octarine Core for Darkseer and a Dagon being built for Snapfire. So finally coming in with that answer. Medusa illusions hard to deal with. Rocket Flare out, the punch, the wall, down onto Skinner, vacuum back, caught in the cogs. Look at the damage come out. Snaking has to go for the Ghost Scepter and then the walk away because these illusions hit mighty hard. And now they run in, Analog able to get control over Clockwork for the moment. They have the Pulverize onto Skinner, try to hit, see if they can kill her. BKB wearing out, the heal comes in, Parker staying alive, and there's the damage that they need. Medusa in trouble, disarm, dead. Does have buyback. They're gonna TP out. Try and run away. If they all get out from here, this is terrible for Falcons, but the roll-in is there. Devi Lama pops his BKB, goes for the surge runaway, and they will be able to kill this Omni Knight. That's 2 heroes dead. Schofield, does he get back? Oh, first hit bash! And dead for 2 minutes, no buyback.
That is such a heads-up TP out from Parker, though. I really like that play. He knew the Skitter buyback was coming. He was just getting out before it got too late. He had used everything, so he really didn't want to stay around for that fight. And sure, he's selling 1 or 2 teammates, but keeping the Shadow Fiend alive is paramount in this situation. They got what they came for with the Medusa kill and the buyback forced. And they'll disengage. It is worth mentioning at this point, we haven't talked very much about him. This game has been relatively quiet for his standards. Amar is starting to reach a point on the Brood that is scary for the side of Heroic. He's got the level 26 now, so he has the Insatiable Hunger talent. So it does way more damage. With that attack speed, he's going to bash more. He's now going to be able to finish Abyssal if he wants to as well. So he will, in these fights, find some sort of a flank onto any hero and kind of lock them down. And that could be SF. Even if he doesn't kill him, if he just keeps chain stunning him and making his fight miserable, Medusa might just be able to stand her ground against everyone else. That's the one angle. The other angle is isolating and killing off other heroes that are a bit more vulnerable, but look at Heroic, they have 5 BKBs. The classic Omni 5 BKB. Not one we see all that often. Down to 7 seconds now on that. 6 seconds on Schofield. So they're all starting to drop rather low.
The other thing that starts to become relevant in the late game that we don't talk about that much is like the necrotic webs from Broodmother too, reducing healing and all the rest of it while you're under them by 30%. It starts to matter a lot in these late game engagements, and the entire base is covered in these webs.
Is it all types of... It says regeneration. Does that work against Satanic?
I am not sure.
Based on the wording, I would think it's only regen and not lifesteal and heals.
Okay, fair enough.
But I don't know.
It's
sometimes the text isn't 100% reliable.
Medusa Rapier done.
Yeah, there it is. It was that or the Swift Blink, and Skitter goes for the hard hitting. Now the major upside to this is this allows him to kill the wall illusions way easier without them getting stronger. So
a Hex done on Primal. Yeah, this is actually, I think, now a territory where the fights become a lot more difficult.
I think this is a take that most people would agree with.
Yeah. Can you stop? Use ulti, Brood, please. No more ulti. They're tired of it. Spawning spiderlings. The great issue. Although it does give them information. They know when he's in neutrals. Look at that.
Yep.
Oh, they're going to come kill Amar. They're just angry at him.
Maybe he's just going to kill the spiderlings all the time. Okay, he killed everything else. Well, if you're unhappy about the lag because of the spiders, maybe you should kill them.
It's a possibility. Just kill the spiders.
Brood first ban next game.
Marsho's on the way.
I bet Amar loves this.
Ready to jump in. Requiem back punch. Pops the BKB. Do they have enough damage to bring him down? No. But they did kill the spiders. Got him.
Yep.
57 minutes. And not an easy way to end this game. If Amar steps too far out, yeah, he's going to TP back now. Wise decision.
He's 100 gold away from buyback after buying the Abyssal, so they'll probably let him take a couple of creeps to secure that. Heroic. Still rather hesitant about trying to finish the game. I'm assuming they want the next Rose. We're 25 seconds away. This one's going to spawn on the Dire side.
Another Aghanim's going to be available. I mean, everybody kind of has a nice one, I think.
Yeah, I think the Tusk one is possibly the best here. Just kick Medusa either away or behind your own team.
Just kick her anywhere. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's good in either direction.
The Omni Knight one is nice too, though.
Yeah.
Because it removes the problem for King Jungles to get in, but at the same time he has BKB, so is that really that big of an issue if he plays it properly?
I know. That's
Probably
fair.
Probably not. Roche is up. They know.
They see it, and they're going to go back for it now.
Wonder if Falcons are going to try to contest this at all. We're reaching another important part of the game for the Falcon side defensively. Malrine is almost level 25. Very, very late in this game. But that Undispellable Magnetize is going to start playing a pretty major role in their defenses, as all of Heroic have a means of dealing with it currently. Or at least delaying it. When he gets that Undispellable one, it'll be a bigger problem.
So, Analog at the moment taking the Aghanims and does ingest it. So, more gold into these cores. We'll see what they decide to do with it. Darkseer working on a refresher. For side of Schofield, it's a Heaven's Halberd, as Crit will try and get away. We are 1 minute away from Tier 5 neutral items. Could be a big opportunity here. For the side of Heroic, you have the map control, can try and keep Falcons from getting a set of Tier 5s, and then make a fight happen when you've got yours.
Nice banner.
Where's the banner?
Using it as a ward.
Good. Very nice.
High ground here. Free award.
Don't hit the creep, stack them. No, Parker, why?
How many more banners do they have? Just the one, right?
Yes, they have one on Omni.
No, they have two.
Okay, they have two on Omni.
Wait, they have one. They have two? One? Two? One?
They have one.
One. Okay.
Very good, Syndred.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm just starting to see double. 60 minutes.
Let's see it. Clockwork caught. Primal just pounding him to death. A lot of lag there as Snake King starts to fall. He has a Hex, because that's a thing. And now Divine Llama shows up. That should be enough to secure the kill.
Misses the hook shot on the cam.
And no creep there. And one punch, Snake King is done. Amar getting out onto Ancients, actually. And it's an Apex for Shadow Fiend. 5H6 servers. He's a very big Shadow Fiend. He hits mighty hard right now with this Apex. 637 damage on the Shadow Fiend. As of yet, no other tier 5 neutrals claimed. Maybe this will be enough where Parker feels confident to walk on in and hit the building. Requiem out immediately there. Buyback comes from Clockwork. They roll in with Maureen, able to find him, but the repel has already come out. Now Amar starts to drop a little bit low as they back away. Another round of the Requiem. In the meantime, Illusions are hitting the Ancient, and Parker Illusions are hitting the Ancient. They need to deal with this. Roll in, trying to find him. Parker turns, punches Maureen, killing himself on Maureen. All of Heroic is going to try to run away. Schofield, in the meantime, cannot get away from Amar, but when Parker shows up and now they snowball to the creeps, they have some good damage there. Vacuum crit inside of those shards, but Parker has already killed them.
The creeps are winning.
The creeps are taking it down. The Ancient is exposed. At this point, you can probably just BKB and walk in, although the Hex, the turnaround, forcing out that surge, and then the GA. Analog has Amar, gets that kill. Now the buyback comes that direction as well. Skitter's still hitting very hard, does manage to kill the Tusk. Parker goes for the all-in play, but they're gonna pop the clip. Wait a minute, Parker has to back out. They got him controlled, the bash is there, the break, the damage. Do they have enough? Yes, that's one life down. Analog trying to stop all of this. They have the disarm, but Skitter still hitting. The Ancient, though, it's still being hit by these creeps. Can they get damage onto it? Parker tries to run away. Skitter is out.
The creeps are winning.
The creeps are winning, and they get it. The creeps of all greatest in the end take it down, and Heroic go up 2-1 in this series.
It is what it is.
This 1 hour game.
Oh,
it felt,
man.
This 1 hour game felt like it was 80 minutes because of the lag. It's like everything happened in slow motion, even though it obviously doesn't. But man, there were some Dota things happening here. Unfortunately, that did make that a bit of a mess. But ultimately, Heroic, with their early megas, do get the job done. I don't know how long that mega's for. It feels like 20 minutes, but
well,
they get there.
Gonna take a nap. Falcons on the back foot. We'll see if they come up with answers in this game 4 as we head on back to the panel.
I really hope we won't have a Broodmother in our next game. But that aside, they do it again. I don't even know how it gets to those points in the game 3 times in a row. Heroic now also on match point for the first time in history. We could have a South American team winning a grand finals at an international LAN. There is so much to break down from the game 3 we just witnessed, starting with the very confident Coach Calves after the draft was done, all the way through with Parker's Rampage, and in the end, of course, the Ancient falling here with Lizard and T-Gov, breaking the madness down as best as we can, Lizard, because there's a lot happening in games like this.
Yeah, there was a lot of happening, sometimes in slow motion as well, but it was an amazing game nonetheless. I have to touch up on his confidence. I feel like sometimes it can bite them back, right? Like the overconfidence leaving the Nature Prophet through. This time around, it definitely did not. Like they let it go through. They had a good plan if it gets picked up. And honestly, I liked what they drafted. I liked this SF. I wasn't really sure because a lot of people were like Medusa matchup. Sure, but this isn't Medusa versus SF matchup. Just look at these heroes on Heroic that are supporting the Shadowfield. Parker was an absolute beast, but there's a lot to talk about here, right?
I mean, there's so much to talk about, right? Already from the laning phase, Heroic take the off-lane tower of Falcons at like minute 8. Often you get to see Broodmother at least take over the top lane and force Shadowfield to jungle, but no, they crushed the lane on Heroic, and then throughout the entire game, it was this constant back and forth, trying to whittle down Falcons. Even when they got like the racks, then Parker's like, okay, I'm just going to walk in and quickly hit a little outpost area, or I'm going to go hit a tier 4 whilst you're not paying attention. Like, they're constantly just whittling down Falcons, and then when they do jump Parker, it's either a Darkseer Surge, or a Snowball Save, or a Repel, or a Guardian Angel, and it's just death by 1,000 cuts. And Heroic, they just keep allowing, or keep propping up Parker to get this. But again, the team is doing it. Of course, we keep praising Parker, but
they're just putting everything into him. Like Sind and Lyrical, they were like, where is he getting this gold from? How is he suddenly 5k ahead? And I'm checking the game, I'm watching the way he's playing. Omni Knight is literally, he presses the move button and he presses on the SF, and that's all he's doing the whole game. Literally just follow the Shadow Fiend, and keep in mind, he had that shovel. So every now and then, he would shovel up a kobold, and it would be like a trio of them moving around, getting some extra gold while he's farming. In this kind of a game, of course, it's very understandable. As an Omni Knight, your main and only job is to repel the SF and save him if anything goes wrong.
We did see also heavy focus coming out from Falcons to try and deal with Parker, and they tried so in, I believe, in very many different ways. At the end of the game, also snaking again that Hex, seeing if that was potentially a good way for picking off the SF. But I think, T, by that time, if it's that late in the game, you're already having mega creeps against you, it's just hoping for a mess up.
yeah, no, that's kind of what the Falcons late game feels to be, at least so far in the grand finals. You're hoping for Heroic to make mistakes, and they're not really making them. Like, even when you go back to earlier portions of the game, you're jumping the Shadow Fiend, and Falcons, maybe they're in their own head a little bit. They see Shadow Fiend, it's like, we gotta go for the Shadow Fiend. We need to kill him off. But Heroic, they just keep finding ways to keep him alive, right? This time around, you know, he TPs to the top side of the tier 1, and it looks a little bit spooky, right? Like, look at the positioning. Heroic on the far right-hand side, Falcons on the left, but then they still were able to get him out, and it's just constantly like this. And Falcons, if they get that one kill, if they get that one chance, then maybe you could argue they turn it around. But there's going to be this clip, there's another clip. There's even a time where Parker lives on 23 HP, because every single time Heroic do just enough to keep him alive. And in this fight, Falcons overstay their welcome, because clearly, I'm going to guess the comms are, kill Parker, please, kill Parker.
He's almost dead.
And eventually, they're like, wait a second, we can't kill Parker. And then
wait a second, we're way too deep.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, God.
The Primal Beast died at the beginning of that fight. Look at that. Like, he's actually respawning, TPing back into the fight, rejoining it, and finishing them off. Like, this is, we don't see it really often. We have seen similar scenarios so far in this tournament, but this is just a pleasure to watch.
And it happens again, right? They go in, this time around they kick the Shadow Fiend into the tier 2, but then Omni Knight's here to help with the Repel, with the Requiem. They disengage once again. Falcons, their entire early game with the Brood pick to try and win the lane, they didn't. To try and pick off Parker a couple times in a row, they didn't, because the support network within Heroic, the supports, the other two cores, they're doing everything in their power. And Parker, he's playing positionally very well to not feed in that position. Some carries there, they just die. Oh well, you're out of position, you're too greedy, too confident. But every single time they go on him, they're ready to capitalize on it. Whew. Christ.
Yeah. We are going to see Parker as a standout player a lot for this team if they continue. I mean, not just playing this way, but obviously also drafting in the way that we see them do. But it's working out, and it's kind of scary when you know. And well, when Falcons know what's coming, they ban out the Morph, they ban out the Alchemist. They know, obviously, Parker's going to have to play one hero. They probably assume it's going to be SF. I think that was probably the other hero they were thinking of banning. Like, he's going to do that on every hero, right? Like, how are you going to stop that?
Not necessarily on every hero, and you need the proper combination of heroes as well to make that happen. Omni Knight was a focal centerpiece of Heroic and how they made everything work for them. And the SF, he didn't have a BKB for the majority of that game. Why? Because he has a Repel. However, Falcons, to give them credit, like, they had one 26-minute fight, which was really incredible. I think it's this one right here. SF, he's alone on the bottom side. There's Omni Knight, there's Tusk. But the way they separate them, you see the Tusk, you see the Clockwork. Look at Clock. He literally just cogs in between the Omni Knight and the Shadow Fiend. But making this possible is very difficult. Like, repeating this kind of a play, it's probably not going to happen. So kudos to Falcons for making the impossible possible in that one fight, but overall, it's too hard to repeat.
Yeah, I think you need to pretty much simplify how you kill heroes, maybe for Falcons, because a lot of their fight is the perfect wraparound, the perfect position. If you watch back that replay, a lot of Falcons' movements is sweeping around, trying to catch him, and that's why Parker, his itemization, he's got the Hurricane Pike for disengage, the Silver Edge, and then with the repulsors, not only is his team enabling him, he's itemizing to survive. He's not trying to be the I buy a Daedalus and just right-click carry. He's playing the I mechanically will outplay you, and if I blunder, my team protects me, so I never actually die. And that's where Falcons, in this potential final game, crazy to say, they need to find a way to actually shut down Parker and the entire support network, because right now they got nothing in the tank, it feels like.
The plan for Falcons, we talked about it a little bit after the draft was done, was to go for that Medusa and to have a ultimate late game carry with the Clockwork backing that up. It came close to turning it around. I'll say that. They held on tooth and nail, and it could have gone for another 15, 20 minutes potentially. Who knows?
It definitely could have, but there's a huge difference. On one side, you have this Medusa that's kind of a standalone position 1 hard carry that's supposed to carry the game for Falcons. On the other side, you can't even benefit from that because you have the Darkseer. Like the Vailama, not the one that we praise, like the chat is kind of hard on him, but this game, it was kind of simple for him, and he did all the right things. He won his lane. Later on, he was always on point with the walls on the Medusa, and he made the game much, much harder for Falcons. Like, yeah, sure, your Medusa is strong, but we're going to use them. They actually used that against them.
They really did. Well, I'm already very much impressed with the 3 games we've had. The 4th game of this best of 5 grand finals will soon start. See you in a bit. We're heading into the 4th game of the grand finals here for PGL Wallachia Season 2. And it is match point. Heroic could take this one home if they win the next game over Falcons. It's 2-1 in favor of Heroic. And with 53 kills under the belt of Parker, I think we're gonna see Falcons targeting him or his lane pretty hard in the upcoming draft. I'm joined by T-Gov and Lizard, and I'm very much all ears. How on earth is Falcons gonna do that, Lizard? Because I think this is something that they've already tried.
The way I would approach it, I wouldn't target him actually.
Oh, okay.
Like in the laning stage at least, he's a hard carry. He plays a lot of these heroes that scale extremely well, but in the mid game they don't perhaps do that much. Who enables him is the mid laner, is the off laner. The way you pressure him in that mid game is by winning the mid lane and making sure that Malrine actually has a very favorable matchup, which is something that we haven't seen in the last game or the game before that. Like his lane goes wrong, and after that everything kinda is falling apart. I really think that the key to success of Team Falcons is actually Malrine. Just enable him and give him a favorable matchup. So far in the tournament, they've been doing that. In Heroics games, in the last couple of days yesterday, they also did that. I mean, in the games versus Heroics, the Falcons played yesterday. So maybe that's something that they can roll back to, because right now they're looking much weaker than the day before.
Yeah, I mean, Marine game 1 was 25-6-11. Timbersaw, incredible performance, right?
Yep. And they won.
And they won, yep. And then the following games, it's like a 1-7 Pango. Game 3, if I quickly double check, what was it?
His Earth Spirit?
4-8. Of course, we can include assists and stuff, right? But from your mid laner, again, Malrine being a statement player, I fully agree. It's very easy to get caught up in the Parker this, Parker that.
Oh, that's me. Yes, I'm caught up in that for sure.
I mean, again, he's got, 53 kills, 10 deaths, 28 assists. It's across, even with 1 loss in there in the grand finals, that is incredible. But no, I would agree. Like, preventing the economy of the supports, prevent that Glimmer Cape or that 4 stuff, stop the Vailama from being tanky enough to actually frontline and then to buy time for Analog to initiate, right? Like, if you take away the little pieces that help Parker step up, then sure. Especially on a hero like Shadow Fiend, that without his team, he can be a little bit vulnerable, right? Also just ban Morphling.
Just a little.
Just a reminder.
I feel like Morphling is just such a high skill ceiling hero. It's like, what other hero? Like Storm Spirit that we're seeing right now. It's extremely in the meta, and if a player is really good, like the Storm Spirit, he doesn't need the Keeper of the Light. He doesn't even need a great matchup on the mid lane. He will carry the game. That's why he's first stage banned. I feel like in this situation versus Parker, Morphling deserves the same reputation, basically.
And don't forget, in this last game, Malrine, he has played Earth Spirit, but it's not like the top specialty, right? They banned Invoker to then pick the Earth Spirit. They could have just banned the Earth Spirit if they really wanted to. They could have done an entirely different draft, but they set themselves up for this type of setup where they are forcing Malrine to play his hero early. Yes, you can entertain, there might be a flex, but a 1% chance you put Earth Spirit support in the current meta? And I think Falcons now, they're going to be changing up the strats once again.
There's also the fact that they were first picks last game, right?
Yeah, they were.
And that first pick maybe leaves them a little bit more exposed than they usually like to be, because usually this man on the camera, he gets the last pick. And if he gets the last pick, of course, he's going to get a really nice lane to play in.
I love to see the dynamic on the camera where we know that Snake King and AY, they're the drafting duo, Crit and Malrine were like chilling on the side, but it is Skeeter and Amar that are having that discussion with AY and Snake, and it's having me question what they could be talking about.
No, I think it's important because when you compare Falcons to Heroic are propping themselves up to put Parker on this pedestal, right? And Falcons have always played with Skidder being a somewhat, a little bit active of a carry. He did just play Medusa, but their success has always been like the active DKs, earlier in the tournament, the active Nature's Prophet. So I think if there ever was a time where Skidder really needs to step up and talk to like Aoi in the draft, it's right now. Before your potential last game, like what type of carry does Skidder want to play? Then you build around that, because that's what's Heroic doing for Parker.
Yeah, for this game number 4, Heroic will be on the Radiant side. They'll have first pick as well. So Falcons do get that overall last pick and therefore second pick that we talked about. That could be setting them up for a success and forcing us to a 5th game of this best of 5. But we'll see where it goes from here. We do have the bans coming out. Naga, Siren, Doom, no surprises there. That Morphling, respect must be given.
It would have been nice if Falcons entered the bans. If they knew they wanted Morphling, they should have first banned the Morphling. Just be like, no, we really don't want to play against it. But you can second ban Morphling, it's fine.
And do you think there is a statement there, like, because I believe there is. Sometimes teams, they first ban the hero, and it's like a statement, you're not playing this hero in the series. This time around, it's Naga into the Morphling. On the other side, we get the Razor. Like we discussed this many times. If there is a Morphling, it's very difficult to draft the Razor on your side. So Falcons, they understand that. They ban out the Morphling. On the other side, Heroic, of course, they know that there's a possibility of the Razor, so they remove it as well.
Yeah, we are going back a little bit to the draft maybe of game number 1.
Yeah.
The big thing that I'm curious about, we heard CAF saying, yes, we beat their Nature's Prophet, so they ignored it in game 3. But I'd still be curious to see if Heroic will give it some respect here, because it is comfort for Falcons.
I feel like it also depends on the Primal Beast, if it gets picked up or not. If Heroic can open up again with the Primal Beast, if it doesn't get banned here, I think they might not even ban the Prophet. That matchup looks a little bit scary for them, just because of the pace in which you can play around the Primal Beast, and also, of course, you can always get on top of the Nature's Prophet.
We got the Shadow Fiend. I mean, there's two carries banned there for good old Parker.
I mean, okay, I understand it, but this man has played so many carries on such a high level this tournament. Are these two even the highest one? Morphling definitely is.
I mean, now Monkey Kings.
Monkey King is exactly. And the TA from this morning as well. Plus the Sand King, which was left in the pool, A lot of heroes are available for both sides. Bristleback, by the way, as well for ATF if they wanted to. It's in the pool.
I mean, that's what you get to, right? The later you go in a best of 5, the more we see a little bit of an individual meta develop, and more respect bans are given. And that just gets us heroes in the pool that we normally don't get a chance to see.
It's absolutely developed. Look at this. Like, you have Shadow Demon, you have Pango, you have, what did I say, Bristleback?
Yep.
There's another one.
Monkey King?
There's a Monkey King, but that's for the other side. I'm just thinking about Falcons and their full comfort zone. They have so many heroes, and the Clockwork as well. By the way, credit to Snake King. He played a mean Clockwork game last game, but they go with the Bristle.
No, I like it. I think when you think about Sand King, if it's in the off lane, it's relatively slow to enter the game. You do need 11 or so minutes to farm. You farm stacks, so you move from your 5-minute timing back to the jungle, 6 minute. Same thing for Bristleback. Right? After your laning phase, you don't suddenly run around the map. You go back to your triangle. So now, at least Heroic and Falcons, if these are their offlaners, equal pacing will be set from them.
Yeah. Just when it comes to my intuition and how I see the games right now, the offlane Sand King, you've been on it for quite some time during the group stages as well. From the mid lane looks way stronger than on the offlane. And Falcons, they've enjoyed the Sand King on the mid lane most of the time. Let's see what Heroic does with it. I still feel that Heroic will most likely put it on Dalai Lama.
Yes.
They've already did that today.
Which I don't think is the worst for this team, because they need a sacrificial lamb, right? Sometimes if Dalai Lama's having a bad game, he throws himself into the mix, then Analog and Parker will step up, right? If Analog's having, they always kind of interchange it, because one core needs to take an L for the amount of farm Parker takes, right? And Sand King offlane does fit that bill to some degree.
To some degree, like, I agree with that, but at the same time, if a Darkseer doesn't have the best game, at least there's some vacuum wall, there's some auras from him. Sand King, when he's having a rough game, he's really having a rough game. And we've seen some Sand Kings just go at the bottom, don't Google their net worths, basically, type of Sand Kings in this tournament. I hope that they make sure that at least the Dalai Lama, sure, he can be the scapegoat, but make some stacks for him. Make sure that he recovers a little bit at least.
I mean, the games have also been so long that we might also forget about what happened in Game 1 and Game 2, right? Team Falcons, they were able to build a really strong lead in both of those games. Heroic made a comeback in the second game, but in the third game, Heroic just crushed the entire time, right? You do need to respect Falcons. They are slightly stronger in the lanes and often do break open, but their draft again in the previous game didn't allow that.
I like this red little demon even versus the Sand King. I feel like this is a nice pick. Like, you get a lot of resetting from him, and of course you get that purge. Like, Sand King just jumping into the fray, he can't get out afterwards. That's the problem. And usually you need at least one resetting tool on the Sand King. You might need something like an earlier BKB here, but let's see. First and foremost, they get back the task for themselves.
Yeah, I think, by the way, it's the first time we see Crit. No, Crit getting his Hoodwink banned. But I think this will be maybe the 4th game in a row indeed that we'll see Schofield play the Tusk. I mean, at some point you do have to wonder, I feel like, how strong is this? What is it?
Did we talk about the Prophet as well being banned?
No, we did not yet,
like
no.
We kind of went over that completely. I feel like it's, once you see the Bristleback on Team Falcons, it's really nice to ban out these semi-cores that they pair it with. Prophet definitely fits the bill.
After the previous game, we also showed the kind of the footage of Schofield's Tusk, right? He keeps playing Drinking Buddies. He isn't playing tag team. He is saving. He's enabling. And everything that we mentioned about Heroic, it plays towards Tusk. It was one of the best heroes at TI. And Schofield's still emulating that in his performance so far. But what to pair it with? Another support pick here? Do they want to reveal anything too early? I would assume that it's going to be the KJ hero.
Why not?
Unless, again, this is normally where like the Earth Spirit Prick or something comes into play to
It's
be
KJ,
strong. But,
KJ Enchantress. One of the heroes that I actually feel like this is way out there, right? But Enchantress actually has a pretty good win rate against Bristleback. Around 70% in the tournament.
Any pure damage is important. High range as well.
Like you have high range, you step away from him, but there's also this fact that he can't whittle you down that easily in the laning stage. Like you've got your healing wisps to work with, the nature's attendance, also you go for the facet. Overall, it feels good to play into him.
I'd assume this is just a Bristle offlane for Falcons. I don't think they need to be creative with it. Therefore, again, we want Malrine to have the counter pick for them to feel strong, and
I think one of the reasons why this is picked isn't only
it's for Malrine, I think. Not to play, but for him to get the counter pick.
Also, the Enchantress. Do you really want to play into Ench Alchemist on that lane? It could be a little bit rough even for the Bristle, but they go with the Dark Willow. By the way, the hero that we were talking about a little bit earlier hasn't been touched recently. I feel like teams kinda forgot about the Dark Willow. Hoodwink is banned, crit. I think he's gonna be very happy with this one though.
Yeah, Heroic have done really well though in kind of that one smoke comeback, right? That one big action. I am a little bit worried that their first 3 picks into the 15-20 minute timing of like Radiance BKB Alk, Bloodstone, Bristle, their current 3 heroes don't do the damage. They need an extra couple heroes really to obviously do that. So
one thing that Heroic have also done well though so far is find Parker's ultimate carry, like the ultimate win condition. Alchemist most of the time isn't the ultimate win condition. So maybe they can switch things up a little bit again and get something that can play well into him. They played it in game number 1.
About the Monkey King again, right?
First and foremost this. Like I was thinking about this when the Enchantress was picked. Like why not? You're playing now even into a better... at that point you only saw the Bristleback, now you see the Alchemist as well.
Do you have preference on who plays the Sand King and who plays the Timbersaw? Because both of them can play either.
I would just rather have... You don't see the matchup, right? So right now I feel like it's much easier to put the Sand King on the mid lane and Timber on off lane. Just because you don't see the matchup. Like for the Timbersaw, you know you're going to be playing into the Alchemist. Not really... Alchemist right now is a strong laner, but into a Tusk Timber, I think he isn't. Tusk Timber should be absolutely fine in that lane.
Yeah, depending on the lanes for sure. But I think if you had free choice and you didn't care about the lanes, then I think Divine Lama Timbersaw, very powerful, one of his entry heroes in his pro career. And then everything we mentioned about the pacing of a Sand King, allow Analog to be that space maker from the mid lane. But it's also on Falcons if they can find a hero that will maybe pressure that and force that to be changed up. Of course, right, banding at the Husker once again.
Yeah, the last ban they've made so far was Earth Spirit. Now, of course, in the next stage of the ban phase.
All right, so Parker, you get overall last pick. Well, not overall. You get last pick for your team. You know what lane you're up against. You know your carry matchup.
That was one.
Muerta's out.
That was a really good one as well, because it kind of outscales the Alchemist. It's also really damn good into the Bristle. We've seen what she can do today already.
We know he loves TA, but I don't think you want to play that too much into the Alk anyway.
I still don't mind Monkey King.
Yeah.
Just
I
the
think that's
stand your ground type attitude.
I like it. I feel like Monkey King is maybe the simplest approach here, but let's see, Falcons. This could also be a bait, because so far they've been banning out Monkey King very often. This is the first time I think we are seeing it go through and versus Alchemist versus Bristle.
And there's no way they forgot it.
Well, they did forget Morphling in a previous game.
I don't think they forgot it. I thought they could beat it. To be honest, Medusa is also a very good ban because we've seen Parker pop off on that as well.
Yep. It's also slipped my mind, to be honest. And yeah, we kind of praised the concept of Medusa in the last game, but the speed in which Heroic played prevented it coming online. With Falcons lineup, you are aggressive, but it's kind of after 15 minutes. You don't just break the map as early as Heroic did. Therefore, like a Medusa would always get to Manta +1 before it's actually important.
Doesn't Timbersaw sabotage your own Monkey King sometimes?
Sure.
I think on this level, they can play around the trees.
I went for like the polite answer.
All right.
Sometimes it does, definitely.
I mean, this grand finals is very good. We would like a game 5.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not biased at all here, guys.
I get sabotaged by many different heroes in my games, and I sabotage myself, but I don't think these guys will be doing it.
No.
And Monkey King, like a pretty solid pickup.
Nothing too surprising at all. As expected, it facilitates the late game, it's strong, it's good laning.
What's also really good is it would be decent on Falcons as well as that mid lane, but they take it away. What is this? Is this a Malrine Shaker maybe or something like that?
I think Malrine, again, he's had a rough couple games. Like he's got last pick, he sees everything.
Invoker is in the pool as well, but I mean, is this really the Invoker game? I don't feel that way.
You're gonna most likely go up against that Sand King.
Most likely.
Mid Necrophos. No, it's not Timberman, no.
There's quite a few heroes in the pool that he still has also a level 30 on if he cares to go for that one. Because the choice is, do you want to pick a hero that's good for the lane or good for the game?
Because also they don't really have team fight, right?
Tango in the end and play the game. A puck is... Okay, this is a hero that we kind of forgot. It was all the rage in the first couple of days of the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, they had no team fight, right? If we kind of analyze the first 4 heroes of Falcons a bit more, there's no real kind of glue to bring them together. They can set fights up, but
they have some combos now,
right?
Like
You
have the Dream Coil into the Terrorize. It's a nice setup for some area of control for the Bristle, for the Alchemist. It's solid. Overall, I feel like Heroic, honestly, I think they're in their head. This draft from Heroic is looking better to me.
Ooh.
But also it's a very good puck game, right? You get a last pick puck, your lane's fine. There's no real easy lockdown to consistently shut down the puck. You need to layer a Sand King and a Monkey King whilst dealing with Bristleback. So we've kind of critiqued Marine having a bit of a rough grand finals after that first game. He can also easily pop off.
You feel like this game, more so than the other 3, he's been set up for success in this one.
He definitely has been. If this was some other team than Heroic, I could even see Monkey King going mid. Because that was one of the solutions that we have seen to Puck, and it was very strong in a lot of games. Monkey King just wins that lane, which maybe some of us didn't expect, including me, that heavily. Like it was a really strong beatdown versus some players. So overall, if they don't switch the lanes up, like T said, Puck is set for success. We'll see just how strong of a hero he is, because maybe these lesser teams, in comparison to Falcons, of course, played the Puck and didn't succeed with him.
I just know that if this game does go late again, Heroic are so scary, right? Like late game Monkey King, Alk falling off, Scardy on a Monkey King as well. Like I think for the sake, if Heroic are to beat Falcons, I kind of want it to be like the 55-minute game, the big Parker performance once again with the initiations of Analog. But yeah, it's a really strong draft from Heroic. But Falcons, again, I think they've got some big player comforts coming into a potentially your last game, and that is really going to help them deal with some of the kind of confidence that they've lost, I think, in this grand finals.
Well, we know that maybe Alchemist falls off a little bit, but the Bristle doesn't, correct?
He never falls off. I feel like he itemizes him in so many different ways. Eventually, he comes online one way or another. And look, seeing game number 1, 2, and 3, we're probably getting to game number 5 as well.
I would love to see it, but if this game is going to be at least anywhere close to the games we've had so far, we are going to have one heck of a show. This could potentially be the final game. Will Heroic win this grand finals and take that trophy? We're finding out after some words from AUI 2000.
Thank you, Shiver. Yes, I am here with Howie from Falcons into a very big game here. Now, I have to ask before we begin, did you have a conversation about the gentleman's agreement to never pick Brood again? Did this come up? Is there an agreement, or is it still on the table?
There's no agreement. PGL just told us that it's like something to do with the set. So just don't take off the Brood set if you're going to pick it.
So we could see it again?
Yeah, but not hopefully. Hopefully we can see it again, so because the series doesn't end here, you know?
Yes, indeed. I do hope so. I don't want to see that one again, but I hope the series doesn't end, for sure. So let's talk a little bit about that draft. Their Puck, I haven't seen that little critter in a long time. You know, it's pretty popular in the early tournament. Why this game?
We just think they don't have that much cash for it. I mean, there's like some Monkey Stun and maybe a Sand King stun, but like I think Maureen's a really good puck. So if he's having a good game, I think he can honestly like he's actually the real carry this game, even more than the Oak.
Okay, that's a pretty standard on your team, you know, floating carries, whoever, you know, rises to the occasion.
Is what it is, you know. Whoever's having the good game, I think we're like happy to roll with it.
Absolutely. Now, there was, speaking on carries, a lot of targeted bans coming out this time from your guys' side. Of course, Parker been kind of popping off. Although I was interested in why the Naga ban. It was one of the other ones. It was Naga and Storm, I believe, the ones that weren't specifically targeted at him. Any reason you could share?
I mean, they beat us with Naga last time, and honestly, like I think their 5-player plays. Honestly, I think he's just very good. And if you give a good player Naga, like I think this hero makes the game very hard.
Well, it should be a hard game, I hope, either way, as we are all hoping for the Game 5. You guys have already put up an incredible, incredible series. Better than anything I saw at TI, so thank you very much for that. And we'll go into Game 4 and see if we will be making it past 4.
Yes, we will. We're going to see if we're going to be making it past 4. We're already into the game. Send the Parker Monkey King. It's through. I'm terrified. Should we be terrified?
I don't want to read too much into this and speculate too much, but I saw Malreen's facial expression when that hero got picked. And we didn't hear it in the coach interview. I think a lot of the times if something like this does happen, AOI himself will actually bring it up, but I genuinely wonder if they kind of forgot about it in the end. They've been banning it first phase the last 3 games. Sometimes you're going to let something through and be like, we'll deal with it later. But ultimately, it comes out it's the very last pick for Heroic here, and they choose to run with the puck in the end, which... You heard from AUI there's not the best catch for puck. I still feel like Monkey King has looked really good against this hero in general.
Yes.
I don't think the heroes necessarily have to lane against each other for that to be true. But we'll see. Maybe they didn't forget about it. Maybe it was by design. And maybe, you know, sometimes you just catch a player in a weak moment on camera.
Ooh, Analog given the question mark and the immediate buyback. Malreen not wanting to miss those creeps, but still never feels good when you see your mid buyback at minute 130.
That was really, really close. I think he got baited by the Fairy Fire.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? Sin, they're actually going to beat down Skinner too. Hold the phone, Falcons. It came to play in game 2, but this one, it's looking a little bit spooky. Holy moly, man. They're getting kills all over the place.
Good start for Heroic. Especially the mid kill is huge. This is a lane that we've seen the Sand King lane against a lot of heroes, and if you have a tough time with the Dust Devil facet that he's running this game, you can just pull waves. But now there is a potential of winning the lane against Malreen's puck, which would be a very good start for them.
Popping
damage
stick
down bottom onto Parker, but they do have the Nature's Attendants to heal him up a little bit.
Also has that Boundless Strike at the ready. Analog going to need to go and get a full bottle, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to make that work. And for a second, we also did see Parker with the Simian Stride, but he did switch back over to Wukong's Faithful.
Oh, okay. Right.
So we are not having the running all over the place Monkey King.
Yeah, I think he was debating it because this is the one he has now is the one he's been taking the majority of the time as carry.
Right.
But we were discussing whether he was thinking about Simian Stride specifically as a target, as a way to target puck.
Yeah.
This does shift my opinion of the matchup quite a bit, actually, because I think part of the reason the Monkey King has been so good against puck has been that facet. Now that you're playing without it, you can't as easily chase down puck indefinitely when he jumps away, so you can get the reset with that hero when you're under pressure. So I do think, for me, that is good news for Malreen's game specifically. It's bad news for everyone else, as I do think he's got a lot of value out of the Wukong's Faithful, but for the puck, I do think you'd rather not play against Simian Stride.
Fair enough. Malreen going to be able to deny out one of these creep waves. You did see that Sand King pulling it over to the hard camp and was able to farm up both of those simultaneously. Malreen does have a wave coming in underneath his tower, which he's going to hit with the curveball, try and draw aggro. And that does mean that a good chunk of these creeps are going to be gone. Boundless again, but the glyph. Oh, he did not manage to get the heal up from that one on Parker, but KJ there with the Nature's Attendants to keep this Monkey King a little more survivable, and then he'll salve up after. So a little
breaking it immediately with the Shadow Realm.
Does have Boundless still, so I think that he's going to be able to full heal off
he'll
of
heal on this wave now.
Yeah. That keeps him fine. But An interesting dynamic that we find ourselves in here. As Snaking will get hit, Snowball to dodge, pulls him inside, and a self-stun onto Skitter. Further damage forward. Divai Llama brings down that Shadow Demon.
You've got to be really careful with the stun in this lane against the Snowball. When you don't have a reliable stun setup, Schofield can just cast Snowball after a 1.5 seconds of channel. Damn, Skitter is really getting punished here by Divai. He's, okay, maybe a little bit too crazy, maybe not.
They go in for it.
They just kill him.
Skitter, dead. This top lane is a disaster for Falcons.
Oh boy, have they broken them. This is the most one-sided early game we've seen in this series. 2k gold at 5 minutes. And it's also the first time that Heroic have really had this big of a lead or a lead in general, it feels like, in the early game, at least to this extent. We've not seen that.
I mean, it does beg the question. You always think about this a little bit, but a team that has so much success, how do they handle the pressure when they're down in a series in a best-of-5? Are they going to be able to stand up to the challenge here? Now, it's obviously a team that has a bunch of veteran players. They're going to be able to make a comeback happen at some point in this game, but 2K down right now is a great start for Heroic.
And they have some good matchups later in the game. This time around, they have Timbersaw against Elk and Bristle. And with Divai having a head start, he's even getting the Lotus there. He's just going to go to Skitter right away.
Skitter.
Down to half. He'll live, but the pressure in this lane is massive. Coil.
Trying to find this kill, but he snowballs him out of Coil? I did not know that was a thing.
And Schofield will also just... Okay, he'll also live.
Oh, man.
I think Snaking was about to disrupt him, but the drinking buddies will pull him over. And not only is this move from Malrine unsuccessful, but Timber is ready to go again.
Yeah.
He's full HP and mana almost, so if Schofield sees a moment of opportunity, Skitter is probably not going to expect this. They're in.
Try to chase. Shards are there. Big hit with the Whirling Death. They will disrupt for the moment, but honestly, Divai has been known to go in time and again. When he hits level 6, Elk cannot stay here.
And this was Divai's
wraparound? Down bottom? Oh, the timing. Heroic. They are really starting to turn up now. Crit is going to be able to get the Wisdom Rune here, most likely, unless they can outclick it? No.
Okay, that is big for Falcons that they at the very least defend that, so they get something. Oh, yeah, this is looking great for Heroic. Remember, this was the hero for Divai Llama back in the NADPC when he was playing there.
Yeah.
His Timbersaw was flat out solo carrying games almost in some of the matchups that they had. And obviously the level of play that he's facing now and how much he has improved is... It was a training ground for him. Now these are the real games that you've been preparing for all this time, and he's showing a lot of experience and prowess on the hero, just crushing this top lane together with Schofield. Divai got some criticism in his previous series for not performing to the level you'd like to see, but so far in the finals, I think he's had a very good showing, and he'll keep going.
And dead.
He is level 6 now. Skater just cracked 5. I think it's time to abandon ship here on Alk and get out into the jungle, because you're going to die in the tower.
I mean, Timber is walking all the way home. He took a lot of damage from those 4 stacks of poison, so it's a little bit of extra time that Skitter can hold this wave here. There is going to be a coil, and Analog in some trouble, trying to dodge away, still living. KJ in the area, the snowball, it's ready, and they also have the heals coming in. Analog is fine, Malrine is dead. This could not be going worse for Falcons.
How's Crit going to get out of this predicament?
Is he going to go for a snipe maybe? No.
He's just walking back the other way.
I mean, they're just running at them. Like, Falcons, they're not doing anything. They can't do anything. Skitter is also getting killed by Divai Llama. They are going to bully and kill Snaking, trying to save the kill for somebody else, but does not end up mattering. Amar shows up now, Burrow strike it! Oh, you have to kill him here! The snowball is not in time. They do manage to bring down Analog finally, but the tower is dead at 8 minutes, and Amar is still starting to die. KJ takes him down in double kill. Oh, KJ, the body block's coming in from the illusion, and they boundless. They finish him. Level
Analog
6
gets the kill. With his illusion rune of all things.
Listen.
Oh boy.
Parker had carried them through all of these other games. It is now all of Heroic that are online, and Falcons, I mean, they're getting their puck creeps denied out by a freaking Tusk in the mid lane.
Skitter will get off his concoction, but he is not happy up here. Is he actually gonna...
Oh, very close to dead, and Analog comes in. They disrupt, though. All right, Falcons trying to bring numbers. Divine Llama goes for the zip away. Schofield is nearby, ready to help out. Snowball save onto the creep. Maureen shows up. Analog is here. They have more damage. Epicenter getting ready to channel it. They do kill off. Finally, this Timber Saw. Schofield tries to run. Wukong's command boundless. They managed to bring down that Tusk. Now Maureen hiding away and needs to make sure he doesn't get ran at here. Just the high octane tempo coming from Heroic. I mean,
It's a good defense from Falcons, though. They finally get something going. They find these 2 kills. The kill on the Timber Saw is really valuable. He was 3-0. He gave a lot of gold over. So now the lead is down to 3, but they find Maureen.
You're gonna run out of tips, guys. Take it easy. My goodness. Sin, were you expecting this type of gameplay coming out? Like, is this sort of to what we should be expecting from the Heroic draft?
I think they're doing exceptionally well. I was not expecting this. I'm not surprised to see them do well in the lanes because I think their matchups are pretty good, but not this good. They're just really on fire, and Falcons seem a little bit stunned from the previous 2 games, and they have pretty short time to get their stuff together because this is the current state of things.
Oh, wow.
It's an Alchemist that's behind in the early mid game. Dota Plus doesn't like that. It likes when Alchemist is ahead. And it's going to be a challenge to overcome. And I think what Aoi said in the interview is actually going to be kind of important right now. I don't think this is a game that Alc, in theory, necessarily needs to carry. But I think at this point, he can't be the first one to carry. I think now the puck, and especially the bristle of Amar, need to come up big in the coming fights, but it's just not the best bristle game.
Yeah.
You have Impetus, you have Timber Saw, you have Monkey King. The Monkey, by the way, with a very early Mage Slayer.
Amar almost dying to Ancients here, barely surviving through it. Keep in mind, these Enchantress makes the jungle stronger, which is making this harder for Amar to finish off. He's actually going to smoke up now to finish those Ancients. Meanwhile, Sand King, Analog, does manage to get away, but now Snowball in, and with a Chakram out, it does look like Crit's getting away for the moment, but the Epicenter in, and yeah, they will kill you off. I mean, the other thing that Aoi said was that this was supposed to be a puck game to carry eventually. That's not happening. Like, Maureen is completely destroyed in this early game. He needs so long to catch up.
Yeah, it's definitely not happening for the foreseeable future, that's for sure. It's going to come down to Falcons finding some sort of strong teamfight combination and winning something. Because the return goal they get if they find a 2 or 3 hero fight will help a ton. At the current point in time, the problem is nobody has a meaningful item. You're stuck with half an Axe on the Bristle, you have half a Witchblade on the Puck, and Alk is working on Radiance. So you have, like, let's say you have 6,000 dead gold.
Yeah.
And the enemy team has a 5k lead. So it's not 5 then. Their current net worth value, like how they convert this gold to meaningful items, it's probably more like a 10k lead right now.
Yeah.
Alk is a phase boots, you know?
Rough.
Still doesn't have the relic. Oh, they're thinking about going on him. They will, Skitter.
If they can get him here.
They're not getting the shards.
Close, very close. That is the relic coming out. Trying to go now onto Analog and blow him up. They bring everybody and they kill off that Sand King.
Yeah, it's
like
something.
you said, this is the type of play you need to make if you're Falcons and trying to force a Game 5. They have a bunch of stacks in the jungle here too, trying to catch up through that.
Yeah, step by step, try to stop the bleeding and get Amar the eggs and then fight around him. I think is their play call. Puck will have the Witchblade now, so that's something coming his way as well.
Dreams of boots. As 14 minute is coming in close. They are moving in with Schofield to try and get this rune. That is not going to happen. And in fact, he's going to have to snowball to dodge the Curse Crown. But you can see, like, Falcons bring everybody. And now, if Analog seals these stacks...
Oh, that would be big for them.
They are going to be able to do this.
Yeah.
I don't think that Falcons can come and contest this.
You know, they had to go and protect their wisdom, and that's going to cost them.
Yeah. Skitter is starting to accelerate his gold a little bit too. Almost has Radiance completed, but it's a Diffusal Blade done on Monkey King.
Yeah, his build. This is not a build I think we've seen from Parker so far. He's generally been focusing on the Battle Fury and becoming a hyper carry. This is way more of a tempo build from the safe lane. Mage Slayer plus Diffusal Blade, obviously amazing items against the Bristleback and the Alchemist currently, but it is also a little bit higher risk. If things start failing, Parker will not be farming as fast as we've seen in a lot of these other games, but he will find Skitter here, and that's good news.
Diffusal Blade, and obviously not having anything else really to answer to this. Now Parker will throw out the Wukong's command. Boundless Strike is there, completely out of mana. Hex, but walking away. Now Maureen in, trying to do what they can. Amar throwing out some of these quills here. They still have Schofield nearby to protect him. There's going to be the snowball save. The rest of the team moving in. It's going to take him a little bit. They jump away on Parker. Parker gets out, and now Divine Llama shows up. A whirling dervish of damage as Skitter tries to get away, but they chase down this Alchemist. He is going to die. Everybody is going to die. You gotta get the hell out of that corner.
What an unreal result in that situation. Parker's tree got cut when they initiated. He was stunned for 4 seconds and didn't get his spells off. It becomes a super long chase. Falcons don't have enough damage to burst him out. They snowball save him for 4 seconds. He jumps on the trees, and the cavalry arrives from 20 seconds away. They had to trek half the length of the map to go help them. And somehow, Schofield and Parker buy the time. Look how far away their teammates are.
They're on the other side. They're across the river almost. Yeah, they were running for a while, but hats off to Schofield for how long he was able to keep him alive in this. Oh, man. It does make me wonder what would have happened if, like, they just all in on him. Because they kind of just backed away a little bit.
Yeah, respecting the Wukong's command a bit too much there, perhaps, but you also got to remember the Mage Slayer is really negating some damage.
That's true.
Parker's itemization here is what's keeping him alive.
And now up to an 8,000 gold lead here at 15 minutes in. Bloodstone done on Analog. The map feeling very compressed for Falcons. And at this point, like you said, there's always this worry now with no Battle Fury and Monkey King. Do you think that, like, he has to be staying out there getting kills, or is it just that, like, he can't afford to lose fights?
Oh, hang on. Okay. I think if you're playing on the enemy side of the map, it's okay that you're less rich than usual. So you don't have to stay super farm, but obviously you have to stay relevant.
Right.
But I think playing a constricting playstyle on Monkey King here is okay. If you're hunting but that's where it comes into play that you don't have Simeon Stride, in my opinion.
Right.
Now that he doesn't have that, he's not nearly as good at just jumping around and finding and killing the Alk. So things will take a longer time, but I mean, I can't talk against the amount of lead they have. They're 8,000 gold up minute 18 against Alchemist. It should be pretty straightforward as long as he finds good enough farm and they keep controlling 60-70% of the map. They don't need Parker to be the monster that he's been in so many games, because this time around the other two cores are also filthy rich and have those good matchups.
Well, from bad to worse, they're starting to also get answers now for Alk. In terms of his regen, you have a Veil done on Analog, and I'm sure this is going to be going into Ashiva's very shortly. Game does not feel easier. BKB's coming out soon. And for Falcons, I mean, this is not what you see from them regularly. Sort of everybody around a tower hoping somebody was going to jump on them. And if that doesn't work out, now all of a sudden they're in a situation where you're not really farming the map too well.
The thing you can hold out for if you're Falcons here is they've shown, in previous series this tournament, they've shown an exceptional understanding of how to play from behind and playing out on the map and finding farm. So if they can execute that and get to a couple of key items, the potential for a team fight definitely does exist. Especially until BKBs come out on the side of Heroic. you have this combination of catching people in coil and just killing them with the bristle and the terrorize. So it's not out of the question, but it is definitely going to be very hard and harder than some of the games they've had to overcome. So we'll see if they can get there. Heroic are not slowing down. Snaking will break a smoke here. He's super dead, but that's okay. All things considered, this smoke, they were hoping for a better target. They'll have to settle. Devi will blink in and take that one on the Timber.
Getting closer to these BKBs. And what has felt like, at various points in times throughout this series, usually Falcons taking some type of a lead, Heroic being able to pull themselves back into it. Now we're in a situation where it's very much Falcons that are going to need to buy enough time. And as you can see, Malrine able to escape from that one.
That was plan B. He was trying to go through the gate, and then he got stomped by a Centaur creep from Ench, and instead he's forced back to base. So it might not seem like the biggest of deals since he escaped, but think of the efficiency he's missing and what the objective is for Falcons in the game right now.
Yeah.
The fact that he doesn't get to cross the map, he's losing a lot of GPM right now, because now he's stuck in mid, and he wanted to be bottom and play all of this bottom range of the map and just get all of these camps. Instead, he has to settle for one wave.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. 20 minutes, Tormentor up, and Falcons in position where they would normally be taking it. Heroic are coming in. KJ is right on top of a ward.
They try to set this up.
This is an interesting idea for a fight. I mean, again, this is before Heroic get a lot of their items. Thinking about going. They do have the Bloodstone and almost the full Shivas, though. Jumps in.
He got the Wisdom.
Schofield gets it. Now Wukong's down. They'll back out on Heroic for the moment.
I mean, that's good enough for Heroic. They don't have to brute force anything here. Skitter?
Are they the ones doing the brute forcing? Able to burrow strike away, still got caught by that fear, and now Devi Llama backline finds Malrine. Schofield tries to back away. That's a coil only on a Tusk, who will be able to snowball to extend this a little bit longer. And in the meantime, they're just destroying the backlines. Now, the Heroic do not have Wukong's command. Boundless out, able to hit, but Skitter in a lot of trouble now, trying to escape from this one. The epicenter is there. Do they have anything to keep him alive? They buy back on the Shadow Demon, 2 dead. Devi went too far. Malrine is going to fall to the impetus hit, though. And with that, is the fight going to break down? No, because they're still willing to go forward. Parker finds a kill now onto Crit. Amar impetus just dying to the right kicks from KJ. Skitter tries to throw out a stun. Still a lot of heals are there. The continued action as they chase down and kill Amar. Parker able to find him. Skitter now getting hit. They're out of mana on this Enchantress. Still looking for the chase down. Skitter throws a stun, tries to back away, but I don't know if Parker's going to stop here.
This is a bit too crazy, Parker, and he knows it too. It's hard to quantify this, but you just feel it when you see the fights. Holy shit, this Mage Slayer is doing a lot.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy how much this singular item decision from Parker is influencing every single fight. He keeps making sure to hit the bristle, he keeps making sure to hit the puck whenever possible. And you can tell Falcons are struggling to bring heroes down with this damage mitigation. It's just working wonderfully in this game. And it was kind of close, as you pointed out. They were starting to find the kills. They find the one on Timbersaw eventually. And a lot of it is coming from that bristleback, but if they can't keep the heroes contained and if they can't keep the bristle away from the Mage Slayer, it does get a lot harder to get the job done.
21-7. And still a situation where, at least for now, Heroic have been able to get complete control over this game. They are going to head on into the pit now. Roche back up again. Just play, says Amar, as a lot of smiley faces in King Jungles with perhaps perhaps the call of the tournament. Fake like in pubs. Oh no. Oh, don't bring the pub beef into it.
Uh-oh.
All right, Lamar's smiling. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's okay.
I think Devi needs to be a little bit careful with awakening the beast here. If he's reminding Amar of the pub games, that's when he's going to bring out his A game.
Oh,
Schofield with a more logical take.
That's right.
We have more ping than you normally.
That's right.
That was his contribution to this conversation. That's all he had to say.
Schofield obviously veteran of the scene, been around since had to qualify in NA tournaments on NA servers, so they're used to the ping disadvantage. Does not make it any easier to play, though. As the reconnect will happen, Sand King back into this one. And Falcons' future looking grim, at least in this game.
I do think it was important that the fight they took showed promise. They didn't just get flat out run over, but there's a lot of things that they need to do right to win a fight right now. It's clearly twice as hard for them as for the opposing team to string together a meaningful fight, but it is possible. Now Skater has a 9-second BKB working on a blink. It'll help them quite a bit when he can reliably stay on target. We did see in the previous fight, of course, the Monkey King of Parker did show up with his BKB, so they had that item advantage that we've talked about. And he is actually not going to take the Aegis. He just TP top to farm. And I'm guessing they'll give the Aegis over to Timber, maybe? Or are they going to put it on Analog?
I'm down for either, honestly. Whoever it is just going to, you know, go
Analog
ham.
it is?
Yeah, it'll be Analog. So very free to zip into these fights and just start them off and make craziness happen. Parker, in the meantime, has items coming out to him on the courier. And that is going to be almost a completed Orchid.
He's buying every item he hasn't bought this tournament in the same game.
Yeah.
Nah, he has bought Orchid, of course, but it's fun to see this because it's such a different take on his hero's role in the game than the other Monkey King carry games he's played, where it was like Battle Fury, Axe, Butterfly. And now he's buying all the smaller tempo items to just completely try to run them over.
And as much as we, like, you know, have been completely all about how good Parker has been, I really feel like Device stepping up in this series the past 2 games has been one of the difference makers.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Him being able to carry the early stages of these games has allowed Heroic to find a different way to win than just Parker going crazy.
Absolutely.
So, Stun throws it out. Can they kill off Analog? This is the Aegis carrier.
He won't die.
Now the turn, Skitter down to low HP, does not pop BKB. Keeping a hold of that one, not afraid of dying.
Went for that play without the coil, so they just did a concoction into Bristle Burst, and it's not enough. With the Shiva, Analog is tanking a lot of damage.
Still not
try
great
again? No.
tower hitters on the side of Heroic. They have played, at this point, 6 games today. Yep. And going high ground, still the great equalizer.
Is that a shard for Monkey? Yep.
Looks like it.
So he's going to have the Boundless Strike connector, or escape, depending on the situation.
So what does the dream fight look like for Falcons here to pull them back into this?
Heroic stack up 5 heroes, and you cast all your spells on them, and they all die.
Very good, thank you. That's so great.
Ask a better question.
I'm glad you're the
Snake King
here. They jump in,
get out.
and he's going to TP out.
All right, you get a mulligan.
All right. What does a realistic, decent fight look like here for Falcons?
Oh, that's much better.
Thank you.
You're a fast learner. That's a good question. Ideally, I think if you can coil Tusk +1.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Hang on to Mars. Okay. That's not the ideal fight. This is far from it.
Okay.
If you coil Tusk +1 and you terrorize them and Bristle gets to get off his Bristleback ability during that, ideally while they're in Acid Spray. And it might sound like a lot of conditionals, but it's actually not that unrealistic.
Right.
That you get to combine those spells. Ideally, you kill the Tusk there, and you don't have to get more than 1 kill necessarily, but you need to put so much pressure in the fight that Heroic are on the back foot and have to retreat. But currently, they're very much on the front foot, pushing the high ground. Amar does not want to buy back for this. There's absolutely no way he's going to do that. So they have 10 seconds for free.
They find the Snake King, man. He is in trouble, going to die. Now stunned onto the Monkey King. He is hitting him very slow on Skeeter. Seeing if they can find this finish, though. He does not have Aegis on Parker. Being brought somewhat low, hunting for more. Oh, dodges away and back up to full HP. Never mind, now Maureen caught, Maureen killed. He has buyback too, but if you buy back on Puck at this point in the game, it is so painful. Tusk is buying back instead. Okay, not wanting to give them an opportunity to take a good fight. Schofield always there as a support to help out his buddies. Boundless hits in, Analog onto Amar, taking too much damage, and the Mage Slayer means he cannot live through it.
Oh my god, they just can't.
It feels so bad.
It
for
feels like
Falcons.
damage issues. That has been the story for a lot of the games we've cast this tournament. When one team gets ahead, it's just hard to pierce through their defenses. And for Falcons, if you don't layer your spells perfectly, if you don't have all the heroes, it's what you see Heroic taking advantage of there. They know when Bristle is dead, they can get away with murder, and they just go and push the high ground immediately, recognizing that Falcons just can't kill the cores without this Bristle. And then, subsequently, the spells from Falcons have been used, so when Bristle's alive, they've already killed the Puck, and they can just keep going. It's just so clean, it's so simple. And at this point, we're reaching the territory where you need to pull off an absolute miracle, honestly, to pull this one back for Falcons. And can you believe you're saying that minute 29?
It's crazy.
It's definitely not been the story of the tournament, but this is probably Heroic's best performance as a team in any individual game. And it's just the perfect game to do it. It's when it matters the most. It's when you can win the championship here. All their players are shining.
All they need to do is be able to break high ground a couple more times. They would be the first South American team to win an international LAN ever.
This is the Hail Mary. I feel like if this play fails from Falcons, it could just all be over. Trying to get a wrap. If they find Davai, he's honestly a tough kill with a Lotus and Kaiasange. He's very tanky.
Amar shows on the wave.
He's just blink breaking the smoke. He knows they're there.
Thinking about going, but it's
They're
a
on to
stun.
Schofield.
And they'll immediately caught. They coil only him. It's not enough. It is not good enough. Davai goes through the entire squad. Amar is gone. Falcons, they're outside their base, and they don't have a hope in the world right now. Sinking, getting whittled down. Triple kill for Analog. The long-range stun reflected back onto Skitter, and, well, he is also getting out of here. Immediately, Maureen comes back in and is almost dead. Ultra kill for Analog. This Sand King is way too big. Mass buybacks. Falcons have to get something here. Have to get anything here. They're looking, they're hunting. Analog, hitting onto all of them. Dying, dead. That is a dieback for Amar. Nothing left in the tank here as Skinner is going to self-stun. They get the disruption, trying to keep him alive, but all of Heroic grouped together. GG is called. Heroic are going to take the victory. What an absolutely impeccable performance. The first South American team to win an international LAN, and they're hugging him right there. Schofield, much appreciation from his mid-player Analog.
Wow, what a great journey this tournament was for them. They enter as, you could argue, one of the favorites for top 3, but I don't think a lot of people would have placed them at the very top. With the team on your cameras right now visibly very disappointed. Falcons were the favorites. They were the ones meant to win this. They won the upper bracket final 2-1. Going to today, you feel like they've leveled up, they've learned what they needed to, but ultimately Heroic, they figured out the issues after yesterday, and they come in today, they get better with every game, it felt like, and ultimately just have what it takes to take down the Giants. And what an incredible achievement for this team. They bring in Parker, and he is probably, I mean, is there any doubt he's the MVP of the tournament at this point?
I don't think so. He had a superstar performance in every single series that he played in. The most damage, the least kills, the most impact, and a breakout performance for this player that has already broken out in a lot of ways as they'll head on over. Give their respects to the team that they were able to take down in this one. Falcons that won so many times this year. Here in Wallachia, they were brought down by Heroic in just an unbelievable performance.
And I guess, again, you talk about Falcons. It's second place. It's not what they came for, but this team keeps placing high. It feels like this year their worst tournament placement that I can remember was the 4th place. Was it 4th at TI, I believe?
Yeah.
Always top 3.
And just like that, we present for you the first South American team to win an international LAN, your PGL Season 2 Wallachia champions, Team Heroic.
Ladies and gentlemen, your PGL Wallachia champions, Heroic! Oh my goodness, what a journey it's been to get here. What you've been through to get to this point as well, and the first SA team to take it.
Absolutely, guys. What an accomplishment. What an achievement. I'm just going to go down the line. We're going to start off with Mr. Coast Cheer. I know you believed in this team this entire time you were here. You kept telling me we're not underdogs. We're going to make it. How's it feel to lead the boys to victory here?
I mean, it's everything I can say all together, all the positive things. This is just amazing. I knew our team had a lot of potential. We have a wonderful organization. Like, everyone here worked really hard, and I really didn't think it would come be this fast, like to get a win this fast. But holy shit, I appreciate it.
Absolutely, you were in the trenches, you did amazing. I'm gonna grab you as well really quick. You've been in the back the entire time, watching the boys, being the manager on the side, keeping them hype. What's this mean to you to lead the boys here?
It's so hard. I mean, I've been knowing these guys for so long, right? I'm gonna do a blitz moment here. I feel like I've known Lama since he was some top 500 pleb, you know, playing post 5, feeding with Jakiro, that kind of stuff. And bunch of teams gone so far. Same with Analog and KJ, you know. Gotta talk about them because they're my boys since times in SG and No Ping, getting relegated in Division 2 in SA. So it's lots of hard work. I feel like people are gonna talk a lot about Parker, and we fucking love him.
Sure.
Like, he's so good, but this is so much work. Basically, every single tournament where last year we felt like we didn't get as much as we could, right now all feels good.
Fantastic, so good to hear, man.
And of course, talking about hard work, there's few who've put in more. Davai Lama, I mean, you moved regions, you learned a new language to play in this team. What does it mean to be holding this trophy now?
It's amazing, man. I don't think I fully processed everything yet, but it feels damn fucking good, especially with this team.
Absolutely, and like the relationships you've made in this team and everything along the way, you know, like going on this journey, everything you've been through, and now to be here with this trophy, I mean, it's a great moment for you. And what do you have to say to everybody that's been following you through this journey, you know, from Div 2 to here? What do you have to say?
Everyone who's been on my side, everyone's who's always followed me as a nice guy, as someone who works really hard. Thank you all of you, to all the fans, the whole team as well. It's so rewarding. I've worked my heart. I think I had a pretty good tournament overall. Proved all the haters wrong. So, and yeah, big thanks to all the fans, to my family, to my great wife. It's been great.
It really has. Thank you, Davai.
Absolutely. My man, this is your team, big captain, leading them to greatness to be. Oh, yeah, take the trophy. That's yours. Put down the soda. The first team from South America to win an international tournament in Dota 2 history. It's much on the back of its captain. Any words out there to your team and your fans watching?
Chama. And thanks. It was very good. We've been through a lot of shit. Me and the Brazilians and Manguzo. It feels so good to win a tournament. And yeah, I'm happy with the team. Like, after we get all the emotion, now it's less emotion. But thanks, and shout out to the Brazilians. Valeu quem torceu. Obrigado, galera. NSR falou que eu era top 6, talvez top 6 suporte do mundo. Cusão. Mas tirando isso, torcemos o troféu pra casa, porra. Vamos!
Hell yeah, and of course, Analog as well. You told me before the match that we were going to be talking, and we are, so you know, you're a man of your promises. And of course, not just to be here and take this tournament, but also to beat Falcons, like such a good team, a team which took so many trophies last year. There have to be doubters out there, but you proved them all wrong and you took it home.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm kind of speechless right now. It's like a very nice feeling.
That's rare for you.
It's a very nice matches. We played so well today, and we, as all the guys said, like we worked a lot. It's like being 8 months of like a lot of work. Parker joined us right now, and we're like still putting the things together. But us 4, 6, or 7 did like a lot this year to make this work, and it's gonna be just the first one of a lot that we're gonna win. So yeah. Thanks you guys for participating from this history that we are creating, and now it's just the start. And also, I have to say to all the Latin fans, right, all the South American fans, eu disse a vocês que a gente ia ganhar. Eu disse a vocês que a gente está trabalhando duro. E esse é o resultado de todo esse tempo trabalhando duro. E esse vai ser só o primeiro de muitos que a gente vai ganhar ainda. Muito bom poder ganhar no time Tier 1, trazer o troféu para casa. E a gente vai trazer mais ainda. Mais coisas vamos conquistar. Continue acreditando. Sigues acreditando em nós outros. E eu disse em TI que isso seria lo nuestro, ¿ya? Íamos traer o troféu para casa. Íamos traer Majors para SA. Lo primero traer no Majors para SA. E vamos traer mais. Esse não é o último. É o primeiro de muitos. Gracias.
And can you give us like a very, very quick TLDR for the English fans out there? Because I'm sure they want to hear from you as well.
I just say the English. Oh, all right.
All right.
I was saying to the... okay, the English don't matter that much. Just kidding.
Screw the English speakers! This is South America.
That's fair enough. This is your moment.
I said thank you. Basically, I said thank you. SA owns. That's it.
All right. And of course, we have Schofield here as well. I mean, you've been on so many teams. You've been trying so hard for so long. Schofield, how does it feel, man? How does it feel to be here?
¿Cómo te sientes?
Bien, es algo diferente. Es algo diferente, dile.
It's something different. Like he never felt like this way. It's just something different.
Absolutely. I mean, holding a trophy, it's a good look for you. What does the future look like for Heroic now?
¿Qué piensas do futuro de Heroic ahora? ¿Qué vamos a hacer? ¿Qué piensas de qué vamos a hacer ahora?
Yo creo que si seguimos así y más, yo pienso que ahorita mismo siento que podemos llegar a finales en cualquier torneo o llegar a un buen puesto. Eso siento.
It feels like we can every tournament like go to the finals or get a good placement in the tournament, and that's just the beginning.
Absolutely. After this, I believe it.
Absolutely. And of course, we had to save the, some would say best for last. Our man, many in the chat, many new fans, all calling you the MVP. How does it feel to be the best carry in Dota 2 right now? And any word out there for the fans?
Como se siente ser o MVP, o mejor carry en Dota 2 ahora? É isso.
No sé cómo explicarlo, pero se siente muy feliz, la verdad, por ser considerado uno de los mejores, o el mejor, supuestamente, como dicen. Me siento con toda la energía posible, siento que no puedo fallarle a mi patria, que es el primer torneo que se gana afuera, y me siento muy emocionado. Esperé esto por mucho tiempo, siempre me lo propuse, siempre dije que quisiera ser el primer equipo sudamericano que gane algo afuera, y bueno, lo cumplí, es un sueño que he cumplido. Y estoy muy emocionado, la verdad, y gracias por todo el apoyo. Vamos a seguir juntos, esforzándonos más, quedando, bueno, lo que venga, lo que tenga que venir, ¿no?
For all the lesser regions out there that are all garbage compared to SA, what was that?
I didn't pay. What did you say?
What did he say, brother? Just give us the short Spark Notes version.
I'm supposed to translate or to say something?
No, you're supposed to translate for him. What does he say?
Yeah. He said that he feels good to be one of the best carries, or the best, like you said.
Yes.
And he feels so good to win it for Peru and be the first team to win a tournament.
Yes.
For his country. And that he has too many emotions, and he's feeling super emotion to play this and to win this.
Fantastic, as am I. Well, guys, get together here. Ladies and gentlemen at home, please, one more time.
He's getting a new car.
Are you getting a new car? No, shame. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have it up One more time for your winners of PGL Wallachia. It's heroic! Woo! Congratulations! And we'll throw it back to our panel to discuss this incredible event.
What a road for Heroic to be able to lift that trophy in the end. Exceptional performance from every single one of their players and their coaches, of course, as well. A long victory in the making, not just for this tournament, but all the way back. Schofield was there in 2017 when South America had their first time, their own regional qualifiers for the international. This is a crowning achievement, T.
No, and especially to do it in their own way against Falcons, right? Like, to go against one of the best teams currently in Dota, to do it in their style, to break them both in play and draft. The final game as well is just Heroic crushing them. Like, they tipped Maureen. Maureen was had to buy back because he got solo killed. Like, it's like the perfect way to win out a grand finals is because, like, the game 4, it's their game. Oh.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, and it all came true. Like the way they envisioned it, they said meeting the Falcons in the upper bracket finals, then perhaps again in the grand finals. That's exactly how it went down, and my God, I think they got into Falcons' head. They played these last 3 games so damn well. The last one as well. Parker, what I loved about him in this particular match is how he itemized. Like, he adapted completely. He went for this Maid Slayer defusal. They wanted to break Falcon early and fast, and that's exactly what they did.
And we've not really mentioned Schofield. Oh, again, we praised the Tusk, right? Like, why is he still getting it? And then it doesn't really matter because they're not banning it, so he keeps playing it. But constantly, like, he sees a core that has a good game, he instantly rushes there. Let me utilize my snowball, my drinking buddies. Let's amplify your game. And this, look, Analog popping off on the top net worth. Sure, we can praise Parker, but this game, it's just Analog. It's KJ on the Enchantress, just throwing out the impedances as well. The Vailama being annoying little Timbersaw that he is. And again,
he was
a
really big Timbersaw.
Yeah, he was.
He was a big boy on that Timbersaw. He was owning the safe lane. Skitter just didn't have a lane. Same goes for mid lane. Sand King Puck, like, we were questioning the Puck pick, if it's gonna be strong enough. It definitely wasn't. The Sand King, like you mentioned, gets that first blood and then just starts rotating. They crushed them in the early laning stage, and Falcons, they never found a way to recover.
This game 4 of this best of 5, this was the most dominant Heroic has looked. I want to say, like, for the full event, this was them just getting, like you guys said, in the heads of Falcons. We saw Maureen buyback at like minute 2 or something after he died.
There's a couple creeps he needed to lap up after getting solo kill.
But we're joking sometimes about the psychology in these games and how much morale people have. And also we were questioning, like, how much do they get from hugging and just chanting just before every single game. Apparently they get a lot, because that momentum, that's morale right there. Like, just being able to go into this last game of the series and just crush every single lane. It's not only the hero matchups. The hero matchups were good. They weren't that good.
No, they were not as good as Falcons wanted them to be here, for sure. Guys, there is one very clear